Chapter 1 Rebirth in Another World. In a remote corner off primordial continent, there exists a tranquil little village known as Yangjia village, reminiscent of a paradisy untouched time. Surrounded by emerald mountains and clear waters, itis and leped be vast fields and rolling hills. The villagers primarily sustain Hamzel agriculture, leading simple and peaceful lives, rising with the sunan dressed in gat dusk, as thwils off to measure lighter on this land, leaving behind a legacy of simplicity and serenity. Yang Yu, a human hailing from modern society, unexpectedly finds himself miraculous liar born into this enchanting and mysterious martial arts world, becoming Gumbaroth Yang family in Yangjia village. On this particular day, Themerning sin stream at through a dilapidated window, casting mottled light upon Yang Yu's unfamiliared. Slowly awakening from his dreams, he gazed around the strange and humble room, his heart instantly filled with confusion and bewilderment. Have I crossed over? He murmured, his voice laced with disbelief and uncertainty. His dazed eyes wandered around the room, as if searching for some elusive answer. Yang Yu diligently attempted to untangle the chaotic memories whirling in his mind, striving to gradually comprehend the environment and family he now found himself in. His father, Yang Jun, was a weathered farmer, his kind darkened and hand scala said from a airsoft oil. Each day, he diligently labored in the fields, nurturing the seeds of hope with his sweat. His mother, Wang Ning, was gently and virtuous, akin to a soft spring breeze, quietly managing all household matters and enveloping the romaine warmed hand tranquilly. His older sister, Yang Xiao, was kind-hearted and industrious, much like called flower blooming in the fields, resilient and beautiful, always busy contributing to the family. Fielders in the family yet possess a distinct personalities and traits. Grandfather Yang Delway wore a serious expression, yet beneath that stern facade a heart of integrity and steadfastness. Grandmother Zhang Qin skinned and warm smile resembled the gentle sun of winter, providing comfort and solace. Aunt Chang Ying was duty and capable, executing tasks with decisive efficiency, a true asset of the family. Uncle Yang Yu was shown as stand dependable as a solid rock, earning their respectful. Cousin Yang Sheng was spirit and generous, always eager to assist others. Third uncle Yang Quan was clever and perceptive, his eye sparkling with intelligence, adept in ling unexpected situations. Younger cousin Yang Ming was mischievous and adorable, like a lively little monkey, consistently bringing laughter to the household. Younger cousin Yang Su was well-behaved and sensible, resembling a quiet little angel, evoking a protective instinct in those around her. Fourth uncle Yang Lin was composed and reserved, akin to a profound lake, making it difficult to discern his inner thoughts. Younger cousin Yang Zai was lively and cheerful, like a morning bird, brimming with vitality and energy. Yang Yu slowly exited his room and stepped into the sunlit courtyard. Hein held the fresh air deeply, acutely aware of the differences between his world and modern society. A gentle breeze carries his face, bringing with it the fragrancy of tea fields and the tofty earth. He looked up at the Saphirsky, where a fluffy white clouds floated like a cotton candy, and the distant mountains undulated like a majestic dragon stretching across the horizon. He understood that in this world, where a strength reigned supreme in the were devoured, only by possessing formidable power could they protect themselves and his family amidst unknown challenges, ensuring a stable and prosperous life for his clan. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Not had I been reborn, I am determined to carve out my own path. Yang Yu solidly vowed, his determination is igniting like a blazing flame as she clenched his fists, seemingly grasping the hope of the future. At that moment, an unexpected, ethereal voice resonated within his mind. The enhancement system has been bound as long as the host exerts effort, corresponding words will be obtained. Yang Yu was taken aback as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across his thoughts. However, Hakwaklyrig and discomposure after all, in this world brimming with the extraordinary and the mysterious, it seemed anything beyond imagination could occur. He realized that this an appearance of the system would but Hecate was rising his realm, and Hazelent liar solved not a disclose his astonishing secreto anion, whilst to tetract unnecessary troubling danger. To ascertain his current strength, Yang Yu inward lie murder system, could you display mu tribute panel? Instantly, a translucent, crystal-like a panel appeared before him like an apparition. Host Yang Yu. Age 15 years. Realm early stage muscle refinement strength 200 gene. Talent ordinary. Martial art basic fist technique beginner. Martial skills none. Gazing Gethes exceedingly ordinary talent tendis nearly negligible realm, Yanya kudna thel but furrows brostitely, azure jof indescribable disappointment and reluctance swelling within him. It seems I must double my efforts to establish myself in this world, hem uttered, histonilo yet filled with determination and resolve. Without hesitation, Yang Yu headed towards Savak and plot of land behind the village. This barren expanse was overgrown with weeds, and occasionally birds wold flit overhead, chirping melodiously. Standing at the center of the wasteland, he took a deep breath and began practicing the basic fist technique. With each punch, Hefoku sedentally treating each strike an admiraliasum of aimant butas a foundation for his future. With every blow, he exerted all his strength, his arm muscles tensed, veins bulging, while sweat cascaded down his forehead like raindrops, soaking his clothes. His gaze was steadfast and unwavering, as if within each strike, he envisioned his future resolve. Time passed slowly, and Yang Yu practiced tireless life for 12 hours. At this point, Heffeltus off a great mountain pressed down upon him, every muscle quivering, every breath heavy with exertion. Yet, he harbored not hot soft given gup the conviction in his yard burned like an unquenchable flame, growing ever stronger. At that moment, the system scold and mechanical besito adance marithi host has diligently trained and gained one attribute a point, which can be freely allocated. Yang usheredly opt with joy, akin to glimpsing a glimmer of dawn in the darkness. Without hesitation, he located this precious attribute point of strength, eager for a transformative exchange. Instantly, Heffel to powerful and warm for surging through his body like a tide, as if a viricell within him had been reawakened, brimming with boundless vitally. Yang Yu eagerly checked this attribute penilan chemery. Host Yang Yu. Age 15 years. Realm mid-stage muscle refinement strength 300 gene. Talent ordinary. Martial art basic fist technique beginner. Martial skills none. Feeling thieved in transformation within his body, his musculasimidincer, and strength flowed Cecilis life from deep within him. These in lie served to further solidify his resolve to train diligently, as she envisioned himself rising step by step along the path of martial arts. As evening fell, the last race off teaseding sin bathed Yangja village in a golden hue. Yang Yu, weary and filled with hope, slowly made a his wakem. You where heavy you be an alde, his mother Wang Ning inquired with concern upon seeing his disheveled appearance. Her voice was infused with worry and tenderness, her gaze full of care for her son. Yang Yusmold, albeit tiredly, yet this expression conveyed more anticipation and expectation for the future. Mother, I went to train. I aspire to become a powerful martial artist so they turf am alike in live well. His voice was firm and resolute, as if making gasolim promisito his mother. Wang Ning stepped forward and lyrifled Yang Yasher hair tender gesture overflowing with maternal love. Good child, as long as you worked, you will surely achieve it. Tears him a redden hieries, moved be hersens maturity and diligence. After dinner, Yang Yu lay in bed, staring at the worn ceiling, contemplating his future plans. Moonlight streamed through his window, illuminating his resolute features. He understood that Yangja village was merely his starting point, the first step on his martial journey. His goal was to venture beyond the small village, heading to the bustling and opportunity-laden Liolin town, and eventually to even broader more mysterious realm. There he would confront greater challenges and opportunities, as well as encounter more formidable opponents and friends. Yet, he felt no fear, for within him burned a dream, a yearning for strength, and a vision of that future. The next morning, before the rooster had crowed, young Euros early promised. He quickly washed up, preparing to continue the training he had left unfinished the day before. Just as he was about to step outside, he heard Iskusen Yang Shen Sharid footsteps approaching. Yang Yu, I heard you've been training hard. Come, let's go hunt in the mountains Stojler, Yang Sheng said, his face irradiating excitement and anticipation. Yang Yu pondered for a moment, recognizing this as an opportunity for further training, no time to enhance his practical combat skills butal sada provide some food for his family. Thus, without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Two individuals cautiously ascended the winding mountain path, their steps measured and deliberate. Thetrisa atop the mountain stood lush and verdant, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, cast a golden patches of light upon the ground. Birdsker pa joyfully from Thebranks, seeming liquoring feminine thyroid venturous journey. Suddenly a formidable wild boar, large and bristling with hair, burst forth from thicket. Its harp tusks glinted menacingly in the sunlight, and its CS radiated ferocity andrage. Be careful, the wild boar possesses the strength of a testige practitioner, Yang Shenj exclaimed, his voicing it with effort intention. Yet Yan Yosho would no signaf retreat. His gazi transformed into no fun wavering determination. Clenching his fists, he kit to basic martial arts stance and charged boldly at the wild boar. In that fleeting moment, his figure seemed to meld with the surrounding environment, embodying fearlessness and valor. The wild boar bared its tusks and unleashed a deafening roar sidlunya Yan Yu. With the agility of a monkey, Yan Yu deftly sidestepped the attic. In the next instant, he delivered a powerful punch to the boar's abdomen. The creature let out a bayonet scream, which calmly incited its fury further against Yan Yu. Yang Sheng, equally anxious, quickly ready dispo and arrow aiming at the wild boar in an attempt to disrupt its assault and create more opportunities for Yang Yu. Amidst the fierce struggle, Yang Yu continuously adjusted his breathing and footwork, his aslakadanta the boar severe movement, seeking the weakness. Each of the boar's strikes bury immense power and speed, yet Yang Yu skillfully evaded them time and again, relying on his resolute will and nimble agility. After an intense and thrilling battle, Yang Yu finally discerned the boar's vulnerability. Seizing the moment, he concentrated strength and delivered a heavy blow to the creature's shed. The wild boar collapsed instantly, struggling futilely before succumbing to stillness. "Ha, Yang Yu, you are remarkable," Yang Sheng exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to pat Yang Yu the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. Wiping the sweat from his brow, which mingled with dust to render him somewhat disheveled, Yang Yu's gaze sparkled with triumphant joy and confidence. "This morally the beginning you will become even stronger in the future," he declared, his voice resonating with anticipation and resolve. In the shunt, Yang Unitan Lyri put a bountiful harvest butyl so significantly enhanced this practical experience. Hekamido a profound realization on the path of martial arts, only through relentless self-challenge in facing various dangers and obstacles can a natural and progress. He understood that the road ahead was long fraught with countless unknowns and challenges, yet the art brimmed with confidence, for he had taken a solid first step. Chapter 2: The First Glimmer of Brilliance. Upon returning to Yangjia village with their abundant spoils, Yang Yu and Dangshen found the entire village abuzz with excitement. Villagers gathered around, their eyes gleaming with appreciation and awe. Yang Yu has truly become a more accomplished, an elder lemon with graying hair stroked his beard, nodding in approval. Indeed, Heme wanted become the pride of our village, a mid-legged Manchamedan, his face irradiating with pride. Yan Yuzmold, his expression akin to the warm soon offspring, both gracious and modest. He politely acknowledged the compliments, saying, "Thank ye, it was merely good fortune." However, deep within, Hues acutely aware thought thys was merely an insignificant beginning his journey in pursuit of martial arts had only just commenced. Upon reaching home, Yang Yu presented the spoils to his mother, Wang Ning. Accepting the heavy bounty, her face blossomed with a smile of satisfaction as he said, "You are today harvest is commendably shall prepare a splendid meal for you out night." Yang Yu nodded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hethan retreated to his room, gently closing the door behind him, and plunged into deep contemplation, strategizing his forthcoming training regimen. He recognized that the confines of Yangjia village were far too limited for his martial arts development. The simplistic training available in the village could scarce like one kiss thirst for formidable strength. To swiftly enhance his abilities and fulfill his aspirations in martial arts, he must leave the familiar village and venture to the bustling and enigmatic Lulin town in search of greater opportunities. The following morning, before a thesson fully illuminated earth, Yang Yu approached his father, Yang Jun, howasly bring in the files, with soft trepidation and determination. "Father, I wish to venture to Lulin town to seek a higher realm of martial arts." Yang Yu's of theater salute. Yang Jun paused his work, furrowing his brow, his facetious with worry. "You Arab Lulin town is not like Corvalajaitis a place or refu with all manner of people, and the Owalonek and humanage?" Yang Yu raised his head, his gaze unwavering ashameth his father's eyes. "Father, donatory have grown up and down no longer that child won't need your constant protection. I believeth a ton libby exploring the vast world beyond can weather storm send advent sefer the ron me martial arts journey. At that moment, Wang Ning arrived and overreared the father-son exchange. Favhiraeus listened with reluctance, schedulely interjected, June, let you go ahashason aspirations, and we should support them. Yang Jun remained zealot for a moment, gazing ginto Yang Yusi as brimming with happy and determination before finally noting. Very well, you must exercise caution. The outside world is not like home always be vigilant and do not be reckless in the face of danger prioritize our safety. Yang united earnestly tear soft gratitude glisten in Jinhee's eyes. Hethan returned to his room, swiftly packed a few essential belongings, and bid farewell to his family and familiar villagers, embarking on the journey filled with uncertainty and challenges toward Lulin town. Along the way Yang Yu braved Thielmans, enduring the rigors of travel. Hefa said the scorching sun, traverse steep paths, and navigate through forests and treacherous peaks. At night Hesop treat you gain humble caves or dilapidate temples, enduring the bitey soft mosquitoes and the aloft hue wind. Finally, after 3 arduous days, Yang Yu spot the towering walls and bustling scenes of Lulin town from a distance. Quickening his pace, he entered the flourishing town with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Lulin town weighs exponentially more vibrant than Yangjia village, with throngs of people bustling along its streets. Men laughed boisterously, women donned colorful garments, and children darted through thick road in playful abandon. The streets were aligned with a myriad of shops, selling weapons, elixirs, martial arts manuals, and bustling juterias filled with delightful aromas. Yang Yu inquired around the town, seeking information on Avenue San Places to enhance his martial arts prowess. At last, he learned from a kind-hearted Alderaboot a place called Wuxing. It was reputed to be vital venue for martial artists to exchange insights, hunt high skills, and undertake missions. With anticipation and trepidation, Yang Yu stepped into Wuxing. The atmosphere was lively, with plekaming and going. Some martial artists engaged in fervent discussions about intricate techniques, while others formed groups to prepare for challenging tasks. At that moment, a Berliman with a beard approached. He scrutinized Yang Yu from head to toe, his eyes reflecting a mix of skepticism and disdain. Kid, what are you here for? He inquired. Yang Yu responded with respect, elder brother, I have come to enhance my martial arts skills and see if there are any suitable tasks form. Thiemann chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. You're just taken in the mid-stage of practice, what tasks can you undertake? Yang Yu stood to land unyielding, meeting Thiemann's gaze with determination. Thuf my level maidmodest, I possess resolve perseverance, and I am willing to attempt any task. Thiemann paused, seemingly touched by Yang Yu's conviction. All right, Therasatis Togger herbs, suitable for practitioners at the mid-stage level. However, it carry certain risks. Are you willing to accept it? Without hesitation, Yang Yu replied resolutely, I am. Thiemann handed him a mission sheet while advising, on the outskirts of Blackwind Mountain, there's a herb called Ling Xianchao. You need to find 5 within 3 days. Remember, there are many beasts in Blackwind Mountain, so be cautious. Yang Yu accepted the mission sheet gratefully, saying, thank you for the guidance, I will complete the task. With that, he turned and departed Wuxing. Yang Yu hastened to the foot of Blackwind Mountain. He gazed up at the towering peak shrouded in mist, its lush trees sitting an air of mystery and danger. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself before cautiously venturing into the mountain. Not long after entering, Yang Yu heard low growl emanating from deep within the woods. He halted, his muscles tense instinctively. Suddenly, a massive black panther sprang forth from thunder brush like a bolt of lightning. This panther was lithe and muscular, its sleek black fur glistened in the sunlight. Its eyes burned like 12 fiery orbs, exuding a fierce and ruthless aura. The panther weighs a late-stage practitioner, possessing astonishing speed and strength. Yang Yu felt a Dayton engine hissed and cold sweat suddenly beaded on his forehead. However, he quickly compelled himself to regain his composure, swiftly executing the fundamental boxing technique and assuming a defensive stance, bracing himself to confront the onslaught of the Black Panther. The Black Panther lunged at Yang Yu with a ferocity akin to tempest. Yang Yu adeptly sidestepped, delivering a powerful punch to the beast's side. Yet, Thepanther's rugged height and sinewy flesh rond red Theblo relatively ineffective. Enraged and humiliated, Thepanther launched a more ferocious assault. Ito penetrated Scaverna's maw, revealing glistening, razor-sharp teeth. Yang Yurman did utterly focused, nimbly evading Thepanther's relentless bites while meticulously searching for an opening in its defense. After several rounds of intense conflict, Yang Yu discerned that the panther left flank was particularly vulnerable. Seizing the moment, Heckencentrut de la strength hand unleashed a devastating punch aimed at the panther left side. This strike, imbued with his entire might, struck like a cannonball. The panther let out a blood-curdling howl, its massive form crashing heavily to the ground, struggling momentarily before falling still. Yang Yu exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Harris did briefly in place before continuing his cautious arch for its spirit heart grass amidst the mountains. The treacherous paths off Black Wind Mountain were fraught with thorns and brambles. Yang Yu's loathing was torn in several places, and disbought bore numerous wounds. Nevertheless, he cobited no signs of retreat or complaint. The art was olifica done the belief that he must find spirit heart grass and fulfill his mission. After 2 days of relentless effort, Yang Yu finally stumbled upon 5 spirit heart grass plants at the precipice. The grass swayed gently in the breeze, exuding gadelic fragrance. A smiley of satisfaction graced Yang Yu's face. She carefully harvested the grass and placed it into his backpack. Without pausing, Yang Yu hastened back to the Martial Arts Association, delivering items to the personnel responsible for acceptance, thus successfully completing his task. A voice echoed in his man host has completed the task and earned 3 attribute points. Yang ushered soared with joy, his excitement beyond words. He immediately allocated the attribute points to strength hand speed, eagerly checking his attribute Panilan Chemery. Host Yang Yu. Age 15 years. Realm late stage off skin training strength 450 gene, speed 15 ms. Qualification ordinary. Martial technique basic boxing minor accomplishment. Martial skills none. Yang Yu felt a significant enhancement in his abilities, his body brimming with newfound strength, and his movements becoming more agile. He excitedly clenched this fist, reveling in the surge of power. Determined, Yang Yu resolved to continue seek a greater opportunity as in Liolin Town, embracing more challenging tasks to foster his growth in the path of martial arts, aspiring to become a formidable martial artist. He firmly believed that with unwavering perseverance, he would one day ascend to the ranks of true martial prowess. Chapter 3, The Martial Arts Tournament. After successfully completing the task of collecting the spirit heartgrass, Yang Yu found temporary solace in Lulin Town each morning as the first light of dawn broke. He would rise early to seek a tranquil spot for rigorous training, never allowing himself a moment of complacency. With the quiet passage of time, his strength burgeoned as if springing forth like bamboo shoots after a rain. On this particular day, Yang Yu, as was his custom, strode confidently into the martial arts hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices, the atmosphere bustling with excitement reminiscent of a festive celebration. Curious, he inquired among the crowd and soon learned that the martial arts hall was to host a grand tournament. He discovered that the victors would not only gain access to invaluable cultivation resources but would also have the extraordinary opportunity to acquire a coveted yellow-level martial arts manual. This news stirred something within Yang Yu, akin to a stone cast into a still pond, sending ripples of anticipation through his heart. He recognized this as an unparalleled opportunity, although he was only at the late stage of the skin training realm. His unyielding confidence and fervent desire for victory convinced him that he possessed the strength to shine in this tournament and achieve remarkable results. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yu resolutely signed up to compete. Soon, amidst the eager anticipation of the spectators, the tournament commenced. In the first round, Yang Yu's opponent was a robust fighter named Zhao Hu, who was as imposing as a mountain, his body brimming with muscular bulk. As Zhao Hu took his stance on the arena, he loomed like a small hill, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a scornful gaze, he scrutinized Yang Yu from head to toe and mockingly declared, "Boy, with that scrawny frame of yours, do you dare to participate in this tournament? I advise you to concede now lest you suffer the agony of defeat and cry for mercy." In response to Zhao Hu's provocation, Yang Yu merely smiled, the serene and composed expression gracing his features as he retorted, "The outcome remains uncertain. Victory and defeat are not determined by mere words." As the bell signaling the start of the match rang, Zhao Hu unleashed a tempestuous onslaught. He executed a series of strikes known as the Fierce Tiger Fist, each punch generating a fierce wind that threatened to overwhelm Yang Yu. Yet, undeterred by the ferocity of the assault, Yang Yu remained calm, skillfully employing his foundational boxing techniques to defend himself. For a time, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their figures weaving through the arena in a blur. As Zhao Hu grew increasingly frustrated by his inability to land a decisive blow, his attacks began to reveal vulnerabilities. Yang Yu, with keen perception, seized upon this fleeting opportunity. Timing his move perfectly, he executed a precise kick to Zhao Hu's side, causing him to stagger backward. Seizing the moment, Yang Yu pressed his advantage, his punches raining down like a tempest, leaving Zhao Hu with no respite. Ultimately, under Yang Yu's relentless barrage, Zhao Hu was struck down, unable to rise again, with the referee's triumphant voice announcing Yang Yu's victory. He advanced to the second round. The next match soon followed, and Yang Yu faced a fighter named Sun Chang, who was also at the peak of the skin training realm but possessed greater strength than Zhao Hu. Upon entering the arena, Sun Chang wasted no time in demonstrating his prowess with the gale leg technique, his legs sweeping through the air with the ferocity of a storm, stirring up dust from the arena floor. Yang Yu felt the weight of pressure from his opponent but maintained his resolute composure. He deftly evaded Sun Chang's whirlwind attacks, his movements ghost-like as he sought the perfect moment to counterattack. After Sun Chang missed a strike, Yang Yu swiftly closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch to Sun Chang's chest. Although Sun Chang staggered, his experience allowed him to quickly regain his footing and retaliate with renewed vigor. The two engaged in a fierce battle, sweat pouring down as they exchanged blows. Gradually, Yang Yu's indomitable spirit and exceptional technique began to tilt the scales in his favor. Ultimately, he landed a precise elbow strike that incapacitated Sun Chang. Securing his place in the third round, the spectators began to regard Yang Yu with newfound respect. This young man was proving to be an unexpected contender. An elder stroked his beard in astonishment, pondering the possibility of Yang Yu becoming the dark horse of the tournament. In the third round, Yang Yu faced Li Gang, a fighter at the early stage of the flesh training realm. Li Gang swaggered onto the stage, coldly stating, "You've been lucky to make it this far, but your fortune ends here." Undaunted, Yang Yu replied, "The outcome is yet to be determined, let us not speak too soon." As the signal to begin sounded, Li Gang unleashed a torrent of power, each punch seemingly imbued with immense force. Yang Yu found himself on the defensive, evading the relentless attacks as if adrift in a storm. Desperately seeking a moment to breathe, understanding that he could not match Li Gang's strength head-on, Yang Yu relied on his agility to maneuver around his opponent, aiming to exhaust him. As Li Gang grew increasingly impatient, his technique began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu struck Li Gang's arm with all his might, causing a momentary lapse in his assault. Capitalizing on this opening, Yang Yu unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes. Though they lacked the power to inflict serious damage just then, he executed a newly comprehended technique named the Breaking Wind Fist, its speed akin to lightning. Li Gang was caught off guard, taking a heavy blow to the chest and stumbling backward. Yang Yu pressed the attack, not allowing Li Gang a moment of respite. With the referee's voice echoing his victory, Yang Yu advanced to the finals. At last, the moment of the final match arrived, and Yang Yu faced Lin Feng, a recognized top contender among the younger generation of Lulin Town, who had reached the mid-stage of the flesh training realm. Lin Feng approached the arena with an air of tranquility, regarding Yang Yu with condescension. "Your journey to the finals has been surprising, but this victory will ultimately belong to me. You are merely a minor obstacle in my path." Yang Yu met Lin Feng's gaze with unwavering determination, asserting, "Until the final moment, victory and defeat remain uncertain. It is not yet decided who will prevail." As the match commenced, Lin Feng employed a technique known as the Flying Cloud Palm, his strikes elusive and unpredictable, akin to clouds drifting in the sky. Yang Yu focused intently, cautiously responding, seeking flaws within Lin Feng's technique. Lin Feng's relentless assault bore down upon Yang Yu, forcing him into a defensive position, just as Yang Yu felt his strength waning. A familiar voice echoed in his mind, "The host has persevered in battle," gaining 2 attribute points. With a surge of elation, Yang Yu promptly allocated the points to his strength and speed. Instantaneously, he felt a notable enhancement in his abilities, revitalizing his spirit. He began to shift the tide of the battle, transitioning from defense to offense. Noticing Lin Feng's instability, Yang Yu seized the moment and delivered a powerful kick to Lin Feng's leg, causing him to falter and reveal a significant opening. Yang Yu unleashed a punch imbued with unwavering momentum, striking Lin Feng squarely in the chest. Lin Feng staggered back, but quickly regained his composure and launched a ferocious counterattack. The two engaged in a final fierce confrontation, each move infused with power and resolve. Ultimately, through unwavering will and a remarkable surge at a critical moment, Yang Yu narrowly triumphed over Lin Feng, claiming the championship title of the tournament. The director of the martial arts hall approached the stage with a smile, presenting Yang Yu with the rewards symbolizing honor and achievement, the cultivation resources and the yellow-level martial arts manual. Yang Yu, you are undoubtedly the dark horse of this tournament. May you continue to strive for excellence and soon become a true master of martial arts. Gratefully accepting the rewards, Yang Yu solemnly replied, "Thank you." With a heart full of pride and anticipation, Yang Yu returned to his residence, eager to delve into the precious yellow-level manual. Chapter 4. Breaking Through to Flesh Training. On that day, Yang Yu was deeply engrossed in studying the hard-earned yellow-level martial arts manual within the confines of his room, striving to unearth a more potent source of power. Suddenly, a series of crisp and hurried knocks shattered the tranquility within. "Brother Yang Yu, are you there?" A familiar voice resonated from outside. It was none other than Yang Shang. Hastily setting aside the manual, Yang Yu swiftly approached the door and opened it, warmly welcoming Yang Shang inside. "Yang Shang, what brings you here?" Yang Yu inquired, his eyes brimming with surprise. Yang Shang replied with a smile, "I heard you shone brightly in the martial arts competition, becoming the talk of Lulin town. So I came to see you." The two sat down amicably, engaging in light-hearted conversation about their lives and sharing recent updates. Suddenly, Yang Shang's expression turned serious as he said, "Yang Yu, I recently stumbled upon a peculiar ancient text at an inconspicuous old bookstall in town. I felt it might be of use to you, so I hurriedly brought it along." Intrigued, Yang Yu eagerly asked, "Oh, what kind of ancient text?" With great care, Yang Shang retrieved a yellowed book from his bosom. Its cover worn and somewhat indistinct, the pages fragile and aged. He handed the book to Yang Yu, saying, "Take a look." Yang Yu accepted the ancient tome and gently began to flip through its pages, revealing text that was archaic and obscure, akin to a celestial script that was difficult to comprehend. Yet, guided by his keen martial instincts, he sensed that this book was anything but ordinary, as if it concealed boundless secrets and immense power within. At that moment, a familiar voice from the system unexpectedly echoed in his mind. "Host has discovered a mysterious ancient text, triggering a hidden mission to decipher the secrets within. Completion of this task will yield substantial rewards." A wave of excitement surged through Yang Yu, illuminating his face with a joyful smile as he turned to Yang Shang, saying, "Yang Shang, this book is indeed extraordinary. Thank you for thinking of me." Yang Shang waved his hand dismissively, replying, "We brothers need not be so polite. Study it well. You might uncover some astonishing martial arts techniques that could propel you to greatness." After Yang Shang departed, Yang Yu immediately closed the door, banishing all distractions, and dedicated himself to the study of this enigmatic tome. After several days and nights of relentless effort, Yang Yu finally deciphered some crucial insights. It turned out that this ancient text recorded a remarkably ancient and mysterious cultivation method, reputed to significantly enhance training speed and improve one's innate qualities, with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Yang Yu cautiously began to cultivate according to the text's instructions. As expected, he immediately felt his internal energy circulating more smoothly than ever before, akin to a surging river. Meanwhile, within a powerful family in Lulin town, the Li family harbored intense jealousy and deep-seated animosity towards Yang Yu's rise. The eldest son, Li Feng, had always been one of the most notable talents among the younger generation of Lulin town. Yet Yang Yu's victory in the competition left him feeling humiliated, a grievance that gnawed at him. That Yang Yu, that reckless brat, must be taught a lesson. He cannot be allowed to be so arrogant. Li Feng spat through gritted teeth, his eyes glinting with jealousy and rage. Thus Li Feng, accompanied by several subordinates, stealthily ambushed Yang Yu in a secluded alley while he was out on an errand. "Yang Yu, don't think that winning a mere match makes you invincible. Today, you'll learn the might of the Li family." Li Feng provoked haughtily, his demeanor exuding confidence as if victory were guaranteed. Yang Yu regarded Li Feng and his associates with a calm demeanor, unperturbed, and replied nonchalantly, "What do you want?" Li Feng sneered, his face contorted with disdain. "Simply bow your head in apology and vow to refrain from drawing attention in Lulin town, and I shall generously let you off." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter dripping with derision. "With you lot? You dare speak such arrogance?" Furious, Li Feng's complexion darkened. "Attack!" Upon receiving the command, Li Feng's subordinates lunged at Yang Yu like ravenous wolves. Each one a martial artist at the late stage of body refinement, their strength formidable. Yet, Yang Yu remained unfazed in the face of their aggressive assault. With composure and poise, he executed basic boxing techniques, Meeting their ferocious onslaught with powerful and vigorous strikes. In an instant, he felled two opponents. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Li Feng chose to intervene personally. He unleashed the Li family's signature technique, the meteor sword technique. Its ferocity akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, aimed straight at Yang Yu's vital points. Yang Yu adeptly evaded the strike, engaging Li Feng in a fierce and thrilling battle. Although Li Feng's swordplay was formidable and his moves cunning, Yang Yu, employing a nimble and agile footwork alongside precise judgment, deftly countered his fierce attacks time and again. How is this possible? How have you improved so rapidly? Li Feng's eyes widened in disbelief and astonishment. Seizing the moment of Li Feng's distraction, Yang Yu delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Li Feng let out a muffled grunt. Staggering backward, Yang Yu offered no respite. Launching a relentless barrage of strikes akin to a torrential storm, ultimately Li Feng found himself unable to withstand Yang Yu's ceaseless onslaught and was thoroughly defeated, collapsing in a disheveled heap on the ground. This is merely a minor lesson for you. Do not dare provoke me again, Yang Yu proclaimed sternly, his gaze radiating determination and authority. Faced with the dire situation, Li Feng and his companions had no choice but to retreat in disgrace. Upon returning to his residence, Yang Yu tended to his wounds briefly before plunging back into his training. After a period of diligent cultivation, Yang Yu finally succeeded in breaking through to the early stage of body refinement. Eagerly he examined his attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 15. Realm, early stage of body refinement. Strength, 1000 gene. Speed, 20 ms. Innate quality, elite technique. Yellow level technique, beginner. Martial skill, wind-breaking fist. Minor achievement. As Yang Yu felt the seismic shift within his body, he realized his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. He understood that Lulin Town could no longer satisfy his aspirations in martial arts. Thus, he resolutely decided to leave Lulin Town and journey toward the broader expanse of Weishui County, in search of a higher realm of martial arts and to explore the unknown, challenging world ahead. Chapter 5. Qingyun Martial Arts School. With grand ambitions, Yang Yu bid farewell to Lulin Town and boldly embarked on his journey toward the unknown and challenging Weishui County. Throughout his travels, he endured the elements, suffering from the harsh winds and scorching sun. At times, he would find a sheltered nook in the wilderness to rest, clad in his clothes, and on other occasions he would go hungry for missing an inn. Yet his resilient spirit remained unyielding, and he felt no fatigue, his heart filled with boundless hope and beautiful aspirations for the future. After several days of relentless travel, Yang Yu finally arrived in the bustling and vibrant Weishui County. The sights here were starkly different from Lulin Town. The streets and alleys buzzed with activity, teeming with people and vehicles. The clamor of voices echoing incessantly. Shops lined the streets, showcasing a plethora of goods that dazzled the eye. Yang Yu found a relatively clean and tidy inn to stay at in the county seat. He entered his room, briefly set down his belongings, and after a moment of rest, he eagerly ventured out to inquire about martial arts cultivation. Persistence bore fruit as he learned from a kind-hearted elder about the renowned Qingyun Martial Arts School in Weishui County, a revered sanctuary sought after by many martial artists. The following morning, before the sun had fully illuminated the earth, Yang Yu strode confidently toward the Qingyun Martial Arts School. At the entrance, two burly guards, their expression serious, stood like sentinels, blocking his path. Who goes there? One guard inquired, his voice booming and eyes piercing. Yang Yu respectfully clasped his hands and replied, I am Yang Yu. I have long heard of the illustrious name of Qingyun Martial Arts School and have come seeking methods to advance in martial arts. I hope you can grant me passage. The guard scrutinized him closely, noting his determined gaze and upright posture, which exuded an air of distinction. You may enter, but remember, within the martial arts school one must adhere to the rules and not act recklessly, they cautioned. Yang Yu nodded in gratitude and stepped into the school. Inside, the spacious area was alive with martial artists diligently training in their respective zones, sweat flying, and shouts echoing, a cacophony of effort. At that moment, a stern-looking steward clad in a gray long robe approached him. Are you new here? The steward's voice was deep and commanding. Yang Yu quickly nodded, saying, Indeed, I am new and hope for your guidance. The steward nodded slightly, saying, In our martial arts school, to access superior resources and in-depth guidance, one must undergo rigorous assessments. Without hesitation, Yang Yu straightened his chest and declared with unwavering resolve, I am willing to accept the assessment. No matter how arduous it may be, I am confident I can succeed. The steward, noting Yang Yu's determination, allowed a glimmer of appreciation to flicker in his eyes as he led him to the assessment arena. The challenge was to defeat 3 martial artists at the mid-stage of body refinement within the span of a single incense stick. Yang Yu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing and mindset to achieve optimal combat readiness for this daunting trial. As the bell signaling the start of the assessment rang, The three martial artists charged at Yang Yu like fierce tigers descending from the mountains. They unleashed their respective martial techniques, creating a whirlwind of fists and palms. A tempest of movement that dazzled the senses. Yang Yu remained composed and unhurried, skillfully unleashing his proficient wind-breaking fist, his form as agile as a swallow, engaging in a fierce battle with his adversaries. Bang! Seizing the opportune moment, Yang Yu delivered a powerful punch to the shoulder of one martial artist, who felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing him to involuntarily stagger back several steps. A pained expression etched on his face. Another martial artist attempted a sneak attack from behind, hoping to land a decisive blow, yet Yang Yu seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Deftly sidestepping the attack while swiftly retaliating with a precise kick that sent his assailant crashing to the ground, the final martial artist, sensing the tide turning against him, realized he could no longer hold back and unleashed a fierce series of wind blade techniques. The blade of his weapon flashed like a silver serpent dancing through the air, its momentum pressing fiercely toward Yang Yu's vital points. Unfazed, Yang Yu focused intently, meticulously observing his opponent's moves, identifying the flaws, and channeling all his strength into a punch that struck like a cannonball to the assailant's chest. With a cry of agony, the martial artist flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Before a single incense stick could burn out, Yang Yu had successfully defeated all three opponents, passing the examination. A glimmer of evident admiration flashed in the elder's eyes as he proclaimed, "Well done. From this day forth, you shall be a formal disciple of the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy. You must strive diligently in your training and never grow complacent." After becoming a disciple, Yang Yu remained devoid of any arrogance or pride. Instead, he dedicated himself even more fervently to his practice, rising before dawn and resting only late into the night. He was acutely aware that the path of martial arts was long and arduous, and only through relentless effort could he enhance his abilities. However, his remarkable prowess aroused envy among some. Zhao Pang, a disciple who considered himself the most gifted within the academy, was irked by Yang Yu's rapid ascent and the attention he garnered. The flames of jealousy blazed fiercely in his heart. "Yang Yu, don't think you're impressive just because you passed the examination. If you have the ability, let us compete," Zhao Ping taunted, his eyes filled with disdain and provocation. Yang Yu glanced at him calmly and replied, "I do not wish to stir trouble, yet I am not afraid of it." Zhao Ping sneered, "If you're afraid, just admit it, find no excuses, for you are but a coward." Angered by his words, Yang Yu retorted, "A competition it shall be. I am eager to see what you are truly capable of." The two proceeded to the training arena, where they quickly attracted a crowd of eager onlookers. Zhao Peng, at the mid-stage of his training, was a formidable opponent. As the match commenced, he unleashed a powerful technique known as the fiery palm, the scorching wind from his strikes seemingly capable of igniting the very air around them, raising the surrounding temperature dramatically. Yang Yu felt the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, yet he swiftly adjusted his mindset, casting aside distractions to employ his adept wind-breaking fist in response. Boom! Their fists collided with a thunderous sound, akin to two massive boulders crashing together, causing a palpable shockwave that kicked up dust. Though Zhao Peng's fiery palm was potent, Yang Yu's wind-breaking fist was swifter and more cunning, leaving his opponent struggling to defend. After several exchanges, Zhao Peng began to feel the strain and found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu delivered a rapid punch to Zhao Peng's abdomen. The impact sent Zhao Peng reeling, his face paling as he staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth. "Yang Yu wins," the spectators gasped, their eyes brimming with admiration and astonishment. Yang Yu gazed down at the fallen Zhao Peng and said slowly, "As martial artists, we should prioritize cultivating our hearts, not merely striving for victory. An unjust heart will lead to flawed martial prowess." Ashamed, Zhao Peng lowered his head, recognizing his narrow-mindedness and errors, silently vowing to amend his ways. From that moment on, Yang Yu's standing within the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy solidified, becoming a role model for many disciples. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 15. Realm, mid-stage of body refinement. Strength, 1500 gene. Speed, 25 ms. Talent, elite cultivation technique, yellow class technique. Minor achievement, martial skill, wind-breaking fist. Major achievement, Chapter 6, the grand competition of the Martial Arts Academy. Following his victory over Zhao Peng, Yang Yu's status at the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy became unshakable. He exhibited no sign of arrogance. Instead, he adopted an even more diligent and rigorous approach to his training, relentlessly exploring his potential and enhancing his strength. One day, a momentous announcement swept through the academy. A grand competition of unprecedented scale and significance was to be held, compelling every disciple to participate. This competition presented a rare opportunity for each disciple as those who performed exceptionally would be rewarded with substantial prizes and invaluable cultivation resources. Upon learning this news, a fiery determination ignited in Yang Yu's bright eyes, and he resolved to stand out and achieve remarkable results in this competition. In the days leading up to the competition, Yang Yu not only adhered to his rigorous training regimen but also devoted considerable time and energy to an in-depth study of his martial skills. He meticulously examined the nuances of each movement and the techniques of his strikes, striving to unleash his utmost power and present his finest form during the competition. At last, the eagerly anticipated day of the grand competition arrived. Filled with tension and excitement, the academy buzzed with activity, disciples eagerly flexing their muscles, the air thick with anticipation and exhilaration. Yang Yu's first opponent was a mid-stage body refinement disciple named Li Hu. Li Hu was robust and towering, reminiscent of a small mountain, possessing immense strength that instilled fear in those who beheld him. He specialized in a formidable technique known as the diamond fist. Each punch seemingly imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds. As the bell for the match rang, Li Hu let out a thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder. Shaking the very air, he unleashed the diamond fist, his punches fierce and unyielding, charging toward Yang Yu with an indomitable spirit. Faced with this onslaught, Yang Yu remained entirely composed, with an air of calmness. He executed his already perfected wind-breaking fist, meeting the challenge head-on. Bang! Their fists collided violently in mid-air, producing a deep and resonant sound as if two colossal stones had struck together. Yang Yu felt an insurmountable force crashing upon him. Akin to a tidal wave, yet, through years of solid training and agility akin to a nimble cat, he quickly adjusted his form, skillfully dissipating the overwhelming power, seeing his full-strength attack fail to land. Li Hu grew increasingly impatient, his punches became even more ferocious, each strike accompanied by a fierce wind that seemed intent on tearing the very air apart. Yang Yu, however, maintained his composure and serenity. Utilizing finesse to counter brute strength, much like a small boat navigating through a raging storm, his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, continually searched for weaknesses in Li Hu's technique. Finally, Yang Yu's keen insight revealed a minor flaw in Li Hu's approach. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he unleashed a lightning-fast punch to Li Hu's abdomen. Li Hu gasped in pain, his face blanching as he involuntarily staggered backward. Yang Yu capitalized on this momentum, delivering a relentless flurry of punches that left Li Hu with no chance to counter. Forced to endure the onslaught, ultimately Yang Yu triumphed over Li Hu, effortlessly securing victory in the first match. In the subsequent matches, Yang Yu swept through his opponents with overwhelming ease, his martial skills and nimbleness rendering him a formidable force. One by one, he overcame every challenge, advancing smoothly to the finals. On the grand stage of the finals, Yang Yu faced another renowned master of the academy named Wang Meng. Wang Meng had not only reached the advanced stage of body refinement but had also mastered a profound yellow-class technique known as the flowing cloud art. His strength unfathomable and certainly not to be underestimated. At the instant the match commenced, Wang Meng vanished like a specter, appearing before Yang Yu with astonishing speed that left spectators in awe. He executed the flowing cloud art, his punches flickering like elusive clouds, making them exceedingly difficult to predict or defend against. Yang Yu felt an unprecedented pressure enveloping him, yet he swiftly concentrated his mind. Attentively observing Wang Meng's every move, every subtle gesture, Wang Meng's technique was an unpredictable dance of light and shadow, at times gentle as a breeze, at others fierce as thunder, each punch imbued with formidable and enigmatic power. Yang Yu evaded Wang Meng's relentless barrage, agilely maneuvering to avoid the torrent of attacks while meticulously seeking the ideal moment for counterattack. Boom! Wang Meng's fist crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater and sending dust swirling into the air like a dense fog. Seizing the moment of chaos, Yang Yu swiftly closed the distance, unhesitatingly executing his perfected wind-breaking fist. Wang Meng reacted with lightning speed, narrowly dodging the strike while retaliating with a fierce kick aimed at Yang Yu. The two exchanged blows, fists and feet flying in a fiercely contested battle, resembling two brilliant meteors colliding in the night sky. Yang Yu understood that maintaining this stalemate was detrimental to him. It was not a sustainable strategy. He made a bold decision to take a risk. Yang Yu intentionally feigned a seemingly obvious opening, and Wang Meng, falling into the trap, launched a full-force attack. At that critical moment, Yang Yu evaded the lethal strike with astonishing speed and reflexes, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to Wang Meng's chest. Wang Meng coughed up blood, his body resembling a kite severed from its string. Collapsing straight to the ground, utterly unable to rise again, Yang Yuxing, the referee's impassioned voice resonated like a triumphant horn, announcing loudly. Instantly, the arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers, each wave surpassing the last. As if striving to lift the very roof of the martial arts hall, standing upon the stage, Yang Yu basked in the admiration and respect of the crowd, his heart brimming with joy and pride. A profound satisfaction stemming from the arduous journey towards success. At that moment, an enigmatic and extraordinarily charismatic elder suddenly materialized within the martial arts hall. The elder gazed intently at Yang Yu, a glimmer of unabashed appreciation flickering in his eyes. "Young man, your performance is commendable, you have truly impressed me." Yang Yu promptly cupped his hands in salute, respectfully replying, "Thank you for your kind words. Esteemed elder." The elder smiled gently and continued, "I am Elder Su from Chanlin County. I happened to pass through this area today and noticed your exceptional talent. You are indeed a person of great potential. I would like to ask if you would be willing to accompany me to Changlin County for further training, seeking a higher realm in the martial arts." Yang Yu's heart stirred. He understood that this was a rare and invaluable opportunity to elevate his martial journey. Yet, he was equally reluctant to part from his family and friends in Weishui County, the warmth of their companionship and the depth of their bonds plunging him into deep contemplation. Upon returning to his residence, Yang Yu, filled with conflicting emotions, penned a heartfelt letter to his father, Yang Jun, detailing his experiences in Weishui County and the difficult choice he now faced. Before long, Yang Jun's response arrived like a beacon of hope. Swiftly delivered, the letter read, "My son, pursue your martial path without hesitation. Our family takes pride in you, and we will always support you." After reading the letter, Yang Yu found his resolve solidified. He approached Elder Su, his gaze steady and his tone resolute, declaring, "Elder, I am willing to accompany you to Changlin County." Elder Su nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with encouragement. "Excellent, then we shall depart tomorrow." Yang Yu's attributes panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 15. Realm, late stage of body refinement. Strength, 2000 gene. Speed, 30 meters per second. Qualification, elite cultivation method, yellow level technique. Great perfection, martial skill, wind-breaking fist. Completion, Chapter 7, entering Changlin County with a heart full of anticipation and dreams. Yang Yu closely followed Elder Su's footsteps into the bustling, vibrant, and mysterious Changlin County. The sights here were a stark contrast to those of Weishui County, with streets and alleys teeming with life. A continuous flow of people, the air was imbued with a more robust aura of martial artists, as if each breath carried the powerful vibrations of strength. Elder Su led Yang Yu to a grand and magnificent residence. The estate towered impressively, its vermilion gates solemn and dignified, guarded by imposing stone lions. "This will be our base. Take a few days to rest and familiarize yourself with the surroundings," Elder Su said kindly. Yang Yu respectfully nodded in gratitude, stepping into the room meticulously arranged for him, filled with elegance, cleanliness, and all necessary amenities. Days later, Yang Yu's insatiable curiosity could no longer be contained. He began to explore the streets and alleys of Changlin County. To his delight, everything felt fresh and exhilarating. The martial arts halls were vast, filled with masters. The merchant guilds offered an abundance of goods, including precious martial arts manuals and rare cultivation resources, and the auction houses showcased numerous extraordinary treasures. Each one captivating. One day, while casually strolling through the streets, he suddenly overheard excited discussions about an upcoming highly anticipated martial arts competition in Changlin County. It was said that this event was unprecedented, gathering young talents from all over the county, each a standout in their respective fields. The victor would not only receive generous rewards, including precious elixirs, profound martial arts manuals, and considerable wealth, but also the chance to join the top-tier forces in the county, thus embarking on a meteoric rise in the martial world. Upon hearing this news, Yang Yu felt a surge of passion and desire swell within him. He was drawn to the prospect of greater challenges and the pursuit of enhanced strength. Without hesitation, he resolved to participate in the competition, determined to prove his prowess and showcase his talents on this grand stage. Returning to the residence, Yang Yu expressed his unwavering intention to Elder Su regarding his desire to enter the martial arts competition. Upon hearing this, Elder Su's face broke into a warm smile, nodding approvingly. "This is a rare and excellent opportunity for you to encounter more masters, engage in sparring, and thus elevate your abilities in realm. However, be prepared, this competition will be fiercely contested, filled with formidable opponents." In the days that followed, Yang Yu became like a wound-up machine, dedicating himself even more fervently to his training, rising early each day to greet the dawn. He commenced his practice. The attribute enhancement system continued to work its wonders, providing substantial support to his cultivation journey, allowing his strength to soar like a rocket. Finally, amidst the eager anticipation of many, the day of the martial arts competition arrived, shining down upon Changlin County like a brilliant dawn. Yang Yu entered the arena with confidence, where a throng of spectators filled the venue, creating a lively atmosphere. Cheers and shouts echoed, reverberating loudly. Yang Yu's first opponent was a young man named Lin Fenghe. This individual was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of confidence and pride, having already reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Skilled in a formidable technique known as the Wind and Thunder Fist. As the starting bell rang, Lin Fenghe darted forward like a bolt of lightning, instantly transforming into a blur as he lunged at Yang Yu. Unleashing the Wind and Thunder Fist, the air crackled with the power of thunder, as if it were tearing the very atmosphere apart. Yang Yu's gaze sharpened, immediately entering combat mode, countering fearlessly with his perfected wind-breaking fist. Bang! Their fists collided, producing an earth-shattering sound, causing the air around them to tremble violently, rippling with visible waves. Lin Fenghe was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Yang Yu could so effortlessly withstand his overwhelming strike. With a roar, his fighting spirit ignited, and his punches intensified, each blow infused with relentless thunderous power, leaving deep fissures in the ground as if torn apart by a colossal force. Yet Yang Yu remained composed. Refusing to be overwhelmed by his opponent's momentum, he deftly maneuvered, evading Lin Fenghe's tempestuous onslaught with uncanny agility, all the while searching for an opening. At last, seizing the moment with keen insight, Yang Yu delivered a lightning-fast punch to Lin Fenghe's ribs. Lin Fenghe gasped in pain, his face contorting as he involuntarily staggered backwards. Yang Yu pressed the advantage, unleashing a flurry of strikes, each landing with precision, leaving Lin Fenghe with no chance to retaliate. Yang Yu wins, the referee's triumphant voice rang out, declaring Yang Yu the victor of this intense battle, allowing him to advance to the next round. His second opponent was a woman named Zhao Linger. This young lady possessed a graceful figure and striking beauty, yet her eyes radiated a fierce determination. Also at the pinnacle of body refinement, she practiced a mysterious and formidable technique known as the ice palm. As the match commenced, Zhao Linger let out a spirited shout, her palms striking out like blades of ice, unleashing a bone-chilling aura that enveloped the arena, causing the temperature to plummet drastically. Yang Yu felt the oppressive chill. Yet he was undeterred, swiftly channeling his inner energy to form a warm shield, bravely resisting the cold onslaught. Zhao Linger's palm techniques were as sharp as ice, each strike imbued with a frigid essence that sent shivers down one's spine. Yang Yu cautiously dodged her fierce attacks while searching for a counterattack opportunity. Suddenly, with his acute combat instincts, he detected a slight opening in Zhao Linger's defense. Without hesitation, he surged forward like lightning. Unleashing a powerful punch with all his might, caught off guard, Zhao Linger was struck by Yang Yu's thunderous blow, losing her balance and crashing to the ground. Yang Yu wins. As the rounds progressed, Yang Yu, through his exceptional skill and indomitable spirit, carved a path through his opponents, advancing triumphantly to the finals. On the grand stage of the final match, Yang Yu faced off against the renowned genius of Changlin County. Chen Fei. This individual was strikingly poised, exuding an extraordinary presence, having already reached the early stage of muscle transformation and mastering the formidable nine-yang divine art. The moment the match began, Chen Fei emanated an overwhelming aura that rendered the air heavy, akin to a blazing sun, its brilliance blinding. With a thunderous shout, he charged at Yang Yu like a tempest, employing the nine-yang divine art, each punch ablaze with scorching flames, warping the air around them with its intensity. Yang Yu immediately sensed an unprecedented pressure, yet his gaze was unwavering, devoid of retreat or fear. Igniting an even greater fighting spirit within him, he unleashed the storm-breaking fist with all his might. Engaging in a heart-stopping life-and-death duel with Chen Fei, boom, their fists collided with the ferocity of two shooting stars, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very earth. The overwhelming shockwave sent the surrounding spectators staggering backward. Their faces drained of color. Chen Fei's nine-yang divine art wielded tremendous power, and Yang Yu gradually found himself at a disadvantage in this fierce confrontation, yet bolstered by his indomitable spirit and cunning battle tactics. He deftly maneuvered against Chen Fei, seeking opportunities to turn the tide. At last, during an intense exchange, Yang Yu's keen insight revealed a fatal flaw in Chen Fei's defense. Without hesitation, he channeled all his strength into this decisive punch. Striking Chen Fei squarely in the chest, blood spewed from Chen Fei's mouth as his body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Incapacitated, Yang Yu emerged victorious. The referee's exhilarating voice echoed throughout the arena. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating Yang Yu's remarkable performance, showering him with endless admiration and respect as a burgeoning star in the martial arts world. Standing on the stage, bathed in the radiant glow of glory, Yang Yu felt a profound sense of pride and joy. He understood that his journey in martial arts was far from over. Yet this victory undeniably marked a significant milestone. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host: Yang Yu. Age: 15. Realm: Peak of muscle training. Strength 2500. Gene: Speed 35 ms. talent, elite technique, yellow level technique, perfected, martial skill, storm-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 8. The storm of the county city after clinching victory at the Changlin County Martial Arts Tournament. Yang Yu's fame spread like a gentle spring breeze throughout the entire county city, garnering widespread acclaim. Not only did he reap a mountain of bountiful rewards, but the dazzling glory and endless accolades also placed him at the center of attention, drawing the keen interest of various factions within the county city. On this day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting mottled shadows upon the floor of Yang Yu's room. He was immersed in the world of cultivation, focused solely on breaking through his limitations. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted outside, shattering the tranquility. He slowly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow, and rose to open the door to investigate the commotion. There, he beheld Elder Su locked in a heated argument with a mysterious figure clad entirely in black robes. The black-clad individual was shrouded in darkness from head to toe, revealing only a pair of eyes that glinted with a chilling light, their voice low and hoarse, as if it emanated from the depths of a ghostly abyss. "Elder Su, this Yang Yu must come with me," the black-clad figure proclaimed with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. Elder Su's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "You shall not, Yang Yu is under my protection, and no one shall take him without my consent." Yang Yu stepped forward, confusion etched on his face, and asked Elder, "What is happening?" Elder Su's countenance darkened ominously, as if he were about to burst with rage. And he replied, "This person is of unknown origin, inexplicably intent on taking you away. I shall never agree, even if it costs me my life." The black-clad figure let out a cold laugh, a sound that reverberated in the air, sending chills down one's spine. "Yang Yu, do you not understand? By coming with me, you could acquire unparalleled techniques and boundless resources. Staying here is merely a waste of your extraordinary talent." Yang Yu's gaze hardened with unwavering determination, and he replied resolutely, "I do not know you, nor will I go with you. Spare your efforts." A flicker of anger flashed in the black figure's eyes, like lightning striking, and without warning, he lunged at Yang Yu with blinding speed. Elder Su reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Yang Yu without hesitation, and engaged the black-clad figure in combat. The black figure unleashed an extraordinarily elusive technique, his form shifting unpredictably like a wraith. Bewildering the onlookers, the Elder Su, refusing to back down, executed his renowned star sword technique, the sword light flickering like countless stars, as the two engaged in a breathtaking battle for survival, locked in a fierce stalemate. Boom! Their inner energies collided violently, akin to two meteors crashing together, creating an immense shockwave that radiated outward from their epicenter. The surrounding furniture shattered instantly under the pressure, transforming into a flurry of wooden splinters. Yang Yu watched in terror, his heart racing. He could clearly sense that the black-clad figure's strength was at least at the mid-stage of muscle transformation, and Elder Su was gradually losing ground in the confrontation. "Elder, I will assist you," Yang Yu shouted, his blood boiling as he unleashed his signature storm-breaking fist, joining the fray without hesitation. The black figure, witnessing this, scoffed disdainfully, "You overestimate your abilities." With a swift motion, he unleashed a force so powerful it felt suffocating, crashing upon Yang Yu and sending him staggering back several steps. Yang Yu felt a surge of blood and chi rise within him, as if a raging fire burned in his chest. An unbearable sensation, yet, he gritted his teeth, persisting with his unyielding will, and charged forward once more. Just then, numerous experts from the estate rushed to the scene like a powerful tide, sensing the tide turning against him. The black figure realized his chances were dwindling. With a cold snort, he declared, "Yang Yu, you cannot escape my grasp. For now, I shall let you go. We shall meet again." With that, his figure dissipated like smoke, vanishing without a trace as if he had never existed. Elder Su finally exhaled, his taut nerves easing slightly. He turned to Yang Yu, speaking earnestly, "This black-clad individual is of unknown origin and enigmatic nature. He likely covets your extraordinary talent. Be cautious in your future endeavors and do not let your guard down." Yang Yu nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with resolve. "Elder, I understand." This incident profoundly impressed upon Yang Yu the reality that his strength was still far from sufficient. He realized that only by becoming stronger could he protect himself and those around him in this world filled with uncertainty and danger. Thus, he devoted himself tirelessly to his training, day and night, pouring every moment into enhancing his abilities. In the intervals of his cultivation, Yang Yu also began to actively forge connections with the various heroes and elites of the county city. Among them was a young warrior named Li Yunfei, with whom Yang Yu felt an immediate kinship, as if they were old friends reunited after a long separation. Li Yunfei was an outstanding scion of the Li family in Changlin County, Possessing exceptional talent and remarkable martial prowess, having already reached the early stage of muscle transformation at such a young age, earning him a stellar reputation among the younger generation of the county city. Yang Yu, I have heard of your brilliant performance at the martial arts tournament. It truly commands respect, Li Yunfei said with a genuine smile, sincerity radiating from his eyes. Yang Yu returned the gesture, humbly replying, "Brotherly, you flatter me, you are the true master who hides your talents." The two engaged in lively conversation, growing increasingly in sync, as though they shared an unspoken understanding. By chance, they learned of a mysterious relic in Changlin County, said to harbor supreme techniques and priceless treasures, yet fraught with peril that could instill fear in the bravest of hearts. After careful consideration, Yang Yu and Li Yunfei resolved to join forces in exploring this enigmatic relic. Upon arriving at the relic's entrance, they were enveloped by an eerie and mysterious aura, as if an invisible web ensnared them, sending shivers down their spines. Yang Yu, be cautious, Li Yunfei advised gravely. The two proceeded into the relic with utmost vigilance and readiness. Suddenly, a swarm of shadows surged forth from the darkness like phantoms. These shadows turned out to be an unprecedented breed of bizarre beasts, their speed akin to lightning and their strength unfathomably immense, making them exceedingly difficult to defend against. Yang Yu and Li Yunfei instantly fell into battle mode, their muscles taut and nerves heightened. Li Yunfei executed the gale sword technique, the blade howling like a tempest. Sweeping toward the oncoming beasts, Yang Yu countered with the storm-breaking fist, the wind of his punches roaring like thunder, engaging in a fierce and deadly struggle against the beasts. Bang, bang, the beasts' hardened bodies were struck, producing a deep resounding thud, yet they showed no signs of retreat, instead becoming more frenzied in their assaults. Yang Yu and Li Yunfei coordinated seamlessly, gradually gaining the upper hand. After a grueling and extraordinary battle, they finally succeeded in repelling the ferocious beasts. Without pausing for rest, they took a moment to catch their breath before delving deeper into the relic, filled with anticipation and trepidation, in search of the legendary treasures and techniques. Yang Yu's attribute panel, host, Yang Yu age, 15 realm, early stage of muscle transformation, strength 5000 gene, speed 50 ms, talent, ordinary genius technique, profound level technique, entry level, martial skill, storm breaking fist, subtle. Chapter 9, the evil shadow. After successfully repelling the ferocious beasts, Yang Yu and Li Yunfei remained vigilant, continuing their cautious exploration of the mysterious and unknown relic. The atmosphere within the relic was steeped in an ancient and enigmatic aura, as if countless stories had been etched into the very fabric of time. The walls bore faded runes, their clarity eroded by the passage of ages, whispering softly of past glories and hardships. Two individuals proceeded cautiously along the dimly lit and profound corridor, the stone slabs beneath their feet occasionally emitting faint sounds that resonated with startling clarity in the oppressive silence surrounding them. Each step echoing like the pulse of history. Yang Yu, this place exudes an indescribable eeriness. We must remain exceedingly vigilant, Li Yunfei whispered, his voice reverberating through the narrow passage, tinged with a hint of tension and unease. He gripped his sword tightly, the knuckles whitening under the strain. Yang Yu nodded gravely, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with the keen vigilance of a hawk, leaving no corner unexamined for any subtle movement. Indeed, exercise utmost caution, do not let your guard down. Suddenly a fork appeared ahead, a pivotal choice laid before them like a twist of fate. They exchanged a glance, a silent understanding and determination passing between them, leading them to decide to veer left. As they ventured deeper, the corridor constricted further, the walls seeming to close in around them, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive, almost suffocating. Wait, what is that? Li Yunfei abruptly halted, lowering his voice as he pointed to a stone box nestled in the corner, shrouded in dust accumulated over time. Yang Yu stepped forward, gently brushing away the thick layer of grime with delicate caution. As though handling a fragile treasure. He carefully opened the box, and a blinding light burst forth, momentarily piercing their eyes. As the brilliance faded, they beheld a yellowed ancient tome lying quietly within. Could this be a legendary martial art manual? A flicker of uncontrollable excitement flashed in Li Yunfei's eyes, as the radiance seemed to ignite his deep-seated yearning for power. Just as Yang Yu reached to grasp the ancient text, a surge of formidable force erupted from it like a tidal wave. Not good, there's danger, Yang Yu shouted, his voice laced with urgency and alertness. Instantly, the surrounding walls began to tremble violently, as if a terrifying earthquake had struck. Countless sharp spikes shot forth from all directions like a torrential downpour, posing a lethal threat. Yang Yu and Li Yunfei reacted swiftly, nimbly evading like agile leopards in the confined space. Li Yunfei unleashed the gale sword technique, weaving sword energy into dazzling arcs that severed the incoming spikes with crisp snaps. Yang Yu countered with the wind-breaking fist, the force of his strikes roaring like thunder, clashing against the spikes with a resounding clang, sparks flying. What kind of mechanism is this? It's incredibly powerful, Li Yunfei gasped for breath. Sweat streaming down his forehead to the stone floor, Yang Yu furrowed his brow, as if twisted into a knot, battling the relentless onslaught of spikes while his mind raced to devise a strategy. At that moment, Yang Yu's keen insight discerned the flaw in the mechanism. Li Yunfei, follow me. They dashed toward a corner, and Yang Yu struck a slightly protruding section of the wall with all his might. With a deafening roar akin to thunder, the mechanism ceased its operation, and the terrifying spikes halted their assault. Finally, they exhaled in relief, their bodies relaxing. Yang Yu picked up the ancient tome once more. Scrutinizing it closely, the text appeared obscure and cryptic, as if requiring a specific method for interpretation. I can't make sense of this, he remarked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Li Yunfei leaned over to examine the inscriptions, suggesting, let's stow it away for now and study it thoroughly once we're outside. Regaining their composure, they continued onward, encountering several chambers filled with decayed weapons and elixir vials. The blades of those weapons had rusted, and the elixirs within the vials had long lost their efficacy. It seems this was once the lair of a formidable master, Li Yunfei mused, his voice imbued with reverence for the past. Yang Yu nodded, his gaze sweeping over the relics. Yet, I wonder why this master chose to conceal their lair here. Perhaps there are secrets yet to be uncovered. Just then, an eerie, sinister laughter reverberated through the ruins, seeming to emerge from the depths of the abyss, sending chills down their spines. Who goes there? Yang Yu and Li Yunfei shouted in unison, their voices filled with vigilance and wariness. A shadow emerged slowly from the darkness, its features obscured, radiating a potent and malevolent aura. All the treasures within these ruins belong to me. You shall not take them, the shadow declared coldly, its voice resonating with an ancient chill that made their skin crawl. Yang Yu's heart raced, judging by the overwhelming aura. This individual was at least a mid-stage master of the bone-forging realm, far exceeding their capabilities. Why be so domineering? The treasures here rightfully belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Yang Yu retorted, suppressing his fear in an attempt to reason with the shadow. The shadow snorted dismissively, we'll see if you possess the ability. With that, the shadow struck with blinding speed, a thick inky black mist surging toward Yang Yu and Li Yunfei, leaving them no time to react. Watch out, Li Yunfei shouted, and they quickly unleashed their martial techniques to defend themselves. Yang Yu's wind-breaking fist collided violently with the black mist, producing a deep, thunderous sound akin to a muffled explosion in their ears. The immense pressure bore down on him like a mountain, nearly suffocating him. Li Yunfei's Gale Sword technique managed to slightly weaken the mist's potency, yet it seemed inexhaustible, continuously enveloping them. Observing this, the shadow intensified its assault, the mist thickening ominously, as if intent on devouring them whole. Back to back, Yang Yu and Li Yunfei braced themselves against the shadow's overwhelming force, their clothes drenched in sweat, their bodies trembling from exhaustion. Just as they felt themselves on the brink of collapse, Yang Yu recalled his point allocation system, grant me strength, he silently urged, his heart brimming with a fervent desire for survival and a relentless pursuit of victory. In an instant, a mysterious and potent energy surged through him like a torrent, elevating his momentum, akin to a roaring flame growing ever fiercer. With a mighty shout, the power of his wind-breaking fist amplified, tearing a gash through the black mist. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yunfei launched a fierce counterattack, his sword energy surging forth like a rainbow, aiming directly at the shadow. Taken aback by Yang Yu's sudden surge of power, the shadow barely evaded the strike, its form flickering away. Consider yourselves fortunate. Next time, it won't be so easy, the shadow declared, vanishing like a wraith into the darkness, leaving behind its menacing words echoing in the air. Exhausted, Yang Yu and Li Yunfei collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. That was far too perilous, Li Yunfei remarked, his voice betraying a tremor of fear. Yang Yu gazed at the ancient tome in his hands, a resolute glimmer in his eyes, as if he glimpsed a beacon of hope for the future. Yet we have gained something, let us depart from here. Supporting one another, they trudged forward, their heavy steps carrying them toward the exit of the ruins. Yang Yu's attribute panel, host, Yang Yu age, 15 years realm, early bone forging, strength, 500 genes speed, 55 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation method, mysterious level, beginner, martial technique, wind-breaking fist, advanced. Chapter 10, Deciphering the Ancient Tome. Yang Yu and Li Yunfei emerged from the perilous and enigmatic ruins, their bodies drained of vitality, utterly fatigued, yet, within their eyes sparkled a vibrant light reminiscent of brilliant stars in the night sky, brimming with excitement and anticipation. Upon returning to Qinglin County City, the bustling streets and throngs of people seemed to fade into a mere illusion. Entirely insulated from their awareness, they swiftly sought out a tranquil haven far removed from the clamor, preparing to immerse themselves wholly in the in-depth study of the mysterious ancient tome they had acquired from the ruins. Yang Yu, what kind of astonishing and heart-stirring secrets lie hidden within this tome? Li Yunfei, unable to suppress the fervent curiosity ignited within him, broke the silence of the room. Yang Yu gently opened the now yellow tome. The aged pages dense with archaic and incomprehensible characters, alongside cryptic and perplexing illustrations, the lines appeared as profound imprints left by the merciless passage of time. But I am equally perplexed, however, from the unique aura emanating from this tome and its extraordinary appearance. I surmise it is far from an ordinary object, Yang Yu replied, his voice low and focused, his gaze magnetically drawn to the pages. Unwavering, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to meticulously pondering every word and illustration within the tome. Yet, it all felt like a series of unsolvable riddles, enveloping them in a thick fog, leaving them adrift without a path to clarity. What shall we do? It's utterly incomprehensible, akin to a cryptic celestial scripture. Li Yunfei, ever impulsive, was now pacing the room like an ant on a hot griddle, his steps hurried and restless, betraying his agitation. Yang Yu pondered for a moment, his tightly furrowed brow resembling a secret locked away for millennia. Elusive and inscrutable. Do not rush. Let us delve into this matter gradually, he spoke with a calm and resolute voice, attempting to soothe and quell Li Yunfei's mounting agitation, just as they were on the verge of despair. Racking their brains for answers, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Yang Yu's mind. He recalled an esteemed scholar he had fortuitously encountered in Changlin County known as Emir.Sun. It was said that this venerable gentleman possessed profound knowledge and an extensive understanding of ancient texts. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yu resolved to visit Mr. Sun, carrying the ancient tome with him, filled with hope of gaining invaluable insights and practical assistance. Upon arriving at Mr. Sun's residence, suffused with the rich aroma of books and an air of serene tranquility, Yang Yu approached with utmost respect and earnest anticipation, articulating his purpose in detail. Mr. Sun took the ancient text with deliberate slowness and gravity, donning a pair of antiquated yet impeccably clean glasses, and began to scrutinize the pages with unwavering focus. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the soft rustle of turning pages, after what felt like an eternity. Mr. Sun finally lifted his gaze, his weathered visage reflecting a solemn and grave expression. It appeared to be a long-lost cultivation method, yet the most crucial part was conspicuously absent, invoking a profound sense of regret. Yang Yu's heart sank suddenly, as the hope he had harbored was doused like a flame extinguished by cold water. Nevertheless, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your guidance. Even the slightest clue is of immense assistance to us." Upon returning to their lodgings, Yang Yu and Li Yunfei were not disheartened by Mr. Sun's words. Instead, they felt their resolve to unravel the secrets of the ancient tome strengthen. They toiled tirelessly day and night, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of even the most minuscule hints. In the midst of countless quiet, lonely nights, Yang Yu often found his thoughts drifting to his relatives far away in Yangjia village. One night, as the gentle moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery sheen across the floor, he sat quietly at the window, gazing up at the radiant moon hanging in the night sky. His thoughts surged like a tumultuous tide, unrelenting and profound. He couldn't help but remember his father, Yang Jun, laboring tirelessly in the fields, each drop of sweat a testament to his hopes for the family's future. He recalled his mother, Wang Ning, with her tender, caring eyes, each warm smile akin to the comforting sun on a winter's day, warming the depths of his soul. He thought of his sister, Yang Xiao, whose carefree laughter resonated like melodious notes, lingering in his memories, and there was his grandfather, Yang Di, whose expectant gaze and encouraging words propelled him forward with unwavering determination. He wondered how his family was faring now. With a soft sigh, his voice pierced the stillness of the night, echoing with endless longing and concern. Li Yunfei approached, gently patting his shoulder, an action that seemed to convey boundless strength. Yang Yu, do not dwell on worry and anxiety. Once we establish ourselves firmly in Changlin County and acquire formidable strength, we shall return triumphantly, ensuring that every member of our family enjoys a life of happiness and peace. Yang Yu nodded slightly, his gaze steadfast under the moon's glow, burning with an unquenchable flame of determination. After days of relentless effort and unwavering dedication, Yang Yu and Li Yunfei finally discerned subtle, elusive clues within the seemingly insurmountable ancient text. It appeared to reveal a unique and extraordinary path of cultivation. I cannot contain my excitement, Yang Yu exclaimed, his voice trembling with exhilaration. The two eagerly began their practice according to their newfound understanding. feeling a remarkable transformation within, as if a grand door to an unknown and mysterious realm had swung open. However, as they reveled in their initial success, an unforeseen calamity struck without warning. A powerful and uncontrollable force surged within Yang Yu. Rampaging like a wild stallion, he collapsed to the ground, trembling violently, his face contorted in agony, beads of sweat cascading down like rain. Yang Yu, Li Yunfei cried out in alarm, his voice sharp with terror. Yang Yu gritted his teeth, desperately striving to rein in the overwhelming power with sheer will, but it was too formidable. His efforts felt insignificant and futile. You must stop, you will fall into madness and face dire consequences. Li Yunfei implored, his eyes filled with panic and helplessness, as if the end of days were upon them. In that critical moment, Yang Yu made a resolute decision to invoke the mysterious and potent force of the enhancement system. System, assist me, he cried out in his heart, his voice a final flicker of hope in the abyss. Instantly, a soothing, refreshing sensation enveloped him, quelling the rampant force until it finally subsided into tranquility. Breathing heavily, Yang Yu slowly rose from the ground, his face as pale as a sheet, devoid of color. That was close, he murmured weakly, as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death following this harrowing ordeal. Yang Yu approached his studies with increased caution and vigilance, treating the ancient text with utmost reverence. Yang Yu's attribute panel read, Host, Yang Yu age, 15 years realm, initial stage of muscle transformation, strength, 6000 gene. Speed, 60 meters second, aptitude, ordinary genius cultivation technique, profound level technique, minor success, martial skill, gale-breaking fist, subtle, chapter 11, breaking through crisis after experiencing the previous heart-stopping encounter. Yang Yu and Li Yunfei grew increasingly meticulous and cautious in their exploration of the ancient text's mysteries. They devoted their days and nights to relentless study, embodying the adage that diligence bears fruit, ultimately uncovering the key to controlling that enigmatic power. During this arduous journey, Yang Yu's strength surged like bamboo shoots in spring, witnessing remarkable and rapid growth akin to a geyser. Yet, that tranquil period slipped away like sand through fingers. Fleeting and ephemeral. One day, a mysterious and elusive invitation, akin to an unexpected bird alighting upon him, quietly fell into Yang Yu's hands. This invitation, crafted from exquisite and valuable paper, was adorned with intricate and masterful designs, exuding an unusual and perplexing fragrance that piqued curiosity. Who could have sent this? Li Yunfei furrowed his brow, shrouded in a thick fog of doubt. Yang Yu also knitted his brow, fixated on the invitation, intent on uncovering even the slightest hint of a clue. I sense that the sender may have ill intentions. This could be a perilous banquet. The invitation bore no explicit signature, merely instructing Yang Yu to arrive at a remote and desolate manor outside of Changlin County at a specified time. Despite being filled with trepidation and profound concern, Yang Yu resolutely decided to investigate, determined to unveil the secrets hidden behind this enigmatic missive. On the appointed day, he and Li Yunfei walked side by side, their steps resolute as they approached the mysteriously tinged manor. Outside the manor, two imposing guards, their expressions as frigid as ice, stood like formidable sentinels, blocking their path. Who approaches? One guard bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating through the desolate wilderness, exuding an intangible yet oppressive force. Yang Yu maintained an air of calm, unfazed by the commotion, and nonchalantly presented the invitation. The guard scrutinized the document with piercing eyes before stepping aside, permitting them entry into the manor. Upon entering, the decor of the manor was eerily sinister, instilling a chill that coursed through their spines. A delicate mist enveloped the surroundings, as if it possessed a life of its own, flowing and swirling gently, bestowing upon the entire estate an enigmatic and eerie veil of obscurity. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the fog, gliding forth like a spectral apparition. The figure's visage was entirely shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern, while a chilling, bone-piercing laughter echoed hauntingly through the air. Yang Yu, you have finally arrived. The voice of the shadow seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, laced with an unending chill. Who are you? Why have you summoned me here? Yang Yu inquired, his demeanor rife with vigilance, his gaze sharp as a blade, muscles taut and poised for any sudden attack that might come his way. The shadow let out a cold, mocking laugh, its sound resonating ominously within the mist. You need not concern yourself with my identity, simply understand that today, you shall not leave alive. With that, the shadow struck with lightning speed, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swept towards them like a tempest, nearly suffocating in its ferocity. Yang Yu and Li Yunfei dared not show any sign of negligence or delay, promptly unleashing their full prowess to confront the threat. Yang Yu executed the breaking wind fist, the force of his punch howling through the air like a raging sea, clashing violently with the shadow's onslaught, producing a thunderous sound that seemed capable of shattering the tranquility of the estate. Li Yunfei, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed the Gale Sword technique, the flashing swordlight shimmering brilliantly like a constellation, fiercely piercing towards the shadow with each strike imbued with unwavering resolve and a fearless spirit. However, the shadow's strength was formidable, reaching an unfathomable level at the late stage of muscle transformation. Its form flickered like a wraith, evading their attacks with ease, before countering with a swift motion. Sending forth a bolt of black light that shot towards Yang Yu like a flash of lightning, reacting with remarkable speed, Yang Yu narrowly dodged to the side, the bolt striking the ground with a deafening explosion. Creating a vast and deep crater, earth flying in all directions as dust billowed up. "What immense power!" Li Yunfei exclaimed, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his eyes filled with shock and unmasked terror. Yang Yu's heart sank with astonishment, yet he maintained his composure, his mind racing like a finely tuned machine. He meticulously observed every move of the shadow, not allowing any minuscule flaw to escape his notice. Suddenly, by virtue of his keen insight, Yang Yu discerned a fleeting vulnerability on the shadow's right side during its attacks. Li Yunfei, let us strike at its right side together, Yang Yu shouted. His voice imbued with resolute determination, leaving no room for doubt. The two, in perfect harmony, launched a rapid and thunderous assault. The shadow, taken aback, failed to defend itself in time and was struck solidly by Yang Yu's full-force punch, causing it to stagger back several steps. Enraged, the shadow's eyes, hidden in darkness, seemed to blaze with fury. It unleashed an even more powerful and terrifying technique, engulfing the estate in a wave of tremendous energy. As if the very air around them were about to be mercilessly torn asunder, Yang Yu and Li Yunfei gradually felt their strength waning, breaths becoming labored and heavy, their movements sluggish and feeble. In this critical moment, as life and death hung in the balance, Yang Yu activated the mysterious and formidable powers of the augmentation system. In an instant, his strength surged like a rocket, filling him with an inexhaustible force. Seizing this precious opportunity, he unleashed a full-throttle assault, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, imbued with an unstoppable momentum. At last, the shadow could withstand no more, being forcefully repelled by this thunderous strike. Realizing the dire situation, the shadow swiftly retreated into the swirling mist, vanishing as if it had never existed. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yang Yu and Li Yunfei finally relaxed, their taut nerves unwinding. "What on earth is happening?" Li Yunfei gasped, panting heavily, his face a mask of confusion. Yang Yu shook his head, his gaze rife with profound contemplation and uncertainty. "I do not know, but this matter is anything but simple. There must be deeper conspiracies and secrets concealed behind it." Upon returning to Changlin County, Yang Yu fell into deep thought, his mind racing as he sought to unravel the threads of this series of bizarre occurrences. Yang Yu's attributes were as follows: Host, Yang Yu. Age, 15. Realm, Mid-Muscle Transformation. Strength, 8000 Gene. Speed, 70 ms. Talent, Ordinary Genius. Cultivation Method, Profound Level Technique. Great Accomplishment, Martial Skill, Breaking Wind Fist, Proficient. Chapter 12, Family News. After experiencing the perilous and mysterious events at the estate, Yang Yu and Li Yunfei increasingly sensed that Changlin County was shrouded in countless hidden dangers and elusive secrets. During these tumultuous and unpredictable days, Yang Yu dedicated himself unwaveringly to rigorous training, often engaging in profound discussions on martial arts with Li Yunfei, exchanging insights and unique perceptions. Their friendly sparring and mutual encouragement fostered growth akin to twin lotus flowers, steadily enhancing their abilities as they ascended towards higher realms. One day, while Yang Yu was deeply engrossed in his training, striving to break through his own limitations and reach a new level, an urgent and forceful knocking suddenly interrupted him, sounding like a torrential downpour battering the door. "Yang Yu, open the door quickly," came Li Yunfei's anxious voice from outside, tinged with fear, trembling as it penetrated the door. Yang Yu's heart tightened, gripped by an ominous premonition that surged within him, causing his breath to momentarily falter. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried to the door and opened it. "What's wrong?" Li Yunfei, panting heavily, appeared to have just emerged from a grueling chase. "Yang Yu, I have just received a chilling and horrifying piece of news. Your family in Yangjia village may be facing unimaginable danger." Yang Yu's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet, as if frozen by the frost of a harsh winter. What is happening?" His voice trembled with shock and deep concern, rife with fear and panic. Li Yunfei struggled to steady his rapid breaths, attempting to compose himself. "The specifics are still unclear, but it is said that a group of mysterious and elusive martial artists has been frequently appearing near Yangjia village. Acting suspiciously, seemingly probing for some undisclosed secret. They are certainly no good." Yang Yu's heart raced, ablaze with an intense urgency, as if a raging fire consumed him, preventing him from finding peace. "No, I must return immediately. I cannot allow any harm to come to my family. Li Yunfei nodded resolutely, his determination unwavering. I will accompany you, no matter the trials and tribulations that await us, we shall face them together without retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, the two set off like arrows released from their bows, hastening towards Yangjia village. Throughout their journey, Yang Yu's heart was heavy, as though burdened by an immense stone, nearly suffocating him. Vivid images of his beloved family filled his mind, his father's diligent, sweat-soaked figure, his mother's gentle, caring smile, and his sister's innocent, cheerful demeanor, all of which pierced his heart like daggers, causing him profound anguish. After several days and nights of relentless travel, they finally returned, weary and travel-worn, to the long-absent Yangjia village. However, the scene before them plunged their hearts into an icy abyss. Shrouded in silence, the village was devoid of the usual laughter and bustling activity. The air thick with an oppressive and tense atmosphere, as if a storm were imminent, suffocating in its wake. Yang Yu, filled with urgency, rushed towards his home. There, he found his father, Yang Jun, sitting in the hall. His expression grim, brows furrowed as if tied into knots, his eyes filled with worry and unease, bearing the weight of countless burdens. Of father, what has happened? Yang Yu inquired urgently, his voice laden with anxiety and concern. As if a burning flame sought answers, Yang Jun let out a deep sigh, his breath laden with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and profound fatigue, as though he had endured a protracted ordeal. Yuan, you have returned recently. A band of ruthless and deranged bandits has set their sights on our village, coveting the fertile lands and abundant resources, intent on seizing them through sheer force, a truly lawless act. Yang Yu clenched his fists in anger, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, as if he sought to contain all his fury within that tight grip. Where are they now? I shall ensure they pay an excruciating price. Making them realize that Yang family village is not to be trifled with, Yang Jun replied, they have established a camp on the mountain outside the village, periodically intruding to harass us, instilling a sense of dread among the people. Leaving the villagers to live in constant fear and unrest, without the slightest hesitation, Yang Yu's eyes blazed with an ironclad resolve as he made the decisive choice to take the initiative. Refusing to sit idly by, he and Li Yunfei swiftly rallied some of the village's brave and righteous young warriors, forming a temporary battalion, their hearts ablaze with fury as they strode purposefully toward the bandits' camp. Arriving before the encampment, Yang Yu stood tall and unafraid, bellowing, bandits, come forth and meet your doom. His voice resounded like a thunderclap throughout the valley, brimming with fearless courage and unwavering determination, as if to shatter the very mountains around him. Before long, a horde of grim-faced, vicious bandits surged forth from the camp like a tidal wave. At the forefront was a burly man named Zhang Hu, his face a mask of brutishness, wielding a gleaming, razor-sharp blade, his gaze as ferocious as a ravenous wolf, as if he intended to devour his opponent's whole. You dare to provoke us, you must be tired of living, Zhang Hu roared, his voice like a thunderous explosion. Echoing with palpable threats and intimidation, Yang Yu regarded him coldly, his eyes filled with unabashed disdain, as if gazing upon refuse. Today marks your end, you wretched scoundrels steeped in wickedness shall face the judgment of justice and pay for your transgressions. With that, Yang Yu surged forward, leading the charge like an arrow released from a bow, unleashing the formidable and awe-inspiring gale punch. Unfazed Zhang Hu swung his heavy blade to meet him, the wind howling as the blade cleaved through the air. As if to rend it asunder, bang, the fist collided violently with the blade, producing a deep, resounding thud reminiscent of an earthquake, causing the surrounding dust to rise. Yang Yu felt an overwhelming force surge against him, akin to a tidal wave, yet he stood resolute, his jaw clenched, embodying unwavering determination, and launched another relentless flurry of strikes. Li Yunfei and the other warriors joined the fray, and the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, echoing through the heavens as if the very earth were about to be overturned. Although the bandits outnumbered them, Yang Yu and Li Yunfei's remarkable prowess and impeccable teamwork allowed them to cut through the enemy ranks with ease. Gradually gaining the upper hand, realizing the tide was turning against him, Zhang Hu unleashed his full strength, employing the formidable and fearsome lion blade technique. The blade flickered with light, powerful, and awe-inspiring, evoking the image of a lion charging forth. Yang Yu deftly dodged, akin to a nimble swallow, and seized the moment to deliver a thunderous punch to Zhang Hu's abdomen. With a cry of agony, Zhang Hu spat blood, stumbling backward as if swept away by a tempest. Brothers, attack together, he cried, desperation and defiance lacing his voice, attempting to salvage the situation. The bandits surged forward, the battle escalating in intensity, swords clashing and blood flying, resembling a hellish battleground. Yang Yu and Li Yunfei coordinated seamlessly, a perfect duo navigating through the chaos, as though they were twin stars, leaving a trail of fallen foes in their wake. With a powerful punch, Yang Yu sent one bandit hurtling several meters away. crashing into a cluster of trees with a cacophony of splintering wood. Li Yunfei's swordplay was equally devastating, its flashes like meteors streaking across the night sky, inflicting injuries upon the bandits, their cries of despair ringing out incessantly. After a grueling and perilous struggle, Yang Yu and his companions finally succeeded in repelling the bandits, achieving a hard-won victory. Yang Yu's attributes: Host, Yang Yu age, 15 realm, mid-level muscle transformation, strength, 9000 gene. Speed, 80 ms, talent, ordinary genius technique, profound level technique, complete, martial skill, gale punch, transcended. Chapter 13, Family Planning. After repelling the bandits, Yang family village finally welcomed a brief yet invaluable period of tranquility. Without a trace of complaint, Yang Yu and Li Yunfei tirelessly assisted the villagers, pouring their energy into restoring the chaos wrought by the marauders, rebuilding the once warm and inviting home, united in purpose. They worked diligently to mend the homes that had been ravaged, gradually restoring them to their former glory. The once sturdy walls now stood precariously, with roof tiles scattered about, but with their efforts, the houses began to regain their previous semblance. They also toiled to recultivate and meticulously restore the trampled farmland, which had fallen into disarray. The once fertile soil lay pockmarked and overgrown with weeds. But through their diligent labor, it began to flourish anew. Yang Yu's father, Yang Jun, observed the bustling figures, drenched in sweat and fervor, and was filled with profound emotion. He earnestly said to Yang Yu, "Yuan, we owe you a great debt of gratitude for returning in the nick of time. Turning the tide in this dire moment, had it not been for you, our already vulnerable village would surely have faced utter devastation, plunging into an abyss from which there would be no return." Yang Yu smiled in response, his warm and reassuring smile akin to the sun in spring, dispelling all shadows. "Father, safeguarding our village and protecting our family is a sacred duty that I am inherently obligated to fulfill. As long as our family can live together in peace and harmony, no matter the cost, I am more than willing, without any regrets." His mother, Wang Ning, wiped away her tears of emotion, her voice trembling with deep concern and affection. "My son, you venture into the world alone, braving the elements and enduring countless trials. I understand the hardships you face. My only wish is for you to take care of yourself, to avoid any form of suffering." Gently, Yang Yu clasped his mother's hands, worn from years of toil, his gaze filled with unwavering tenderness. "Mother, fret not, I have matured and am no longer the child in need of your constant protection. I now possess the strength and courage to confront life's adversities, and I will take good care of myself, sparing you and father from worry." His sister, Yang Xiao, gazed at him with pride, her bright eyes shimmering with admiration. As if Yang Yu were the hero of her dreams. "A brother, you are becoming increasingly formidable, powerful, and impressive. I believe you will accomplish something extraordinary that will elevate our Yang family village, bringing honor to our lineage." Yang Yu affectionately tousled his sister's hair, a confident smile gracing his face. "Sister, just wait and see. I will exert every effort and strive diligently not to disappoint you and our family's expectations. I will ensure our family lives a life of happiness, free from worries, and bask in the admiration of others." Throughout the bustling process of rebuilding their home, Yang Yu remained steadfast in his dedication to his cultivation, recognizing its vital importance for his future. Each morning, as the first gentle rays of sunlight graced the serene hillside behind the village, Yang Yu would appear punctually, as if bound by an agreement with the sun. He would sit quietly, eyes closed in meditation, fully engrossed in absorbing the pure and abundant spiritual energy from the world around him, allowing his cultivation to flourish and evolve. One day, as Yang Yu immersed himself in this wondrous state of training, his grandfather, Yang Di, approached with measured steps, exuding strength and calmness. "Yuan, your strength has grown remarkably, advancing swiftly like bamboo shoots after a rain. This is indeed a cause for great joy and celebration. However, you must not become complacent or arrogant. Remember, there are many talented individuals in this world, and there is always someone stronger." Yang Di's expression was grave, his eyes filled with deep expectations and earnest admonitions for his grandson. Yang Yu promptly rose to his feet, displaying utmost respect and a pious demeanor as he replied, "Grandfather, your teachings shall be forever etched in my heart. I would not dare to forget or become complacent for even a moment. I assure you, I shall not allow any minor achievements to engender arrogance or lead me to stagnation and a lack of ambition." Yang Di nodded in satisfaction, a look of contentment spreading across his face. "Our Yang family village has always been relatively weak, akin to a frail boat adrift amidst turbulent winds and monstrous waves. In these chaotic times, ever at risk of capsizing, although we have fortuitously driven away that band of ruthless brigands this time, we cannot guarantee that more formidable and ferocious troubles will not follow in their wake. Do you possess any far-sighted and meticulously considered thoughts or plans regarding the future development and prospects of our village?" Yang Yu pondered for a moment, his gaze revealing unwavering determination and fearless courage as he said, "Grandfather, after careful contemplation, I wish to establish a martial arts school in the village imparting the skills I have acquired without reservation to the younger generation, enabling them to possess sufficient self-defense capabilities. In this way, should danger arise again, we shall not find ourselves in a state of panic, defenseless and powerless as we were this time." Yang Da's eyes brightened, and an extreme smile of gratification illuminated his face, as if it could dispel all shadows of gloom and sorrow. "This indeed is an exquisitely brilliant and practical idea, which will significantly enhance the overall strength of our village, allowing us to secure a foothold amidst this chaotic era, while also ensuring the legacy and flourishing of our Yang family's martial arts for generations to come. However, this endeavor is not an undertaking to be taken lightly. It will require considerable manpower, resources, and effort." Without hesitation, Yang Yu spoke with unwavering resolve. "Grandfather, rest assured, no matter how arduous the path ahead may be, fraught with thorns, I shall exhaust every means to overcome the challenges. And I will never give up or retreat in the face of difficulty." Meanwhile, Li Yunfei was fervently and deeply engaging with other young villagers. "We cannot always rely on Yang Yu to shield us from storms. Take the lead, and risk life and limb for us. We must strive to enhance our own capabilities, diligently work towards self-improvement, and become strong in our own right. Only then can we truly seize our destinies and govern our futures," Li Yunfei passionately declared, his eyes ablaze with unwavering determination and fighting spirit, akin to an eternal flame. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with recognition and steadfastness, unhesitatingly endorsing Li Yunfei's viewpoint. Yang Yu meticulously shared his vision for the martial arts school, garnering unanimous support and enthusiasm from all. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as they eagerly anticipated the endeavor. Subsequently, Yang Yu and Li Yunfei commenced their meticulous preparations for the martial arts school with fervor and organization. They toiled tirelessly, traversing every corner of the vicinity, enduring hardships, and braving the elements in their quest. They sought out suitable venues and diligently gathered rare and invaluable martial arts manuals. Throughout this arduous journey filled with trials and challenges, Yang Yu's enhancement system played a pivotal role. Each time he dedicated himself to the village's development, pouring forth his utmost efforts, the system generously rewarded him, allowing his abilities to ascend like a blossoming sesame seed. Yang Yu's attribute panel: Host, Yang Yu. Age, 15. Realm, late stage of muscle transformation. Strength, 10,000 gene. Speed, 90 ms. Talent, ordinary genius. Technique, profound level technique. Peak, martial skill, Windbreaker Fist. Peak, after a period of intense and meticulous preparation, the day of the martial arts school's grand opening finally arrived. On this auspicious day, the entire Yang family village was enveloped in a vibrant and joyous atmosphere. Yang Yu stood before the martial arts school, gazing at the villagers filled with excitement and anticipation, his heart brimming with hope and dreams, as if he could envision a bright future for the village. He understood that this was merely a new beginning, fraught with challenges and opportunities. A longer, more arduous, and uncertain road lay ahead, yet he was fully prepared to face it all with courage and resolve. Chapter 14: Uninvited Guests. Under the tireless and relentless efforts of Yang Yu and Li Yunfei, the martial arts school gradually found its footing and began to flourish. The village's spirited youth arrived punctually at the school each day, driven by passion and unwavering belief, diligently honing their skills. Drenched in sweat. On this particular day, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze blowing, Yang Yu was fully engaged in instructing the young practitioners in their fist techniques, meticulously attending to each movement. Suddenly, a raucous commotion erupted outside, shattering the tranquility and serenity of the martial arts school. "What is happening?" Yang Yu furrowed his brow in concern, as if the peaks of mountains were mirrored in his expression. Filled with perplexity, he exchanged a glance with Li Yunfei, and together they hastened outside to investigate. Before them stood a group of unfamiliar individuals clad in black attire, their expressions grave, resembling a dark cloud looming over the village. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, whose hawk-like gaze radiated an unsettling arrogance. "Who are you? What brings you to Yang Family Village?" Yang Yu inhaled deeply, steadying himself as he stepped forward and asked loudly, his voice laced with vigilance and caution. The middle-aged man snorted derisively, his voice chilling as the winter wind, sending shivers down one's spine. "I am Lin Batian of the Lin family from Lulin Town. I heard that you have established a martial arts school in Yang Family Village, so I came to take a look and see what it is all about." Yang Yu's heart sank. The Lin family of Lulin Town was a formidable force that instilled fear in many, renowned for their power and influence in the region. It is an honor to have you here. Senior Lin, may I inquire what brings you to our humble establishment? Yang Yu suppressed his unease, striving to maintain a courteous demeanor. Lin Badian cast a dismissive glance at Yang Yu, his face contorted with disdain as he said, I find your martial arts school to be utterly unremarkable, lacking any distinguishing features. It would be better for you to close it down, lest you mislead the youth and waste their time and energy. Yang Yu's countenance darkened instantly, akin to an overcast sky. Senior Lin, this martial arts school is established to equip the village's youth with the ability to protect themselves and seek a glimmer of hope in these tumultuous times. I kindly ask you to refrain from creating difficulties for us. Lin Badian erupted into laughter, the sound echoing mockingly through the empty village, filled with scorn and derision. You country bumpkins, who have never seen the world and lack any substantial background or resources, dare to aspire to achievements in martial arts. Such delusions are laughable. As he spoke, one of his followers stepped forward arrogantly. Let me show you what true martial arts is, and enlighten you on the realm of true experts. This follower possessed a mid-level mastery of physical training, making him a force to be reckoned with. He unleashed a fiery fist technique, the air around him ablaze as if engulfed in an uncontrollable inferno. Yang Yu, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, focused intently and countered with his signature technique, the Windbreaker Fist, boldly confronting the assailant. The clash of their fists resonated with a thunderous sound. Akin to a thunderbolt striking, Yang Yu felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, compelling his body to retreat several steps, leaving deep imprints in the ground beneath him. Humph, is that all you've got? You dare to display your skills before me? The follower sneered, his expression brimming with arrogance and derision. Yang Yu's gaze sharpened, his resolve unwavering, as he gritted his teeth and charged forward once more. Moving with the swiftness of lightning, his spirit soaring, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists colliding in a flurry of strikes, the intensity of the battle escalating. The follower's fiery fist technique was formidable. Each punch radiated an intense heat, as if igniting the air around them, transforming the surroundings into a sea of flames. Yang Yu, however, utilized his agility and steadfast will to evade and counter, meticulously searching for openings in his opponent's offense. At last, seizing the opportune moment amidst the fierce combat, Yang Yu unleashed a lightning-fast punch to the follower's chest. The follower gasped, his face draining of color, collapsing to the ground like a kite with severed strings. Stirring up a cloud of dust, Lin Badian's expression shifted abruptly, darkening as if it could drip with malice. You possess some skill, but today, there is no room for negotiation. The martial arts school of Young Family Village must be shut down. Yang Yu stood tall, akin to a proud pine tree, resolutely declaring, Senior Lin, should you insist on forcing us into a corner, do not blame me for being ungracious. I will fight you to the bitter end. Lin Badian, a master of early-stage bone refining, exuded an aura of immense power. His initial strike surged forth with a ferocity akin to a tempest, as he unleashed the dominating Heaven Fist technique. The force of his punches overwhelming, like a mountain pressing down, inducing a suffocating pressure. Yang Yu was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense pressure, as if an invisible mountain were bearing down upon him. Yet, he exhibited no sign of retreat or fear, his gaze unwavering and resolute as iron. With all his might, he channeled his internal energy, pushing his potential to its limits, executing the most powerful form of the breaking wind fist to confront the astonishing attack. Boom! Their fists collided once more, this time with a force even more formidable, shaking the very earth. The surrounding buildings trembled slightly, emitting creaking sounds, while the ground fissured with alarming cracks, resembling a spider's web spreading outward. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Yang Yu's mouth, glistening ominously in the sunlight, yet he stood steadfastly, unwavering as a defiant war god. Just then, Li Yunfei stepped forward, speaking loudly, Senior Lin. As an esteemed elder, how can you bully the weak and take advantage of your strength? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by your peers in the martial world, leaving behind a notorious reputation? Lin Badian hesitated for a moment, his gaze falling upon Yang Yu's stubborn and indomitable spirit, stirring a flicker of doubt and hesitation within him. Today, I shall spare you, but do not think this matter will simply fade away, he declared, huffing coldly before turning to leave, his figure appearing somewhat desolate and resentful in the sunlight. Only then did Yang Yu breathe a sigh of relief, the tension in his body finally easing. He wiped away the blood from his lips, his eyes radiating determination and resilience. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu age, 15 realm, late stage of muscle transformation, strength, 11,000 gene. Speed, 100 meters per second, talent, ordinary genius cultivation technique, profound level technique, peak, martial skill, breaking wind fist, peak, chapter 15, racing against time. After Lin Badian reluctantly departed from Yangjia village, Yang Yu was acutely aware that the true troubles were far from over. He understood clearly that a formidable entity like the Lin family would not easily let them off the hook. To ensure their safety amidst the impending storm, he must urgently enhance the strength of the Martial Hall members. In the days that followed, Yang Yu imposed increasingly stringent demands upon himself, training with relentless diligence to the point of neglecting sleep and food. Simultaneously, he generously shared his insights and invaluable experiences with every student in the Martial Hall, teaching them with patience and care. His miraculous attribute point system, in response to his unwavering effort, continuously rewarded him with bountiful returns, causing his strength to surge like bamboo shoots in spring, advancing at an extraordinary pace. One day, under a clear sky, while Yang Yu was fully engrossed in instructing the students at the Martial Hall, a mysterious invitation suddenly appeared before him, as if descended from the heavens. This invitation was crafted from an exquisitely smooth and delicate jade tablet, intricately engraved with bizarre and enigmatic symbols that eluded comprehension. Exuding an air of inscrutable mystery, Yang Yu's heart was filled with confusion, a tangle of thoughts that left him bewildered. He cautiously opened the invitation, his gaze eagerly scanning the text, which was elegantly inscribed, "Young friend Yang Yu, having heard of your valiant deeds in Yangjia village, I am deeply impressed. I cordially invite you to meet at the Qingfeng Tower in Changlin County for a matter of great importance." A mysterious person. Yang Yu's brow furrowed deeply, as if two profound ravines had formed upon his forehead, grappling with the uncertainty of whether this mysterious invitation heralded fortune or disaster. Yet, he understood that in this treacherous and unpredictable martial world, opportunities and dangers often accompanied one another. After careful contemplation, his inner desire ultimately triumphed over fear, and he resolutely decided to embark on this journey to uncover the truth. After meticulously briefing his concerned family and Li Yunfei, he set forth without hesitation on the long road to Changlin County. After a relentless journey, Yang Yu finally arrived at the Qingfeng Tower. Upon entering, a nimble attendant graciously led him to a serene and elegant room. Within sat an elderly man clad in a black robe, which seemed to absorb light, obscuring his features. However, the powerful aura emanating from him was suffocating, akin to a towering mountain, rendering one breathless. "Are you Yang Yu?" The old man's voice was deep and resonant, echoing as if emanating from a distant valley. "Indeed, I am the junior. May I inquire as to why the esteemed elder seeks me?" Yang Yu respectfully asked. Maintaining a humble demeanor, though his vigilance remained unyielding, the old man smiled faintly, the expression somewhat indistinct in the dim light. "Do not rush. Sit down and have a cup of tea. We shall converse at our leisure." Yang Yu complied, yet his inner alertness remained taut as a bowstring, refusing to relent. The old man continued, "I have been observing you secretly for quite some time, from your every word and action. I discern that you are a remarkable talent worthy of cultivation. Now, there is a critical task at hand. Should you excel in its completion, a splendid reward awaits you." Yang Yu inquired, "What precisely is this task?" "I humbly ask for the elder's guidance," the old man replied with calm assurance. "Outside Changlin County, at Haifeng Ridge, there exists a band of ruthless and deranged brigands. They pillage and murder without mercy, leaving the local populace in dire straits, filled with grievances. I require you to lead a team to eradicate these brigands, restoring peace to the people." Yang Yu's heart jolted. He had heard of the brigands at Haifeng Ridge. It was said their leader was a formidable warrior at the mid-stage of bone forging, possessing unfathomable strength and ruthless tactics. "Esteemed elder, this bandit leader is exceptionally powerful, I fear." Yang Yu hesitated, a look of concern crossing his face. The old man decisively interrupted, "Fear not, for I would not send you unprepared. I shall provide you with capable allies and ample resources. Should you succeed in this endeavor, not only will you receive precious cultivation resources to further your martial journey, but you will also gain a rare opportunity to enter the Martial Academy in Changlin County for further training. That place is a hallowed sanctuary long coveted by countless martial artists." Yang Yu's heart stirred. The name of the Martial Academy shone in his mind like a dazzling beacon. It was the aspirational destination of all martial artists, and entering it would undoubtedly pave a shortcut to the pinnacle of martial prowess. "Very well, I am willing to give it a try," Yang Yu declared, his eyes resolute, determined to seize this rare opportunity. The old man nodded in satisfaction, extending a small, exquisite pouch to Yang Yu. "Inside, you will find crucial intelligence and rare treasures. They may prove invaluable at critical moments, potentially altering the course of events." Yang Yu solemnly accepted the pouch, expressing his gratitude before departing Qingfeng Tower. Upon returning to Yangjia village, he swiftly gathered Li Yunfei and several of the stronger students. Detailing the entire situation to them, eager to confront the brigands, they prepared to set out for Haifeng Ridge. Before their departure, Yang Yu's father, Yang Jun, clasped his hand tightly, concern and worry reflected in his gaze. urging Yu be cautious and prudent, do not act recklessly. His mother, Wang Ning, with tears glistening in her eyes, was filled with trepidation. Yang Yu assured them, "Father, mother, do not worry, I will return safely and will not let you down." With that, Yang Yu led the group forth, resolutely marching towards Heifeng Ridge. The ridge was steep and perilous, resembling a coiling dragon. The mountains were densely wooded, filled with thorns, creating a natural labyrinth. Yang Yu and his companions tread cautiously, not daring to let their guard down for an instant. Suddenly, a group of brigands burst forth like phantoms, blocking their path. Leading them was the notorious bandit leader, a burly man with a face marked by scars, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Ha, you dare to come to your own demise?" The leader laughed wildly, his voice echoing through the valley, sending chills down their spines. Yang Yu declared loudly, "Today marks your end. Justice shall triumph over evil." In an instant, a heart-stopping battle unfolded, a life-and-death struggle. Yang Yu unleashed the breaking wind fist, the force of his strikes roaring like thunder, engaging in a fierce fight against the brigands. The bandit leader wielded the frenzied blade technique, his blades flashing with a chilling light, each stroke imbued with tremendous power, cleaving towards Yang Yu with ferocity. Yang Yu, agile as a monkey, deftly evaded the leader's ferocious attacks. Simultaneously, Li Yunfei and the other students battled fiercely against the brigands, the conflict escalating in intensity. As the battle reached a fever pitch, both sides were engulfed in a bloodlust. Seizing an opportune moment, Yang Yu decisively opened the pouch, and a gleaming yellow-grade sword soared out. Grasping the sword, Yang Yu charged towards the leader with a final, desperate attack. Boom! The sword and blade clashed violently, producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the air. Nearby trees were severed by the fierce sword energy and the raging blade energy, as dust and debris flew. Ultimately, through his indomitable will and exceptional martial skills, Yang Yu struck true, piercing the leader's vital point. With a cry of agony, the leader collapsed, lifeless. Seeing their leader fall, the brigands' morale shattered, and they scattered like frightened birds, fleeing in all directions. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 15 years. Realm, peak of muscle transformation, strength, 13. 000. Gene speed, 120 meters per second. Talent, ordinary genius. Cultivation technique, profound level technique, perfected. Martial skill, wind-breaking fist, perfected. Chapter 16, Journey to the Martial Academy. After successfully eradicating the bandits of Black Wind Ridge, Yang Yu led his companions on the long journey home. Along the way, the group was deeply immersed in the endless joy and excitement brought by their victory, their laughter flowing like a babbling brook. Ceaseless and harmonious. However, Yang Yu appeared unusually calm, his gaze as profound as the vast expanse of the starry sky, distant and contemplative, as if he were meticulously sketching the long road ahead, filled with uncertainties and variables. In his mind, upon their arrival at Yang Family Village, the entire village erupted like a pot of boiling water, bubbling with enthusiasm. Villagers lined the streets to extend a warm welcome, their deafening cheers echoing like surging tides. A relentless force resonating in every nook and cranny of the village. "Yang Yu, you are truly the undeniable and incomparable hero of our village. Thanks to you, we can finally live without the daily dread and trepidation." Yang Yu's parents and sister, brimming with uncontainable excitement, rushed forward to greet him, their eyes sparkled with pride and satisfaction, shining like the brightest stars in the night sky, dazzling and captivating. Your safe return allows my heart, which has always hung in suspense, to finally rest easy. The voice of his mother, Wang Ning, trembled with emotion, her body quivering slightly as she tightly embraced Yang Yu, tears welling in her eyes like a torrent on the verge of overflowing. His father, Yang Jun, wore an expression of immense pride, his broad and powerful hand patting Yang Yu's shoulder with approval, his voice booming and resolute. "Well done, my son, you have brought great honor to our Yang family village. And I am immeasurably proud of you." Sister Yang Zhao's smile was radiant, akin to the most resplendent bloom of spring, her eyes filled with a blend of admiration and joy. "Brother, you are now the pride of our Yang family village. No matter where you go, everyone is eagerly discussing your heroic deeds." Gazing at the beaming faces of his family, overflowing with joy and pride, Yang Yu felt an indescribable warmth and contentment, as if a vigorous flow of warmth coursed through his body, continuously infusing him with boundless strength, granting him the courage and determination to overcome all challenges ahead. However, Yang Yu's heroic exploits did not merely stir waves of excitement within Yang Family Village. They spread like a gentle, warm spring breeze, swiftly reaching every corner of Lulin Town and Changlin Prefecture. The mayor of Lulin Town personally visited, his face alight with unreserved admiration and profound gratitude. "Yang Yu, your valorous actions have greatly enhanced the glory of our Lulin Town, significantly elevating our reputation and prestige." After careful deliberation, the town has decided to bestow a series of tangible rewards and benefits upon your Yang Family Village in recognition of your remarkable contributions. Yang Yu promptly cupped his hands in greeting, his demeanor humble and courteous as he replied, "Thank you, esteemed mayor, for your profound kindness and unwavering support. I merely fulfilled my duties, and it is my great honor to contribute to the town." Meanwhile, several powerful and renowned factions from Changlin Prefecture began to focus their attention on Yang Yu. One day, a messenger from a prominent family in Changlin Prefecture, adorned in exquisite and finely crafted attire, approached Yang family village with an elegant demeanor. "Young Master Yang, my family's master greatly admires your extraordinary talent and unparalleled courage, believing you to be a gem worthy of careful cultivation. We sincerely hope you will consider joining our family. We will surely provide you with vast opportunities for development and abundant resources." The messenger spoke with utmost respect, his words earnest and sincere. Yang Yu pondered for a moment, his gaze steady and composed, and without hesitation he responded, "I appreciate your family's kindness and favor, but at this moment I have no intention of joining another family. I aspire to rely on my own relentless efforts and hard work to contribute to my family's flourishing development." Seeing Yang Yu's resolute attitude, the messenger did not press further, gracefully leaving behind some precious gifts before departing with poise. Yang Yu understood that his refusal might inadvertently provoke some troublesome challenges and setbacks. However, he felt no regret or wavering, for he was determined to rely on his own strength to lead his family towards strength and prosperity. Step by step. At that moment, Yang Yu received the eagerly anticipated enrollment notification from the Changlin Prefecture Martial Arts Academy. This is an unprecedented and invaluable opportunity. You must seize it firmly and make the most of it. Within the academy, you must diligently cultivate and continuously enhance yourself, his grandfather, Yang De, urged with eager anticipation. Yang Yu solemnly nodded. "Grandfather, please rest assured that I understand that this opportunity is rare, akin to a precious treasure. I will not disappoint everyone's earnest expectations and will strive wholeheartedly." Moving forward courageously before setting off for the martial arts academy, Yang Yu resolved to first elevate the overall strength of his family. He generously shared the valuable cultivation resources and rare technique manuals acquired from Black Wind Ridge, distributing them fairly and methodically among the younger generation of his family, personally guiding them with care and patience in their training. Cousin Yang Sheng encountered a stubborn bottleneck in his cultivation, sweating profusely and growing anxious like an ant on a hot pan, unable to break through despite his efforts. Yang Yu patiently explained the key points and techniques to him. "Cousin, your method of exerting force in this punch is incorrect. It should be done like this." As Yang Yu demonstrated, his movements flowed seamlessly, a harmonious blend of strength and grace, executed flawlessly. Yang Sheng suddenly understood, as if doused with a refreshing splash of enlightenment, exclaiming, "I see now, you brother. Thank you for your thoughtful guidance. I have completely grasped it." Cousin Yang Ming, being impetuous by nature, always sought instant results during his training. Yearning to ascend to greatness in one leap, Yang Yu earnestly advised him, "Yang Ming, the path of cultivation cannot be rushed. It requires a steady and solid approach. Only with a strong foundation can one walk further and higher on the martial path." Under Yang Yu's meticulous guidance and patient assistance, the younger generation of the family experienced remarkable and evident improvements, their progress astonishing all. Finally, the day arrived for Yang Yu to journey to the Changlin Prefecture Martial Arts Academy. Family and villagers flocked to see him off, creating a scene both lively and deeply heartwarming. Be sure to take care of yourself at the academy and do not overexert yourself, his mother, Wang Ning, tightly grasped Yang Yu's hand, her countless reminders filled with reluctance and concern, tears brimming in her eyes, threatening to spill. "Rest assured, mother, I will take good care of myself. You need not worry," Yang Yu replied with a smile, his eyes radiating confidence and determination, as if unafraid of any challenges that lay ahead. With the hopes and blessings of those around him, Yang Yu stepped forward with unwavering resolve, embarking on a new journey filled with challenges and opportunities. Yang Yu's attribute panel: Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16 years. Realm, Peak of Muscle Transformation. Strength, 15,000 genes. Speed, 150 meters per second. Talent, Ordinary Genius. Cultivation Technique, Profound Level Technique, Great Perfection. Martial Skill, Wind-Breaking Fist, Great Perfection. Chapter 17. Entering the Academy, Yang Yu bid farewell to his family, who were filled with reluctance and tears in their eyes, as well as to the warm-hearted, sincere villagers. With unwavering resolve, he embarked on the long journey to the Changlin Prefecture Martial Arts Academy. Filled with the unknown and challenges, the academy stood grand and magnificent, awe-inspiring in its splendor. Towering buildings were arranged in an orderly fashion, every inch of land and every corner infused with a rich pure martial aura that stirred the blood. As Yang Yu stepped through the imposing, solemn gates of the academy, he instantly attracted numerous curious and inquisitive gazes. After all, his heroic and fearless deeds in vanquishing the bandits of Black Wind Ridge had spread like wildfire, becoming a hot topic of conversation within the academy. Look, that's Yang Yu. I've heard he is incredibly strong. I wonder if the rumors are true. Yang Yu paid no heed to the curious and skeptical whispers. His demeanor as calm as still water, unhurried as he made his way steadily toward the registration area for new students. The teacher responsible for the check-in scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, then remarked, "You must be Yang Yu. Your dormitory is arranged in East District 305. Please take a moment to settle your belongings. This afternoon, there will be a rigorous examination specifically for new students." After expressing his gratitude politely, Yang Yu strode confidently towards the dormitory. Upon arrival, he discovered that two of his roommates were already waiting inside. One was a tall and robust figure, muscles as solid as steel, named Zhao Gang, exuding an aura of exuberance. The other was relatively slender, appearing refined and scholarly, named Sun Ming. "You are Yang Yu. I've heard much about you," Zhao Gang said with a hearty laugh, his smile radiating warmth and friendliness. As if it could melt one's heart instantly, Yang Yu responded with a smile. "Let us look out for one another in the academy, striving together to reach the pinnacle of martial arts." In the afternoon, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the new student examination grandly commenced. When Yang Yu arrived at the testing ground, he found it teeming with vibrant and expectant newcomers. The first test was a strength assessment. Yang Yu approached calmly, inhaling deeply as if to draw on the strength of the universe, then unleashed a tremendous punch onto the measuring stone with thunderous force. The stone clearly displayed an astonishing figure of 16,000 pounds, prompting a chorus of gasps and exclamations from the onlookers. Such strength was truly astounding, as if it could overturn mountains. Indeed, Yang Yu lived up to his reputation, leaving everyone in awe. Next was the speed test. Yang Yu dashed down the track like a tempest, his form swift as lightning, ultimately achieving a remarkable time of 180 meters per second, which left the crowd speechless, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. During the martial arts demonstration segment, Yang Yu executed the Gale Fist, the wind howling with each strike, powerful and vigorous, as if tearing through the void, prompting the supervising instructor to nod repeatedly, his eyes filled with admiration, as if he had discovered an uncut gem. After the tests concluded, Yang Yu's overall performance ranked among the best, shining like a brilliant star, drawing significant attention. However, such remarkable achievements also stirred jealousy and discontent among some. One newcomer named Wang Chang, who considered himself a prodigy, was particularly displeased with Yang Yu's exceptional display, his heart burning with envy. "Humph, it's merely luck," Wang Chang remarked sarcastically, his gaze filled with disdain and malice. As if he could shoot poison arrows with his eyes, Yang Yu cast a calm glance in his direction, his eyes as tranquil as water, dismissing Wang Chang's malicious words, choosing to ignore him as if a gentle breeze passed by without disturbing a single cloud. A few days later, the academy organized a field training exercise in the perilous back mountains for the newcomers. Yang Yu formed a close-knit team with Zhao Gang and Sun Ming in the back mountains. They encountered a formidable and fearsome beast known as the ironclad bear. With its tough hide and massive strength, it resembled a creature clad in impenetrable armor, exuding a terrifying power that instilled dread. "Everyone, be cautious," Yang Yu shouted, his voice brimming with urgency and tension, as if ringing the alarm for battle. Coincidentally, Wang Chang's group was nearby, and rather than offering assistance, they stood by mockingly, their ugly expressions eliciting disgust. "Let us see how they handle this, ha!" With unwavering determination, Yang Yu charged towards the ironclad bear without hesitation, embodying the fierce spirit of an unyielding warrior. He unleashed the Gale Fist, each punch striking the bear with formidable force. Yet it merely staggered back a few steps. Enraged, the ironclad bear opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp, glistening teeth, and lunged at Yang Yu with ferocity. Yang Yu deftly sidestepped, akin to a willow in the wind, while Zhao Gang seized the opportunity to launch a vigorous attack aimed at the bear's vital points. Meanwhile, Sun Ming from a distance skillfully used his bow to distract the bear, providing his teammates with exceptional openings. Each arrow finding its mark, the trio worked in perfect harmony, as if they were connected by an unspoken bond. However, the ironclad bear was not to be underestimated, retaliating with fierce blows that sent trees crashing, creating utter chaos as if a calamity had struck. "We can't continue like this," Yang Yu thought, his mind racing to devise a strategy. Suddenly an ingenious idea struck him. He exchanged determined glances with Zhao Gang and Sun Ming. Understanding the plan, Zhao Gang boldly drew the bear's attention, acting as bait. Yang Yu then circled behind the bear, waiting for the perfect moment to strike its Achilles heel with all his might and resolve. With a painful roar, the ironclad bear collapsed, raising a cloud of dust as if the ground itself trembled. Just as they sighed in relief, Wang Chang brazenly rushed over, attempting to seize the precious inner core of the bear. His greedy demeanor repugnant. "This is our trophy," Yang Yu exclaimed, fury igniting in his eyes, as if ready to incinerate Wang Chang. "Come and take it if you dare," Wang Chang retorted arrogantly, exuding an air of entitlement and defiance. Tension escalated, the atmosphere thick with animosity, as if ready to ignite into a fierce confrontation. Yang Yu's attributes: host, Yang Yu, age, 16, realm, peak of muscle transformation, strength 18,000 pounds, speed 200 meters per second, talent, ordinary genius, technique, profound level technique, great perfection, martial art, Gale Fist, great perfection. Chapter 18. Confrontation. Yang Yu blared at Wang Chang, his eyes shimmering with a resolute brilliance akin to cold stars, radiating an unwavering determination as solid as rock. "Wang Chang, we endured countless hardships to defeat this ironclad bear, you shan't arrogantly seize it," Yang Yu declared, his voice laced with a fiery anger that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. Wang Chang, however, remained unfazed, smirking disdainfully. "You think this insignificant inner core is worthy of my attention? I, Wang Chang, have never failed to acquire what I desire." The Zhao Gang could no longer contain his fury, stepping forward with a fierce glare. "Wang Chang, do not overstep, one must adhere to a basic sense of decency and righteousness." Sun Ming echoed angrily, "We are all classmates, we should support one another and progress together. How can you behave so tyrannically, disregarding our camaraderie?" The followers behind Wang Chang chimed in. "Humph, do you dare oppose Brother Wang? Are you eager to be expelled from the academy? Hand over the inner core immediately, lest you bring upon yourselves unnecessary suffering." Taking a deep breath, Yang Yu endeavored to quell the surging tempest of rage within him. Striving to maintain composure, he understood that acting impulsively would only exacerbate the situation, making it increasingly difficult to resolve. "Wang Chang, should you insist on this unreasonable theft, do not expect us to remain courteous or tolerant." Yang Yu's tone was as frigid as frost, chilling the air around him. Wang Chang erupted in laughter, his voice brimming with arrogance and hubris. "I've already reached the initial stage of muscle transformation. My flame technique is far from trivial. You insignificant characters are nothing but ants before me." With that, an overwhelming aura radiated from Wang Chang, igniting the air around him, the heat almost unbearable, as if one stood before a blazing furnace. Undeterred, Yang Yu stood tall, his posture as upright as a pine tree, proclaiming, "Then let us see. I, Yang Yu, am no feeble fruit to be crushed at will." Yang Yu swiftly channeled his inner strength, and in an instant, a torrent of energy surged through his veins, preparing him for Wang Chang's impending assault. Wang Chang launched a relentless barrage of attacks, executing a fiery palm strike from his flame technique, the scorching flames nearly suffocating as they surged towards Yang Yu. Intent on reducing him to ashes, Yang Yu sidestepped with lightning agility and unleashed the Gale Fist, the wind howling like thunder, colliding fiercely with Wang Chang as palmed out a formidable force, powerful enough to evoke a profound sense of shock. Erupted instantaneously, the surrounding flora and fauna, subjected to this cataclysmic surge of energy, were incinerated in an instant, reduced to a charred and ashen wasteland. Wang Chang was taken aback, utterly astonished that Yang Yu could so effortlessly withstand his formidable and seemingly unstoppable attack. "It appeared that I have underestimated you," Wang Chang roared, his eyes wide with disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. His movements became increasingly ferocious and relentless, each strike imbued with a lethal determination, as if he were intent on engaging Yang Yu in a battle to the death. Yang Yu, however, remained composed and unflappable, his figure darting like a wraith, elusive and unpredictable, deftly evading Wang Chang's tempestuous assaults. With unwavering focus, he meticulously sought out Wang Chang's vulnerabilities, biding his time for the perfect moment to deliver a decisive blow. Zhao Gang and Sun Ming, observing from the sidelines, were drenched in sweat, their foreheads glistening as beads of perspiration cascaded down. Their fists were clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, desperate to assist yet rendered powerless. Silently praying for Yang Yu's safety and victory over Wang Chang, seizing the opportune moment, Yang Yu's gaze sharpened with intensity as he detected a nearly imperceptible flaw in Wang Chang's defense. With a sudden, explosive punch akin to a cannonball, he struck Wang Chang's abdomen. Wang Chang emitted a muffled grunt, involuntarily staggering back several paces, his complexion paling to a ghostly hue, devoid of any color. "Wang Gu!" Wang Chang's followers cried out in alarm, their voices laden with concern and trepidation, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Enraged and humiliated, Wang Chang's features contorted into a visage of a grotesque demon. And he charged forward once more, like a frenzied beast devoid of reason. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists and palms colliding in a tumultuous display of power, the combat exceptionally intense and heart-stopping. Yang Yu's wind-breaking fist was powerful and vigorous, each strike imbued with immense force, as if capable of splitting the heavens. Wang Chang's blazing fire technique was searing and fierce, each maneuver seemingly capable of incinerating everything in its path. Annihilating the world itself. Boom! Another exceedingly violent clash reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them, and both Yang Yu and Wang Chang were forced to retreat several steps, the earth beneath them cracking under the strain of their immense power. At this moment, Yang Yu appeared somewhat disheveled, his garments singed and tattered, yet his gaze remained resolute and unwavering, devoid of any fear or retreat, instead igniting a fervent fighting spirit within him. Conversely, Wang Chang was panting heavily. Drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water, his entire being soaked through, clearly exhausted from the fierce battle, his stamina waning. Just then, the Academy's instructor arrived as if descending from the heavens. "Cease at once," the instructor bellowed, his voice resonating with authority and an indomitable power, akin to a thunderclap echoing in the ears of those present. With reluctance, Yang Yu and Wang Chang halted their confrontation. Their hearts still ablaze with fury and resentment, yet they dared not defy the instructor's commanding presence. After thoroughly assessing the situation, the instructor's expression darkened ominously, as if it could drip with water. And he sternly reprimanded Wang Chang. "Fighting and seizing in the Academy is strictly prohibited. Wang Chang, you have violated the Academy's explicit regulations. I hereby sentence you to a month of solitary reflection to contemplate your transgressions." The instructor's tone brooked no argument, leaving no room for negotiation. Though Wang Chang's heart simmered with resentment and his eyes blazed with fury, he dared not oppose the instructor's decree, grudgingly accepting his punishment. His demeanor suggesting he wished to consume Yang Yu alive. Following this intense confrontation, Yang Yu's reputation within the Academy soared, becoming the center of attention. He came to a profound realization: in the arduous and challenging path of martial arts, possessing unparalleled strength is the true means of survival and foundation for existence. Henceforth, Yang Yu devoted himself to rigorous training, relentlessly pursuing improvement. As if possessed by an unquenchable thirst for mastery, his enhancement system continuously provided him with formidable support, propelling him forward in his martial journey with unyielding momentum. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host: Yang Yu. Age: 16 years. Realm: pinnacle of muscle transformation. Strength: 20,000 gene. Speed: 220 ms. Talent: ordinary genius. Cultivation method: mysterious grade. Technique: great perfection. Martial skill: wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 19. Unexpected discovery. Following the heart-stopping and intensely fierce conflict with Wang Chang, Yang Yu's life within the Martial Arts Academy gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility. Each day, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in rigorous training, tirelessly absorbing the rich nutrients of martial arts, his strength steadily augmenting through this unwavering dedication, akin to a sesame seed sprouting ever higher. On this particular day, the Academy organized a momentous event of profound significance, allowing students to select martial arts techniques from the scripture pavilion. Yang Yu, along with many eager and fervent classmates, stepped into the mysterious, ancient, and solemn scripture pavilion with a blend of reverence and curiosity. Inside the pavilion, the shelves stood like a battalion of iron soldiers, orderly and dignified, hosting a plethora of martial arts manuals that dazzled the eyes and overwhelmed the senses. Yang Yu was entirely focused, his gaze sharp and intent as he navigated the shelves meticulously, leaving no corner overlooked in his earnest quest for a suitable technique, his concentration akin to that of a treasure hunter seeking the world's most precious gem. Suddenly, in a secluded and dimly lit corner, he stumbled upon an ancient tome, thickly coated in dust, as if forgotten by time itself. With utmost care, he delicately brushed away the layers of dust that had accumulated over the years, revealing the cover adorned with the powerful and graceful characters of star technique, which seemed to embody an unfathomable strength that inspired reverence. Fueled by an insatiable curiosity akin to a blazing flame, he opened the ancient book, only to be met with disappointment as he discovered that most of its contents were missing, leaving only a scant few pages behind. Yet, the cryptic and profound content inscribed on those few remaining pages exerted a magnetic pull on Yang Yu's heart, as if a brilliant flash of insight illuminated his mind. This seemed to be an extraordinarily profound and enigmatic technique. Yang Yu pondered inwardly, his eyes sparkling with a blend of excitement and anticipation, the brilliance illuminating his path through the darkness, just as he prepared to devote his full attention to the invaluable remnants of the ancient text. A jarring and discordant voice broke through his concentration. "Oh, is that not Yang Yu? You found such a tattered and incomplete book." The speaker was a classmate named Lin Yu, who harbored a narrow-minded jealousy towards Yang Yu's remarkable accomplishments. Yang Yu merely cast a tranquil glance in his direction, his gaze calm and unperturbed, disregarding Lin Yu's malicious mockery, and refocused on the mysterious and precious remnants before him, as if the world had shrunk to just him and those pages of hope. Seeing that Yang Yu paid him no mind, Lin Yu's ire flared, burning hotter and more uncontrollable, nearly consuming his reason. I see this as nothing more than a worthless piece of trash. Yet you treat it like a treasure, Yang Yu replied coolly. Whether it's useful or not is not for you to whimsically declare, Lin Yu, thoroughly enraged by Yang Yu's calm and resolute demeanor. Exploded with fury, Yang Yu, do not be so arrogant and dismissive. If you have the ability, let us see who the true strong one is. Yang Yu set aside the precious remnants of the ancient tome. His gaze unwavering and resolute. Very well, I shall accompany you to the end, ensuring you are thoroughly convinced. The two moved to an open area outside the scripture pavilion, where curious classmates gathered, forming a lively and bustling circle around them. Lin Yu launched the first attack, unleashing a rapid and thunderous assault using his technique known as the gale leg method, his legs striking towards Yang Yu with the swiftness of a tempest. Accompanied by the chilling sound of wind, yet, Yang Yu, like a phantom, effortlessly evaded Lin Yu's aggressive onslaught with fluid grace and composure, his movements as seamless as flowing water, seeing his attacks easily thwarted. Lin Yu grew increasingly frantic, intensifying his leg strikes with ferocity and malice, each kick resonating with a thunderous roar, as if tearing through the very air itself. Yang Yu, however, remained unflustered, calm and collected, executing his wind-breaking fist with remarkable power. The collision of his force against Lin Yu's fierce attacks producing a series of shocking impacts that sent visible ripples through the surrounding air, as if the tranquil surface of a lake were suddenly stirred into a tempestuous torrent. Lin Yu could only feel an overwhelming force as powerful as a tsunami emanating from Yang Yu's fist. His legs trembled slightly, growing numb, and he nearly lost all sensation, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. However, unwilling to concede defeat or bow in submission, he gritted his teeth and launched another desperate attack, striving to turn the tide and alter the course of the battle. Yang Yu's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, and as swift as lightning. He seized upon Lin Yu's flaw without hesitation, delivering a decisive blow to his chest. Lin Yu let out a muffled groan, his body involuntarily staggering back several steps. His complexion instantly paling to that of a ghost, devoid of color. Is this all you've got? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Yang Yu mocked, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt, enraged and humiliated. Lin Yu erupted in fury, his face contorting into a ghastly mask, and he charged forward again, like a frenzied beast driven mad. Yang Yu, showing no mercy, unleashed his full strength, executing a series of relentless punches that struck with the force of an avalanche, leaving Lin Yu utterly defenseless and reduced to a pitiful state. Ultimately, exhausted and gasping for breath, Lin Yu collapsed to the ground like a fish out of water, unable to rise again. Victory to Yang Yu. The surrounding classmates erupted in cheers, their voices rising and falling in a continuous wave of excitement and admiration. Yang Yu picked up the ancient, tattered pages from the ground and turned to leave. His silhouette resolute and confident, standing tall and imposing. Yang Yu's attribute panel, host, Yang Yu, age, 16, realm, pinnacle of muscle transformation, strength, 22,000 gene, speed, 250 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation method, profound level technique, great perfection, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 20. The secrets of the star technique. Clutching the enigmatic ancient pages that seem to harbor endless mysteries, Yang Yu hurried back to his residence like the wind, anxious and impatient. He began to scrutinize them meticulously. The text on the pages was obscure and profound, resembling an ancient, cryptic code that left him bewildered. The illustrations were intricate and convoluted, akin to a vast and bewildering labyrinth, disorienting his senses. Yang Yu focused intently, his brows furrowed tightly, appearing as if entangled in an insolvable knot. What profound secrets lie hidden within this star technique? He murmured to himself, his voice laced with deep perplexity and an intense desire for exploration, resembling a traveler desperately seeking an exit in the darkness. He tirelessly pondered the arcane content of the pages, which was as unfathomable as the stars in the cosmos. Unbeknownst to him, the night enveloped the world in a heavy, silent shroud. When his roommates Zhao Gang and Sun Ming returned, they found Yang Yu still deep in thought over the pages. Zhao Gang, unable to contain his concern, urged Yang Yu, don't overexert yourself. Your health is vital for cultivation, you should rest. Yang Yu resolutely shook his head, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the pages, as if they contained something soul-stirring. This star technique is extraordinary. I can sense the astounding power contained within it. I must decipher its mysteries. I shall not relent until I do. Sun Ming, intrigued, leaned closer to examine them, his brow furrowing with worry. This seems fraught with difficulty and peril. you must exercise caution. Do not let your obsession lead you astray into an irretrievable abyss. Yang Yu smiled, his demeanor relaxed, attempting to reassure them. Do not worry. I am as clear-headed as a mirror and will exercise prudence to avoid danger. In the days that followed, Yang Yu devoted nearly all his time and energy to studying the star technique. He was so engrossed that he forgot to eat or sleep, completely absorbed, as if he were under a spell, severed from the outside world. At last, after countless persistent attempts and exhaustive contemplation, he began to grasp some semblance of understanding. So this star technique requires a unique and distinctive meridian pathway to guide the inner force. A wave of elation surged within Yang Yu, as if, after enduring a long darkness, he finally glimpsed a faint yet hopeful light. Eagerly, he commenced practicing according to his newfound insights, his heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation, as if about to embark on an unknown, challenging journey. However, as he began to cultivate, Yang Yu encountered unexpected and unforeseen troubles. As his inner force traversed the meridians, it faced numerous insurmountable obstacles, each step forward proving exceedingly arduous, as though a formidable and indomitable force was relentlessly striving to thwart him. Clenching his teeth, Yang Yu's forehead bulged with veins, resembling undulating earthworms, as he forcibly propelled his inner force, inch by inch. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, blooming like a crimson flower, his complexion turning as pale as a specter, devoid of all color. Yet his gaze remained steadfast and resolute, unyielding as an unshakable mountain. I cannot give up, absolutely not. Even if the path is strewn with thorns, I shall forge ahead. Yang Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes ignited with an indomitable flame of determination, bravely attempting once more. At that moment, elderly, a mentor at the academy, happened to pass by and heard the unusual commotion emanating from Yang Yu's room. He knocked and entered, only to find Yang Yu in a pitiful, weakened state. Yang Yu, your cultivation approach is excessively reckless, akin to walking on the edge of a cliff. It could easily injure your meridians and lead to irreparable, regrettable consequences. Yang Yu, enduring his extreme discomfort, struggled to rise and respectfully bowed. Elderly, I believe this star technique possesses immense potential and power, but I have yet to fully grasp its key essence. Elderly examined the ancient pages closely, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, as if he had encountered a rare treasure. This star technique is an ancient method passed down through the ages, long since lost to the world. Your acquisition of these pages is an immense stroke of fortune, a rare opportunity. However, cultivation must be approached methodically. Haste makes waste. Yang Yu humbly nodded, like an obedient student. Thank you, Elderly, for your guidance. I will heed your teachings. Under Elderly's patient instruction, Yang Yu adjusted his cultivation method, although progress remained slow as a snail's pace, akin to water dripping through stone. He at least avoided further injury and prevented more severe repercussions. Meanwhile, his rival in the academy, Wang Chang, learned of his cultivation of the star technique and immediately hatched a nefarious scheme. Wang Chang approached his friend Lu Feng. Speaking in hushed tones, conspiratorially, Lu Feng, I've heard that Yang Yu has obtained a mysterious technique and is diligently cultivating it. We cannot allow him to thrive and enhance his strength, otherwise, we will remain forever in the shadows. Lu Feng, filled with doubt, inquired, what do you intend to do? We can't just directly rob him, can we? Wang Cheng smirked malevolently, his eyes glinting with malice, resembling a serpent poised to strike. We'll wait for the perfect opportunity to sabotage his cultivation, rendering all his efforts in vain. On a quiet night a few days later, as silence enveloped the surroundings, Yang Yu was deeply engrossed in his cultivation of the star technique when he suddenly heard a cacophony of raucous noise from outside. Disturbing his concentration, alert and on guard, he opened the door to find Wang Chang and Lu Feng accompanied by a group of people, their intentions clearly hostile. Yang Yu, today is your unlucky day, Wang Chang declared triumphantly, a malicious grin spreading across his face, sending chills down one's spine. Yang Yu's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a sword. Wang Chang, what trickery are you up to now? Without further ado, Wang Chang gestured for his companions to attack, eager and impatient. A fierce, tumultuous brawl erupted, sweeping in like a violent storm. Wang Chang and Lu Feng, both possessing the initial stage of muscle transformation, unleashed their signature martial skills mercilessly upon Yang Yu. Like two ferocious beasts, unfazed, Yang Yu stood firm, his resolve unyielding as a rock, bravely countering with the wind-breaking fist, showing no intention of retreating. With resounding thuds, their fists collided, echoing like thunderclaps in the air. Deafening and relentless, Wang Chang's fiery palm was immensely powerful, each strike radiating unbearable heat, as if capable of incinerating everything in its path. Lu Feng's icy leg, on the other hand, was piercingly cold. Emitting a chilling aura that complemented Wang Chang's attacks seamlessly, under the relentless assault of both, Yang Yu gradually found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, fraught with peril, yet he persevered with an indomitable spirit and unwavering determination. Showcasing his exquisite and unparalleled martial prowess, steadfastly resisting any thoughts of surrender, much like a vessel navigating resolutely through tempestuous seas. Yang Yu, today your defeat is inevitable, Wang Chang proclaimed loudly, his voice brimming with confidence and pride. As if victory were already secured, Yang Yu scoffed, the outcome is yet to be determined, do not rejoice too soon, beware of the perils of hubris. At that moment an epiphany struck Yang Yu, prompting him to cleverly exploit the complex and uneven terrain of the courtyard to deftly evade their attacks. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack like a leopard lying in wait, boom, Yang Yu unleashed a powerful punch that struck Lu Feng's shoulder, causing him to cry out in agony as he lost his balance and fell to the ground in disarray. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chang was taken aback, panic setting in as his attack faltered and revealed a fatal weakness. Yang Yu seized this rare opportunity, delivering a swift kick to Wang Chang's abdomen, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string. As others saw both Wang Chang and Lu Feng fall, a fear gripped their hearts, and they scattered in terror, akin to startled birds. Yang Yu gazed down at the fallen Wang Chang and Lu Feng, coldly declaring, do not provoke me again, should you do so, I shall show you no mercy. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, peak of muscle forging, strength, 25,000 gene. Speed, 280 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation technique, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, entry level, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 21, the grand competition of the academy. After successfully repelling Wang Chang and his associates, Yang Yu remained undistracted, wholly devoted to diligently practicing the star technique, although the path of cultivation was fraught with thorns and challenges, akin to scaling a steep and perilous mountain that pierced the heavens. Each step required immense effort, yet, bolstered by his unwavering resolve and the miraculous assistance of the enhancement system, he gradually made some hard-earned and valuable progress in this enigmatic and profound technique. Throughout this protracted period, his roommates Zhao Gang and Sun Ming exhibited no signs of languor or relaxation. They too were striving earnestly to enhance their own prowess. They frequently exchanged insights and experiences regarding their cultivation journeys, engaging in candid discussions, encouraging one another, and advancing together on the path of martial arts. Yang Yu, I feel as though I have recently achieved a breakthrough in my martial skills, as if I have shattered an invisible and immensely sturdy shackle, Zhao Gang exclaimed excitedly, his expression brimming with uncontainable joy and heartfelt pride. Yang Yu responded with a warm smile, radiant as the sunlight of spring, sincere and moving. That is truly wonderful. Maintain this positive and ambitious spirit. I believe you will ascend to even greater heights and achieve remarkable accomplishments. Sun Ming, unable to contain his curiosity, interjected eagerly. Yang Yu, how goes your mysterious star technique? Have you made any new progress or unexpected gains? Yang Yu furrowed his brow, his expression slightly grave, as if contemplating a particularly intricate issue. There are still numerous difficulties akin to navigating through a dense fog, struggling to find a clear direction. However, I firmly believe that as long as I persist and remain steadfast, I shall eventually reap rewards and witness the dawn of hope. At that moment, the Academy announced an exhilarating piece of news. An unprecedented and grand competition was set to take place, promising to be a spectacular event that would test the abilities of the students comprehensively and rigorously, while also offering invaluable rewards and supreme honors. Upon hearing this thrilling news, Yang Yu resolved with determination. His gaze as unwavering as a blazing torch, ignited by an unquenchable flame, vowing to stand out and shine brilliantly in this grand competition, achieving remarkable results that would draw everyone's attention. To prepare himself in the best possible condition for the competition, Yang Yu embarked on an even more rigorous and relentless regimen of training. Each morning, before the first rays of sunlight fully illuminated the earth and the world remained enveloped in a haze of drowsiness, he would be the first to stride with resolute and powerful steps to the training grounds, commencing a day of arduous and exceptional practice. At night, under the twinkling stars and the high-hanging moon casting its cool glow, he would be the last to depart, weary yet fulfilled. One day, while cultivating, Yang Yu suddenly sensed a peculiar and indescribable shift in his internal energy. He felt a surge of joy, instantly realizing this might be the long-awaited opportunity for a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he seated himself and focused intently, guiding his internal energy through his meridians with meticulous care. At that moment, his internal energy surged like an unstoppable torrent, crashing through formidable obstacles with overwhelming force. Sweat poured from his forehead like glistening pearls, his complexion alternating between the vivid red of a ripe apple and the pallor of winter snow, devoid of color. I must break through, no matter the cost. Yang Yu cried out internally, his voice echoing through his very soul, shaking the heavens and earth, just as he felt he could no longer endure and was on the verge of exhaustion. The enhancement system intervened like a divine force, playing a crucial role in reversing his fortunes. A mysterious and powerful energy surged into him, revitalizing his spirit and aiding him in successfully overcoming what appeared to be an insurmountable barrier. Yang Yu slowly opened his eyes, a dazzling brilliance flashing within them, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, resplendent and radiant. I have finally broken through to the initial stage of bone forging. He reveled in the overwhelming and astonishing power coursing through him, feeling an unparalleled and ineffable joy, as if he were floating on clouds, immersed in a dreamlike state. His strength and speed had undergone a qualitative leap. Ascending to an unprecedented new height, akin to a rebirth, radiating newfound vitality. Yang Yu's breakthrough captured the keen attention of the Academy's instructors. Elderly came personally to assess the situation, his face imbued with concern and anticipation. His gaze filled with admiration and satisfaction. Yang Yu, well done. To achieve a breakthrough at this pivotal moment bodes well for your prospects in the upcoming Academy competition, Elderly praised, his eyes shining with encouragement and affirmation. As if beholding the rise of a new star in the realm of martial arts, Yang Yu respectfully replied, "Thank you, Elderly, for your concern and encouragement. I shall exert my utmost effort and not disappoint your earnest expectations." Meanwhile, upon learning of Yang Yu's breakthrough to the initial stage of bone forging, Wang Chang was engulfed by jealousy and anxiety, as if shrouded in a dark cloud. Damn it, how could he break through so swiftly? It is simply unbelievable. Wang Chang gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with resentment and indignation. Lu Feng cautiously interjected, "Do not worry, we still have opportunities. We must find a way to deal with him during the competition and ensure he does not succeed easily." Wang Chang nodded, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. "This time I will make him pay, so he knows my strength. I will not let him off easily." As the grand competition of the Academy approached, the entire institution buzzed with a palpable tension and eager anticipation, akin to an impending storm, evoking both excitement and trepidation. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16. Realm, initial stage of bone forging, strength, 50. 000 Gene, speed, 300 ms, talent, ordinary genius, cultivation technique, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, minor achievement, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 22, The storm begins. The day of the grand competition finally arrived. Much anticipated by all, transforming the Martial Arts Academy into a vibrant scene of excitement, akin to boiling water bubbling over as the students flexed their muscles, eager to demonstrate their prowess, their eyes aflame with fierce determination. Ready to ignite the arena, Yang Yu arrived at the competition venue early, his demeanor calm and composed, resembling a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, as if everything were under his control, his gaze as resolute as iron. Akin to two sharp beams of light, radiating an unyielding resolve. The competition commenced with a thrilling and intense elimination round. Yang Yu found himself placed in a group with formidable opponents, yet he felt no trepidation. Instead, his fighting spirit blazed fiercely, exuding an aura of undeniable confidence. His first opponent was a fellow student also at the initial stage of bone forging, named Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua possessed a towering and formidable physique. His muscles developed and robust, resembling a majestic mountain that loomed over all, instilling a profound sense of oppression. He practiced an exceedingly vigorous and immensely powerful martial art known as the diamond technique. As the two stood side by side on the arena, they appeared as two towering peaks poised for confrontation. With a commanding shout from the referee, the grand contest commenced with great momentum. Zhang Hua was the first to unleash a tempestuous assault akin to a raging storm. He bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, deafening in its intensity, as he executed the diamond technique. The wind from his fists howled, imbued with an indomitable force, an unstoppable momentum that threatened to obliterate everything in its path, as it surged towards Yang Yu like a thunderbolt, seemingly intent on crushing him in an instant. However, Yang Yu evaded with an agility reminiscent of a wraith, his movements light and fluid, effortlessly sidestepping Zhang Hua's overwhelming onslaught. Enraged by his failure to land a blow, Zhang Hua's fury ignited further, and he launched into an even more frenzied barrage, his strikes relentless and fierce, as if one were caught in the eye of a storm, where a moment's inattention could lead to being consumed by the violent force. Yet, Yang Yu remained composed, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, meticulously observing the slightest openings in Zhang Hua's techniques, leaving no opportunity unseized. Suddenly, he executed the wind-splitting fist with a swiftness that rivaled lightning. Striking Zhang Hua's arm with precision, Zhang Hua winced, a groan of pain escaping his lips, filled with both agony and indignation, causing his offensive to falter. Seizing the moment, Yang Yu pressed the attack, delivering a relentless flurry of punches akin to a torrential downpour. Each strike slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh, forcing Zhang Hua into a retreat, utterly beleaguered and defenseless. With a resounding thud, Yang Yu landed a powerful blow to Zhang Hua's chest. The sound reverberating with force, causing Zhang Hua to tremble violently, blood spilling from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground like a wounded beast. Stirring up a cloud of dust, Yang Yu emerged victorious. The referee's announcement echoed throughout the arena, booming like thunder. Yang Yu effortlessly claimed victory in the first match, showcasing extraordinary prowess that left all in awe. In subsequent matches, he continued to advance with remarkable skill and calm composure, cutting through his opponents with the ease of a hot knife through butter. During this arduous journey, Yang Yu encountered formidable adversaries, one of whom was Lin Feng, sharing the same foundational realm as Yang Yu. Lin Feng practiced the elusive and unpredictable shadow step, his movements as fleeting as a specter, making him a challenge to pin down. As the match commenced, Lin Feng utilized his shadow step to dart around the arena, launching unexpected assaults that caught Yang Yu off guard. Initially, Yang Yu found himself on the defensive, momentarily flustered by Lin Feng's uncanny agility. However, he quickly regained his composure, meticulously observing Lin Feng's movements, not allowing even the slightest shift in aura to escape his keen perception. Finally, he discerned a fleeting breath of energy as Lin Feng executed his technique. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yang Yu unleashed the star technique, a torrent of immense power surging forth from within him, forming an invisible yet formidable force akin to an unyielding shield. As Lin Feng approached, he was instantly repelled by this overwhelming energy, akin to a small vessel struck by a colossal wave, utterly defenseless. Yang Yu took full advantage, delivering a decisive punch that struck with the weight of a mountain, swiftly defeating Lin Feng without granting him a chance to recover. As the competition intensified, Yang Yu began to attract the keen attention of the academy's higher-ups, as well as the genuine admiration of his peers. Meanwhile, Wang Chang watched from the sidelines, his envy boiling over, nearly consuming his reason, as restless emotions spread like wild grass. This kid is too strong. I must devise a plan to defeat him in the upcoming matches, to obliterate his pride and leave him utterly humiliated. Wang Chang seethed, clenching his jaw in a sinister manner, plotting deviously in his mind. Conversely, Yang Yu's roommates Zhao Gang and Sun Ming cheered him on with fervent enthusiasm, their voices trembling with excitement as though they wished to impart all their strength to him. Yang Yu, you are amazing. You are the best, unmatched, keep going. Yang Yu, you will surely win the championship. We believe in you, we will always support you. Yang Yu's attributes were as follows. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16. Realm, initial bone tempering, strength, 55. 000. Gene, speed, 320 ms, talent, ordinary genius technique, mysterious grade technique, great perfection, star technique, minor accomplishment, martial skill, wind-splitting fist, great perfection. Chapter 23, Clash of Titans. Yang Yu surged through the academy competition like a force of nature, advancing with an unstoppable momentum to the highly anticipated semifinals. His opponent in this critical match was none other than Wang Chang, who harbored deep-seated jealousy and animosity towards him, eyeing him like a ravenous wolf. Before the match even began, Wang Chang glared at Yang Yu with a predatory ferocity, his eyes filled with malevolence, plotting in his mind, Yang Yu, this time I will ensure your absolute defeat, leaving you utterly crushed under my might, making you aware of Wang Chang's true strength, compelling you to bow before me henceforth. In stark contrast, Yang Yu remained as calm as still water, unperturbed by the animosity directed his way, his gaze unwavering and imbued with unshakable confidence, thinking to himself, Wang Chang, unleash your fury. I, Yang Yu, shall not cower before a petty and deceitful adversary like you. Both competitors strode onto the stage with heads held high, their steps resonating with conviction, igniting the audience into a frenzy akin to a powder keg set ablaze, their excitement palpable as they eagerly anticipated this breathtaking showdown. With the referee's command, the match commenced. Wang Chang launched a torrential assault, showcasing his signature and most prized technique. The blazing palmy flames erupted from his palms, searing hot and seemingly capable of incinerating everything in their path, charging towards Yang Yu with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger, intent on reducing him to ashes without leaving a trace. Yang Yu, unflustered, moved with the grace of a phantom, evading Wang Chang's aggressive strikes with the ease of a butterfly in flight. Upon realizing his attack had missed, Wang Chang's fury erupted like a volcano, his anger boiling over as he intensified his onslaught, the flames from his palms scorching the air, contorting it with their heat, as if the very fabric of space were at risk of melting away. Today marks your demise, Yang Yu, Wang Chang roared, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the arena to its core. Yang Yu, with a dismissive laugh filled with scorn, retorted, "Is this all you can muster, Wang Chang? How dare you speak so brazenly before me?" With that, he unleashed the wind-splitting fist, its power surging like a tempest, colliding violently with Wang Chang's blazing palm. The impact reverberated with a deafening crack, sending shockwaves that rippled through the arena, leaving visible fissures in the ground, as if the earth itself quaked in torment. Wang Chang staggered back, stunned by Yang Yu's overwhelming strength, disbelief coursing through him as he thought, how has Yang Yu's power increased so dramatically? This is unfathomable. Yet, unwilling to concede, he gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with rage, launching another desperate attack in a bid to turn the tide. Wang Chang's blazing palm intensified further, the flames burning brighter and hotter, threatening to engulf the world in an endless inferno, reducing everything to cinders. Yang Yu felt the immense pressure bearing down upon him. He took a deep breath, channeling the enigmatic and profound energies of the star technique, his internal power shimmering like stars, illuminating the arena. "Behold my stellar power," Yang Yu bellowed, his voice resonating through the heavens, as a mysterious and boundless force erupted from his fist, meeting Wang Chang's blazing palm in another fierce clash. The collision was more explosive than before, enveloping the arena in a blinding light, rendering it nearly impossible to behold, as the sheer force made it difficult for the spectators to breathe, as if the air itself had been siphoned away, leaving them on the brink of suffocation. Wang Chang gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging prominently, resembling serpentine earthworms as he desperately resisted Yang Yu's overwhelming assault, a force akin to a mountain crashing down. However, he gradually began to feel his strength waning. His arms trembled incessantly, akin to leaves fluttering in the wind, his steps unsteady as if treading upon cotton. Seizing the opportune moment, Yang Yu's gaze flashed like lightning, sharp and unyielding, and he suddenly unleashed his power with a force reminiscent of thunder, delivering a colossal punch that struck Wang Chang's chest. Wang Chang let out a heart-wrenching scream, his voice piercing and tragic, as his body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust reminiscent of a sandstorm. "Yang Yu wins," the referee announced loudly, his voice clear and resonant, akin to a great bell tolling, echoing throughout the arena and reverberating in everyone's ears. The audience erupted in fervent applause and cheers, akin to a mountain calling and a sea roaring, deafeningly loud, as if it could lift the very roof off. As Zhao Gang exclaimed excitedly, "Yang Yu, you are incredible, you are our hero, unmatched by anyone." Sun Ming also chimed in passionately, "Yang Yu, you are our pride. No one can compare to you." Yang Yu gazed at Wang Chang, who lay on the ground in a pitiful state, and slowly remarked, "Wang Chang, the path of martial arts relies on one's own strength and relentless effort, not on jealousy and deceitful schemes. I hope you can grasp this truth and reflect upon yourself, abandoning your misguided obsessions." Wang Chang's face turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of color, resembling a lifeless corpse. His eyes filled with unwillingness and regret, yet helpless, lying on the ground like a lost dog, struggling to survive. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16 years. Realm, early bone forging. Strength, 60,000. Gene speed, 350 ms. Talent, ordinary genius. Cultivation technique, mysterious grade technique, great perfection. Star technique, middle completion. Martial skill, windbreaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 24. The eve of the finals. Having defeated Wang Chang and triumphantly advanced through numerous challenges, Yang Yu found himself at the final of the academy competition. However, at this moment, he felt not a shred of ease or comfort, for he was acutely aware that the opponent in the finals would be even more formidable, possessing unfathomable strength akin to a deep abyss. Upon returning to his residence, Yang Yu sat quietly on his bed, resembling a statue lost in deep contemplation, motionless as he reflected on the thrilling and perilous battles he had faced along the way. This final match could not afford the slightest carelessness, not even a fraction. He thought to himself, his expression as grave as a sky shrouded in dark clouds, as if contemplating matters of life and death. Determining the course of his destiny, his roommate Zhao Gang approached with steady strides, gently patting his shoulder, speaking earnestly and with palpable concern. "Yang Yu, do not impose too much pressure on yourself, you have already performed exceptionally well, surpassing all expectations, truly remarkable." Yang Yu smiled faintly, his expression imbued with unwavering determination and indomitable spirit. "I understand, but I do not wish to be merely satisfied with my current achievements. My goals extend far beyond this, and my pursuit is boundless." Sun Ming, brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation, joined in, his gaze filled with unwavering trust and steadfast support. "Yang Yu, regardless of the outcome, victory or defeat, we will unwaveringly stand by you." You will forever remain irreplaceable in our hearts. Yang Yu looked at them gratefully, his eyes radiating warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring. Thank you all, having you by my side. Offering encouragement and support fills me with immense fortune and tranquility, as if I possess the most solid backing. At this moment, a tumult of thoughts surged within Yang Yu, crashing like waves in a tempestuous sea. He thought of his family back in Yangjia village, of his father Yang Jun's eager and expectant gaze, a gaze that seemed to penetrate through endless time and space, directly bestowing upon him boundless courage and strength to forge ahead fearlessly. Of his mother Wang Ning's tender and meticulous care, akin to the warm sun of spring, enveloping his heart in a gentle embrace, filling him with love and courage, and of his sister Yang Zhao's encouraging and heartfelt words, akin to the brilliant stars in the night sky, illuminating his path and guiding his direction forward. I must bring glory to my family, making them proud and letting our lineage shine through me. He clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening with the intensity of his resolve, highlighting his steadfast determination. Just then, Yang Yu sensed an unusual surge within his internal energy, an ineffable shift. His heart stirred, as if glimpsing a faint glimmer of dawn in the endless darkness. And without hesitation, he closed his eyes, focusing intently, cautiously guiding his internal energy through his meridians with utmost care. As the internal energy flowed and gradually circulated, Yang Yu entered an enigmatic state, elusive and profound. He felt the surrounding spiritual energy being drawn towards him like a mysterious calling, flowing continuously and seamlessly into his being, nourishing his meridians and dantian, rendering them increasingly resilient and powerful. This was the perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. A once-in-a-lifetime chance, joy surged within Yang Yu, akin to discovering the rarest and most precious treasure, his excitement bubbling over. He exerted all his strength to operate the mysterious and powerful star technique. His internal energy surging through his meridians like a roaring river, unstoppable, crashing through seemingly impenetrable barriers. I must succeed, I must succeed. Yang Yu gritted his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust, beads of sweat forming on his forehead like pearls on a dewy morning leaf. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within him, reverberating as his internal energy broke through its final obstacles, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, reborn anew, successfully advancing to mid-bone forging. Yang Yu slowly opened his eyes. A radiant brilliance flashing within them, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, dazzling and brilliant. This time, I am more confident than ever. He murmured to himself, his tone filled with unwavering expectation and resolute determination. Meanwhile, on the other side of the academy, Yang Yu's opponent in the finals, a talented student named Lin Yu, was also making final preparations with great urgency for the impending match. Lin Yu, a distinguished descendant of the Lin family from Chanlin County, was exceptionally gifted, a rare prodigy born once in a century, practicing the family's top-tier technique, the Azure Cloud technique, whose power was astonishing and fearsome. Yang Yu, though you are strong, the championship will undoubtedly be mine. Lin Yu muttered to himself, his eyes filled with unwavering determination and an air of superiority. Within the academy, discussions surrounding the finals grew increasingly fervent, akin to boiling water, bubbling and incessant. Who do you think will win the championship this time? Yang Yu or Lin Yu? I believe Lin Yu stands a better chance. After all, he is the genius of the Lin family, with deep family roots and abundant resources, a clear advantage, but Yang Yu should not be underestimated. His performance has been astonishing, breaking through the ranks like a dark horse, emerging into the limelight. At this moment, Yang Yu had adjusted his state, calm and unperturbed, like a tranquil lake, preparing to greet the forthcoming finals. Ready to embrace the unknown challenges and the ultimate glory. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16 years. Realm, mid-bone forging. Strength, 70,000 genes. Speed, 400 ms. Talent, ordinary genius. Cultivation technique, mysterious grade technique, great perfection. Star technique, middle completion. Martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 25. The championship battle. The day of the Academy competition finals finally arrived, grand and momentous, amid the eager anticipation of the crowd. The entire academy was enveloped in an atmosphere of intense excitement and tension, as if the very air trembled with a palpable sense of impending action. Yang Yu and Lin Yu stood side by side on the enormous solemn arena, their gazes locking, igniting sparks as they met, instantly setting off the blaze of battle, smoke swirling around them. In the audience, Yang Yu's family and friends had come tirelessly, their hearts filled with joy as they cheered him on. His father, Yang Jun, clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging like serpentine earthworms, his eyes brimming with expectation and anxiety, as if his gaze could pierce through all obstacles to reach Yang Yu's heart. Give it your all, you must win. bring glory to our family. His mother, Wang Ning, her hands clasped in prayer, was as devoted as a pilgrim, silently invoking blessings, her heart filled with profound affection and endless concern for her son. His sister, Yang Xiao, blushing with excitement, shouted loudly, "Brother, you are the best, unmatched by anyone, you will definitely win." Yang Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm his heart, which raced like a startled deer, his gaze burning like a flame. Scrutinized Lin Yu, who stood opposite him, tall and poised like a majestic pine, exuding an air of confidence and pride, as if victory was already within his grasp, the championship a foregone conclusion. Lin Yu was the first to speak. His tone brimming with an imperious arrogance. "Yang Yu, having fought your way to this point, you do possess a modicum of skill, but the championship is mine for the taking today, do not even think of seizing it from my grasp. Such a thing is utterly impossible." Yang Yu smiled faintly, his expression exuding calmness and composure. "Then let us see whose true abilities prevail. Victory cannot be claimed through mere words, with a resounding and authoritative command." The referee declared, "The match begins." In an instant, Lin Yu launched a thunderous and lightning-fast assault, employing the Qing Yun technique. His figure flickered like a phantom, elusive and ethereal, rendering him difficult to grasp, akin to viewing flowers through mist. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful strike with both palms, the force of his blows as fierce as ascending into the azure sky, overwhelming and unstoppable. Yang Yu, wary and alert, concentrated entirely, resolutely countering with the breaking wind fist. The collision of their blows produced a resounding and reverberating sound, the immense force creating ripples in the surrounding air, as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. What incredible power! Yang Yu was taken aback, akin to a stone dropped into a placid lake, yet his gaze held no trace of retreat. Instead, it ignited a fiercer and more fervent fighting spirit, compelling him to press forward with renewed vigor, his fists growing ever more robust, as unstoppable as a roaring tempest. Lin Yu, unwilling to concede, danced with agility, his movements as graceful as willow fluff in the wind, evading Yang Yu's attacks with ease, rendering them futile, as if striking at cotton. "Humph, Yang Yu, is this the extent of your meager skills? Pathetic," Lin Yu jeered, his face alight with disdain, as if gazing upon an inconsequential ant. Unperturbed, Yang Yu remained as tranquil as still waters, his demeanor as calm as a mirror. He adeptly navigated Lin Yu's frenzied onslaught while keenly observing every slight movement, leaving no detail unnoticed, in search of a fleeting opening. Suddenly, Yang Yu detected an almost imperceptible pause in Lin Yu's footwork. Seizing this rare opportunity, he launched himself forward without hesitation, channeling all his strength into the star technique, his inner energy gleaming like the most brilliant stars, radiating vibrantly, akin to the brightest constellations converging upon his fist. "Take this punch," Yang Yu bellowed, his voice resonating like a dragon's roar, deafening and resolute, as his fist hurtled toward Lin Yu with the force of a cannonball. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically, panic flooding his features as he hastily raised his arms to defend himself. With a thunderous crash that echoed through the heavens, Lin Yu was forced back several steps, his arms trembling as if numbed. "How is this possible? This cannot be." Lin Yu stared at Yang Yu in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and confusion, as though witnessing the most unfathomable spectacle. Yang Yu pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Lin Yu, as relentless as a torrential storm, denying him even a moment's respite. Intent on achieving total victory, steadying himself, Lin Yu summoned the ultimate technique of the Qing Yun technique. Qing Yun obscures the sun. A formidable torrent of energy surged around him, forming an indestructible shield radiant and blindingly bright. Yang Yu's fist struck the shield, producing a clanging sound, sparks flying, reminiscent of a blacksmith's forge, yet the shield remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. "Yang Yu, you cannot breach my defenses, surrender now and cease your futile struggles," Lin Yu proclaimed triumphantly, his face alight with arrogance. Yang Yu's gaze was resolute, unwavering as granite. "Not so fast. I shall not yield easily. Until the final moment, the outcome remains uncertain." He summoned his inner strength once more, maximizing the power of the star technique, as if stars were exploding within him, radiating brilliance. At this critical juncture, the augmentation system activated, enhancing his power exponentially, akin to a tiger granted wings. The light emanating from Yang Yu's fist became dazzling, breaking through Lin Yu's shield with unstoppable force. Lin Yu's countenance paled, realizing there was no time to evade. He could only watch helplessly as Yang Yu's fist approached like a shooting star. With a resounding impact, Yang Yu's punch struck Lin Yu's chest, sending him reeling, his body convulsing violently, blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain. Collapsing to the ground in a cloud of dust, the arena fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as if time had come to a standstill. Then, a cacophony of jubilant cheers erupted. "Yang Yu wins! Yang Yu is the champion!" Standing tall on the arena, Yang Yu radiated joy and pride, akin to a towering tree. Looking down upon all Yang Yu's attribute panel read, Host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, mid-stage bone forging, strength 80,000 gene, speed 450 ms, talent, ordinary genius techniques, profound level technique, great perfection. Star technique, major accomplishment, martial skill, breaking wind fist, great perfection. Chapter 26, the first of the great competition. The news of Yang Yu's victory in the academy competition spread like a bird with wings. Swiftly traversing every inch and corner of Changlin County. He instantly became the dazzling focal point, with streets filled with animated discussions about this young martial arts prodigy, as if his name had become the most talked about topic. Known to all, Yangjia village buzzed with excitement due to Yang Yu, the atmosphere akin to a grand and unprecedented festival. Of villagers flocked to Yang Yu's home to extend their congratulations, their faces glowing with uncontainable joy and heartfelt pride. As if they themselves had attained great honor. Yang Jun, your son Yang Yu has truly brought great glory to our village. This is an unprecedented honor for us. An elderly man, spirited despite his age, beamed, his smile radiating warmth and admiration, akin to the gentle sun of spring. Yang Jun's face brimmed with pride, as if possessing the most precious and incomparable treasure, his eyes sparkling with pride. This child has always been clever and gifted. I have unwavering faith that his future achievements will far surpass our expectations, reaching heights unattainable by ordinary people. His mother, Wang Ning, busily attended to the ceaseless stream of guests, her face beaming with happiness. Dazzling like a blooming flower in spring, Yang Xiao, his sister, assisted their mother, her movements swift and organized, feeling immense pride for her brother, as if his accomplishments were her own supreme honor. Yu has always worked diligently, never shirking from practice, persisting through all seasons, and this is the reward for his hard work. Upon returning home, Yang Yu was enveloped by the festive and harmonious atmosphere, warmth flooding his heart as if surrounded by a blazing fire. "You're come quickly, everyone is eagerly waiting for you," Wang Ning called out warmly, her voice filled with joy and affection, like a gently flowing stream. Yang Yu approached, humbly expressing his gratitude to each person, his words sincere and heartfelt. Like a spring breeze, endearing him to all. At that moment, his uncle Yang Yi, with heartfelt sincerity, advised, "Yang Yu, with your remarkable achievements in martial arts, do not forget the family. The family's fortunes rest upon the shoulders of energetic and hopeful youth such as you." Yang Yu nodded solemnly, his expression resolute. "Uncle, I fully understand. I will exert every effort for the family's development, dedicated and unwavering, not to disappoint the expectations everyone has for me." Cousin Yang Sheng grinned, full of anticipation. You must guide me more in the future so I too can be impressive and outstanding like you." Yang Yu replied with a warm smile, "Cousin, let us strive together, advancing side by side to create a prosperous future for our family." Amidst the jubilant celebrations, Yang Yu remained level-headed, not allowing the triumph to cloud his judgment. He understood that this was merely a trivial beginning. The road ahead was long and fraught with challenges and thorns. That night, in the stillness of the quiet world, Yang Yu ascended to the hillside behind the village. He gazed up at the starry sky. The brilliant starlight embedded like gems against the dark canvas, deep and mysterious, as he fell into profound contemplation. Though I have achieved some trivial and inconsequential accomplishments, they are far from sufficient in this vast, boundless, and enigmatic realm of martial arts, akin to a single grain of sand in the ocean or a mere drop in an immense sea. I must become stronger, strong enough to be invincible and unstoppable, so that I can protect my beloved family and lead my clan towards a resplendent and glorious pinnacle. Yang Yu silently vowed, his determination is steadfast as steel and as unyielding as a rock, brimming with resolve and courage. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him as silently as a ghost. "Yang Yu," a familiar voice softly called out, resonating distinctly in the stillness of the night. Yang Yu turned to see that it was Elderly, his mentor from the academy. "Elderly, what brings you here?" Yang Yu inquired in astonishment, his face a canvas of surprise and confusion, much like a monk perplexed by a riddle. Elderly smiled and replied, "Yang Yu, your outstanding performance fills me with genuine delight and satisfaction. Yet, you must understand that beyond the mountains, there are greater mountains, and beyond the heavens, there are higher heavens. This world is vast and expansive, teeming with formidable opponents and skilled practitioners, given your talent and potential. You should not confine yourself to these modest achievements." Yang Yu respectfully responded, "Elderly, I appreciate your heartfelt intentions. I kindly ask for your guidance to illuminate my path forward and dispel my confusion." Elderly gazed at Yang Yu, his eyes as profound as the ocean and as distant as the sky, and slowly said, "Outside Changlin County lies a mysterious and legendary ruin, said to harbor unparalleled techniques and invaluable treasures. However, it is also fraught with unknown dangers and numerous formidable obstacles. Do you dare to venture forth and embrace this unknown mystery?" A resolute light flickered in Yang Yu's eyes, unwavering and steadfast. As he replied without hesitation, "Elderly, I am willing to go even if the path ahead leads through mountains of knives and seas of flames. I shall not retreat but will forge ahead courageously." Elderly nodded approvingly and said, "Very well, but you must prepare thoroughly and leave no room for oversight. Never underestimate the dangers that lie ahead." Upon returning home, Yang Yu began to make meticulous preparations for his journey to the ruins. He carefully organized the rewards he had obtained from the academy competition, selecting only the most useful weapons and precious elixirs. His mother, Wang Ning, expressed her concern, her brow furrowed with worry. You must be cautious on this journey. Take good care of yourself and do not make me anxious." Yang Yu comforted her. "Mother, do not worry, I have grown and am no longer a child. I will be fine not on the day of departure." The sun shone brightly, and the weather was pleasant. Family and villagers gathered to see Yang Yu off, their words of concern and blessings filling the air like a warm spring breeze, soothing Yang Yu's heart. With the hopes of many resting upon him, Yang Yu stepped forward with resolute and powerful strides, embarking on a new journey filled with uncertainty and challenges, pursuing a higher realm of martial arts and a greater mission. Yang Yu's attribute panel: Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16. Realm, mid-level. Bone refinement, strength, 90,000. Genes, speed, 500 ms, talent, ordinary. Genius cultivation technique, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, great accomplishment, martial skill, Gale Fist, great perfection. Chapter 27. The powerful beast. Having bid farewell to his family and fellow villagers, Yang Yu resolutely set forth alone on the long journey to the ruins. Along the way, he endured the elements, facing wind, rain, frost, and snow, yet within him burned an unwavering flame of anticipation and vigilance towards the unknown. After days of relentless travel, Yang Yu finally arrived at the legendary site shrouded in mystery. It was a desolate valley, devoid of human presence, enveloped in an eerie fog so thick that it obscured the path ahead. As if he were trapped in a dreamlike illusion, cautiously he ventured into the valley, each step deliberate, as the ground beneath emitted a putrid, decayed odor, whispering tales of time's relentless passage. He remained alert, keenly observing his surroundings while tightly gripping his sword, which seemed to shiver slightly, sensing its master's tension. "This place exudes an ominous aura. I must tread carefully and remain vigilant," Yang Yu thought to himself, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, carrying with it an overwhelming and terrifying presence from ahead. He halted, witnessing a colossal figure emerge from the fog, towering like a mountain, its weight oppressive enough to suffocate the very air around him. It was a monstrous beast, its body covered in scales as hard as steel, glinting coldly in the dim light, with eyes gleaming with a savage hunger, as if intent on devouring all in its path. Yang Yu's heart raced as he assessed the beast's formidable aura, recognizing it possessed at least the terrifying strength of an initial blood transformation. Such an overwhelmingly powerful beast, this ruin truly is extraordinary. Filled with unpredictable dangers and daunting challenges, he realized. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, striving for a tranquil state of mind. The beast opened its massive jaws, emitting a foul stench that turned Yang Yu's stomach. Charging at him with lightning speed, with a swift sidestep, Yang Yu evaded the attack, his movements as agile as a monkey, and unleashed the Gale Fist, the winds howling with a force capable of toppling mountains. The beast roared in pain, its cry echoing like a shattering soul, as it lashed out with its tail, a thick whip capable of shattering boulders. Yang Yu leaped, light as a swallow, evading the deadly strike. "Beast, witness how I handle you today," he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, launching another barrage of relentless attacks. He infused his internal energy into his sword, which blazed with a dazzling brilliance, executing a series of unparalleled and exquisite sword techniques. Each strike delivered unmatched power, leaving ghastly wounds upon the beast, blood splattering like blooming flowers. The beast retaliated fiercely, unleashing a torrent of black flames, searing hot enough to reduce everything to ashes, raising the temperature to unbearable levels. As if standing within a raging furnace, feeling the scorching waves crashing towards him, Yang Yu deftly evaded, his form flickering like a wisp of smoke, evading capture. "This creature is formidable, I must give it my all," he resolved, his gaze resolute as he decided to summon the mysterious and powerful energy of the star technique. Channeling the star technique, his internal energy radiated like brilliant stars, illuminating the surroundings with an intensity that was blinding. Enhancing his strength tremendously, with renewed vigor, Yang Yu charged at the beast once more, sword and fist colliding in a dazzling display akin to two bolts of lightning piercing the night sky, engaging in a fierce and perilous life and death struggle. Boom! Yang Yu's fist struck the beast's head with a resounding crash, echoing like thunder, as the beast let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground in a cloud of dust, exhausted and breathless. Yang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, finally dealt with it. He continued deeper into the ruins, each step fraught with uncertainty and challenge. Within the ruins, Yang Yu encountered a myriad of intricate and treacherous traps, each concealing deadly dangers, yet, through his ingenuity and caution, he adeptly navigated through them, turning peril into safety. At last, he arrived before a hidden chamber. Gently pushing open the heavy, rusted door, he found an ancient and mysterious treasure chest radiating an enigmatic aura. Could this be the treasure elderly spoke of? Yang Yu wondered, excitement flickering in his eyes like stars in the night sky. As he approached the chest, poised to open it, he suddenly sensed a bone-chilling danger surging from behind. Yang Yu spun around, confronting a shadow that appeared like a ghost at the doorway. "Who goes there?" he demanded, his voice laced with vigilance and authority, piercing through the darkness. The shadow sneered, "Boy, this treasure is not for you to touch." Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16 years. Realm, mid-stage. Bone forging, strength 100. 000. Gene, speed 550 ms. Talent, ordinary genius. Techniques, profound level technique, great perfection. Starry sky formula, great achievement. Martial arts, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 28, Life and Death Duel. Yang Yu vigilantly fixated on the ghostly shadow at the doorway. Gripping his sword with such intensity that it seemed poised to shatter the hilt. He resembled an imminent volcano, ready to erupt at any unforeseen moment. "Who exactly are you?" Yang Yu inquired once more. His voice laced with caution and wariness, akin to a hedgehog bristling with sharp quills, prepared to deliver a lethal strike to any intruder. The shadow slowly advanced into the hidden chamber, illuminated by the flickering dim light. After considerable effort, Yang Yu finally discerned the figure's visage. It was a middle-aged man, his countenance as frigid as a millennium of ice, with eyes that exuded a chilling, sinister malice, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike from the shadows. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you will not take this treasure," the man sneered, his laughter echoing ominously within the silent chamber, reminiscent of a soul-snatching call from the underworld. Yang Yu furrowed his brow, a deep furrow forming like a chasm of worry, and retorted, "The treasures within this relic can only be claimed by those destined to possess them. What gives you the right to declare that I cannot take them?" The middle-aged man scoffed, his disdain evident. "Simply because I am a mid-stage blood exchange expert, with profound abilities and extraordinary depth, while you are merely a fledgling in the mid-stage of bone forging." Still wet behind the ears and unaware of the vastness of the world, Yang Yu felt a weight descend upon him, as if a colossal stone had crashed onto his chest, leaving him breathless. Yet his expression remained defiant, a surge of stubborn resolve and unyielding courage rising within him. "One's realm does not dictate everything. To seize the treasure, we must see if you possess the true skill to achieve it." The middle-aged man erupted into a mocking laughter, his tone brash and unrestrained. "Ah, what a naive and arrogant boy! Today I shall demonstrate my might, allowing you to truly comprehend despair and the futility of your endeavors." With that, the man vanished in a flash, moving with the swiftness of a ghostly apparition, materializing before Yang Yu in an instant. He struck with a palm wind as sharp as a blade. Howling like a tempest, bearing down upon Yang Yu with fierce momentum, Yang Yu hastily swung his sword in defense. A resounding crash erupted, akin to thunder splitting the sky, the tremendous force propelling him backward several steps, leaving deep imprints in the solid ground as if meteorites had struck. "Is this the extent of your meager power? You are utterly feeble, akin to an ant," the man derided, his face adorned with contempt and self-satisfaction. As if everything lay within his grasp, but gritting his teeth, Yang Yu's resolve hardened. He realized this adversary's strength was unfathomable, far beyond imagination. He could not recklessly confront him. He needed to find his weaknesses to seize even a flicker of hope. Yang Yu unleashed the starry sky formula, his inner energy surging like a mighty river, enhancing both speed and power to extraordinary levels. He moved like lightning, swift as a shooting star, launching an attack at the middle-aged man with tremendous force. The man remained unperturbed, as calm and stable as a mountain, executing a set of techniques known as the Netherworld Palm, each strike imbued with a chilling aura, as if demons from the depths of hell were clawing at him. Sending shivers down his spine, the clash of Yang Yu's sword against the man's palms resonated with thunderous echoes, shaking the very air within the chamber. The atmosphere vibrated violently, the walls fracturing with alarming cracks, and stones rained down like a showered boom. Another violent collision erupted, shaking the ground and sending Yang Yu's blood surging within him, his internal organs feeling displaced and twisted in agony, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, pressing on with relentless determination. "Truly obstinate, your stubbornness is loathsome," the middle-aged man remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, as if he had not anticipated Yang Yu's prolonged resistance. Seizing the moment of the man's brief distraction, Yang Yu abruptly shifted his attack, darting like a serpent aiming for the man's ribs. The man reacted swiftly, evading with lightning speed, yet Yang Yu's blade still grazed his arm, blood gushing forth and staining his sleeve. "Damn it, The man seethed, his expression twisting into a terrifying snarl, like a demon unleashed, launching an even more ferocious onslaught upon Yang Yu, relentless as a tempest. Offering no respite, Yang Yu gradually felt the strain of exhaustion. His stamina and inner energy waned, akin to a well running dry. Was he to perish here today? A fleeting sense of despair flickered within him, like a flash of lightning in the darkness, but he quickly steeled his resolve. No, I cannot give in so easily. I have unfinished missions and the hopes of my family to uphold. At that moment, Yang Yu's enhancement system reacted fiercely, a surge of mysterious and immense power flooding into his being. He felt his strength restored and magnified, as if reborn, with a mighty roar, resonating like the roar of a dragon or the cry of a tiger. He charged once more at the middle-aged man, his momentum unstoppable. The man, startled by Yang Yu's sudden surge of power, faltered, his composure shattered. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yang Yu thrust his sword like a meteor into the man's chest. Precise and lethal, without mercy, the man screamed in agony, his wail haunting and sorrowful, collapsing to the ground like a towering mountain crumbling. Breathing heavily, like a battered bellows, Yang Yu gazed upon the fallen foe, his heart swelling with gratitude for surviving the ordeal, and an indescribable joy of finally, it is resolved. Approaching the treasure chest, his hands trembled slightly as he opened it with anticipation. Inside lay an ancient and mysterious tome, exuding an aura of antiquity, alongside a radiant artifact that dazzled with brilliant light. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16 years. Realm, mid-stage. Bone forging, strength 120,000. Gene, speed 600 ms, talent, ordinary genius. Techniques, profound level technique, great perfection. Starry Sky formula, great achievement, martial arts, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 29, returning with abundance. Having triumphantly overcome the mysterious shadow within the relic, Yang Yu's heart brimmed with joy as he secured the invaluable and rare tome along with the extraordinary artifact. After a brief respite, he meticulously adjusted his state and eagerly set off on his journey home. Throughout the journey, Yang Yu's emotions were as intricate as a tangled web, filled with the recollections of perilous battles and near-death experiences within the relic. He understood deeply that his path in martial arts was long and arduous, with innumerable challenges looming like towering mountains awaiting his conquest. Though he had achieved much, the world beyond was teeming with formidable opponents, as numerous as the stars in the sky. I must relentlessly strive to enhance my strength, to become unassailable, in order to genuinely protect my family and clan from harm, ensuring their eternal peace and happiness. Yang Yu resolved, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination and fearless courage. After days of tireless travel, undeterred by wind or rain, Yang Yu finally returned to the familiar and beloved Yang family village, a place that had haunted his dreams. Upon his arrival, the villagers surged toward him like a tidal wave. Yang Yu has returned, they exclaimed, their expressions filled with excitement. Look at him, radiant and invigorated. He must have gained much. With a warm smile, Yang Yu greeted everyone, his demeanor as comforting as a spring breeze. Before striding purposefully toward home, his steps confident and powerful, like a victorious warrior returning from battle. As he entered his home, his parents and sister welcomed him with beaming smiles, their faces alight with joy. You're finally back. We've been so worried, unable to eat or sleep, consumed with anxiety for your safety. His mother, Wang Ning, grasped his hand tightly, her eyes brimming with concern and affection, as if she sought to scrutinize him thoroughly. His father, Yang Jun, spoke with trembling excitement, his words tumbling forth, it's wonderful that you're home. We must hear all about your thrilling and perilous adventures. Yang Yu settled down, lifted his cup, and took several gulps of water, calming his excitement. He recounted his experiences in the ruins in vivid detail, painting a lively picture for his family. His sister, Yang Xiao, listened intently, her focus unwavering, occasionally exclaiming in awe, brother, you are truly remarkable. You are our pride, the glory of our family, a beacon of honor. Yang Yu smiled, a hint of modesty and shyness in his expression. And then carefully, as if handling a treasured possession, he revealed the secret manual and artifacts he had obtained from the ruins. After enduring countless hardships and near-death experiences, I managed to find these. They may aid in our family's development, strengthening us and leading us to prosperity, he declared, his eyes sparkling with hope and anticipation. Grandfather Yang Di, leaning on his cane and walking unsteadily, approached with keen interest, scrutinizing the manual and artifacts with meticulous care. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, reminiscent of a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky. These are indeed valuable treasures. You have rendered great service to the family. A true and deserving hero. At that moment, Uncle Yang Yi and third Uncle Yang Quan rushed in, eager and anxious. Yang Yu, I hear you have returned with treasures? Uncle Yang Yi inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity and expectation. Yang Yu nodded solemnly, presenting the items with gravity. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Yang Yi's expression turned serious as he advised, Yang Yu, with this rare opportunity, the future of our family may rest upon your shoulders. However, you must exercise caution, never underestimate your foes, and avoid provoking jealousy from other forces that could invite unnecessary trouble. Yang Yu replied earnestly, Uncle, I understand the stakes. I will act with prudence, carefully strategizing, and will not let anyone down. I am determined to give my all. Third Uncle Yang Quan added, we can fully utilize these precious resources, maximizing their potential while nurturing the younger generation of our family, enabling them to achieve greatness and bring honor to our lineage. Everyone nodded in agreement, fervently discussing the family's development plans, the atmosphere charged with hope, akin to a roaring bonfire. Yang Yu also formulated his own plans. He would harness the magical powers of the enhancement system, seizing every moment to swiftly elevate his strength while diligently assisting his siblings in their growth, ensuring they all progressed together hand in hand, united in purpose. As night fell, enveloping the surroundings in tranquil silence, Yang Yu sat alone in his room, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, deeply engrossed in studying the mysterious and profound manual. It seemed to contain formidable techniques capable of astonishing power. If mastered, his strength would ascend to unprecedented heights. Unmatched by any adversary. Filled with anticipation, Yang Yu envisioned a future where he stood invincible and commanding, dominating the world. Yang Yu's attributes were as follows. Host, Yang Yu, age, 16, realm, mid-stage bone refinement, strength, 130. 000 gene speed, 650 ms, talent, ordinary genius, techniques, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, major achievement, martial skills, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 30, Undercurrents. Yang Yu dedicated himself wholeheartedly to imparting the techniques and insights gained from the ruins to the younger generation of his family. They approached their training with fervent enthusiasm, eager to grow stronger, akin to fledglings yearning for the sky. His cousin, Yang Shang, encountered a bottleneck in his training, feeling frantic like an ant on a hot pan, and rushed to Yang Yu for guidance. Younger brother, I've exhausted all my thoughts and methods on this technique but cannot grasp its essence. What should I do? I feel trapped in a dark alley with no way out. It's maddening, Yang Yu patiently explained, demonstrating with precision. Cousin, focus your internal energy here, then exert it with exactness, ensuring perfect accuracy. Following Yang Yu's guidance, Yang Shang made significant progress, bursting with excitement, exclaiming, Younger brother, thanks to your careful and attentive instruction. Without you, I would have been lost, like a headless fly. Cousin Yang Ming, not to be outdone, tirelessly pursued his training day and night, like an unflagging machine, frequently seeking Yang Yu's counsel on various perplexing questions. However, the tranquility of Yang family village was short-lived. One day, a mysterious and elusive visitor, cloaked in black, arrived silently at the village, shrouded in darkness, his features obscured by shadow, making it difficult to discern his identity. He approached the family patriarch, Yang De, handed him a letter, and hurried away, as if fleeing from a malevolent spirit. Upon opening the letter, Yang De's expression turned gravely serious, as if overshadowed by a thick cloud, heavy enough to crush all beneath it. Yang Yu, sensing his grandfather's distress, anxiously inquired, Grandfather, what has happened? Your face is so grave. My heart is in turmoil. With a deep sigh, Yang De, looking aged and troubled, revealed, Our family may be facing grave trouble. This letter is from a powerful nearby force. They demand half of our land and resources within a month, or they will strike us mercilessly like ruthless bandits. Yang Yu's brows knitted in fury, his eyes ablaze as if ready to erupt. This is utterly intolerable. Grandfather, we cannot capitulate so easily. We must stand firm and maintain our dignity. Yang De, looking increasingly worried and aged, lamented, Their strength is formidable. With experts rumored to be at the blood exchange stage. We must not act recklessly. The consequences could be dire. Clenching his fists, Yang Yu responded resolutely, Grandfather, we cannot sit idly by and surrender. I will devise a plan to protect our family and ensure we do not fall into crisis. I swear, should I fail, let heaven strike me down. The other family members soon learned of the shocking news, plunging them into panic and anxiety, as if the end of the world were upon them. Aunt Yang Ying, her face clouded with despair, sighed deeply. What shall we do? Are we truly to relinquish our family's foundation, letting years of effort dissipate into nothingness? I refuse to accept it. Third Uncle Yang Quan, filled with righteous indignation, declared, Let us fight back. We'll either perish together or emerge victorious. I refuse to believe we can be cowed. Uncle Yang Yi, however, remained calm, contemplating before speaking with a frosty demeanor. Let us not act impulsively. Rashness will only worsen the situation. We must deliberate carefully, strategize, and act with foresight, avoiding chaos. In his room, Yang Yu pondered strategies, silently vowing, no matter the cost, even if it meant sacrificing everything. He would protect his family from harm. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host, this is a prime opportunity to elevate your strength and the family's status. If you give your all, you can lead your family through this crisis toward glory and miraculous achievements. Determined, Yang Yu intensified his training, pushing himself relentlessly, as if racing against time, while simultaneously preparing for the impending crisis, ready and vigilant. Unwilling to show any sign of weakness, Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu age, 16 years realm, mid-stage bone forging, strength, 150,000 gene, speed, 700 ms, talent, ordinary genius cultivation technique, profound level technique, great perfection. Star chant, great achievement, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 31. The crisis approaches. Yang Yu was acutely aware of the pressing crisis facing his family, a situation so dire that it could not be delayed for even a moment. The circumstances had escalated to an unbearable level of severity. Day and night, he devoted himself tirelessly to his training, resembling an unyielding perpetual motion machine, striving to enhance his strength to the utmost within a brief period. Unwilling to allow even the slightest hint of slackness or negligence. One night, as silence enveloped the surroundings and tranquility reigned, Yang Yu immersed himself in the practice of the star chant in the courtyard. His inner energy surging through his meridians like an unstoppable torrent, a relentless flood sweeping forth with tremendous force. His forehead was adorned with countless beads of sweat, each as luminous as pearls, cascading down, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast, akin to a blazing torch, its brilliance unwavering and radiant. I must break through to the late stage of bone forging to better confront our adversaries and safeguard the peace and honor of my family. Yang Yu pondered, his firm conviction as unyielding as steel, unbreakable and unwavering. At that moment, his sister Yang Xiao approached quietly, cautiously, bearing a warm and soft cloak. Brother, take a moment to rest, do not overexert yourself. Your health is the foundation of all endeavors, she said, her voice imbued with profound concern and heartfelt worry, gentle as a spring breeze, warming the heart. Yang Yu paused his training, accepting the cloak with a smile. Sister, I am fine. Our family faces an immense and imminent crisis. I must grow stronger as quickly as possible to protect everyone and safeguard our home, our loved ones, and our kin. Yang Xiao sighed softly, her breath laden with helplessness and deep affection. You have already exerted yourself tremendously. Regardless, we will steadfastly support you without reservation, forever standing behind you as your strongest shield, shielding you from the storms of adversity. Yang Yu nodded, his eyes filled with sincere gratitude, and then, without hesitation, resolutely returned to his training, wholly focused, as if the world had narrowed down to just him and his cultivation, with nothing else existing. Through Yang Yu's relentless, persistent, and unwavering efforts, the enhancement system finally revealed its extraordinary and astonishing effects. He felt an immense, tumultuous force surging within him, as if his meridians were expanding, on the verge of bursting apart from this overwhelming power. I am about to break through, Yang Yu rejoiced inwardly, unable to contain his excitement, which erupted like a volcano. He meticulously guided this immense force with utmost care, not daring to afford even the slightest negligence or carelessness. Boom! The air around Yang Yu trembled violently, as if a tempest were raging, the sound echoing like thunder. He successfully broke through to the late stage of bone forging, radiating brilliance, dazzling and resplendent. Wonderful, Yang Yu exclaimed, his voice filled with joy and pride, as if it could pierce the heavens, resonating across the vast expanse. Meanwhile, the others in the family were also tense with anticipation, preparing for the impending brutal battle. Uncle Yang organized the younger generation for rigorous martial training, his voice hoarse from shouting at the top of his lungs. Everyone focus completely, we must not allow the enemy to succeed easily. We cannot bring shame upon our family, nor allow our honor to be tarnished, nor our dignity trampled upon. Cousin Yang Shang wielded his sword with a fierce determination, drenched in sweat as if he had emerged from a torrential downpour. Yet his gaze was resolute, embodying a fearless spirit. Everyone, let us fight for our family's honor and dignity, even if we bleed every last drop, even if we battle until the final moment. We will never retreat. Third Uncle Yang Quan busily prepared various defensive fortifications, working tirelessly like an unyielding top, never pausing for even a second, racing against time. Grandmother Zhang Qin and Mother Wang Ning prepared a diverse array of nourishing and delectable food, alongside precious herbs of miraculous efficacy, tirelessly working as if they were machines that knew no fatigue. Aunt Yang Ying patiently comforted the younger children, her gentle words soothing their trembling, fragile hearts like a warm spring breeze. Yang Yu approached grandfather Yang Di, saying, Grandfather, I have broken through to the late stage of bone forging. This time, we will surely overcome the crisis, defeat the enemies, and protect our family's peace and future. Yang De looked at Yang Yu with pride and trust in his gaze. You are the hope and future of our family, the pillar that supports us, but you must also act with caution. Avoiding rashness, always think before you act. Yang Yu solemnly nodded, his expression serious and determined, like an immovable mountain. Just then, a scout hurriedly arrived, panic evident on his face, breathless and pale. It's bad, clan leader. The enemy has already camped 10 miles outside the village and is likely to launch a fierce attack tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the family atmosphere became exceedingly tense, as if the air had solidified into ice, making it difficult to breathe, as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping their hearts. Yang Yu clenched his fists, knuckles turning white, and declared loudly, "Everyone, do not fear. We are fully prepared to face the battle. Victory will surely belong to us, to our united indomitable family." Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16 years. Realm, late stage bone forging. Strength, 180. 000. Gene speed, 750 ms. Talent, ordinary genius. Cultivation technique, profound level technique, great perfection. Star chant, great achievement. Martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 32, a desire for bloodshed. The following morning, as the faint light of dawn broke, the gentle rays of sunlight endeavored to pierce through the clouds, seeking to illuminate the earth. Yet, at that moment, Yang family village was shrouded in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. The enemy's forces surged like dark clouds, looming ominously over the village, their countless figures stretching as far as the eye could see, threatening to engulf the entire settlement. Yang Yu stood tall at the village entrance, his resolute gaze fixed firmly on the dark mass of enemy troops ahead, filled not with fear, but ignited with a fierce fighting spirit. He clenched his fists tightly, his body slightly leaning forward, resembling a cheetah poised to pounce on its prey. Yang Yu, surrender obediently, and your family may yet be spared, the leader of the enemy forces boasted arrogantly, his voice dripping with condescension and menace. He sat astride a grand warhorse, clad in heavy armor, a long blade glinting ominously in the morning light. Yang Yu scoffed, a smile of disdain gracing his lips. You expect us to surrender? Dream on. You band of brigands will never force us into submission. His voice rang clear and resonant across the silent battlefield, filled with determination and resolve. Without further ado, both sides erupted into battle with the ferocity of a meteor colliding with the earth. Yang Yu surged forward like a mighty tiger descending from the mountain, charging into the enemy ranks without hesitation. He unleashed the wind-breaking fist, each blow carrying the weight of 1,000 June. Capable of shattering mountains, his figure darted through the enemy lines like a bolt of lightning, with foes falling before him in droves. An enemy brandishing a gleaming blade aimed a vicious strike at Yang Yu, the weapon slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed directly at his head. Yang Yu sidestepped nimbly, evading the lethal blow with the agility of a cat, and retaliated with a thunderous punch to the adversary's chest, shattering ribs and sending the opponent sprawling, blood spraying into the air. Lifeless in an instant. Kill, Yang Yu roared, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating across the battlefield. His eyes blazed with fury as he continued charging forward. Unstoppable and fierce, cousin Yang Shang would not be outdone, his swordplay sharp as the wind, clashing fiercely with enemies, refusing to yield. Each swing of his blade exuded an aura of determination, as if he aimed to eradicate all foes before him. Be careful, Shanggu. Yang Yu noticed an enemy attempting to sneak up on Yang Shang from behind, and in a flash, he sprang into action. With the speed of a gale, he appeared behind Yang Shang in an instant. A swift kick sent the assailant flying, their bodies soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Thank you, Ud. Yang Sheng called out, his voice filled with gratitude and fighting spirit. His face was splattered with blood, yet his gaze remained resolute as he continued to wield his sword against the enemy. Third uncle Yang Quan wielded a long spear, darting left and right. As foes fell like autumn leaves before the tip of his weapon, his spear resembled a silver dragon, swirling amidst the enemy ranks, each thrust accompanied by a spray of crimson blossoms. Uncle Yang Yi, composed and resolute, directed his kin with unwavering authority, forming an impregnable defensive formation to withstand wave after wave of relentless assaults. His gaze was steadfast, and his voice calm, as he meticulously adjusted the positions and tactics of the Yang clan, rendering Yangjia village's defenses as solid as a fortress. Among Yang Yu's adversaries stood a formidable master. In the early stages of blood transformation, he fixed a malevolent glare upon Yang Yu, his eyes brimming with contempt, as if Yang Yu were merely an insignificant insect in his sight. An aura of formidable power emanated from him, chilling the very air around. Prepare to perish, wretch, he bellowed, unleashing a technique known as Blood Fiend Palm, his hand instantly turning a deep crimson, reeking of a nauseating, sanguine miasma as it struck towards Yang Yu with incredible speed. The air itself seemed to ignite in the wake of his palm. Emitting a hissing sound, Yang Yu felt an overwhelming pressure that threatened to suffocate him, yet he stood his ground, gritting his teeth, channeling the starry sky technique as his inner strength surged like a torrent into his fists. His eyes locked onto his opponent's hand, filled with unwavering determination and defiance. Bang! Their palms collided with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that forced bystanders to stagger backward, unsteady on their feet. Dust erupted from the ground, enveloping them in a thick cloud. Yang Yu felt a force so immense it nearly shattered his arm, yet he clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead as he fought against the onslaught. His feet sank deep into the earth, his body trembling slightly, yet he remained resolute. How dare a mere bone refinement cultivator challenge me? The master sneered, intensifying his output of inner strength, seeking to annihilate Yang Yu in one fell swoop. A triumphant smile crept across his face, as if victory were already within his grasp. Yang Yu thought to himself, this stalemate cannot continue, I must find his flaw to seize the opportunity for victory. His mind raced, keenly observing every movement of his opponent. At that moment, Yang Yu sharply noted a slight vulnerability in his adversary's stance. With a burst of strength, he launched a swift kick towards the opponent's knee. A strike imbued with all his power, swift as lightning. The master winced in pain, his stance faltering. Seizing the moment, Yang Yu unleashed a punch with the force of a landslide to his opponent's chest. Infused with all his rage and strength, as if aiming to obliterate him entirely, the master spat blood, his body retreating like a kite severed from its string, his complexion paling, his eyes reflected shock and disbelief. He had never anticipated that he would fall to a mere bone refinement cultivator. Impossible, he gasped, disbelief lacing his voice. Filled with despair and terror, Yang Yu pressed the advantage, launching a tempest of relentless attacks. His fists rained down upon his opponent like a torrential downpour, each strike laced with boundless fury and strength. After an exhilarating and heart-pounding battle, the Yang clan members gradually gained the upper hand. Their morale soaring, their shouts echoed through the heavens, as if they could rend the very sky. Let us push the enemies out, Yang Yu called out, his voice brimming with encouragement and strength. His figure darted across the battlefield, continuously inspiring his kin. Ultimately, the enemies could not withstand the ferocious counterattack from Yangjia village and fled in disarray, their forms appearing so small and frantic in the morning light. As Yang Yu surveyed the bloodied ground and the exhausted yet resolute faces of his clan, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He understood that this was merely a victory, greater challenges awaited them in the future. Yang Yu's attribute panel: Host, Yang Yu, age, 16, realm, late bone refinement, strength 200. 000 genes, speed 800 meters per second, talent, ordinary genius technique, profound level technique, great perfection, starry sky technique, major completion, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 33, Enemies in the shadows. After repelling the foes, Yangjia village was graced with a brief yet precious moment of tranquility. However, the scars of war were starkly evident, the smoke had yet to clear, and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere hung over the village. Yang Yu and his kin tirelessly set about clearing the battlefield, tending to those who were injured in the fray. The ground was strewn with severed limbs and blood-soaked earth, shattered weapons, and tattered banners littering the area. Yang Yu suppressed his sorrow, directing his kin with methodical precision as they went about their grim task. His father, Yang Jun, surveyed the ravaged village with a furrowed brow, worry etched across his face. Although we have fortuitously driven back the enemies this time, they will surely not relent and will return with a vengeance, he remarked, his eyes filled with concern. Yang Jun understood the formidable and brutal nature of their foes. This victory was merely a temporary reprieve. Yang Yu wiped the bloodstains from his face, his resolve unwavering as he replied with conviction, Father, we cannot remain passive, we must take precautions and prepare more thoroughly for any eventuality. His eyes burned with an indomitable fire, and his clenched fists displayed his determination. His mother, Wang Ning, carefully bandaging the wounds of the injured, spoke with a quiver in her voice, you must be cautious. Do not overexert yourself, your mother worries for your safety. Her eyes were filled with concern and affection, her hands trembling slightly as she feared causing pain to the injured. Yang Yu approached his mother, gently reassuring her, Mother, do not worry, I will protect myself and our family, and I shall not let you down. He tenderly grasped her hand, offering warmth and comfort. His sister, Yang Xiao, busily distributing food and water, expressed her anxiety. Brother, what should we do next? We cannot continue living in fear. Fatigue and unease were etched on her face, her eyes betraying her uncertainty about the future. Yang Yu pondered for a moment before speaking with resolve. We must fortify our defenses, ensuring that the village stands as an unassailable bastion, while also enhancing our kin's strength, empowering everyone for self-defense. His voice was steady and powerful, infusing hope into those around him. At that moment, his grandfather, Yang Dake, approached with a shuffling gait, the weight of time etched into the deep creases of his face. Ure speaks wisely. We cannot afford to be complacent. Any lapse in vigilance could spell disaster. He cautioned, this battle has illuminated our shortcomings, and we must rectify them swiftly. Yang De's words were imbued with concern and hope for the family's future. Uncle Yang Yi nodded in agreement, his expression serious as he added, I propose we organize the younger generation for more rigorous and strenuous training to hasten their growth. His eyes were resolute. He understood that the youth represented the family's hope. Third Uncle Yang Quan stated, I will gather more weapons and supplies for any unforeseen needs. His expression was determined, committed to contributing to the family's defense efforts. Yang Yu affirmed, very well, everyone, let us each play our part and work together. I too shall continue my diligent training, seizing every moment to strive for a breakthrough into the blood transformation realm, enhancing my own strength. His words resonated with an inspiring vigor, igniting hope among his kin. In the days that followed, Yangjia village was bustling with activity and fervor. Yang Yu devoted himself to relentless training, the system continually providing him with immense support. He began his practice at the break of dawn. Sweat soaking his garments, yet his movements remained resolute and powerful. At night, when the stars blanketed the sky, he meditated under the moonlight, contemplating the intricacies of his techniques. One day, as Yang Yu was deeply engrossed in his training, his cousin Yang Ming rushed over in a flurry. Brother, you've trouble, someone in the village has been injured again. It seems to be the work of spies sent by the previous enemies, Yang Ming gasped. Breathless and agitated, his face bore the marks of terror and urgency, his eyes aflame with rage against their foes. Yang Yu furrowed his brow, his expression grave, and promptly followed Yang Ming to the side of the injured. The wounded lay upon the ground, pale and weak, their breath faint, with a peculiar black hue surrounding the wound. This was a sinister and venomous technique, exceedingly treacherous. Yang Yu examined the injury closely and declared, this is a form of deadly poison, diabolically cunning. His eyes were filled with fury and concern. He had never encountered such poison before, and the challenge of antidoting it was evident. Aunt Yang Ying, frantic with worry, implored, can you save him? You must help. Her voice trembled with emotion, her hands clutching Yang Yu's arm as if clinging to the last thread of hope. Yang Yu reassured her, Aunt, I will do my best. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he began to apply his medical knowledge and inner strength in an attempt to counter the poison. With unwavering focus, he meticulously channeled his energy, carefully coaxing the toxin from the injured party's body. Time ticked by, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat, yet his hands remained steady and determined. After a relentless struggle, Yang Yu finally succeeded in neutralizing the poison. Thank heavens for you, Yang Ying exclaimed. Tears of gratitude streaming down her face, filled with admiration for him. Yang Yu replied, this is but a temporary peace. Danger may loom once more. We must strengthen ourselves swiftly to ensure the family's true safety. His voice resonated with urgency and responsibility. At night, as Yang Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, he contemplated the path ahead. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a serene glow upon his determined visage. One must strive to fortify the family, no longer to be subjected to humiliation or live in constant fear, Yang Yu secretly vowed, his gaze brimming with resolve and determination. He understood that the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Yet he was prepared to confront every trial that lay before him. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu, age, 16 years, realm, late-stage bone forging, strength, 220,000 gene, speed, 850 meters per second, talent, ordinary genius, cultivation technique, profound level technique, great perfection. Starry Sky formula, great success, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 34, an unexpected turn of events. After a period of recuperation, Yangjia village gradually regained its former vitality. The crops in the fields burst forth with vibrant greenery, the lush leaves swaying gently in the breeze, as if narrating tales of resilience and tenacity. The village children resumed their playful antics, their laughter ringing like silver bells throughout the village, infusing this tranquil hamlet with a touch of vivacity and joy. The faces of the villagers reflected a newfound ease and tranquility, their brows unfurrowed and lips slightly curved upwards, revealing the gradual improvement in their lives. Nonetheless, Yang Yu continued his rigorous training daily, unwilling to yield even a moment to complacency, fully aware that danger could strike again at any moment. On this day, Yang Yu was practicing martial techniques in the courtyard, each move executed with power and determination. Sunlight cascaded upon him, enveloping him in a golden halo, while sweat trickled down his resolute visage, each droplet glistening in the sunlight. A testament to his relentless effort, the sword in his hand danced like a soaring dragon, creating gusts of wind, its flickering shadows dazzling to behold. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the village entrance, shattering the tranquility. The sound resonated through the air, tinged with urgency and curiosity. Quick, go see, it seems there are strangers arriving, called out his cousin Yang Shui, her voice as clear as a mountain spring, melodious and delightful. Yang Yu sheathed his sword, its blade shimmering with the cold light in the sun, resembling a flash of lightning. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, he strode purposefully toward the village entrance. His steps firm and resolute, stirring a gentle breeze, there stood two figures at the entrance, an elderly man and a young girl. The elder donned a grey long robe, somewhat worn yet impeccably clean. Untouched by dust, his gaze was profound, as though he could see through everything, imbued with boundless wisdom and experience. The wrinkles on his face narrated the tales of time, each line a story chronicling his past. The younger figure was a strikingly beautiful maiden, her large bright eyes sparkling with liveliness and curiosity, as if she were eager to explore the world. Her long raven hair was braided into two plaits cascading down her chest. Swaying playfully with her movements, exuding charm, clad in a pale green dress, she resembled a delicate flower of spring, fresh and enchanting. Yang De stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. "Might I ask what brings you both to our humble abode?" His voice was steady and courteous, reminiscent of ancient chimes echoing through the air. His gaze scrutinized the elder and the maiden, filled with curiosity, as he sought clues from their demeanor and appearance. The elder smiled gently, his expression radiating warmth and kindness, akin to the sun's embrace in spring, evoking a sense of comfort. "I have heard of Yangjia village's valiant resistance against external foes, and I have come to pay my respects." His voice was deep and resonant, possessing a magnetic quality that instilled an inexplicable sense of assurance, as if all worries could dissipate in its presence. Yang Yu observed the two with keen vigilance. His eyes sharp, capturing every detail as if to see through them. The elder's subtle aura hinted at extraordinary depths, resembling an undercurrent in a deep pool, concealing immense power. Meanwhile, the girl's lively gaze seemed to harbor secrets. Eluding his understanding, the elder appeared to sense Yang Yu's apprehension and remarked, "There is no need for alarm, young friend, I harbor no ill intentions. My name is Mo Yun, and this is my granddaughter." Emoli, his gaze rested on Yang Yu, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes, as if he appreciated Yang Yu's vigilance and astuteness. Yang Jun interjected, "It is an honor to meet you." Esteemed Mo, he gestured for them to enter the village, his movements graceful and dignified, guiding the duo into the hamlet. Gathered in the main hall of the Young family, the host and guests settled down. The hall was simply adorned yet immaculate, devoid of dust. Several calligraphic pieces hung on the walls, their strokes lively and vigorous, adding a cultural ambience that reflected the Young family's heritage. Mo Yin began. "I have wandered the martial world for many years and have witnessed the harsh law of the jungle. The courage displayed by Yangjia village is indeed rare." His gaze swept over every individual present. Filled with nostalgia, as if recalling his own myriad experiences, Yang De replied, "You flatter us, esteemed elder. We act merely out of necessity." A bittersweet smile graced his lips, tinged with helplessness and sorrow, as memories of battles with foes flooded his mind. The gruesome images still vivid. Emoli, her eyes sparkling, turned to Yang Yu and said, "I've heard my grandfather speak of your prowess." Her voice was melodious and delightful, like a lark emerging from the valley. Uplifting the spirit, Yang Yu humbly smiled. "It is merely a stroke of good fortune." His gaze met Emoli's for a fleeting moment, a wave of fluster washing over him, prompting him to quickly divert his eyes. A subtle blush creeping onto his cheeks. Suddenly, Mo Yun spoke earnestly. "To be candid, we have come to propose a collaboration with the Young family." His expression turned serious, his eyes resolute, as if this decision had been made after much contemplation. Everyone present was taken aback, and Yang Yi inquired, "Might I ask what this collaboration entails?" A frown creased his brow, suspicion etched in his expression. Mo Yun continued, "I am aware of a secret realm, rumored to contain treasures and techniques that could enhance one's strength, albeit fraught with peril. I wish to explore it alongside the Young family." His voice was low yet potent, as if revealing a significant secret. Quickening the pulse of his audience, after a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu replied, "Esteemed elder, this matter requires careful consideration." He cast a glance at the others, seeking their opinions, his expression cautious. Mo Yin nodded, "Of course. Take your time to deliberate." He lifted a teacup and took a sip, his movements graceful, as if savoring the essence of life itself. That evening, the Young family convened for discussions, the dim light within the room cast shadows on their solemn faces, their expression shifting like the flickering flame. Yang Quan voiced his concern. Could this be a trap? Anxiety tinged his voice, his hands fidgeting as if seeking to quell his inner turmoil. Yang Xiao countered, "Yet if it is genuine, it presents a rare opportunity." A glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes, as the prospect of enhancing their strength loomed large, its allure shining brightly in the dim light. Yang Yu asserted, "I believe it is worth a try, but we must prepare thoroughly." His expression was resolute, a nascent plan forming in his mind, his demeanor conveying confidence in facing any challenges ahead. Opinions flowed freely among the group, and after vigorous discourse, the Yang family resolved to collaborate with Mo Yun. Before their departure, Yang Yu's mother, Wang Ning, grasped his hand tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance and concern. Urging him, "Do be cautious." Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears under the dim light. Yang Yu nodded reassuringly. "Mother, you need not worry." His gaze radiated confidence and determination, conveying to her that all would be well. With the clan behind him, Yang Yu set forth alongside the Mo grandfather-granddaughter duo towards the secret realm. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the morning light, filled with uncertainty and hope, their unwavering steps proclaiming to the world that they were unafraid. Yang Yu's attribute panel: Host, Yang Yu, age, 16 years, realm, late-stage bone forging, strength, 250,000 genes, speed, 900 meters per second, talent, ordinary genius, cultivation technique, profound level technique, great perfection. Starry Sky formula, great success, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 35, Peril lurks everywhere. Under Mo Yun's guidance, Yang Yu and his companions embarked on a relentless journey for several days. Ultimately arriving at the location of the secret realm. It was an ancient ruin concealed deep within a tranquil and secluded mountain, surrounded by towering peaks, embraced by nature. Majestic trees stood tall, their lush foliage intertwining, while a dense veil of mysterious mist enveloped the entire site, imparting an inexplicable aura of oppression and profound reverence. Be cautious, for this secret realm is fraught with unknown dangers, Mo Yun warned gravely. His demeanor serious, his words echoed through the silent forest, heightening the tension in the air, as if the atmosphere itself were thickening. Yang Yu nodded, tightly gripping his sword, which felt as if it had become an extension of himself. His vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement, his heartbeat quickened like a rapid drumbeat, yet the unwavering resolve and courage within him spurred him forward, igniting a fierce determination. The group proceeded cautiously, as if treading on thin ice, the ground beneath their feet slick with moss and littered with sharp stones, each step requiring utmost care to avoid slipping into peril. The air was thick with the damp, decaying scent that made each breath feel laborious, as if an invisible hand were firmly grasping at one's throat. Suddenly, Yang Shui emitted a piercing scream of terror. The sound reverberated through the silent sanctuary, striking the ears with an unbearable sharpness, instantly tightening the nerves of all present. Akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit, the group hurriedly gathered around, only to witness a colossal python erupting from the nearby thicket. Its body was as stout as a barrel, a sight that instilled fear, as its scales glimmered with a cold, merciless sheen in the dim light, its gaping maw lunging menacingly towards them, exhaling a stench that churned the stomach. It was a beast of the blood exchange realm. Mo Yun's expression shifted, a flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes as if dark clouds had gathered. Unfazed, Yang Yu stepped forward, unleashing the gale-breaking fist against the serpent. His figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning, charging ahead without hesitation. Bang! His fist collided with the python, producing a dull thud reminiscent of thunder cracking nearby. The serpent was pushed back several paces by Yang Yu's immense force, yet its formidable strength and resilience allowed it to spring forward once more, faster and more ferocious, like a tempest sweeping through. Yang Shang and Yang Quan also joined the fray, each wielding their signature martial arts. Yang Sheng's swordplay was as fierce as the wind, its glimmering strokes unleashing a howling force. Yang Quan's spear danced like a dragon, its tip gleaming coldly as it aimed for the python's vital spots, the thrusts powerful and unyielding. Meanwhile, Mo Yun observed with keen eyes, calmly assessing the situation, his gaze sharp, missing no detail as he steadily directed the group's actions. Yang Yu, aim for its 7 inches, Mo Yun commanded, his voice steady and forceful, akin to a stabilizing anchor, instilling a sense of resolute confidence in everyone. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu deftly evaded the python's strike, his movements agile and fluid, weaving through the openings like a playful fish in water. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a punch imbued with overwhelming force towards the serpent's vulnerable spot. His fist tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. The python recoiled in pain, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed like an earthquake, sending shivers down their spines, as if their very souls were being jolted from their bodies. Its tail lashed out violently, whipping through the air with the ferocity of a raging storm, snapping trees in half, sending them crashing down and raising clouds of dust that blotted out the sun and scatter. Yang Yu shouted urgently, his tone laced with concern for his companions, fearing someone might be struck by the serpent's tail. The group quickly dispersed, skillfully avoiding the python's wrath, their movements swift and nimble like agile monkeys darting through the forest. Taking advantage of the python's distraction, Yang Yu launched another attack. He infused his inner strength into his sword, which radiated with a brilliant light reminiscent of a blazing sun. Executing a series of fierce sword techniques, he dazzled the onlookers with the flurry of strikes. Swish, 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 the blade flashed, carving deep wounds into the python's flesh. Each gash a gruesome sight, blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson, transforming it into a gruesome swamp. At last, the serpent could bear no more, collapsing to the ground with a final, despairing wail, its voice filled with hopelessness and defiance. Its body convulsed slightly, gradually succumbing to lifelessness like an extinguished flame. Finally, it's over. Yang Yu exhaled in relief. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, glistening like pearls, his breath coming in quick gasps, yet his eyes sparkled with victorious joy. Shining like radiant stars, the group pressed onward, encountering a myriad of traps and formidable beasts along the way. Each challenge sent waves of trepidation through them, as if they were teetering on the brink of the underworld. Yet, they supported one another steadfastly, facing every trial together. In a narrow passageway, a multitude of sharp arrows suddenly shot forth. The arrows flew with incredible speed, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, like a swarm of vengeful hornets. Be careful, Yang Yu warned loudly, his voice tinged with tension and concern, as if his heart were lodged in his throat. Yang Yu reacted swiftly, wielding his sword to deflect the arrows, his blade serving as an impenetrable shield, blocking every single projectile with precision. This sanctuary is fraught with peril, Yang Ming remarked, his face pale and devoid of color, fear glimmering in his eyes as his body trembled slightly. Yang Xiao comforted him, do not fear, we shall navigate this together. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, like a spring breeze, offering Yang Ming a sliver of solace, gradually calming his anxious heart. After a grueling journey, they arrived before a massive stone chamber. The entrance stood firmly closed, adorned with mysterious runes and intricate patterns, as if concealing endless secrets. This should be the place where treasures and martial arts are stored, Emolian declared, his voice tinged with anticipation and excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu, age, 16, realm, late-stage bone forging, strength, 280,000 genius, speed, 950 ms, aptitude, ordinary genius, martial arts, profound level skill, great perfection. Star technique, major success, combat technique, gale breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 36. The trial of the stone chamber. Standing before the stone chamber, the group was filled with a blend of anticipation and anxiety. The former igniting like a burning flame, fervent and urgent, the latter taut like a string ready to snap at any moment. Yang Yu took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the immense stone door. As he did, the door emitted a heavy, resonant sound echoing the passage of time and untold stories. The moment it creaked ajar, an ancient and mysterious aura surged forth like a tidal wave. This essence, infused with the weight of ages and the unknown, sent a jolt through the hearts of all, as if their very souls had been touched. Cautiously, they stepped into the stone chamber, revealing several stone cabinets adorned with intricate, peculiar engravings, akin to ancient incantations whispering forgotten tales. The walls were etched with strange symbols, shimmering with a faint, enigmatic glow that evoked an instinctive reverence, as if they stood before a deity of immense power. Be cautious, there may be traps here, Yang Yu cautioned, his voice resonating through the quiet chamber, clear and sharp, like a warning bell tolling in their ears. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently, as if an enormous beast beneath was thrashing to break free from its confines. The stone cabinets shifted slowly, grinding against one another with a haunting sound, as a stone pedestal emerged from the center. A silhouette materialized upon the pedestal, a phantasmal figure gradually taking form. Of the apparition flickered in and out of visibility, like a dream conjured from a distant, mysterious realm. Welcome, brave warriors, to this place. To claim the treasures and martial arts within, you must pass my trial, the ethereal figure proclaimed, its voice resonating with an otherworldly echo. Transcending time and space from ancient origins, Yang De stepped forward cautiously, his demeanor respectful and tentative. What is the nature of this trial? He inquired, his face reflecting a blend of caution and anticipation. The spectral figure smiled slightly, a smile imbued with hidden meanings that eluded comprehension. The trial is simple. Only one among you may claim the treasures and martial arts, while the others must forfeit and accept a year of sealed power as punishment. The group exchanged incredulous glances, their faces displaying disbelief and turmoil, expressions frozen in a blend of conflict and struggle. How can this be? Yang Sheng exclaimed. We entered together. How can only one emerge victorious? His tone was filled with fury and confusion, the anger akin to a blazing flame, the bewilderment thick as fog. Young Quan chimed in, this trial is utterly unjust, her brow furrowed tightly, reflecting her dissatisfaction. As if a volcano was about to erupt, Yang Yu remained silent, his mind racing with potential strategies. He surveyed the anxious faces of his companions, their restlessness akin to ants on a hot pan. Their helplessness reminiscent of caged beasts. Emily looked at Yang Yu, concern in her eyes. Brother Yang Yu, what do you intend to do? She asked softly, her voice laced with a hint of reliance. As if seeking comfort, Yang Yu regarded his companions and replied, let us not rush. We must devise a plan. His tone remained steady and calm, striving to quell the rising tide of unease among them. At that moment, Yang Xiao suggested, perhaps we should forfeit. We cannot allow our family to suffer punishment over this. Her expression was resolute and sacrificial, reminiscent of a valiant martyr. Yang Jun countered, but this is a rare opportunity. Acquiring the treasures and martial arts would greatly benefit our family's growth. His eyes flickered with desire and conflict, the yearning as brilliant as stars, the turmoil like tangled threads. Yang Yu found himself in a profound state of inner turmoil. On one hand, he felt an overwhelming desire to avoid disappointing his family, to ensure that their years of hard work and dedication would not be in vain. On the other hand, he was equally reluctant to allow them to suffer any repercussions that might jeopardize the family's future strength. His heart was being tugged by two formidable forces, causing him immense pain, as if he were about to be torn asunder. Amidst the heated debate among the group, a spectral figure interjected, stating, time is of the essence. If you fail to make a decision, this opportunity will be lost. To all, his voice bore an urgency and a threat, akin to a sword poised to strike. Yang Yu clenched his teeth, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes as he declared, I shall accept this trial. The abilities of our family cannot be sealed. His voice was resolute and indisputable, reminiscent of an unbreakable vow. The others protested vehemently. No, you cannot bear this alone, Wang Ning exclaimed, her voice tinged with a sob, her eyes brimming with pain and reluctance, as if her heart were being sliced by a knife. Yang Yu replied steadfastly, Mother, I am confident I can pass this trial. For the sake of our family, I am willing to take the risk. His gaze was filled with a sense of duty and responsibility towards his family. As heavy as Mount Tai and as unyielding as steel, the spectral figure laughed heartily. Very well, since you have made your choice, the trial shall commence. Suddenly, the stone chamber erupted in blinding light, a radiance as brilliant as the sun, rendering it impossible to open one's eyes. Yang Yu was engulfed by a powerful force, thrust into a mysterious realm. In that instant, he felt as though he had lost all connection to the outside world. Plummeting into an abyss of darkness. Yang Yu's attribute panel, host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, late stage bone forging, strength, 300,000 gene, speed, 1000 ms, talent, ordinary genius, cultivation technique, profound level technique, grand completion. Starry sky art, great accomplishment, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, grand completion. Chapter 37, confronting the inner demon. Once enveloped by the mysterious space, the surroundings transformed in a dreamlike manner. He found himself abruptly situated in an expansive, desolate desert, the scorching sun mercilessly searing the earth, as if it could instantaneously evaporate every drop of moisture from the world. The sand beneath his feet was as searing as burning coals, with each step revealing the intense heat surging through the soles of his shoes, threatening to scorch his feet. The air was thick with suffocating heat waves, distorting his vision in the oppressive temperature. Where am I? Yang Yu thought warily, gripping the sword in his hand, its hilt slick with his sweat, as if it might slip from his grasp at any moment. He cautiously advanced, each step leaving deep imprints in the soft, yielding sand, only to be quickly concealed by the shifting grains. Suddenly a fierce wind howled past like a roaring beast, kicking up a storm of sand and dust. The swirling particles resembled a rampaging yellow dragon, obscuring the sky and casting the world into a murky haze. Within the dust storm, a colossal figure began to materialize. Yang Yu focused intently, recognizing it as a doppelganger of himself, yet its eyes brimmed with malevolence and madness. The sinister gaze seemed capable of piercing his very soul, sending chills down his spine, as if he were plunged into an icy abyss. You are my inner demon, Yang Yu stated coldly, his voice, though faint against the roaring wind, radiated determination and fearlessness, akin to an unyielding boulder standing firm against the tempest. The inner demon grinned wickedly, its smile sending shivers down the spine, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the depths of the abyss. Indeed, Yang Yu, today marks your demise, the demon's voice echoed with an otherworldly malice, filled with boundless resentment and murderous intent, piercing Yang Yu's ears like sharp icicles. With that, the inner demon initiated the assault, executing a bizarre and intricate technique, its form flickering like a ghost, elusive and unpredictable. In an instant, it appeared before Yang Yu, launching a punch. The strike cut through the air with a whistling sound, as if it could rupture the very fabric of reality. Yang Yu sidestepped deftly, his movements as agile as a swift leopard. He retaliated with a sword thrust aimed at the inner demon. The blade slicing through the air with the ferocity of a meteor, the demon evaded effortlessly, countering with renewed vigor. Its speed was akin to lightning, each attack imbued with lethal intent, as relentless as the specter of death. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand. Yang Yu realized that the inner demon's strength was on par with his own, and it seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of his moves. Predicting each strike with precision, every blow he delivered was deftly countered by the demon, enveloping Yang Yu in unprecedented pressure, as if a colossal mountain were pressing down upon him. This stalemate could not continue. Yang Yu contemplated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, vanishing into the scalding sand as though devoured by the merciless desert. He began to strategize, his gaze sharpening with focus. As if he could perceive the minutiae of the world, while fending off the inner demon, he meticulously observed for weaknesses. His eyes were fixated on the demon's every movement, missing not a single nuance. Not even the slightest quiver of muscle. At last, he discerned a fleeting defensive gap on the demon's right side during its attacks. However, this vulnerability was ephemeral, requiring impeccable timing to exploit. A single misstep could result in utter failure. Seizing the moment, Yang Yu unleashed a powerful strike. He channeled all his internal energy into the sword, which gleamed with a radiant brilliance akin to a blazing sun. The blade shot forth like lightning towards the inner demon's right side. Propelled by a fierce wind, the demon, caught off guard, was pierced by the sword, letting out a chilling scream that reverberated across the desolate expanse, instilling terror in all who heard it. Yet, the inner demon did not succumb. Instead, it became even more frenzied and formidable. An ominous aura enveloped it, darkening the surrounding sand into a pitch-black void. Yang Yu, do you truly believe this will defeat me? Such naivety, the demon bellowed, its voice brimming with fury and defiance. As if it sought to incinerate the very world. It lunged at Yang Yu once more, its speed and power escalating to a terrifying new height, akin to a descending demon. Yang Yu stood resolute. Engaging in an even more brutal and intense battle with the inner demon, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only an unwavering determination and indomitable spirit, akin to an eternal flame that would never extinguish. In the desert, sword energies crisscrossed, shadows flickering, each strike infused with Yang Yu's resolve and courage. Advancing relentlessly, the winds howled with ferocity, every punch imbued with his profound internal power, overwhelming like a tidal wave. Each clash stirred up colossal storms of sand, darkening the sky, as if the end of days had arrived. I will not be defeated by you, Yang Yu shouted, his voice echoing through the heavens. Deafening in its intensity. He poured his internal energy into the sword, which now shimmered with an even more dazzling brilliance, as if to illuminate the dark desert and dispel all shadows. The inner demon, not to be outdone, radiated a dark aura, swirling like thick smoke, attempting to engulf Yang Yu's light and drag everything into the abyss of darkness. Boom! The forces of the two clashed once more, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The surrounding dunes were instantaneously flattened, creating a vast, deep pit as if the earth had been rent asunder. The overwhelming shockwave sent both Yang Yu and the inner demon reeling backward. Akin to kites severed from their strings, Yang Yu crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet, he rose swiftly, his gaze unwavering, as solid as rock. The inner demon, too, was gravely wounded, its aura weakened. Yet it still struggled to launch another attack, akin to a dying beast making its final stand. It is over. Seizing the moment, Yang Yu pressed forward, disregarding his wounds, and thrust his sword through the inner demon's heart. The blade emerging from its back, drenched in blood, the demon let out a final anguished roar, its voice laced with despair and regret. Then it dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, leaving Yang Yu standing alone in the ravaged desert. Solitary amid the devastation, the mysterious space began to tremble, as if rejoicing in Yang Yu's triumph. A warm and gentle light appeared before him, reminiscent of a mother's embrace. He understood that he had passed the trial. Yang Yu's attribute panel: Host, Yang Yu, age, 16, realm, late stage bone forging, strength, 320,000 genes, speed, 1050 ms, talent, ordinary genius, cultivation technique, profound level technique, grand completion. Starry Sky Art, Great Accomplishment, Martial Skill, Wind-Breaking Fist, Grand Completion. Chapter 38, Bountiful Rewards. After vanquishing the inner demon, the resplendent light gradually faded, akin to the brilliant fireworks in the night sky dimming. He found himself back in the stone chamber, the surroundings becoming increasingly clear, revealing the ancient, weathered stone walls and the enigmatic runes that once again captivated his gaze. The spectral figure reappeared, its form flickering in and out of focus. Adorned with an imperceptible hint of approval, "Well done, young man, you have passed the trial," the figure proclaimed, its voice echoed as if traversing the vast and profound corridors of time, ethereal and distant, as if it had crossed endless ages. Yang Yu bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful and humble, much like a student addressing a revered teacher. "Thank you, esteemed elder." His eyes shone with genuine gratitude and deep respect, clear and resolute, with a graceful wave of the ethereal figure's hand. A splendid brocade box and an ancient tome materialized instantaneously upon the stone pedestal. The brocade box emanated a mysterious and enchanting glow, as if it harbored boundless power, resembling a miniature universe. The cover of the tome appeared weathered and antiquated, with the 4 characters inscribed as Jiu Yang Shenju seemingly imbued with life, shimmering with an extraordinary and resplendent luminescence, as though narrating its extraordinary essence. Within this brocade box lay a precious elixir capable of significantly enhancing one's martial prowess, while the tome contained an immensely powerful technique known as the Nine Suns Divine Art. "May you wield these gifts wisely, adding resplendent brilliance to your journey in the martial arts," the ethereal figure spoke. His gaze was profound and benevolent, as if beholding a future martial star rising under his watchful eye. Filled with hope and blessings, Yang Yu accepted the brocade box and the tome, his hands trembling slightly, his heart brimming with overwhelming joy and boundless gratitude. This was not merely an invaluable gift but also a weighty and sacred responsibility. Laden with earnest expectations, "Rest assured, esteemed predecessor, I shall not disappoint your hopes," Yang Yu declared solemnly. His voice was resolute and powerful, resonating like a tolling bell, his eyes sparkling with unwavering determination, akin to burning stars. The ethereal figure nodded, then gradually faded away, dissipating like smoke into the air, leaving no trace behind. As Yang Yu opened the brocade box, a rich and potent fragrance of the elixir wafted forth. Penetrating deep into his soul, within lay a smooth, round elixir radiating a gentle yet brilliant glow, akin to the dazzling stars in the night sky, beautiful and captivating. Without hesitation, he consumed the elixir, which melted instantly upon his tongue. And in an instant, a formidable and raging power erupted within him like a volcano. What incredible potency! Yang Yu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead like winding earthworms. He felt as if countless sharp blades were mercilessly slicing through his meridians. Excruciatingly painful, as if engulfed in the inferno of hell, yet he understood that this was a necessary ordeal on the path to enhancing his strength, and he must fully commit to guiding this surging power. Yang Yu seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, employing the techniques he had learned to carefully channel the ferocious power through his meridians. Each surge of energy was a torment, threatening to tear his very soul asunder, yet he persisted like a steadfast ship navigating through a tempestuous sea. After enduring a harrowing trial, Yang Yu finally absorbed the entirety of the elixir's potency. Slowly opening his eyes, a brilliant gleam flashed within, illuminating the darkness like the dawn's first light. He sensed a qualitative leap in his strength, his body brimming with an unprecedented power, as if he could shake the very mountains. Yang Yu surveyed his attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16. Realm, Blood Transition. Initial stage, Strength, 500,000 Gene. Speed, 1,500 ms. Talent, Top-tier genius. Techniques, Profound level technique, Great perfection. Star technique, Major completion, Nine Suns Divine Art, Beginner, Martial skills, Gale Punch, Great perfection. A wave of elation surged through Yang Yu, his excitement akin to tumultuous tides, difficult to articulate. He recognized that he had taken a significant step towards leading his family to greatness, as if he could already glimpse a glorious future beckoning him. After gathering his belongings, Yang Yu exited the stone chamber. His steps light and resolute, like willow branches swaying in the spring breeze. A confident smile adorned his face, radiant as sunlight, illuminating all around him. Are you all right?" Wang Ning inquired with concern, her eyes brimmed with worry and anticipation. As if she could peer into Yang Yu's very soul, seeing him safe and sound, her heart finally at ease, revealing a look of relief. Yang Yu replied with a smile, "Mother, I am well, and I have obtained precious treasures and powerful techniques." His voice resonated with joy and pride, his delight flowing like a cheerful stream, and his pride towering like a majestic mountain. Upon hearing this, everyone rejoiced, their faces blossoming with smiles of contentment akin to flowers in full bloom. Their eyes sparkled with hope for the future, shining like brilliant stars illuminating the path ahead. Mo Yun remarked, "Young friend, Yang Yu is indeed extraordinary. This harvest is plentiful, and it is time for us to return." His tone carried a hint of admiration and approval, as profound as a mighty river and as warm as a gentle spring breeze. Yang Yu nodded, and the group began their journey home. Along the way, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing coolness, like a tender touch. "Thank you, Sister Emily, for your assistance this time, as well as to Elder Mo," Yang Yu expressed, his gaze sincere and warm. Filled with gratitude akin to a deep ocean. Emily blinked, a faint blush rising to her cheeks, like the evening glow on the horizon. "Brother, you are too modest. Your bravery is truly admirable." she replied, her voice crisp and melodious, like a babbling brook, enchanting and delightful. Upon returning to Young Family Village, Yang Yu recounted his legendary experiences within the secret realm to his kin in great detail. They gathered together, captivated by his tale, occasionally expressing gasps of astonishment, their voices akin to the ebb and flow of the sea. Yang De proclaimed, you have rendered tremendous service to the family. We must make good use of these valuable resources to enhance our strength. His eyes sparkled with dreams of a bright future for the family, filled with earnest anticipation, reminiscent of a vibrant painting, and his expectations shining like a brilliant lighthouse. Grandfather, I understand, and I will do my utmost to assist everyone in their cultivation. Yang Yu affirmed, his voice resolute and powerful, instilling confidence within his kin, their belief igniting like an unquenchable flame. Henceforth, under Yang Yu's leadership, Young Family Village embarked on a hopeful new journey. They diligently practiced, continuously enhancing their strength, striving for the family's prosperity and development. Like eagles soaring high, resolutely advancing forward. In the days to come, Young Family Village may encounter further formidable challenges and numerous difficulties. Yet they firmly believed that as long as they stood united like an impenetrable fortress, and pressed onward like a surging river, they would undoubtedly forge a more splendid and radiant tomorrow, akin to brilliant stars illuminating the entire world. Chapter 39, The Surge of Cultivation. Upon Yang Yu's return from the secret realm, a fervent wave of cultivation swept through Young Family Village. The unquenchable thirst for power ignited like a blazing inferno within each clan member's heart. As if the entire village were poised to be set ablaze, Yang Yu unreservedly shared his experiences and insights gained from the secret realm with his kin, his steadfast and industrious figure frequently appearing in every corner of the village, patiently guiding them in their practice of new techniques. Like an indefatigable beacon of light. One clear morning, sunlight cascaded over the training grounds of Young Family Village like a golden waterfall, draping the vibrant land in a sacred and resplendent glow. Yang Yu was diligently explaining the essentials of the Nine Suns' divine art to his cousin Yang Shang, his demeanor focused and engrossed, as if the world consisted solely of himself, Yang Shang. And this mysterious yet powerful technique, cousin, the crux of the Nine Suns' divine art lies in guiding the internal energy to form a cycle of 9 suns within the meridians. Each cycle serves to enhance the purity and potency of the internal energy. Yang Yu elucidated, his voice rang clear and potent, echoing across the training grounds like a resounding bell. His gaze remained fixed on Yang Shang, filled with anticipation and encouragement, hoping he would soon grasp the essence of the technique. Yang Shang furrowed his brow, striving to comprehend, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead in the sunlight, resembling sparkling pearls. Little Yu, this seems rather complex. I always feel as though my internal energy is not circulating smoothly. He expressed, his tone tinged with anxiety and confusion, akin to a restless ant on a hot stove. The bewilderment felt like a heavy fog, obscuring his path. His eyes reflected dissatisfaction with himself, as if blaming his own ignorance. Yang Yu chuckled gently, his smile as warm and soothing as a spring breeze, instantly easing Yang Shang's tense demeanor. He placed a reassuring hand on Yang Shang's shoulder, gently channeling a warm and soft internal energy into him. Akin to a babbling brook, gentle yet resolute, cousin, attune yourself to my internal energy. Yang Yu's voice flowed like a whisper of spring, soft and clear, bringing immense peace to Yang Shang's heart. With Yang Yu's guidance, Yang Shang finally discovered the key, his face lighting up with an ecstatic smile, bright as a magnificent firework bursting forth in the darkness, illuminating his entire world. I've got it, little Yu, thank you, Yang Shang exclaimed, his voice brimming with gratitude and excitement, akin to a long-lost traveler in the desert finally discovering an oasis. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future, shining like brilliant stars illuminating his path ahead. Meanwhile, his younger brother Yang Ming was diligently practicing his martial skills, his clothes soaked with sweat, clinging to him like a damp suit of armor. Each punch he threw was laden with his determination and effort. Yet the results were less than satisfactory. His movements appeared somewhat stiff, and his use of internal energy lacked finesse. Yang Ming, pay attention to the angle and force of your punches. You must concentrate your internal energy in your fist, Yang Yu advised as he approached, personally demonstrating the correct technique. His movements were fluid and powerful, as if each action contained boundless strength surging forth like unstoppable waves. His form was agile and swift. Resembling a graceful leopard, Yang Ming gasped for breath, saying, "Brother Yu, I feel like my progress is so slow." His voice was imbued with frustration and disillusionment, the frustration hanging over him like a heavy, oppressive cloud, suffocating his very breath. The disillusionment fluttered like fallen leaves in the deep autumn, carried away by the wind. He gazed at his clenched fist, his eyes filled with confusion, akin to a child groping in the dark. Unable to discern the path ahead, Yang Yu encouraged him, saying, "Do not lose heart, if you persevere, breakthroughs will surely come." He patted Yang Ming on the shoulder, imparting strength and confidence. That gentle touch seemed to convey boundless power, rekindling the flames of hope within Yang Ming's heart. At that moment, Uncle Yang Quan approached. His face bore the marks of fatigue and helplessness, the traces of time etched deeply into his features, the wrinkles appearing to be the carvings of fate, chronicling his hardships. This old body of mine struggles with the new techniques. It feels somewhat beyond my grasp." Yang Quan's voice carried a hint of sighing, akin to the chilly winds of late autumn, laced with a touch of coolness. His gaze was tinged with self-doubt, as if he had lost faith in his own capabilities. Yang Yu reassured him. "Uncle, do not rush. Allow me to explain it to you in detail once more." His voice was filled with patience and affection, much like the warm sun of winter, enveloping Yang Quan's heart in warmth. That tone bore an unwavering strength, instilling a profound sense of security within Yang Quan. Days passed, and the members of the Yang family, under Yang Yu's meticulous guidance, exhibited remarkable improvement in their abilities. Their eyes sparkled with confidence and determination, that confidence serving as a bright lighthouse illuminating their path forward. That determination stood tall and firm, like an unyielding mountain. Each movement became more skilled and powerful, as if forged through countless trials, displaying an indomitable resilience. However, the transformations within Yangjia village attracted the attention of nearby factions. One day, a small gang known as the Black Wind Gang sent individuals to Yangjia village. It was a day brightened by sunshine, yet the arrival of these uninvited guests cast a tense atmosphere over the air, as if a storm was on the verge of breaking. "Your Yang family has been thriving lately. Isn't it time to pay some protection fees?" A burly man with a face full of blubbering bravado proclaimed. His voice was hoarse and grating, resembling a tarnished gong, evoking a sense of revulsion. His eyes were filled with greed and arrogance, akin to a ravenous beast eager to devour Yangjia village whole. Yang De stepped forward, his gaze resolute and unyielding, sharp as a sword piercing through the bluster of the burly man. "Our Yang family has always relied on self-sufficiency. We require no protection." Yang De's voice was steady and powerful, like a resounding war drum, showing no signs of being intimidated by the man's imposing presence. The burly man sneered, "If you refuse a toast, prepare for a punishment. Do not blame us for being uncivilized." His gaze turned fierce, as if he were ready to pounce and shred the villagers to pieces. With that, he gestured for his accomplices to take action. Instantly, the tension in the air reached its zenith, akin to a taut string on the verge of snapping. Yang Yu stepped forth, his figure as steadfast as a mountain, embodying an unassailable fortress. "If you wish to strike, you must first ask whether I consent." Yang Yu's voice brimmed with authority and confidence, like a clap of thunder, causing everyone present to tremble. The burly man regarded Yang Yu with a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by disdain. "Kid, do you think you, a mere beginner in the blood exchange stage, can stand against us?" he mocked, unable to fathom that this young lad could thwart their advance. His derision was sharp, attempting to pierce Yang Yu's resolve. Yang Yu's gaze turned frigid, reminiscent of ancient ice, sending chills down spines. "We'll see about that." His voice was cold and resolute, showing no signs of retreat, his determination akin to an impregnable fortress of steel. The atmosphere crackled with tension as both sides prepared for confrontation. The burly man launched the first assault, executing a martial technique known as the Black Wind Fist, the wind of his fists howling with ferocity. The force seemed intent on tearing through the air, bearing down upon Yang Yu like an unstoppable tempest. Unperturbed, Yang Yu invoked the Nine Suns' divine art, his internal energy blazing like the scorching sun, effortlessly dissipating the man's attack. His movements flowed like water, his mastery of internal energy apparent, showcasing the prowess of a true martial artist, easily countering the onslaught. The burly man, taken aback, did not expect Yang Yu to be so formidable. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, soon overshadowed by rage, that fury burning like a wildfire, consuming his reason. "Everyone attack," he bellowed. His subordinates surged forth, and chaos erupted in the training ground, shouts and clashes intertwining. Resembling a fierce battlefield, Yang Yu darted through the fray like a ghost, each strike infused with immense power. His punches were fierce and robust, as if the weight of Mount Tai bore down upon his foes. His kicks were agile and unpredictable, swift as a raging storm, leaving his adversaries bewildered. Thud, thud, thud. After a few exchanges, the members of the Black Wind Gang fell one by one, groaning in agony, their earlier bravado extinguished, their moans akin to the lament of the vanquished, heralding their defeat. The burly man, sensing the tide turning, attempted to flee, his steps frantic, eyes wide with terror, that fear casting a dark shadow over him. Yang Yu lunged forward, blocking his path. "Trying to run? Not so easily." Yang Yu's voice resounded like thunder, halting the man's retreat with an air of authority and fury. The burly man pleaded, "Hero, spare my life. We shall not dare return. His voice trembled, his face a mask of fear and regret, that regret reflecting a deep remorse for his previous misdeeds. Yang Yu commanded, return and inform your leader, do not provoke Yangjia village again. His voice exuded authority and warning, akin to a sovereign's decree. Beyond reproach, the burly man scrambled away in disgrace, leaving behind a scene of devastation in the training ground and a victorious Yang Yu. Yang Yu's attributes: host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, beginner in blood exchange, strength, 600,000 genes, speed, 1,800 ms, talent, top-tier genius techniques, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, great achievement. 9 Suns divine art, minor achievement, martial skills, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 40, The Black Wind Gang's Revenge. After driving away the Black Wind Gang, Yangjia village briefly returned to a facade of tranquility. Yet, Yang Yu knew that matters would not conclude so easily. In the following days, an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air, as if a mountain storm was brewing, heavy enough to stifle one's breath. Indeed, mere days later, the leader of the Black Wind Gang arrived at Yangjia village flanked by a cadre of skilled fighters, their expressions fierce, their gazes capable of devouring whole, radiating an aura thick with malice, like a shroud of black smoke engulfing the village. Yang Yu, today marks your demise, the leader of the Black Wind Gang roared, his voice rumbled like thunder, echoing across Yangjia village, leaving the villagers' ears ringing. The leader was towering, muscles bulging, resembling a colossal iron tower. With flames of fury burning in his eyes, as if they would reduce Yang Yu to ashes, Yang Yu stepped forward, his gaze unwavering, devoid of any fear. You think you can take me on? His voice was calm yet powerful, as if he were unperturbed by the looming threat, his demeanor exuding an air of mastery over his circumstances. The Black Wind Gang leader sneered, kid, do not be too arrogant. I am a mid-stage blood exchange expert. Today, you will know true power. With that, he swung his arms fiercely, unleashing a torrent of internal energy, a surge akin to a raging tide, brimming with unrestrained might. He launched the attack first, employing a technique called the Gale Palm. The gust of his palm surged forth, akin to a tempest unleashed, bearing down on Yang Yu with a terror capable of obliterating everything in its path. Tearing through the very air, unfazed, Yang Yu activated the 9 Suns divine art, his internal energy surging rapidly, forming a solid barrier. That protective shield shimmered brightly, resembling a translucent barrier emanating mysterious light. Boom! The clash between the palm wind and the protective barrier erupted with a thunderous roar, sending dust swirling into the air, reminiscent of a sandstorm that blotted out the sun. Yang Yu remained undeterred, a smirk curling upon his lips, tinged with disdain. I guess that all you've got? His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, filled with scorn. The leader's expression darkened, a flicker of surprise and anger flashing in his eyes. He did not anticipate that his full-force strike would be so easily neutralized by Yang Yu. Causing unease to swell within him, he intensified his assault, his palms moving in rapid succession, unleashing a barrage of even more ferocious palm winds, like an avalanche crashing down upon Yang Yu, unstoppable as a stampede. The skilled fighters at his back surged forward, and in an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, the entire Yangjia village descending into a chaotic battlefield. Yang Shang, Yang Quan, and others did not hesitate to join the fray, engaging in fierce combat with the Black Wind Gang. Yang Shang, watch out! Yang Yu caught sight of Yang Shang being ambushed from behind by an enemy. In an instant, he dashed forward like lightning, delivering a swift kick that sent the attacker sprawling. His movements were as quick as a flash, effortlessly averting Yang Shang's crisis. I'm fine, just be careful yourself. Yang Shang called out, sweat streaming down his face like rain, yet his eyes shone with determination and courage, that courage burning like an unquenchable flame. Yang Yu turned to face the leader, his gaze sharp, akin to 2 swords poised to pierce through the leader's defenses. It is time to put an end to this. His voice was as cold as ice, sending chills down the spine as if it emanated from the depths of an abyss. He unleashed the gale-breaking fist, the force of his punch akin to a tempest, striking powerfully towards the gang leader. Before the punch landed, the wind from it had already reached, stinging the leader's face as if it were being cut by blades. The leader hastily raised his palm to defend, but Yang Yu's strength was overwhelming. He felt an irresistible force surge through him, causing him to stagger back several steps. His arm tingled, seemingly losing sensation, and an unprecedented fear welled up within him. How could this be? Your power is astonishing, the leader exclaimed in terror. His voice trembled, stripped of the arrogance and confidence he once held, now filled with despair and disbelief. Seizing the moment, Yang Yu intensified his onslaught, each punch more fierce than the last, accompanied by a whistling sound as if to shatter the very air. His figure moved like a specter, eluding the leader's grasp. Leaving him no choice but to endure the blows. The leader cried out in agony as Yang Yu's fist struck his chest. In an instant, his chest caved in, the sound of breaking bones clear and distinct. Blood erupted from his mouth like a fountain, and his body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the other members of the Black Wind Gang were thrown into disarray. Frantically attempting to flee, their faces were marred by terror, the previous fierceness and arrogance evaporating, fear spreading like a contagion. Not a single one shall escape, Yang Yu bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, deafening in its intensity. Together with his kin, he launched a siege, subduing every enemy without exception. Following this battle, the reputation of Yang Family Village spread like wildfire in the vicinity. People recounted the thrilling confrontation with fervor and awe. They spoke of a formidable figure from Yang Family Village named Yang Yu, who had even vanquished the Black Wind Gang. A passerby animatedly relayed this tale in a teahouse, his expression one of excitement and exhilaration. As if he had witnessed the battle firsthand. Indeed, Yang Family Village is on the rise, others chimed in, their eyes brimming with admiration and envy, that admiration flowing like a mighty river, that envy sparkling like bright stars. Yang Yu's name gradually became well known, sparking curiosity and reverence among many. Furthermore, Yang Family Village found itself presented with new opportunities and challenges, the path ahead brimming with both uncertainty and hope. Yang Yu's attribute panel read, Host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, early blood transformation, strength 700,000 gene, speed 2000 meters second, qualification, top-tier genius technique, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, major completion. 9 Suns divine technique, minor completion, martial skill, gale-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 41, the mayor's invitation. Under Yang Yu's leadership, Yang Family Village gained renown following the breathtaking and intense battle with the Black Wind Gang. The villagers' lives gradually stabilized, the crops in the fields thriving under the nurturing of sunlight and rain, each patch of verdant seedlings resembling emeralds of the earth, teeming with vitality and hope. The laughter of children echoed joyfully throughout the village, their chimes reminiscent of a spring stream, clear and melodious. The strength of the clan steadily increased, with family members diligently training. Each morning and dusk, one could witness their earnest figures practicing. The faces of every individual radiated with dreams of the future, those dreams akin to dazzling stars illuminating their path ahead. One day, while Yang Yu was practicing at home, sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping him like golden threads, highlighting his resolute and upright silhouette. Suddenly, a stranger arrived in Yang Family Village, clad in a flowing azure robe, its fabric soft and smooth, shimmering lightly in the sunlight. A black belt adorned his waist, embellished with several exquisite gems, lending an air of grandeur. His demeanor was respectful, his steps measured, each stride seemingly imbued with a sense of solemnity. Is young Master Yang present? My master has a letter to deliver to you, the envoy stated respectfully, his voice rang clear in the tranquil courtyard, akin to a crystal-clear brook meandering through the mountains. Hearing this, Yang Yu exited his room, his steps steady and powerful, as if the very earth quaked beneath him. His eyes held a mix of curiosity and vigilance, scrutinizing the envoy. Who is your master? Yang Yu's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority. The envoy presented an invitation letter, its cover adorned with a blue gem, translucent and radiant, resembling a pearl from the deep sea. Exquisitely crafted, the envoy continued. My master is the mayor of Lulin Town. Upon hearing of your courageous deeds, he has specially invited you to the town for a discussion. Yang Yu accepted the invitation letter and, upon opening it, found the calligraphy to be elegant and commanding, each stroke imbued with immense power. He pondered, why would the mayor of Lulin Town suddenly extend an invitation to him? Was it a gesture of goodwill? Or was there an ulterior motive? His father, Yang Jun, approached and asked, what is the matter? A hint of concern shadowed Yang Jun's face, akin to dark clouds looming over his brow. Yang Yu replied, Father, the mayor of Lulin Town has invited me, though I am unsure of his intentions. His brow furrowed slightly as he endeavored to decipher the mayor's motives from the brief invitation, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. His mother, Wang Ning, expressed her worry. Could there be danger? Concern filled Wang Ning's eyes as she grasped Yang Yu's hand, which trembled slightly, betraying her inner unease. Yang Yu reassured her, Mother, do not worry. I will proceed with caution. He gently patted her hand, offering a comforting smile. As warm and resolute as a spring breeze, Yang Yu resolved to visit Lulin Town, bringing along his cousin Yang Shang. The two rode swiftly, the sound of hooves echoing like urgent drumbeats, shattering the tranquility of the road. The scenery on either side rushed past, as if swept away by the torrent of time. Upon reaching Lulin Town, Yang Yu and Yang Shang were escorted to the mayor's residence. This grand estate resembled a miniature castle. The two stone lions at the entrance stood imposing, their eyes gleaming with a watchful intensity. As if scrutinizing every visitor, the crimson door was firmly shut, exuding an air of mystery and authority, as if countless secrets lay hidden behind it. The door creaked open slowly, emitting a heavy groan. As if narrating the ancient history of the estate. Upon entering, they found the mayor awaiting them in the courtyard. The mayor was a middle-aged man, his gaze deep as the sea, seemingly able to perceive all. His demeanor was extraordinary, exuding an aura of authority and confidence with every gesture. He wore a purple robe embroidered with intricate patterns that seemed to tell ancient tales. A jade pendant of vibrant green hung from his waist, glimmering softly in the sunlight. "Young friend Yang Yu, I have long heard of your esteemed name," the mayor said with a warm smile. His expression was amiable, like the gentle sun of spring, evoking a sense of closeness. Yang Yu cupped his hands in salute. "You flatter me, Mayor. May I inquire the purpose of your visit?" Yang Yu's gaze met the mayor's directly, seeking answers in his expression, his eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. The mayor replied, "Recently, peculiar occurrences have arisen in the town. An ancient tomb has been discovered, seemingly harboring mysterious powers. I wish to request your assistance in exploring it." The mayor's voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an air of mystery, as if recounting an ancient and enigmatic legend. Yang Yu's heart stirred. An ancient tomb, his pulse quickened, anticipation igniting within him, a flame of eagerness roaring to life. The mayor continued, "Within this tomb may lie precious techniques and treasures, yet it is fraught with peril. I believe that with your strength, you will surely gain something of value." The mayor's eyes shone with expectation and trust, that trust illuminating Yang Yu's lingering uncertainties like a guiding light. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu declared, "Since the mayor places such trust in me, I am willing to give it a try." His voice was resolute and powerful, filled with determination, akin to an unyielding mountain. Upon returning to their lodgings, Yang Shang remarked, "Brother Yu, could this be a trap?" A hint of worry clouded Yang Shang's expression. "Akin to a shadow enveloping his heart," Yang Yu replied, "Cousin, regardless of whether it is a trap or not, this presents an opportunity for us. However, we must be thoroughly prepared." A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Yang Yu's eyes, akin to the brilliance of stars in the night sky. The next day, Yang Yu and Yang Sheng joined the mayor's entourage to set off for the ancient tomb. Along the way, silence reigned, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if a heavy cloud loomed over their hearts. The tomb lay in a valley outside the town, surrounded by towering ancient trees, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches intertwining to form a canopy of green. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground like golden shards scattered about. A thin mist enveloped the valley, its ethereal quality lending an eerie ambience, as if they had stepped into a mysterious realm. "Be cautious, there may be traps here," Yang Yu cautioned. His voice shattered the silence, tightening everyone's nerves as if a bowstring had been drawn taut. They carefully entered the ancient tomb, the passage narrow and dim, droplets of moisture clinging to the walls, falling to the ground with a crisp sound that echoed in the stillness like the whispers of ghosts. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, extinguishing the torches upon the walls, plunging the entire tomb passage into an abyss of darkness. A scream pierced the silence, reverberating within the tomb, sending shivers down one's spine, as if it were a summons from the depths of hell. Yang Yu swiftly ignited the torch, revealing a swarm of shadowy figures ahead. These phantoms flickered and swayed, seemingly devoid of substance, like ethereal specters dancing in the gloom. "What are those?" Yang Sheng exclaimed, his voice laced with terror, instinctively retreating a step as if confronted by a dreadful beast. Upon closer inspection, Yang Yu discerned that they were a horde of ghostly creatures. Their semi-transparent forms exuded a frigid aura reminiscent of icy frost, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. "Fear not, these should be the guardian spirits of the ancient tomb," Yang Yu reassured. His tone was steady and composed, bestowing a flicker of courage upon the group, that courage akin to a blaze dispelling the shadows of fear. The creatures lunged towards them, and Yang Yu and Yang Shang charged forward. Yang Yu unleashed the nine yang divine art, his inner power transforming into a searing radiance, illuminating the entire tomb chamber. Where the light fell, the monsters' forms became clear, the brilliance akin to the dawn's first light, banishing the darkness. Under the illumination, the monsters' movements slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Shang executed his sword technique, the blade flashing like meteors streaking across the night sky, slaying several of the creatures. "Everyone, together," Yang Yu commanded, his voice imbued with strength, rallying the group, resonating like the war drums, igniting their fighting spirit. They unleashed their martial skills, and for a moment, the tomb chamber was a whirlwind of sword energy, like a dragon emerging from the sea. The winds of fists howled, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain. The creatures' howls echoed, a cacophony of light intertwining, painting a vivid yet terrifying tableau, as if a life and death struggle was unfolding. After a fierce battle, they finally vanquished the monsters. The group, breathless and drenched in sweat, resembled individuals just pulled from the water. Each bore wounds to varying degrees, bloodied and excruciatingly painful. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, early blood transformation, strength, 800,000 gene, speed, 2200 ms, aptitude, top-tier genius technique, profound level technique, great perfection. Starry Sky technique, major completion, 9 Yang divine art, medium completion, martial skill, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 42, depths of the ancient tomb. After eliminating the first wave of monsters, Yang Yu and his companions pressed deeper into the ancient tomb. The passage within was narrow and dim, the moss on the walls exuding a damp aroma, permeating the air with an aura of bygone grievances. Tinged with a scent of decay, it felt as if an ancient curse clung to them, evoking a sense of oppression and unease, as though each breath bore a heavy burden. Be cautious, this place emanates an eerie aura. Yang Yu warned his companions. His voice echoed in the constricted passage, carrying a weighty gravity, like a tolling bell resonating in their hearts. The torch in Yang Yu's hand illuminated the path ahead, the flickering flames casting light upon his solemn visage, which appeared particularly resolute in the interplay of shadows and light. Yang Sheng closely trailed Yang Yu, gripping his sword tighter, his palms slick with sweat, which seemed to flow like tears of fear. Brother Yu, I can't shake this unsettling feeling. Yang Sheng's voice quivered, betraying his anxiety, akin to trembling leaves in the wind. Yang Yu nodded slightly, his gaze vigilant as he scrutinized their surroundings. His eyes were sharp as a hawk's, missing no subtle movement, as if he could pierce the darkness and perceive all. Suddenly a deep growl emanated from ahead, a sound that seemed to rise from the very depths of hell, filled with boundless rage and resentment, sending chills through their souls, as if their very essence was frozen by the noise. A colossal beast surged forth from the shadows. This creature resembled a lion but bore enormous wings, its feathers sharp as blades, glistening with a chilling sheen. Its eyes glowed a blood red, akin to flames of wrath, brimming with a thirst for carnage. An overwhelming aura radiated from it, akin to surging tides, nearly suffocating the group as if an invisible mountain weighed heavily upon their hearts. It is a late-stage blood transformation beast. Yang Yu's countenance changed, his heart racing like a frantic drumbeat, threatening to leap from his chest, yet his gaze held no trace of retreat. Instead, it ignited a fervent fighting spirit, a flame burning fiercely and resolutely. The town chief exclaimed, "Everyone, be cautious." His voice trembled with fear and tension, as if the sudden crisis had robbed him of reason. He instinctively recoiled a few steps, his face as pale as parchment. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yu charged forward. He invoked the 9 Yang divine art, channeling his inner strength into his palms, the radiance shimmering in the darkness like brilliant stars, illuminating the surrounding shadows. He hurled himself at the beast, his momentum akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night, wielding the power to obliterate all. The beast flapped its wings, unleashing a powerful gust to counter Yang Yu's assault. The wind howled like a tempest, imbued with destructive force, colliding with Yang Yu's energy. Boom! The clash generated a tremendous shockwave, causing the walls to crack, the fissures spreading like a spider's web, debris tumbling down, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The force of the impact destabilized the group, sending them sprawling to the ground, akin to leaves caught in a tempest, helpless and adrift. Yang Sheng and the others also launched their attacks, their weapons gleaming with cold light in the fire's glow, that glimmer symbolizing hope amidst despair. Fragile yet steadfast, however, the beast's defenses were formidable. Their strikes left only faint marks upon its hide, like raindrops upon stone, vanishing without a trace, inflicting little harm. This approach is futile. Yang Yu felt a surge of urgency, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, resembling pearls strung upon a broken thread, cascading down his cheeks, shimmering under the firelight. Yet his gaze remained resolute, his mind racing, strategizing a countermeasure akin to a high-speed machine, overlooking no possible solution. Seizing the moment, the beast retaliated, its jaws agape, unleashing a torrent of flames. The inferno surged forth like a dragon, enveloping everything in its path, the searing heat warping the very air, as if hell itself were ablaze. Yang Yu narrowly evaded, the flames grazing past him, scorching the hem of his garment, emitting the acrid scent of charred fabric. His clothing was instantly torn, and his skin felt a sharp fiery sting, as if pricked by countless needles. "Brother Yu, what should we do?" Yang Sheng shouted, his voice was rife with despair and helplessness, as if he were a drowning man, desperately calling for aid. His gaze was filled with reliance on Yang Yu, as though Yang Yu were his only lifeline. Yang Yu's eyes were unwavering, his gaze seemingly capable of piercing the darkness, offering a glimmer of hope to the group, that hope akin to the faint light of dawn. Though dim, it brimmed with strength. "Everyone, concentrate your strength on attacking its eyes," Yang Yu bellowed, his voice firm and commanding. Akin to a general on the battlefield directing his troops. Upon hearing this, the group adjusted their aim, gritting their teeth, launching their assault once more, pinning all their hopes on this singular effort. Their eyes shone with determination. Akin to valiant warriors marching towards certain death, undeterred, Yang Yu charged once more at the beast, drawing its ire. The creature, enraged by Yang Yu's provocation, lashed out wildly. Its claws were like sharp daggers. Repeatedly lunging at Yang Yu, laden with lethal intent, employing his agile footwork, Yang Yu deftly evaded the beast's strikes. His form danced amidst the creature's attacks, weaving left and right, akin to leaves in a tempest. Yet never once struck. His movements were ghostly, elusive, and difficult to grasp. At that moment, Yang Shang and the others finally struck true, their attacks connecting with the beast's eyes. The creature let out a wretched cry. Thrashing in agony, black blood oozed from its eyes, cascading like a dark waterfall, its body quaking as if it were a mountain on the verge of collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu unleashed a full-force strike. His inner strength surging forth like a torrential flood, his fist, imbued with boundless power, struck the beast's head. That force was akin to falling stars, carrying an aura of annihilation. The beast collapsed, its life force gradually waning. Its massive form crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, which rose like yellow smoke, enveloping the air. The group exhaled in relief, their bodies collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Weariness and a sense of survival flooded their faces, as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of hell. After a brief respite, they continued onward. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the path. Two passages extended in different directions, the darkness rife with uncertainty and peril. The darkness felt like an endless abyss, ready to consume them at any moment. Which path should we take? Someone inquired, their voice thick with confusion and fear. Akin to a child lost in the dark, unable to find their way home, Yang Yu scrutinized the two passages. One was shrouded in a faint mist, which seemed to conceal countless secrets and dangers. That mist serving as a mysterious veil obscuring the truth. The other passage emitted faint whispers of wind, intertwined with some enigmatic sounds, akin to ghostly murmurs sending chills down the spine. I believe we should take the misty path, Yang Shang remarked, his gaze fixated on the fog-laden passage ahead, harboring a flicker of hope as though a glimmer of life lay hidden behind the mist. Yang Yu pondered for a moment. No. We must take the path with the wind. The fog may be toxic. His voice was resolute and decisive, revealing a keen awareness of danger. As if he could see through all facades, the group obeyed Yang Yu's command and ventured into the wind-swept corridor. Within the passage, the howling wind surged, as if something sinister lurked within. The sound resembled the whispers of phantoms, imbued with an endless chill and terror, sending shivers down their spines, as if invisible hands caressed their backs. Everyone, be cautious, Yang Yu warned. Just as a flurry of arrows shot forth from the walls, the arrows fell like raindrops, gleaming ominously in the darkness, their chilling glint akin to that of Death's herald. Instilling a sense of dread, the group hastily dodged, their figures flitting through the passage, peril lurking at every turn. Their movements resembled those of startled birds, frantic and hurried. Alas, one unfortunate soul was struck by an arrow. Emitting a cry of anguish, the sound reverberated through the corridor, striking fear into their hearts, as if the bell of death tolled for each of them. As Yang Yu evaded the arrows, he sought the source of the mechanism controlling them. His gaze swiftly scanned the walls, leaving no suspicious spot unchecked, as if he were searching for a messenger of light in the darkness. At last, he discovered a protrusion on the wall. Yang Yu leapt forward and pressed it firmly, causing the arrows to cease their assault. Instantly, the corridor fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of the group, of their inhalations echoing the pulse of life, fragile and precious. Let us proceed, Yang Yu declared, his voice shattering the silence, bestowing upon the group a renewed courage and impetus, like a lighthouse guiding them through the dark. Yang Yu's attributes: Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16. Realm, early stage of blood exchange, Strength, 900. 000. Gene, Speed, 2500 ms, Talent, Supreme Genius. Martial Arts, Profound Level Techniques, Great Perfection, Stellar Technique, Great Accomplishment, 9 Young Divine Art, Intermediate Accomplishment, Martial Skills, Wind-Breaking Fist, Great Perfection. Chapter 43, Treasures and Traps. Yang Yu and his companions continued to advance slowly along the passage formed by the flowing air, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense and oppressive. In the profound darkness, only the feeble glow of their torches illuminated the path, and with each step forward, they felt an immense, intangible pressure, lurking like a specter. Water droplets incessantly dripped from the walls, producing sharp, crisp sounds that resonated in the deathly silence, foreshadowing the approach of some unknown and perilous omen. Why does this place make one feel such primal dread? Yang Shang whispered, his voice betraying an unmistakable tremor, his eyes darting nervously around, as if numerous malicious eyes were peering at them from the abyss. Yang Yu's gaze remained focused and unwavering, the flickering torch casting a dim light upon his taut features. Cousin, we must exercise utmost caution. I fear there are many unknown dangers awaiting us ahead. Yang Yu's tone was steady and calm, though internally he was equally alert, well aware that he must not reveal any hint of trepidation. As they conversed, a massive, formidable stone door loomed ahead, towering and majestic. It appeared to be the enigmatic entrance to an entirely unknown realm. The door was adorned with a multitude of peculiar runes that glimmered with an inscrutable light. Reminiscent of bizarre stars in the night sky, the mayor approached with an eager pace, meticulously examining the stone door, his eyes brimming with intense desire and anticipation. This may well be the entrance to the treasure, he exclaimed, his voice laced with barely concealed excitement as he instinctively reached out to touch the mysterious runes. The group was filled with eager anticipation, their eyes shimmering with avarice. However, Yang Yu remained vigilant. Cautiously inching closer to the door as he extended his hand to lightly touch it, the stone door suddenly began to creak open, unleashing a powerful gust of air. Everyone, be careful, Yang Yu shouted, his voice echoing through the narrow passage, shattering the illusions of wealth that had filled their minds. As the air settled, they beheld an expansive chamber, its walls lined with an array of priceless treasures and ancient, arcane tomes. The gems sparkled alluringly in the flickering torchlight, while the tomes emanated an air of ancient mystery. We struck gold, someone cried in exhilaration, their voice sharp and piercing with excitement, eager to rush into the chamber and seize the riches. However, Yang Yu furrowed his brow, sensing that this seemingly idyllic scene concealed untold peril. His instincts clearly warned him that matters would not unfold so simply. Hold on, don't act recklessly, Yang Yu cautioned urgently and sternly, striving to deter those whose minds were clouded by greed. Yet, some could no longer contain their desires and rushed towards the treasures without heed. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, as if a colossal beast writhed beneath them. A massive figure began to rise from the depths of the chamber, a guardian radiating an overwhelming aura, towering like a mountain before them. Its bulging muscles resembled impenetrable rock, each sinew brimming with terrifying strength. Its eyes glowed like burning embers, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. Intruders, perish! The guardian bellowed, its voice deafening, akin to thunder crashing in their ears. The entire chamber shook under the force of its roar. Dust cascading from the walls, Yang Yu's heart sank. From the guardian's aura, he discerned it was at least at the peak of the blood exchange realm. This was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, far surpassing any foe they had previously encountered. Everyone, attack together, Yang Yu shouted, his voice infused with fearless courage and unwavering resolve as he charged towards the guardian without hesitation. The group unleashed their specialized martial skills and techniques, and in an instant a dazzling display of light erupted, their internal energies surging wildly. Various sharp weapons and the radiant energies of their might converged, launching a ferocious assault on the guardian. Yang Yu executed the nine-yang divine art, his internal energy blazing like a fierce fire, his fists striking towards the guardian with immense force. He moved like lightning, appearing before the guardian in an instant. The guardian raised its powerful arm, effortlessly blocking Yang Yu's attack. Its arm was as unyielding as steel, and Yang Yu's fist struck it as if hitting a towering mountain. Yang Shang's sword swiftly pierced the guardian, leaving only a shallow mark. The sound of the blade scraping against the guardian's skin was jarring. This creature is too strong, Yang Shang gasped, his face paling and beads of sweat forming on his brow. The guardian swung its colossal fist towards the group, the air whistling with its ferocious force, as if it sought to obliterate everything before it. Boom! The ground buckled under the impact, a massive pit forming as dust erupted into the air. Debris flew in all directions, and some were unfortunate enough to be struck, emitting anguished cries. This one do, Yang Yu thought, dodging the guardian's attacks while rapidly devising a strategy. His mind raced like a high-speed machine, his eyes fixated on the guardian's every move, searching for a flaw. Suddenly he keenly observed a pattern in the guardian's actions. After each attack, its left leg would momentarily falter. Everyone, focus your attacks on its left leg, Yang Yu shouted, his voice ringing clear amidst the chaos. Providing the group with a definitive target, they immediately concentrated their firepower on the guardian's left leg, their weapons and energies colliding in a series of rapid impacts. The guardian's movements were significantly impeded, its gait becoming unsteady. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu leapt high, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch aimed at the guardian's head. His fist soared like a brilliant meteor streaking across the dark sky. The guardian staggered, then finally collapsed with a resounding crash, its heavy body crashing to the ground, echoing a profound thud. The group collectively exhaled in relief, utterly exhausted, as they sank to the ground in fatigue. After such an intense battle, they were left drained and unable to continue. Yang Yu gasped heavily, yet he soon mustered the strength to rise and began methodically collecting the treasures within the secret chamber. He picked up an ancient tome, his heart overflowing with an indescribable joy. This tome emanated an aura of profound antiquity, as if it contained boundless power and profound wisdom. Yang Yu's attribute panel read, Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16, Realm, early stage of blood transformation, Strength, 1 million Gene, Speed, 2800 ms, Talent, Top-tier Genius, Techniques, Mysterious Level Technique, Great Perfection, Star Technique, Major Achievement, 9 Suns Divine Technique, Medium Achievement, Martial Skills, Wind-Breaking Fist, Great Perfection. Chapter 44, Escape from the Ancient Tomb. Having endured numerous perils in the secret chamber, Yang Yu and his companions finally amassed a wealth of precious treasures, just as they were filled with joy and prepared to depart. They were horrified to discover that the path they had taken was now sealed by an immensely powerful barrier. The barrier flickered with an eerie light, its kaleidoscopic colors exuding a chilling aura. As if it were an insurmountable chasm standing before them. What do we do now? Yang Sheng exclaimed anxiously. His voice was thick with panic, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, each droplet glimmering faintly in the dim light. Mirroring his inner fear, his eyes betrayed a profound helplessness, and his hands trembled involuntarily, as if he had lost all hope. Of furrowing his brow, Yang Yu gazed intently at the enigmatic barrier, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Seemingly capable of piercing through this obstruction to discern any flaws within it. Everyone, remain calm. Let us first search for any alternative exits. Yang Yu's voice was steady and resolute, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the panicked crowd. Offering them a rare semblance of comfort. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, the group clung to them as if they were a lifeline, fervently scouring the chamber for any signs of escape. Their footsteps echoed through the silent space, resonating with an urgency that felt almost palpable. Every face was etched with anxiety and anticipation, a complex expression woven from the desire to survive and the dread of the unknown. However, after an exhaustive search, they found nothing but the firmly sealed door. At that moment, a deep, wrathful roar reverberated from afar, brimming with malice and murderous intent. The sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, carrying with it an overwhelming aura of rage that sent shivers down their spines, as if their souls were being shaken by its resonance. This is bad. The earlier battle must have attracted an even more formidable presence. Yang Yu's expression turned grave, his heart racing like a frantic drum, quickening in its beat. His mind operated like a high-speed machine, urgently formulating strategies to confront the imminent crisis. The town chief too displayed a profound concern. His brow furrowed into a deep crease. Yang Yu, we must devise a means to escape this place swiftly. The tremor in his voice revealed his deep-seated fear and unease regarding their perilous situation. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu's eyes flickered with determination. Everyone, concentrate your strength and attempt to shatter this barrier. His gaze swept across the group, imbued with unwavering resolve, as if to convey that unity would surely allow them to overcome this formidable challenge. Nodding in agreement, the group unleashed their most potent attacks without hesitation. In an instant, the chamber was illuminated, a dazzling spectacle of intertwining lights from various techniques and martial skills, creating a breathtaking and awe-inspiring scene. The surge of internal energy radiated like ripples, distorting the surrounding air as if it were being warped by their overwhelming power. Yet, the seemingly indestructible barrier only trembled slightly, akin to a robust shield showing no signs of fracture. This won't do. Our power is too scattered, Yang Yu exclaimed, his voice hoarse from urgency. I will take the lead in the assault. Everyone channel your energy into me. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yu's eyes reflected a fierce resolve. Bracing himself for the immense and uncertain challenge ahead, the group nodded in unison, instantly directing their internal energy into him. Yang Yu felt an overwhelming force gathering within him, powerful enough to almost rupture his body. The raging energy surged through his veins like a wild beast, yearning to break free. Suppressing the excruciating pain, he unleashed the most potent form of the 9 Suns Divine Technique, the 9 Suns Burning Heaven. The internal energy swiftly coalesced into a colossal fireball, blazing with an intensity that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. The surrounding air warped under the searing heat, the very fabric of space trembling under the terrifying temperatures. With a ferocious determination, the fireball hurtled towards the impenetrable barrier. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, deafening in its intensity, as if the entire ancient tomb were quaking from the impact. The shockwave reverberated throughout the chamber, dislodging dust and debris from the walls. Under the weight of this formidable assault, the barrier finally manifested a minute crack resembling a spider's web as it slowly spread outward. Push harder, Yang Yu shouted hoarsely, his voice cutting through the cacophony. Filled with unyielding resolve, the group gritted their teeth, redoubling their efforts, their faces pale as parchment, beads of sweat cascading down like rain, yet they persevered. Yang Yu's assault intensified. the fireball radiating an increasingly blinding brilliance, akin to a burning sun. Ultimately, through their collective efforts and relentless determination, they succeeded in breaking the seemingly indestructible barrier. In an instant, a radiant burst of light enveloped them. A surge of powerful energy crashing upon them like a tidal wave. However, just as they exhaled a sigh of relief, ready to leave, a massive serpent suddenly appeared before them. This serpent was as colossal as a small mountain. Its scales shimmering with a chilling sheen, each scale sharp as a blade, gleaming ominously. Its enormous eyes radiated a merciless killing intent, exuding the formidable aura of a perfected blood transformation realm, rendering them nearly breathless. "It's the guardian beast," someone shouted in terror, their voice steeped in despair and helplessness, as if the shadow of death loomed ever closer. Yang Yu clenched his jaw, raising his voice, "Do not fear, let us confront it together." His words were infused with fearless courage and resolute spirit. Without hesitation, he charged at the serpent like an arrow released from its bow. The serpent opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of dark green venom. The venom rained down like a storm of arrows, its speed rendering evasion impossible. Yang Yu darted aside with uncanny agility, evading the lethal spray as if he were a phantom. The venom splattered onto the ground, sizzling ominously and rapidly corroding a gaping hole, releasing noxious fumes. Seizing the moment, Yang Shang lunged at the serpent's eyes with his sword. However, the serpent reacted with lightning speed, sweeping its tail with tremendous force. Yang Shang's body was sent flying, crashing against the hard wall like a broken kite. "Cousin," Yang Yu cried out in distress, his voice laced with concern. "Yud, don't worry about me. Be careful," Yang Shang shouted from the ground. Struggling to speak, blood trickled from his lips, yet his gaze remained steadfast, brimming with trust and encouragement for Yang Yu. A fierce rage ignited within Yang Yu, and he unleashed the 9 suns burning heaven once more. The massive fireball, fueled by his fury and determination, shot towards the serpent like a shooting star. The serpent twisted its massive body, nimbly evading Yang Yu's strikes. Meanwhile, its powerful tail swept through the air, and its claws lashed out violently, each attack carrying a lethal threat. Amidst this intense battle, Yang Yu suddenly sensed a breakthrough in his realm. It was a subtle sensation, as if a potent and mysterious force was surging within him, relentlessly impacting his meridians and acupoints. Now is the time, Yang Yu silently urged himself, channeling his internal energy to guide that mysterious power. His body radiated a brilliant light, the internal energy within him surging like a river breaking its dam. At last, Yang Yu successfully advanced to the mid-stage of blood transformation. His strength surged, his attacks growing more formidable and fierce. Each strike carried an amplified force, gradually tipping the scales against the serpent. Once dominant in the fight, ultimately utilizing his sharp insight, Yang Yu identified the serpent's fatal flaw and delivered a powerful punch to its vital area. The serpent let out a pitiful wail, its massive body crashing to the ground. Breathless, "Let us move quickly," Yang Yu urged, his voice tinged with fatigue but more so with unwavering determination. The group followed closely behind him, hastily escaping from the perilous and enigmatic ancient tomb. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16 years. Realm, mid-stage. Blood exchange, strength, 1. 500,000. Gene, speed, 3000 ms, talent, top-tier genius techniques, profound level techniques, great perfection, star technique, major achievement, 9 young divine technique, medium achievement, martial skills, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 45, heartwarming moments after Yang Yu and his companions narrowly escaped from the ancient tomb. The entire town of Lulin was set abuzz with excitement due to their harrowing experiences, shaking the very foundations of the usually tranquil settlement. The brilliant sunlight generously bathed the ancient streets, infusing the ordinarily peaceful town with an extraordinary vibrancy. Yang Yu and Yang Shang, burdened with the precious treasures and mysterious manuals obtained through great toil, returned to the town with weary yet resolute strides. Yang Shang's visage still bore the remnants of anxiety and deep-seated dread, as if he were still trapped in the terrifying scenes of the tomb that was truly a brush with death. Yang Shang murmured, his voice quavering like leaves in the wind, imbued with unease and fear. Each word seemed to escape through clenched teeth, as memories of the perilous experiences within the tomb sent shivers down his spine. A chilling dread creeping along his spine. Yang Yu nodded slightly, his gaze reflective and profound, akin to an unfathomable abyss. "Yet, the rewards are undeniably significant. These treasures and manuals will undoubtedly aid our family's future development," he declared, his voice steady and resonant, like the tolling of a great bell. Imbued with conviction and clarity, as he envisioned the swift rise of their family due to these hard-won gains, news spread through Lulin town with astonishing swiftness, as if it had sprouted wings. In every corner, people engaged in animated discussions, their fervent voices rising and falling like the chorus of cicadas in summer. They spoke of Yang Yu and his companions' heroic exploits within the tomb, With every face illuminated by excitement and curiosity. In tea houses, patrons sipped fragrant tea while giving enthusiastic thumbs-ups, praising Yang Yu's bravery and astuteness, their accolades ringing out incessantly within the mayor's residence. The mayor personally received Yang Yu. The hall was adorned with an air of solemn elegance, each decoration exuding refinement and style. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting golden beams upon the floor, creating patches of dappled light that added warmth and brightness to the entire hall. Yang Yu, you have rendered an enormous service to our town, the mayor said with a smile, his face radiating warmth and appreciation, his gaze reflecting unreserved recognition as if he were beholding a rising star. Yang Yu performed a respectful bow, his demeanor humble and courteous, responding, "You flatter me, Mayor. If it were not for everyone's solidarity and mutual support, we would not have succeeded in acquiring these treasures amidst such peril." Yang Yu's eyes were clear and resolute. He understood that every individual's effort and sacrifice during the fierce battles within the tomb were indispensable, constituting the key factors for their ultimate success. The mayor nodded slightly, stating, "Regardless, your performance is genuinely admirable. I had intended to hold a grand celebration in town to honor your achievements." The mayor's tone was sincere and enthusiastic, filled with gratitude and respect for Yang Yu. As if he wished to shower him with every word of praise, Yang Yu hurriedly declined, "Mayor, there is no need for that. I would prefer to return to my family as soon as possible and personally present them with these hard-earned treasures." His eyes brimmed with deep concern and a strong sense of responsibility towards his family, his gaze unwavering and earnest, leaving no room for indifference. The mayor nodded in understanding, his eyes filled with approval. "Very well, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." The mayor patted Yang Yu's shoulder, his hand conveying a silent encouragement and expectation, hoping that he would soar ever higher on the road ahead. After bidding farewell to the mayor, Yang Yu and Yang Sheng turned to head back to Yang Family Village. Walking side by side along the town streets, each step resonated with determination and strength. They felt the admiring gazes of those around them, which felt like warm sunlight illuminating their path. Along the way, Yang Sheng could no longer contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, upon our return our family shall truly hold its head high." Yang Sheng's face radiated an uncontrollable pride and joy, as if he could already envision a glorious future for their family. Yang Yu smiled gently, his eyes sparkling with hope, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. "I hope to strengthen our family further, ensuring that every member can lead a stable and happy life." His smile was warm and resolute, a heartfelt expression of his love for his family and his beautiful aspirations for the future. Upon returning to Yang Family Village, Yang Yu's arrival sparked an eruption of cheers. At the village entrance, children joyfully dashed about, their cheerful laughter echoing like silver bells in the air. They called out Yang Yu's name, their voices filled with admiration and affection for their hero. You have finally returned." His mother Wang Ning ran forward in excitement and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Tears of joy sparkled in her eyes. Glistening like pearls, she clung to Yang Yu as if fearing he might vanish from her sight once more, the embrace so fervent that it seemed to meld him into her very being. His father, Yang Jun, strode forward, pride illuminating his face as he patted Yang Yu's shoulder. "Well done, my boy." Yang Jun's expression radiated immense pride and satisfaction. His son's remarkable achievements filled him with unparalleled joy. As if proclaiming to the world that he had a son of extraordinary merit, Yang Yu carefully produced the treasures and manuals acquired from the tomb. Under the warm sunlight, the treasures gleamed with enchanting brilliance. Their splendor reminiscent of a dreamlike rainbow, the manuals exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if narrating untold legendary tales. "Grandfather, these items will undoubtedly elevate our family's strength," Yang Yu stated, his voice brimming with anticipation and longing. His gaze seemingly sketching a grand blueprint for the family's future, hoping these invaluable gains would bring about monumental changes. Grandfather Yang De received the manuals with trembling hands, his eyes filled with gratitude and emotion. You have sacrificed so much for the family." His voice quivered slightly, fully aware of the significance of these items as the cornerstone and hope for their family's rise. The family members gathered around, excitedly discussing the treasures and manuals. Joy and anticipation illuminated their faces, their smiles radiant like flowers blooming in spring. They envisioned a prosperous and resplendent future for their family, a scene so enticing and intoxicating. At that moment, Uncle Yang Yi stepped forward, his expression tinged with concern. Your renown has spread far and wide in Lulin town. We must exercise greater caution, guarding against the jealousy and covert schemes of other factions." His serious demeanor served as a reminder to Yang Yu not to let his guard down, to remain vigilant at all times. Yang Yu nodded solemnly. "Uncle, I understand. We will make thorough preparations to face any challenges that may arise in the future." His gaze was firm and resolute. He knew the path ahead would be fraught with difficulties and challenges, yet he was ready to confront everything, undeterred by any storm. As night fell, enveloping everything in silence, Yang Yu sat quietly alone in his room. The moonlight poured in like water, casting soft silver edges across his face. He pondered the future development and direction of his family, his heart filled with a profound sense of mission and responsibility. Though he had achieved gains this time, it was still far from sufficient. I must become stronger to better protect my family, Yang Yu vowed silently. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, shining like the brightest star in the night sky. Illuminating the path before him, Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16 years. Realm, mid-stage. Blood exchange, strength, 1,800,000. Gene, speed, 3,500 ms. Talent, top-tier genius. Techniques, profound level techniques, great perfection. Star technique, major achievement, 9. Young divine technique, medium achievement, martial skills, wind-breaking fist, great perfection. Chapter 46, Wei Zhao family. The news of Yang Yu and his companion's successful return from the ancient tomb spread like wildfire. Racing through every corner of Lulin town and its surroundings with astonishing speed, people relayed the tale, embellishing it with flair, transforming an already thrilling story into an even more spectacular and legendary saga. Yang Yu's name shone like a dazzling star in the night sky, radiating brilliance across this vast land. The townsfolk could not cease their praises for Yang Yu's bravery and exceptional intellect. Their accolades flowing like an unending river. Yangjiakan has thus garnered immense attention, as if overnight it transformed into a heroic realm in the hearts of the populace, radiating a sacred luminescence that commands reverence. On a sunlit day, Yang Yu was engaged in earnest discussion with his father, Yang Jun, contemplating the future direction and development plans of their family. Within the confines of their home, warm sunlight poured through the narrow crevices of the window, cascading onto the floor like liquid, creating patches of light in various shapes. Yang Jun sat upright at the table, his brow slightly furrowed, gripping a somewhat worn ledger with a focused and serious demeanor. Meticulously deliberating with Yang Yu on the family's income, expenditures, and strategic development. Suddenly, a brisk and sharp knock at the door shattered the tranquility of the room. Is young Master Yang in? A robust and commanding voice resonated from outside. Imbued with a palpable urgency and eager anticipation, Yang Yu rose at the sound, striding confidently to open the door. There stood a middle-aged man in resplendent attire, standing tall at the threshold, though of average stature. He exuded an air of astuteness and capability. His gaunt features were accentuated by keen, penetrating eyes that seemed to perceive all. A shrewdness flickered in his gaze, rendering his true intentions elusive. Behind him trailed several attendants, all poised and alert, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings as if prepared for any impending danger. I am Zhao Fu, the steward of the Zhao family in Weishui County. I come at the behest of my master to extend an invitation for young Master Yang to visit our residence for a discussion. Zhao Fu said respectfully. He inclined his body slightly, a professionally crafted smile adorning his face, one that appeared amiable yet maintained a certain distance. Nevertheless, his eyes betrayed a curiosity and scrutiny towards Yang Yu, as though he sought to see through him entirely. A surge of perplexity washed over Yang Yu, yet he responded courteously, "May I inquire what business Master Zhao has with me?" His gaze was clear and resolute, like a tranquil stream, as he scrutinized Zhao Fu's eyes, hoping to glean valuable insights from the subtleties of his expressions to unravel the enigma before him. Zhao Fu smiled faintly, a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze, yet tinged with an air of mystery. "Young Master Yang, my master greatly admires your valor displayed in the ancient tomb and wishes to forge a friendship with you to deliberate on grand plans. For further details, I would kindly request you accompany me to my residence where we can converse at length." Zhao Fu's tone was sincere and earnest, rendering his generous invitation difficult to decline. Yang Yu exchanged a swift glance with his father, Yang Jun, whose eyes filled with profound concern and hesitation. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the myriad uncertainties that could lurk behind this unexpected invitation. Yet, he also recognized that this might be an unparalleled opportunity. My son, if that is the case, you should go, but exercise caution and proceed with prudence, Yang Jun advised earnestly, placing a reassuring hand on Yang Yu's shoulder. Offering him unwavering encouragement and support, Yang Yu nodded firmly. Although a flicker of trepidation coursed through him, it was overshadowed by an intense anticipation for the unknown and an insatiable thirst for challenge. He then followed Zhao Fu on the journey to the Zhao family residence. Along the way, Zhao Fu elaborated enthusiastically on various aspects of the Zhao family, including its history, industries, and connections, his words flowing like a rapid-fire barrage, providing Yang Yu with a preliminary yet comprehensive understanding of the Zhao family. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at the Zhao estate. The residence was grand and magnificent, akin to a miniature palace. The crimson doors stood wide open, seemingly welcoming every esteemed guest with fervor. Stone lions at the entrance stood regal and lifelike, as if showcasing the Zhao family's dignity and prestige. Master Zhao himself came forth to greet Yang Yu. Underscoring the significance he placed on this meeting, young Master Yang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Master Zhao exclaimed with a beaming smile reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, radiating warmth and amiability. Clad in a violet brocade robe adorned with intricate designs, he wore a golden belt studded with various gems that glimmered with opulence, exuding an air of both wealth and authority. Yang Yu promptly bowed. Replying respectfully, "You flatter me, Master Zhao." His demeanor struck a balance, conveying respect for Master Zhao while maintaining his independence and confidence, prompting admiration from those present. As the assembly entered the drawing room, hosts and guests took their seats. The room was elegantly adorned, each ornament reflecting the Zhao family's affluence and taste. Master Zhao spoke first. "Young Master Yang, to speak candidly, the Zhao family has long been a prominent lineage in Weishui County. Yet in recent years, we have faced suppression from other families, our influence diminished, and our situation rather precarious. Hearing of your remarkable wisdom and valor, we hope to secure your formidable assistance." A note of helplessness and urgency tinged Master Zhao's voice as his gaze fixated on Yang Yu. Eyes brimming with expectation, as if Yang Yu were his last beacon of hope. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu replied gravely, "What precisely is the situation, Master Zhao?" His mind raced with thoughts akin to a swift machine. Acutely aware that he must gather more detailed and accurate information before making any decisions, Master Zhao sighed deeply, his breath laden with profound sorrow and indignation. "It is the Wang family, they have long been at odds with us. Harboring a deep-seated enmity, recently they have allied with several other families, attempting to seize our industries and divide our wealth." In that instant, fury and resentment flashed in Master Zhao's eyes, igniting like a blazing flame. As if he yearned to incinerate all adversaries, Yang Yu pressed further. "So, Master Zhao implies," his gaze sharpened like a sword, intent on uncovering the true intentions and expectations of Master Zhao, to avoid entangling himself in unnecessary conflict and turmoil. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Master Zhao's eyes, fierce like a lightning bolt, illuminating the vengeful desires within. "I wish to enlist your aid in vanquishing the Wang family, ensuring they no longer dare to underestimate the Zhao family. Upon success, I shall offer ample rewards that will surely gratify you." His tone was resolute as iron, as if he could already envision the dawn of victory and the resurgence of the Zhao family's glory. Yang Yu began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind, fully aware that this was an extraordinary opportunity to elevate his family's standing and influence, yet, he also recognized the immense risks and uncertainties entwined within. "Master Zhao, this matter requires careful consideration. Allow me to deliberate further," Yang Yu responded, his expression serious and grave, his thoughts intertwined like a tangled web, difficult to unravel. At that moment, it seemed the Wang family had caught wind of the developments and promptly dispatched a formidable expert to provoke a confrontation. "Yang Yu, you are merely an inconspicuous country lad. How dare you meddle in Zhao family affairs?" The Wang family's expert sneered, towering like a mountain before the crowd, his muscular frame brimming with latent power. His eyes were filled with disdain and provocation, as if piercing through Yang Yu with a sharp blade. Without hesitation, Yang Yu stood resolute, his gaze unwavering and steadfast, unflinching in the face of the adversary. "What is there to fear?" His voice, though not loud, resonated with strength and determination, proclaiming his unyielding courage and resolve. The two men stepped into the courtyard, ready to engage in a duel. The atmosphere thickened with tension. As if the very air had solidified, rendering breaths labored, the Wang family's expert was the first to strike, unleashing a complex martial technique known as the phantom leg technique. His legs moved like shadows, swift as lightning, leaving spectators in awe. Each kick wove an impenetrable net, the winds howling as they threatened to rend Yang Yu asunder. Remaining calm, Yang Yu responded with composure. He swiftly employed the nine-yang divine art. Enveloping himself in a solid layer of protective energy, the glow of his inner strength shimmered like a translucent shield, emanating a mysterious and formidable aura. Bang, bang, bang. The impact of the legs against the barrier reverberated with thunderous sounds. Each collision sparked powerful waves of energy that radiated outward. Dust swirled around them, creating a hazy fog in the air, a testament to the force of their clash. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu retaliated with the wind-breaking fist. The forceful gusts akin to a fierce tiger leaping from the mountains, directed at the Wang family expert. His fist streaked across the night sky like a shooting star, imbued with tremendous power and astonishing speed. The Wang family expert quickly dodged, astonished by Yang Yu's formidable prowess. He never anticipated that this seemingly youthful and inexperienced lad possessed such unfathomable strength and martial skill. The two engaged fiercely. Neither yielding ground. Locked in a battle of equals, the flora and fauna of the courtyard bore the brunt of their conflict, leaves scattering, and petals strewn across the ground, as if the scene had witnessed a dreadful calamity. The stone-paved ground bore deep, jagged cracks, resembling a spider's web, as if it had endured a violent earthquake. How can this brat be so powerful? The Wang family expert grew increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Trickling down his cheeks, his breath quickened, as if he were laboring under a bellows. Seizing the opportune moment, Yang Yu unleashed a punch that struck the Wang family expert squarely in the chest. This blow contained the entirety of his strength, striking like a cannonball, its power astonishing. With a piercing scream, the expert from the Wang family spat blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its strings. He realized that he was no match for Yang Yu and dared not linger for even a moment longer. He turned and fled in utter disarray. Under the gaze of onlookers, his figure appeared pitiful and insignificant. Yang Yu's attributes panel: Host, Yang Yu, age, 16, realm, mid-stage, blood exchange, strength, 1,800,000, gene, speed, 3,500 ms, talent, top-tier genius, cultivation techniques, profound level technique, grand completion, star technique, major achievement. 9 Suns, divine technique, intermediate achievement, martial skills, Gale, grand completion. Chapter 47, assisting the Zhao family. After successfully repelling the formidable expert from the Wang family, admiration and expectations from the Zhao family surged toward Yang Yu like an overwhelming tide. Growing ever more intense and profound, yet amidst the chorus of accolades, Yang Yu found himself ensnared in deep contemplation. His profound gaze revealed an undercurrent of anxiety and vigilance regarding the future situation. He understood that this recent victory was merely a beginning, akin to the fleeting calm before a tempest. The concealed power of the Wang family would not easily relent. Old Master Zhao's expression was as grave as a storm cloud looming overhead. His eyes fixed intently upon Yang Yu, his tone laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens as he slowly spoke. Young Master Yang, it is thanks to your valiant courage and extraordinary might that the Wang family has temporarily restrained themselves. However, in my view, they may merely be biding their time, so we must not let our guard down, even for a moment. Yang Yu nodded slightly, his demeanor as solemn as a general preparing for battle, and responded with utmost seriousness. Old Master Zhao, the Wang family's strength is akin to a monstrous beast lurking in the depths of the sea, its unfathomable depths not to be underestimated. In the days to come, we must meticulously devise our plans, considering each step with great caution. Only then can we hope to find a sliver of survival amidst the impending storm of crisis. At that moment, Zhao Fu rushed in, his expression frantic, anxiety and unease written across his face, as though he were being pursued by an impending disaster. He stumbled in his haste, nearly falling, and gasped, "Old Master! It is dire news. We have just received word that several of our Zhao family's shops have been sabotaged by the Wang family, and the losses are beyond imagination." Upon hearing this dreadful news, Old Master Zhao's brow furrowed tightly, the deep creases resembling scars carved by the trials of time. He erupted in fury. The Wang family is truly despicable and shameless to the extreme. Resorting to such underhanded tactics, they are utterly devoid of morality. Yang Yu maintained his composure, his voice steady and powerful. Old Master Zhao, let us not be hasty in our anger. Our current panic will solve nothing and may even lead to disarray. We must swiftly devise a strategy to address this pressing predicament. Subsequently, the group hastened to the Zhao family's study, where a tense atmosphere pervaded the air. The atmosphere felt almost frozen, and the neatly arranged books on the shelves seemed to await their wise and decisive judgment. Young Master Yang, how do you propose we counter the Wang family's series of insidious schemes? Old Master Zhao asked urgently, his gaze filled with anticipation and trust in Yang Yu, as if he were the sole beacon of hope in the darkness. Yang Yu fell silent, his mind racing like a swiftly turning wheel, contemplating various strategies to confront the Wang family. Finally, he lifted his head, his gaze as resolute as dawn's first light, and declared, "Since the Wang family has taken the initiative to strike at us through commercial means, attempting to suppress us, we cannot remain passive and allow ourselves to be slaughtered. Firstly, we must spare no effort in solidifying our existing enterprises, enhancing the protective measures of each shop. We must not only bolster our security forces but ensure that every aspect leaves no opportunity for the Wang family to exploit. Simultaneously, we must dispatch the most astute and meticulous individuals to secretly uncover the Wang family's weaknesses and their nefarious plots. Once the opportune moment arises, we shall deliver a decisive counterattack, making them pay dearly for their misdeeds." Old Master Zhao nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a pestle in a mortar, his eyes brimming with approval. "What you say is most astute, young Master Yang. We shall act according to your strategy. I believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we will surely overcome this crisis. Just as their discussion reached a fervent peak, Yang Yu's cousin, Yang Shang, rushed in like a whirlwind, sweat streamed down his face, falling like pearls from a broken string, and he gasped for breath as if he had just completed a grueling marathon, his expression fraught with urgency, as if the end of the world were nigh. Urgent news has arrived from Yangjia village. There are unidentified individuals loitering near the village, their movements shrouded in secrecy, and they appear to harbor ill intentions. Yang Yu's heart tightened at these words. As though gripped by an invisible hand, a sense of foreboding washed over him, quickening his breath. Could it be the Wang family's people? They are so brazen as to extend their reach to Yangjia village. The Wang family truly goes too far, old Master Zhao hastily interjected. Young Master Yang, you should return to Yangjia village to ascertain the situation. I will manage matters here for now, you need not worry. Yang Yu expressed his gratitude. Old Master, thank you for your understanding and support. I shall return to address the crisis in the village and will ensure that the Wang family's schemes do not come to fruition. With that, Yang Yu and Yang Sheng set off at once, hastening back to Yangjia village. Along the way, both were filled with urgency, wishing for the wind to carry them swiftly home. Upon their return, they found the villagers anxiously troubled, their faces etched with fear and unease, familiar countenances now shrouded in gloom, as if stripped of their former vitality. You have finally returned. Yang Jun hurried forward, his voice trembling, as if echoing the fear of the unknown danger. Yang Yu quickly inquired, Father, what is the situation currently? Yang Jun's brow was furrowed in worry. Those individuals are still outside the village, lurking in secrecy, and we cannot ascertain their sinister intentions. I have dispatched people to monitor them, but my heart is still uneasy. Yang Yu's gaze sharpened, revealing determination and courage as he resolved to investigate personally. He and Yang Sheng cautiously approached the village's outskirts. There, a group of figures clad in black conspired together, their voices hushed, as if fearful of being overheard, yet within their muted discourse lay an air of malice and cunning. Yang Yu stealthily drew closer, holding his breath to catch their words. Will strike at night, completely razing Yangjia village, leaving not a single soul alive, one of the black-clad figures growled, his tone reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. Brimming with murderous intent, Yang Yu's fury erupted like a volcano, an uncontrollable blaze igniting within him. He could no longer suppress the torrent of rage surging through him, and he bellowed, You heartless fiends! You shall not harm my family or my villagers. Startled, the black-clad figures scrambled swiftly, drawing their weapons, their eyes filled with wariness and ferocity, like wolves cornered in desperation. Without hesitation, Yang Yu and Yang Sheng charged forward. Plunging into a fierce battle with the black-clad assailants, Yang Yu unleashed the Nine Suns' divine technique, his internal energy blazing like an inferno, each strike imbued with tremendous power, as if he sought to incinerate every enemy before him to ashes. The black-clad figures, unwilling to yield, unleashed their own martial skills, and the air filled with the clashing of blades and the resounding echoes of their conflict, creating a scene both thrilling and terrifying. With a resounding thud, Yang Yu delivered a powerful punch to one of the black-clad figure's chests, the force erupting instantly. The figure let out a wail, blood spewing forth, glistening ominously in the sunlight. His body flew backward like a disconnected kite, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Yang Sheng, undeterred, engaged with several black-clad figures, wielding his sword with the fury of a tempest, his techniques sharp and exquisite, each strike infused with deadly resolve and fearless courage. Another black-clad figure cried out, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Yang Yu fought with increasing vigor, as if possessed by the spirit of a war god. Exuding an imposing presence, his assaults were relentless, like a torrential downpour, rendering resistance futile. Gradually, the black-clad figures began to falter, retreating in disarray, their morale deflating like a punctured balloon. Run! The remaining black-clad figures, sensing the tide turning against them, knew they were no match for Yang Yu and turned to flee in panic. Their retreating forms appeared wretched and small under the setting sun's glow. Yang Yu watched their vanishing silhouettes, his fists clenched tightly and knuckles whitening from the strained eye. In his heart, he silently vowed, Wang family, your malevolence knows no bounds, and you are devoid of conscience. Yang Yu, shall not let you escape unscathed. You shall pay dearly for your sins. Blood for blood. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16 years. Realm, midstage. Blood exchange. Strength, 2 million. Genes. Speed, 4,000 meters per second. Aptitude, top-tier genius. Cultivation techniques, profound level technique, grand completion. Star technique, major completion, 9 Yang divine technique, intermediate completion, martial skills, breaking wind fist, grand completion. Chapter 48, plotting against the Wang family. After repelling the men in black, Yang Yu and Yang Shang With their bodies weary as if crushed by heavy stones, slowly returned to young family village.at the village entrance. The ancient locust tree swayed gently in the breeze, its leaves rustling softly, as if whispering the vicissitudes and changes of time. Upon hearing the commotion of the two's return, the villagers hastily gathered from their homes. Their concerned gazes were filled with profound worry and urgent questions, akin to searing flames eager to penetrate Yang Yu and Yang Sheng's hearts. Seeking the truth of the matter. Who exactly are those people? Grandfather Yang De asked anxiously. The deep wrinkles on his face seemed to be etched with the weight of time's worries, gripping his cane unconsciously tighter. The veins on his rough hands protruded, revealing his inner tension and unease. Furrowing his brows, Yang Yu gravely replied, "Grandfather, I suspect they were sent by the Wang family. They are ruthless and seemingly intent on bringing harm to our Yang family. Attempting to drive us to our doom." Yang Yu's eyes reflected an immense anger and unwavering determination, like two sharp swords poised to pierce through the encroaching darkness. His mother, Wang Ning, said with a worried expression, "What shall we do, We must quickly devise a comprehensive plan to counter this." Her voice trembled noticeably, and her hands twisted the hem of her garment, which became a crumpled mess, mirroring her chaotic emotions. Yang Yu hurriedly reassured her, "Mother, do not worry excessively. I promise you, I will not allow their conspiracy to succeed." His voice was steady and powerful, akin to the resonant toll of a great bell. Imparting a rare sense of peace to his mother, he then summoned everyone together, and the spacious hall of the Yang family was instantly enveloped in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. As they sat together, their expressions were grave, as if overshadowed by dark clouds. We cannot simply sit back and await our fate, allowing ourselves to be slaughtered. We must take the initiative and strike a decisive blow against our enemies. Yang Yu declared with resolute conviction. His gaze was steadfast and determined, like a blazing torch sweeping across each face, attempting to ignite the courage and fighting spirit within them. Uncle Yang Yi nodded in agreement. "You is right, but the Wang family possesses significant power and a deep-rooted foundation in Weishui County. We must act with caution, deliberate thoroughly, and avoid reckless impulsiveness to prevent falling into an irretrievable plight." Yang Yi's brow furrowed tightly, as if bound by a knot that could never be unraveled, plunging him into deep contemplation. Cousin Yang Sheng eagerly suggested, "Why don't we ally with the Zhao family to confront the Wang family together? This way our strength will be amplified, and our odds of success will increase." There was a glimmer of hope in Yang Sheng's eyes, as if he could see a faint ray of dawn. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu slowly responded, "That is indeed a feasible approach, but the Zhao family is also facing numerous challenges and difficulties. We cannot place all our hopes solely on them. We must prepare for contingencies." His fingers gently tapped the table, producing a rhythmic sound, while his mind raced, contemplating various possible scenarios and strategies. At that moment, his sister Yang Xiao suddenly spoke up, "We can first gather evidence of the Wang family's numerous crimes and expose their heinous acts, making the people of Weishui County fully aware of their true nature. Once the power of the populace is mobilized, the Wang family will find themselves isolated and helpless." The wisdom glimmered in Yang Zhao's eyes like brilliant stars illuminating the hearts of the assembly. Yang Yu's eyes brightened, and a hint of a gratified smile appeared on his face, as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope amidst the endless darkness. "Sister, your idea is truly splendid." Yang Yu promptly decided to send Yang Sheng and Yang Quan to Weishui County to investigate the Wang family's specific circumstances and gather relevant evidence. Days later, Yang Sheng and Yang Quan returned. Weary and dusty from their arduous journey, their hair disheveled and clothes damp with sweat, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement and exhilaration, as if they had uncovered a momentous secret. "Brother Yu, we have gathered significant information this time. The Wang family has been utterly lawless and has committed countless atrocities over the years. They have forcefully seized land and shops from innocent citizens, leaving them devoid of their means of survival." Living in abject misery, Yang Sheng exclaimed, his voice trembling with indignation, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening with the intensity of his grip. Yang Quan added, "Moreover, they have colluded with the authorities, engaging in nefarious deeds that oppress the common folk. Those poor souls, though filled with rage and discontent, dare not voice their anger, silently enduring the exploitation and oppression from the Wang family." Yang Quan's expression was dark, as if it could drip with bitterness, his eyes brimming with hatred for the Wang family and sympathy for the oppressed populace. Hearing this, Yang Yu clenched his fists in fury, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. "These scoundrels are indeed beyond redemption, and their crimes are intolerable. Yang Yu vow to ensure that they pay a heavy price for their misdeeds." His voice seemed to emerge from between clenched teeth, saturated with boundless anger and resolute determination. Yang Yu paced back and forth in the room, his footsteps urgent and powerful, as if each step crushed the hearts of his enemies. The moonlight quietly streamed through the window, casting a serene glow upon his face. Illuminating his iron-willed countenance. In his heart, a meticulous plan was taking shape. He intended to make the Wang family suffer for their actions and restore justice. We will first disseminate the collected evidence widely to incite public outrage and discontent. Then we will ally with the Zhao family, leveraging their strength to completely topple the Wang family, leaving them with no chance of recovery, Yang Yu articulated, his voice rang clear in the stillness of the night. Akin to a battle horn, inspiring everyone to move forward with courage. As the assembly expressed their agreement, hope flickered in their eyes, as if they could already envision the day of the Wang family's downfall. Yang Yu began methodically arranging specific actions, and everyone listened intently to his plans, afraid to miss any detail. Yang Sheng, you are responsible for compiling the evidence into a booklet and making several copies. Ensuring each piece of evidence is clear and comprehensible, making the Wang family's crimes evident at a glance, Yang Yu stated, looking firmly at Yang Sheng. Understood, brother Yu. Rest assured, I will complete the task and live up to everyone's expectations. Yang Sheng replied, nodding firmly, his eyes filled with confidence and determination. Yang Quan, you will connect with the village's youth to organize a formidable guard team. They must undergo rigorous training to enhance their combat capabilities. In case the Wang family resorts to desperate measures and retaliates against us, Yang Yu continued, absolutely, brother Yu, I will see to it. Yang Quan responded without hesitation, his eyes radiating a spirit of fearless resolve. Uncle Yu and grandfather will remain at home to maintain order and stabilize everyone's emotions. Should any unexpected situations arise, stay calm and do not disrupt our formation, Yang Yu instructed, looking at Uncle Yang Yi with a gaze full of trust and expectation. Rest assured, we will safeguard the rear, allowing you to proceed without concerns, Yang Yi solemnly vowed. Yang Yu's thoughts were resolute. Wang family, this time you will face inevitable doom, you shall pay the price for your transgressions. Flames of vengeance burned fiercely within him, and his eyes brimmed with steadfastness and fearlessness, akin to a valiant warrior poised to enter the battlefield, ready for a life-and-death struggle. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16 years. Realm, mid-stage. Blood exchange, strength, 200,000. Gene, speed, 4,500 meters per second. Aptitude, top-tier genius. Cultivation techniques, profound level technique, grand completion, star technique, major completion, 9 Yang divine technique, intermediate completion, martial skills, breaking wind fist, grand completion. Chapter 49. A shift in the winds. The meticulously planned actions against the Wang family orchestrated by Yang Yu unfolded like a grand play. Gradually revealing its intricate layers with methodical precision, under his guidance, the people of Yang family village became akin to well-trained soldiers, each performing their duties diligently, meticulously disseminating the evidence of the Wang family's crimes throughout every corner of Weishui County. Before the first rays of dawn had fully liberated themselves from the shackles of night, casting a gentle glow, the youth of Yang family village set off towards Weishui County, clutching the evidence capable of tarnishing the Wang family's reputation. In an instant, the atmosphere in Weishui County resembled the detonation of a powerful bomb, as public outrage erupted like a volcano on the verge of eruption, reaching unprecedented heights. On the streets and alleys, people gathered in clusters, whispering fervently, their voices of anger rising and falling like the surging tides of a tempestuous sea. The Wang family has long acted with impunity, but never did we expect them to commit such heartless and heinous acts. An elderly vegetable vendor exclaimed, trembling with rage, his basket shaking in tandem with his body, mirroring the depths of his fury. How utterly despicable and lawless, they must be made to face the consequences of their actions. Paying a heavy price for their malevolence, a young scholar, filled with righteous indignation, gripped his folding fan tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain, his furious expression seemingly capable of inflicting 1,000 torments upon the members of the Wang family. Meanwhile, within the Wang family estate, chaos reigned supreme. Servants scurried about, their faces betraying a panic akin to that of an impending apocalypse. Master, it's terrible, our incriminating evidence is scattered everywhere outside, and the common folk are in an uproar. Denouncing us, the butler of the Wang family stumbled in, his face glistening with beads of sweat, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with profound dread, as if he had witnessed the tragic demise of the Wang family looming before him. The head of the Wang family, Wang Fu-gue, wore a countenance so dark it seemed as if it could drip water. Sitting in the imposing chair of authority, he gripped the armrests tightly, his knuckles turning pale from exertion, as if he might crush the very wood beneath his hands. It must be the Yang family scheming behind the scenes. Find out the truth for me. I will ensure they pay a painful price, he bellowed, his voice brimming with fury and resentment, his anger burning like a raging inferno threatening to consume all in its path. On the other side, Yang Yu urged his steed onward, accompanied by Yang Shang, the sound of galloping hooves echoing like a tempest, raising clouds of dust in their wake. They raced swiftly to the Zhao family residence, where the anxious Zhao patriarch paced back and forth, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Zhao Leoi, the moment has arrived. We can initiate our plan to eradicate the Wang family, this malignant tumor, Yang Yu declared. His gaze was as steadfast as iron, his expression grave, instilling a sense of urgency in those around him. The fabric of his garments fluttered in the wind, an outward manifestation of his unwavering resolve. Zhao Lei nodded vigorously. Very well, we shall follow Master Yang's lead. With a wave of his hand, the warriors of the Zhao family sprang into action, their spirits soaring as if they might ascend to the heavens, leading the combined forces of the Yang and Zhao families. Yang Yu advanced towards the Wang estate with great momentum. The thunderous sound of hooves resonated like rolling thunder, shrouding the sky in a veil of dust. The banners of their forces soared high in the wind, snapping proudly as if heralding the arrival of justice. In front of the Wang family gates, both sides stood poised for battle, the atmosphere so tense it was nearly suffocating. The Wang family's warriors, armed with glinting weapons, exuded an air of ferocity and determination, ready to confront any challenge. Wang Fugui stood at the forefront, his eyes wide with rage, as if the very fire within could incinerate Yang Yu and his companions. Yang Yu, how dare you display such audacity, standing against my Wang family? Today shall be your demise, Wang Fugui roared, his voice reverberating through the air, laden with threats and arrogance. Yang Yu sneered in response. Wang Fugui, your numerous transgressions are glaringly evident, and justice shall not be denied. Today marks your end. The Wang family will surely pay for their vile deeds. His voice rang out strong and resolute, filled with unwavering determination and fearless courage. With a wave of his hand, Wang Fugui shouted, "Charge, eliminate them all." As his command echoed, the warriors of the Wang family surged forth like a tidal wave. The battle cries deafening. An intense and ferocious confrontation erupted instantaneously. Yang Yu led the charge, plunging fearlessly into the enemy ranks, unleashing the Nine Yang divine art, his inner strength surging forth like a blinding sun, instilling terror in all who opposed him. His figure darted through the throng like a specter, each strike delivering overwhelming force. Nine Yang blazing palm, Yang Yu shouted, unleashing a palm strike, fiery energy sweeping toward the Wang warriors. The air warped and twisted in the wake of his power, as if space itself were being torn asunder. Several Wang warriors were struck by this overwhelming force, emitting anguished cries as they were sent hurtling through the air, their bodies tracing a desperate arc before crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Yang Shang, unwilling to be outdone, brandished his sword with fierce determination, his attacks sharp and swift, engaging in a life-or-death struggle against the enemy. His eyes brimmed with conviction, every strike imbued with lethal intent, as if he sought to eradicate every foe before him. Breaking wind sword technique, Yang Shang's sword danced like the wind, striking true at a vital point of an enemy who fell without a moment's notice, their eyes still reflecting terror and disbelief. Zhao Leoi, calm and composed, directed the Zhao warriors with strategic precision. They operated in perfect harmony, forming an impenetrable line of defense that thwarted the repeated assaults of the Wang warriors. Amidst the chaos, Yang Yu's keen gaze spotted Wang Fugui, his eyes narrowed, akin to a predator zeroing in on its prey, and he charged forward without hesitation. Wang Fugui, prepare to meet your end. Yang Yu shouted, his voice booming like thunder, sending shivers down the spines of all present. A flicker of fear crossed Wang Fugui's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, unleashing his ultimate technique. Dark Storm Fist. Wang Fugui's fists surged forward like a tempest, howling towards Yang Yu. The ground trembled beneath the onslaught, stones flying in chaotic disarray. With a deafening clash, their powers collided, creating a cacophony that reverberated through the air, momentarily tearing through the very atmosphere, creating a brief vacuum. The shockwave rippled outward, destabilizing nearby warriors, causing them to stagger. Yang Yu grit his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression contorted with the effort as he poured every ounce of his strength into the confrontation. Wang Fugui, your doom is at hand, Yang Yu roared, his voice echoing from the depths of despair, laden with unrelenting fury and a lethal resolve. Ultimately, Wang Fugui could not withstand the might of Yang Yu's force. Receiving a devastating blow to his chest, his body soared backward, crashing against the grand doors of the Wang estate with a resounding thud. Spitting blood, Wang Fugui fell, unable to rise. Master, the Wang warriors, witnessing Wang Fugui's downfall, felt their morale plummet instantaneously. Their movements slowed, their eyes filled with fear and hopelessness, as if they had lost their very anchor. Seizing the moment, Yang Yu led his forces to decisively vanquish the remnants of the Wang family. Sweeping through them like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, the battlefield was stained crimson, resembling a tragic tableau. The banners of the Wang family lay trampled beneath the feet of the victors, the once mighty Wang family reduced to mere ruins. Yang Yu's attribute panel, host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, mid-blood transformation, strength 2,500,000 genes, speed 5,000 ms, talent, supreme genius technique, profound level technique, great perfection, stellar art, major achievement. 9 Young divine art, medium achievement, martial skills, breaking wind fist, great perfection. 9 Yang blazing palm, minor achievement, chapter 50, visitors from the prefecture city after the complete defeat of the Wang family. Yang Yu and his clan rose to prominence in Weishui County, basking in the glory of their triumph. However, the fleeting joy of victory was soon overshadowed by new troubles, akin to a thick, ominous cloud swiftly enveloping them. On a sunny day, Yang Yu was at home, fervently discussing the future development of the family business with his relatives. The warm sunlight streamed through the exquisite window frames, creating an array of patterns on the floor, each unique in shape and size. Yang Yu sat at the table, his fingers unconsciously tapping rhythmically against the surface, producing a steady sound. His deep-set eyes narrowed slightly. Fully engrossed in contemplating the family's future plans, each detail replaying in his mind, suddenly, a house servant rushed in, his expression frantic and disordered, as if pursued by something dreadful. His breaths came in heavy gasps, as though he had just completed a grueling marathon. Panic was etched across his face, as if he had witnessed the world's end. Young master, it's dire. A group of mysterious individuals has arrived outside. Their intentions unclear. The servant spoke urgently, his voice trembling with palpable tension, reminiscent of a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Yang Yu's brow furrowed slightly, a glint of alertness flashing in his eyes as he stood decisively. Let us go see. His voice was steady and commanding, akin to a hammer striking the anvil, imbued with an unassailable resolve. Upon reaching the entrance, they beheld a group of individuals clad in black attire, standing rigidly. Each one towered like an insurmountable mountain, their expressions as cold as ice, seemingly indifferent to the world around them. They exuded an oppressive aura, heavy as an unseen storm cloud, making it difficult to breathe. Leading them was a stern-faced man, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, seemingly capable of piercing through all facades, instilling a primal fear in anyone who dared to meet his eyes. You are Yang Yu? The man inquired coldly, his voice emerged as if from the depths of an ancient ice cave, devoid of warmth, chilling the very air around him. Yang Yu regarded him cautiously, his hands instinctively clenching, knuckles whitening under the strain. Indeed, may I ask your esteemed name? Yang Yu's voice was as calm as still water, yet his heart was already brimming with vigilance, akin to a leopard poised to pounce. The man let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with disdain and contempt. We are members of the Lin family from Changlin County. I have heard you have been making waves in Weishui lately, so we have come to meet you. This presumptuous young lad. The man's words were laced with evident scorn and provocation, as if he regarded Yang Yu as nothing more than an inconsequential ant. A heavy weight settled in Yang Yu's heart. The Lin family from Changlin County was a formidable force, exponentially more powerful than the Wang family in this region. The Lin family's reputation was thunderous, their influence spreading like a vast spider's web, instilling a sense of awe in all. What could the Lin family possibly want with me? Yang Yu forcefully suppressed his inner unease, striving to maintain his composure, attempting to glean even the slightest useful information from the man's expression and gaze. The man, with an impassive countenance, declared, You have disrupted the balance here, and our Lin family cannot afford to stand idly by. His tone was as unyielding as iron, as if Yang Yu's actions had infringed upon their inviolable core interests, a sin unforgivable. Yang Yu straightened his chest and boldly replied, I merely wish to protect my family and uphold the justice in my heart. His voice was resolute as a rock, his gaze unwavering as it met the man's piercing stare, showing no signs of retreat or fear. The man chuckled coldly, yet that smile sent a chilling shiver down one's spine. Justice? In this world of the survival of the fittest, strength is the only truth. Your so-called justice is nothing but a childish joke in my eyes. His words were steeped in contempt and mockery, as if Yang Yu's resolve was laughable and insignificant. At that moment, Yang Yu's father, Yang Jun, hurriedly emerged. His face was etched with deep concern, yet he endeavored to maintain an outward calm. Gentlemen, let us discuss this matter amicably. There is no need for such hostility. Yang Jun attempted to diffuse the imminent tension, his voice tinged with a sense of helplessness and pleading. The man cast a sidelong glance at Yang Jun, his eyes devoid of respect or pity. I will give you a choice, either submit to the Lin family and become our vassal, or prepare to be utterly erased from this world. His words struck the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer, inducing a suffocating sensation. Yang Yu's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, Never, Yang Yu, shall not bow to anyone's threats. His voice was filled with anger and defiance, akin to an enraged lion ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle with his foes. The man's expression darkened instantly, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. then do not blame us for being uncivilized. With that, he waved his hand, and those behind him promptly revealed their sharp weapons. The blades glinted menacingly in the bright sunlight, chilling the onlookers, as if they were about to mercilessly reap lives. Yang Yu, undeterred, summoned his internal energy, powerful currents swiftly coursing through his veins. His gaze was steadfast, radiating a formidable aura, prepared to confront the enemy. Even in death, he would not flinch just at that critical moment. Yang Yu's grandfather, Yang Di, spoke slowly. "Wait, this matter requires careful consideration." Yang Di's voice was imbued with the weight of years and calmness, fully aware of the catastrophic consequences of a direct confrontation with the Lin family. He stepped forward with a heavy gait, addressing the man. "Sir, could you grant us some time to deliberate?" His tone held a hint of supplication, a dignity he had to relinquish for the sake of his family's survival. The man pondered briefly, perhaps considering that the Yang family did not pose an immediate threat, and coldly replied, "Fine, you have 3 days, remember, only 3 days." With that, he turned and strode away with his subordinates. Once the Lin family members departed, the Yang family was plunged into deep contemplation. The atmosphere within the room was heavy and oppressive, as if a massive stone pressed upon each person's heart. Worry and unease were etched on every face, as if the path ahead was shrouded in endless darkness and uncertainty. What shall we do? The Lin family is not a behemoth we can easily contend with. Yang Jun's brow was furrowed, his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness, his voice resonating with fear of the unknown fate. Yang Yu pondered for a moment, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Father, we absolutely cannot succumb to their tyranny, but we also cannot blindly engage them in direct conflict. Right now, we must find ways to rapidly strengthen our family's power." Yang Yu's determination was unwavering. His mind already racing to devise a strategy, Yang Xiao hesitantly suggested, "What if we seek assistance from other factions? Perhaps some might be willing to lend a hand." Her voice carried a hint of hope, yet was overshadowed by uncertainty and fear of the unknown. Yang Yu shook his head, his expression grave as he replied, "At this juncture, it would be difficult for any faction to risk offending the formidable Lin family on our behalf." In this world of survival of the fittest, self-interest reigns supreme. Yang Yu understood the harsh reality where human sentiments were cold and interests were paramount. He paced the room with hurried, heavy steps, his mind racing with thoughts of how to navigate the looming crisis. "System, can you assist me in overcoming this challenge?" Yang Yu mused inwardly that he recognized this as an unprecedented and arduous challenge, yet he would not concede easily, even if the path ahead was a bottomless abyss. He would charge forward without hesitation. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16. Realm, mid-stage blood exchange. Strength, 2,800,000. Gene speed, 5,500 ms. Talent, top-tier genius technique, profound level technique, great perfection. Star technique, major achievement, 9 Young divine technique, medium achievement, martial skills, wind-breaking fist, great perfection, 9 Yang blazing palm, minor achievement. Chapter 51, strategizing response. The 3-day deadline imposed by the Lin family weighed heavily upon the Yang family. Suffocating them in profound anxiety and unrest, Yang Yu sat in his study, the dim yellow light casting shadows on his furrowed brow, as if an indelible gloom enveloped him, his gaze fixated on the map before him. Thoughts entangled like a chaotic web as he strategized. The Lin family is not to be trifled with. Are we truly prepared to confront them to the end? Yang Jun entered the study, his footsteps echoing heavily in the near-silent room. The worry etched on his face deepened, each wrinkle telling tales of his inner torment. Yang Yu lifted his head, his gaze as resolute as iron. "Father, the Lin family bullies the weak. If we yield, we shall never find a chance to rise again. Our Yang family's dignity and honor cannot be trampled upon like this." His voice, though soft, resonated with an unshakable determination. Yang Jun sighed, shaking his head helplessly, "But their strength is overwhelming. How can we contend?" The Lin family's roots in Changlin County ran deeper, their power vast, and we were but a small Yang family. Yang Jun's voice dwindled, revealing a profound sense of helplessness, as if he were groping in endless darkness without a glimmer of light. Yang Yu rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the moonlit night. The moonlight spilled like water into the yard, yet its cold brilliance could not dispel the shadows in his heart. "Father, we still have time. We can find ways to enhance our strength and seek allies. As long as we unite, we may still have a fighting chance." Yang Yu's hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening from the strain, the veins on the back of his hands bulging like coiling dragons. At that moment, his sister, Yang Xiao, entered with light footsteps. Though her steps were delicate, her face bore a hint of urgency and hope, breaking the heavy atmosphere of the study. "I believe we could visit other families in Weishui County and see if we can unite with them." Hope sparkled in her eyes, akin to flickering stars in the dark, weak yet compelling one to pursue. Yang Yu contemplated for a moment, a slight frown creasing his brow. This was not without merit. But other families might be reluctant to take risks. The Lin family's reputation loomed large, and they might fear drawing danger upon themselves. Yang Yu's tone carried a note of concern, acutely aware that in this brutal world, human relationships were fickle, and self-interest reigned supreme. We must at least try. Perhaps we can find like-minded allies. Now we stand isolated. If other families could assist us, even with a modicum of support, it would enhance our odds. Yang Zhao's voice was imbued with steadfast resolve, her eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit. Yang Yu nodded, a glimmer of resolve in his gaze. Sister, I entrust this matter to you. Exercise caution and choose your words wisely. Persuade them as best as you can. His gaze conveyed trust and expectation for his sister. After Yang Xiao agreed, she departed, her figure drifting like a light cloud, disappearing into the night, carrying the family's hopes and mandates. Her departing silhouette, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared remarkably steadfast. Yang Yu continued discussing some details with his father. Yang Jun patted Yang Yu's shoulder, the weight of his hand seemingly bearing 1,000 unspoken words. Regardless of the outcome, we support your decision. The future of the Yang family rests upon you. Yang Jun's gaze was imbued with trust and anticipation, resembling a beacon of light that illuminated Yang Yu's path during this dark hour. Deeply moved, Yang Yu felt his eyes moisten slightly, the shimmering tears glistening under the dim glow of the lamp. Father, I will not allow our family to fall into despair. I shall exert every ounce of my strength to protect our home and loved ones. His voice quavered, yet the resolve within it remained unwavering. Meanwhile, other family members were also preparing for the impending crisis. Third Uncle Yang Quan stood in the training ground, his expression grave, resembling a formidable deity of war. He bellowed, "Everyone, muster your spirits and train diligently, fight for our family." His voice reverberated through the training ground, deafening, as if it aimed to pierce the heavens. Yang Quan's sharp gaze scrutinized each young disciple's movements. Missing not a single subtle mistake, cousin Yang Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, the droplets cascading like scattered pearls, sparkling under the moonlight. His eyes were resolute, as if ignited by an eternal flame. "Third uncle, I will strive with all my might." Yang Ming clenched his teeth and swung his sword again, the wind from the blade howling, stirring a fierce current. His figure danced under the moonlight, each motion brimming with strength and determination. Meanwhile, cousin Yang Shui busied herself in the storeroom, meticulously counting each item, her focused demeanor treating them as the most precious treasures in the world. "I hope we can weather this storm." The weariness lingered on Yang Shui's face. It was overshadowed by her steadfastness. Her hands moved tirelessly, arranging supplies neatly, ensuring logistical support for the family's impending battle. Alone, Yang Yu approached the training ground, the night breeze rustling his garments, the edges flapping in the wind, yet he remained oblivious. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, savoring the tranquility of the night and the tumult within. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he lead his family to triumph over the Lin family. 9 Young Divine Art, grant me breakthrough, Yang Yu shouted fiercely, channeling his inner energy, his body radiating light. He felt as though he was merging with the surrounding environment, his inner strength surging through his meridians like a river breaching its dam. Tumultuous and overwhelming, his breath escalated, and the air around him seemed to ignite, generating visible waves of heat. The distortion of heat warped the surrounding scenery, rendering Yang Yu's silhouette somewhat ethereal. Boom! A powerful force erupted from within Yang Yu, sending dust swirling around him. The stones beneath him rattled and rolled, producing a cacophony of sound. Yang Yu opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression. At last, the 9 Young Divine Art had achieved a breakthrough. He felt the surging power within him, his confidence bolstered yet further. That radiant confidence sparkled in his eyes, akin to the most resplendent star in the night sky. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16 years. Realm, late blood exchange, strength 3. 500,000. Gene, speed 6,000 ms, talent, top-tier genius. Cultivation method, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, major achievement. 9 Young Divine Art, major achievement, martial arts, gale punch, great perfection. 9 Yang Blazing Palm, minor achievement. Chapter 52, Journey to the Su family. 2 fleeting days passed. Like a fleeting shadow vanishing in an instant, Sister Yang Xiao returned to the Yang family with heavy steps, each stride seemingly burdened with lead. Weighed down and feeble, her face bore the marks of fatigue and disappointment. Her expression akin to a frost-bitten flower, stripped of its former vitality and vigor. Yud, those families fear offending the Lin family and are unwilling to ally with us, Yang Xiao said, her voice laden with profound helplessness. As if a lament emanating from the depths of her soul, each word struck Yang Yu's heart like a hammer, her dull gaze devoid of hope, leaving only a haze of desolation and confusion. Yang Yu furrowed his brows, his sharp eyebrows knitting together into a deep furrow, capable of crushing AFL white. It seems we must rely on ourselves, he said, his tone low yet resolute, though tinged with a hint of helplessness. It was infused with an indomitable determination. His words echoed in the empty hall, as if challenging fate itself. Just then, third uncle Young Quan rushed in, his footsteps hurried, a breath rapid, the urgency of his breath starkly audible in the stillness. His face bore a flush of excitement, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Both Yang Yu and Yang Xiao turned to him, their eyes igniting with a spark of hope. Though faint, that light felt extraordinarily precious in this moment of despair. Third uncle, what good news do you bring? They asked in unison, their voices brimming with urgency, akin to drowning individuals grasping at the last lifeline. Young Quan took a breath, striving to calm his racing heart, his chest heaving as if a bellows were in motion. I've learned of a mysterious family in Weishui County, reputed to possess considerable strength and have some grievances with the Lin family. Young Quan's eyes shimmered with excitement, as if he had uncovered a fragment of dawn in the dark. His voice trembled with anticipation, a quiver that carried hopes for the future. Yang Yu's eyes brightened, the glimmer akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, illuminating his face. Third uncle, please elaborate. His tone was urgent, hands instinctively gripping Yang Quan's arm with such force that it caused Yang Quan momentary discomfort. Yang Quan continued, this family bears the surname Su, remaining Loki, yet their techniques in martial arts are quite unique. I learned of them by chance from an old friend, and it is said that the Su family has had past conflicts with the Lin family due to business rivalries. I believe we should attempt to court them. Yang Quan finished in one breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, eagerly looking to Yang Yu, hoping the news he brought could turn the tide for the family. Yang Yu pondered briefly, his mind racing as various thoughts and ideas flashed through his consciousness like lightning. He contemplated countless potential scenarios and strategies, meticulously analyzing and weighing each possibility. Time is of the essence. We shall depart immediately, he declared decisively, his eyes brimming with determination. That resolute gaze seemed to convey to all present that he was ready to face any challenge. Yang Yu, accompanied by Young Quan and Yang Xiao, hastened towards the Su family. The sound of hooves thundered, drumming against the ground like a torrential downpour, stirring up a cloud of dust behind them. That dust formed a yellow serpent trailing behind. Narrating their urgency and resolve, Yang Yu's heart was filled with both anticipation and a hint of trepidation. He hoped the Su family would become their ally in the fight against the Lin family. Yet he feared they might reject their plea. Upon reaching the gates of the Su family, Yang Yu looked up. The imposing red door stood tall and formidable, akin to an insurmountable mountain. The brass ring glimmered coldly in the sunlight, resembling the eyes of a fierce beast, sending chills down one's spine. Yang Yu stepped forward to knock, his hand barely brushing the door ring. A wave of anxiety surged within him, this tension coursed through his body like an electric current, hastening his heartbeat. A servant opened the door, looking at them with a hint of suspicion, his gaze scanning Yang Yu and the others with wariness, as if assessing a group of uninvited guests. Who are you? The servant asked coldly, his tone laced with caution, replete with detachment and indifference. Please inform them that Yang Yu of the Yang family wishes to see them. Yang Yu replied, his voice respectful yet imbued with sincerity. His steady gaze met the servant's, hoping to convey his earnestness. After the servant went inside to announce them, he soon returned to usher them in. The Su family's hall was elegantly adorned, exuding an air of solemnity. The walls were adorned with renowned calligraphy and paintings, while a thick carpet covered the floor, and every decoration exuded meticulous craftsmanship and opulence. The head of the Su family, Su Han, sat in the main seat, clad in a deep blue robe embroidered with intricate patterns that shimmered faintly. His gaze was profound and piercing, reminiscent of a hawk's eyes, making it difficult for anyone to meet his stare. He scrutinized Yang Yu and the others, his penetrating gaze seemingly capable of piercing their souls, discerning their innermost thoughts. Young Master Yang, may I inquire what brings you here today? Su Han asked, his voice calm yet inscrutable, devoid of any discernible emotion. It resembled the still surface of a lake, unruffled, leaving others unable to decipher his intentions. Yang Yu spoke plainly, head of the Su family, I presume you are aware of the threat the Lin family poses to the Yang family. I have come to seek an alliance with the Su family to collectively stand against the Lin family. Yang Yu's gaze met Su Han's, unwavering, devoid of any signs of retreat or hesitation. His eyes were filled with determination and tenacity, as if he were imparting a belief to Su Han, a spirit of unyielding resolve. Su Han smiled, yet that smile was enigmatic, the corners of his mouth turned upward, but his eyes bore no trace of mirth. Young man from the Yang family, the Lin family is not to be trifled with. Are we to take such a risk? Su Han's tone carried a note of skepticism and hesitation. His fingers lightly tapped against the armrest, the rhythm echoing his internal deliberation. Yang Yu responded, "The Lin family is tyrannical. If we do not unite, we will inevitably be picked off one by one. Moreover, as I understand it, the Su family has past grievances with the Lin family, and now is the opportune moment for us to counterattack together." Yang Yu's words were heartfelt and powerful, seeking to sway Su Han. His voice resonated in the hall, filled with fervor and determination. Su Han fell silent for a moment, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest, lost in contemplation. The hall was enveloped in profound silence, with only the sound of his tapping resonating in the air, akin to the slow passage of time. "You speak with a measure of truth, yet the matter of alliance requires careful deliberation." Su Han's voice remained calm, though Yang Yu could sense the turmoil within him. Yang Yu replied, "Master of the Su family, as long as we unite, my Yang family is willing to share resources and techniques. Together, we shall stand against the Lin family as threats and achieve a mutually beneficial outcome." Yang Yu's voice brimmed with allure and determination. His gaze was fixed intently on Su Han, hoping to glean a glimmer of hope from his expression. At that moment, an elder from the Su family interjected, "Master, we must exercise caution. We cannot hastily involve ourselves in this conflict, lest it bring disaster upon the Su family." The elder's face was etched with concern, his eyes scanning Yang Yu and the others with skepticism. His voice was low and heavy, as if narrating an inescapable fate. Yang Yu turned to the elders. "Elder, the situation is urgent. If we join forces, we may yet have a chance. Moreover, the ambition of the Lin family grows increasingly unchecked. If we do not resist, we will inevitably become their next target." Yang Yu's voice was insistent and resolute. Striving to persuade the elder, his eyes sparkled with hope, yearning for the elder to reconsider. After a heated discussion, Su Han finally reached a decision. "Very well, young Master Yang, my Su family is willing to ally with the Yang family." Su Han's voice was loud and firm, seeming to shatter the long-standing hesitation and entanglement. His gaze shimmered with determination and courage, as if he were prepared to face any challenge ahead. Yang Yu's heart soared with joy, a grateful smile gracing his face. "Thank you, Master of the Su family." He bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. That bow was not only a mark of respect for the Su family but also a manifestation of hope for the future. Upon returning to the Yang family, Yang Yu began to discuss specific strategies with Su Han. They gathered around a table, a map spread before them, fingers tracing paths as various strategies and plans took shape in their minds. Yang Yu's expression was serious and focused, each thought meticulously considered. Yang Yu's attribute panel: Host, Yang Yu, age, 16, realm, late stage of blood exchange, strength, 3,800,000 genes, speed, 6,500 ms, qualification, top-tier genius techniques, Xian level technique, great perfection. Star technique, major achievement, 9 Suns divine technique, major achievement, Greenwood technique, minor achievement, martial skills, gale breaking fist, great perfection, 9 Suns blazing palm, minor achievement, flowing cloud sword technique, minor achievement. Chapter 53, Pinnacle of blood exchange. Following the alliance with the Su family, Yang Yu recognized the paramount importance of enhancing his own strength, as it was not only crucial for the future of the Yang family but also the key to victory in the impending conflict with the Lin family. Thus, he resolutely decided to enter seclusion for cultivation, preparing for the life and death battle ahead. With determined strides, Yang Yu approached the family's mysterious and serene secret chamber. Inside, the atmosphere was so tranquil it felt as if time had come to a standstill, the sound of his heartbeat echoing clearly. The surrounding walls were meticulously crafted from a unique stone, effectively isolating any external disturbances while exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura, as if each stone held the wisdom and aspirations of his ancestors. In one corner of the chamber lay stone tablets engraved with ancient runes, their faint and mysterious glow resembling stars twinkling in the night sky, adding an extra layer of mystique to the secret room. The chamber was suffused with rich spiritual energy, flowing through the air as if it were a lively stream, gentle yet powerful. Yang Yu slowly settled onto a meditation mat, taking a deep breath in an attempt to calm his mind entirely. He closed his eyes, regulating his breathing, each inhalation merging with the tranquil ambience, as if he had become an integral part of this serene world, establishing a subtle connection with every blade of grass, stone, and rune within the chamber. As he prepared to practice the newly acquired Greenwood technique, Yang Yu mused inwardly. The Greenwood technique is a method that harmonizes with the forces of nature. I hope it will assist me in reaching new heights. His eyes glimmered with anticipation and resolve, that steadfast gaze seemingly capable of piercing through all obstacles and difficulties, reaching the shores of success. He closed his eyes, cautiously channeling his internal energy according to the incantation of the Greenwood technique. Gradually, a faint green light enveloped his entire being, reminiscent of tender sprouts breaking through the earth in spring. Filled with life and vigor, akin to the gentle sunlight piercing through morning mist, warm and soft, the spiritual energy within the chamber seemed to respond to some mystical force, swirling towards him to form a small vortex. The energy danced playfully, joyfully leaping into his pores and acupoints, continuously flooding into his body. Yang Yu's meridians were instantly filled with this spiritual energy, his internal force coursing through them like a surging river, producing a tumultuous sound akin to a stampede of cavalry or crashing waves against the shore. Sweat soon covered his forehead, droplets cascading down his cheeks, each one falling to the ground with a soft yet clear sound, as if the footsteps of time were gently passing. Yet his expression remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat, as if he were enduring immense pain, yet stubbornly persisting, relentlessly pursuing a higher realm. His brows knitted slightly, lips pressed tightly together, every muscle taut, revealing his unwavering spirit and indomitable will. Breakthrough! Yang Yu roared within, that cry echoing in the depths of his heart. Filled with determination and courage, his internal force erupted violently, akin to a flood breaching a dam, instantly shattering a critical ACU point. In that moment, his body quivered slightly, as if undergoing a profound baptism, each cell rejoicing, every drop of blood boiling with fervor. His aura surged dramatically, the surrounding green light becoming even more radiant and brilliant. That illumination filled the entire chamber, transforming it into a vibrant green expanse, reminiscent of a spring forest. Yang Yu felt the powerful energy surging within him, his heart brimming with exhilaration, as if he had glimpsed a ray of dawn in the darkness, that light growing brighter, illuminating his path forward. The speed of his cultivation was truly astonishing, Yang Yu marveled internally. However, he understood clearly that in the impending war, only by becoming stronger could he increase his chances of success. He realized this was merely the beginning. A longer road lay ahead, with more challenges awaiting him. Thus, he continued his cultivation without hesitation, striving to elevate the greenwood technique to a higher level. Time flowed silently and imperceptibly during his training. He seemed to forget everything, immersing himself wholly in the process. With the world reduced to just him and the ceaseless spiritual energy, he resembled a solitary traveler, forging ahead on the path of cultivation, undisturbed by any external factors, unimpeded by any difficulties. After an indeterminate period, Yang Yu gradually opened his eyes, a flash of lightning-like brilliance illuminating his gaze. That brilliance instantaneously brightened the entire chamber, akin to the most resplendent star in the night sky, its radiance blinding. The greenwood technique has been mastered. Next, I shall attempt to fuse it with the Nine Suns divine technique, Yang Yu muttered to himself, his voice resonating clearly in the silent chamber, as if breaking a millennia-long silence. He closed his eyes once more, simultaneously channeling both techniques. The fiery internal force of the Nine Suns divine technique clashed with the life-giving energy of the greenwood technique within him. Merging together, these two disparate forces were akin to ferocious beasts, initially colliding, subjecting his body to immense pressure. It felt as though two mountains were crashing within him, every inch of skin, every bone bearing an indescribable weight. Yet, under Yang Yu's steadfast will and skillful guidance, these two forces gradually began to blend, like two rushing rivers converging into a vast ocean. Boom! Yang Yu's body trembled slightly, a powerful wave of energy radiating from him, swiftly expanding outward. The furniture in the chamber was instantly shattered, transforming into a flurry of splintered wood, swirling through the air like startled birds. The runes on the walls shimmered with dazzling light, seemingly bearing the weight of immense pressure, their glow flickering like a tale from ancient times. Success! Yang Yu felt the formidable power within him, a marvelous sensation unlike any he had experienced before. As if he had touched a higher echelon of strength, this power coursed through him like an unceasing river, brimming with life and vitality. A satisfied smile emerged on his face, filled with confidence and anticipation for the future, as if he could already envision the moment of triumph over the Lin family. At that moment, his cousin Yang Sheng approached the entrance of the chamber. The sound of his footsteps echoed distinctly in the quiet corridor, shattering the prolonged tranquility. You have been in seclusion for many days. Everyone outside is waiting for you, Yang Sheng called out eagerly, his voice tinged with expectation. It reverberated through the corridor, infused with urgency and hope. Yang Yu opened the secret chamber door and stepped out with composure. His figure appeared particularly upright under the corridor's light, resembling an immovable mountain, steadfast and dignified. Yang Sheng gazed at Yang Yu in astonishment, his eyes wide, filled with shock and admiration. Your aura has become even stronger. It's truly incredible. His voice trembled with excitement, his gaze brimming with appreciation and awe for Yang Yu. Yang Yu smiled, a smile brimming with confidence and determination. Cousin, I have made significant breakthroughs and I am now more assured in dealing with the Lin family. His voice was steady and powerful, revealing an indomitable courage and resolve. Yang Yu's attribute panel read, Host, Yang Yu age, 16 years boundary, peak blood exchange, strength 4,500,000 gene, speed 7,500 meters second, talent, top-tier genius techniques, profound level techniques, great perfection, star technique, major achievement. 9 Yang divine technique, major achievement, greenwood technique, major achievement, purple flame technique, minor achievement, martial skills, breaking wind fist, great perfection, 9 Yang blazing palm, minor achievement, flowing cloud sword technique, minor achievement. Greenwood palm, minor achievement, chapter 54. A formidable enemy approaches following Yang Yu's monumental breakthrough in his training. Both the Yang and Su families were diligently preparing for a confrontation with the Lin family. However, the Lin family was not inclined to grant them much time. One morning, before the sun had fully dispelled the night's gloom, a cacophony erupted outside Yang family village. The sound thudded like distant thunder, shattering the village's tranquility, akin to the ominous rumble preceding a storm, heralding an impending fierce battle. Yang Yu and his companions hastily made their way to the village entrance, where they beheld a group of Lin family warriors standing menacingly. Clad in black attire that seemed to absorb all light, they exuded an aura of chilling dread. Armed with sharp blades, the weapons glinted coldly in the faint sunlight, their faces twisted into grotesque expressions, reminiscent of fiends from hell intent on devouring everything in their path. Yang Yu, how dare your Yang family defy the Lin family? This day marks your demise, thundered Lin Meng, the leader of the Lin family. His voice resonating like a bell, reverberating through the air and causing eardrums to ache. Lin Meng was a towering figure, muscles bulging as if each one contained explosive power. His broad chest resembled a fortress wall, and his thick arms were akin to iron columns. His eyes gleamed with a ferocious light, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Yang Yu stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at Lin Meng. His eyes filled with disdain and fury. His stare was like twin swords, piercing directly into Lin Meng's heart. Does the Lin family not fear retribution for such tyranny? His voice, though not loud, resonated with strength, each word detonating in the air like a heavy bomb, impossible to dismiss. Lin Meng laughed boisterously. Retribution? In this Weishui County, my Lin family is the law. His laughter was arrogant and unrestrained, as if he controlled the very world around him. That laughter echoed across the open village, imbued with boundless arrogance and disdain. Old Master Yang, leaning on his cane, approached with a tremor. Each strike of his cane against the ground resonated heavily, though aged. He stood resolute. Lin Meng, do not be so brazen. My Yang family is not easily bullied. The old man's voice, though hoarse, was filled with indomitable spirit, a testament to the resilience and courage forged over the years. Lin Meng scoffed. Old fool, if you know what is good for you, surrender now, and perhaps I might spare your lives. His eyes were laced with contempt, as if dismissing old Master Yang's words as nothing more than a trivial jest. Yang Yu glared fiercely, shouting, enough talk. If it's battle you seek, then let it commence. His voice roared like a lion, filled with fearless courage and resolve, piercing the heavens as if to shatter the sky itself. With a wave of his hand, Lin Meng commanded, charge. At his command, the Lin family's warriors surged forward like a tidal wave. Their footsteps thudded against the earth, causing it to tremble, as if the ground itself quaked in response to their malevolence. The air was soon filled with the cries of battle, steeped in bloodlust and the thirst for slaughter. Unfazed, Yang Yu unleashed the formidable power derived from the fusion of the 9 Yang divine technique and the greenwood technique. His entire being shimmered with interwoven golden and green light, akin to a divine being descending, dazzling, and blinding. In an instant, he repelled several Lin family warriors at the forefront. They were struck by an invisible force, sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Not bad, this kid has some skill, Lin Meng observed, taking action himself. In a blur, he appeared before Yang Yu, moving with a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible. He swung his fist toward Yang Yu, the punch accompanied by a howling wind, as if it could shatter mountains. Lin Meng, a peak blood exchange powerhouse, infused each of his moves with formidable strength. The punches howled through the air, seemingly capable of rending the very atmosphere, creating a cacophony wherever they struck. Yang Yu and Lin Meng engaged in a fierce clash. Bang! Their fists collided, producing a deep thud, reminiscent of two mountains colliding, deafening to the ears. The surrounding air twisted as if distorted by the tremendous impact, creating visible ripples. The shockwave from their clash spread outward, raising clouds of dust, obscuring the vision of those nearby. Yang Yu felt a surge of astonishment. Lin Meng was indeed formidable, yet he did not falter. Rather, he grew ever more resolute, his gaze hardened, fueled by a singular conviction: to vanquish his foes and protect the dignity and honor of his family. Each breath he took was infused with strength, every attack imbued with unwavering determination. 9 Yang greenwood fist, Yang Yu bellowed, his fist aglow with interlacing golden and green light, a fusion of scorching power and vibrant vitality. He launched it toward Lin Meng, this punch seemingly consolidating all his strength and will propelled by an unstoppable momentum. Lin Meng felt the weight of the blow and his expression shifted slightly. Hastily raising his arms to defend, his muscles tensed, veins bulging as he braced against the overwhelming force. Boom! Lin Meng was pushed back several steps, his arms trembling as if bearing an immense weight. He stared at Yang Yu in disbelief, a mixture of shock and rage flooding his heart. How is this possible? A mere boy can repel me. Yang Yu chuckled. There is nothing impossible about it. Today marks the downfall of your Lin family. His grin radiated confidence and a thirst for victory, embodying contempt for his adversary and unwavering trust in his own strength. At that moment, reinforcements from the Su family arrived. Lin family villains, do not be so arrogant. Su Han, leading the Su family's elite, joined the fray, tall and handsome, with eyes gleaming with wisdom and decisiveness. He donned a flowing white robe that billowed in the wind. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, the Su family's warriors behind him exuded a formidable presence, their appearance instantly shifting the tense atmosphere. The tide of battle turned. The Lin family warriors found themselves on the defensive. Their once overbearing demeanor faded, replaced by expressions of fear and unease. Their attacks became hesitant, their defenses riddled with gaps. Seeing the precarious situation, Lin Meng attempted to flee. Yang Yu would not allow him to escape. Swiftly intercepting his path with lightning speed, you think you can run? Not so easily. Yang Yu unleashed the flowing cloud sword technique, the sword slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning toward Lin Meng. The blade shimmered with cold brilliance, tearing through the atmosphere with a sharp whistle, as if crying out for justice. Lin Meng fought desperately, yet ultimately succumbed to Yang Yu's sword, which struck his shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground. He groaned in agony, his eyes filled with despair and terror. The arrogance and pride he once possessed had evaporated, leaving only boundless regret and dread. Brothers of the Yang and Su families, strike with all your might, Yang Yu proclaimed. His voice resonated with fervor and encouragement, invigorating the morale of those around him. It was as if his call to arms was a battle cry, inspiring every warrior to advance fearlessly. Under Yang Yu's leadership, the warriors of the Yang and Su families surged forward, akin to tigers descending from the mountains, overwhelming the Lin family warriors. Their attacks were fierce and decisive, each strike filled with power and resolve. They moved across the battlefield like valiant deities, fighting for justice and honor. In this battle, Yang Yu once again showcased his invincible prowess and exceptional leadership. He navigated the battlefield like an insurmountable barrier, safeguarding the dignity and honor of the Yang and Su families. Each of his attacks instilled fear in his enemies, each command boosted the morale of his allies. Yang Yu's attribute panel read: Host, Yang Yu, age, 16 years, boundary, peak blood exchange, strength 5 million, gene, speed 8,000 meters second, talent, top-tier genius techniques, profound level techniques, great perfection, star technique, major achievement. 9 Yang divine technique, major achievement, greenwood technique, major achievement, purple flame technique, minor achievement, flowing wave steps, minor achievement, martial skills, breaking wind fist, great perfection, 9 Yang blazing palm, minor achievement. Flowing cloud sword technique, minor achievement, greenwood palm, minor achievement, phantom blade technique, entry level, chapter 55, breakthrough to innate. Having successfully repelled the Lin family's provocation, Yang family village was graced with a fleeting tranquility. However, this calm atmosphere did not induce any sense of complacency in Yang Yu. He was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve, and the path ahead remained fraught with unknown challenges and dangers. To prepare for the trials that lay ahead, he knew he must seize this rare opportunity to further enhance his strength, becoming a steadfast shield for his family. Returning to his room, a simple yet tidy space, Yang Yu settled in. Sunlight streamed through the window, gently cascading onto the floor and creating a mosaic of dappled light, reminiscent of a golden tapestry. He softly closed the door, the faint click resonating as if it severed all ties to the clamor of the outside world. Yang Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, his bedding meticulously arranged and pristine. As he prepared to commence his cultivation, as was his custom, his gaze was resolute and focused, as if, in that moment, the entire universe consisted solely of him and the imminent journey of his practice. He first activated the 9 Suns divine art, and the internal energy within him surged like a searing flame. Each thread of internal power resembled a flickering flame, swiftly spreading through his meridians, instantly filling them with a formidable and searing force. Every inch of his meridians brimmed with this energy, almost igniting with the intensity, causing his body to radiate warmth, yet he relished the sensation. Subsequently, he transitioned to the greenwood technique, and his internal force transformed into a gentle and vibrant essence. It felt as though a roaring inferno had suddenly metamorphosed into a babbling brook. tenderly nourishing every parched spot. He sensed a subtle connection with the trees and flowers outside, as if he could hear their breaths and feel their vitality. The life force of those floras seemed to flow into him ceaselessly, merging with his internal energy, enveloping him in a serene and harmonious atmosphere. Purple flame technique, activate, Yang Yu commanded softly, and a surge of purple fiery energy erupted within him. This force was both intense and wild, imbued with the powers of destruction and rebirth. It interwove with the previous 9 suns and greenwood energies, creating a unique force field. The 3 energies roiled within him, colliding and coexisting in a delicate balance. His body quivered slightly under the immense pressure, every cell rejoicing while simultaneously enduring an extreme trial, yet his expression remained focused and unwavering, as if in his world only the pursuit of power and the desire for breakthrough existed. As Yang Yu cultivated, radiance flickered around him, hues of red to green and purple intertwining in a dreamlike display. The light oscillated between the intensity of the blazing sun and the softness of moonlight, at times shrouded in the mystery of purple twilight. His aura continually ascended, stirring the air within the room and generating small whirlwinds. These whirlwinds resembled miniature storms, swirling the surrounding dust and essence. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, glistening like pearls before cascading down, soaking his garments. The fabric clung tightly to his form, outlining his robust physique, yet he remained oblivious, fully immersed in his practice. His lips were gently pressed together, teeth lightly biting his lower lip, revealing the immense pain and pressure he was enduring. However, not a trace of hesitation or surrender flickered in his eyes. I must break through to the innate realm this time, Yang Yu vowed silently in his heart. His gaze brimmed with longing and determination, a fervent pursuit of higher realms and a yearning for greater strength. He envisioned himself standing at the pinnacle of the innate realm, overlooking all beings, safeguarding the glory and tranquility of his family. Just as Yang Yu immersed himself entirely in his cultivation, a gentle knock echoed on the door. The sound resonated distinctly in the quiet room, shattering his concentration. It was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. It's me, came the tender and concerned voice of his mother, Wang Ning, from outside. Her voice was filled with maternal worry and affection, akin to the warmest breeze of spring. Gently caressing Yang Yu's heart, Yang Yu slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of helplessness crossing his features, yet overshadowed by respect and love for his mother. His gaze gradually returned from the depths of concentration to clarity, tinged with a hint of interrupted regret. He gathered his energy and rose, gently stretching his somewhat stiff body, joints cracking softly. He approached the door and opened it. "Mother, what brings you here?" Yang Yu inquired, his voice carrying a note of confusion, yet predominantly laced with concern for her. He looked at his mother, warmth and affection radiating from his eyes. Wang Ning gazed at Yang Yu, her eyes brimming with love. Her gaze roamed over his face, as if etching every detail of her son into her heart. Within her eyes lay boundless tenderness and concern. Do not exhaust yourself too much in your cultivation. Remember to rest. Wang Ning spoke gently, her tone warm like the spring breeze, softly brushing against Yang Yu's heart. Her voice carried a tinge of worry, fearing that her son might harm himself through excessive training. Yang Yu smiled. "Mother, I understand, please do not worry." His smile radiated sunshine and confidence, attempting to reassure her. It was as if the first light of dawn illuminated the entire room. Wang Ning sighed, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. "Seeing you work so hard for the family fills me with both pride and concern," she said, extending her hand to tenderly caress Yang Yu's cheek, the warmth of her hand conveying a mother's boundless love. Though her hands were no longer smooth and delicate, they bore the marks of time and deep affection for her son. Yang Yu grasped his mother's hand. Though slightly rough, it was imbued with immense warmth. "Mother, I have a responsibility to make our family stronger." His voice was resolute and powerful, instilling a sense of reassurance in Wang Ning. The determination in his eyes sparkled like a beacon of loyalty to his family and hope for the future. Wang Ning nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. "Good son, continue your cultivation. I shall not disturb you any longer." She slowly turned, her steps heavy with unending concern. Her silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn in the corridor's light and shadow, yet filled with trust and anticipation for her son. Yang Yu closed the door, returning to the bed, but his heart remained restless. His mother's love further solidified his conviction, he must become stronger, ensuring a stable and happy life for his family. Her words echoed like a clarion call within him, urging him onward. After several days of diligent training, Yang Yu felt he was on the cusp of the innate realm. It was a subtle sensation, akin to a fragile sheet of paper. With a gentle poke, he could break through to a new level, yet he also understood that this final step was often the most arduous, requiring immense effort and determination. "Just a bit more, and I'll push through." Yang Yu clenched his teeth, summoning all his strength to surge forward. He channeled every ounce of energy within him, converging the powers of the 9 suns' divine art. Greenwood technique, and purple flame technique into a torrent, akin to a roaring river, crashing against the seemingly fragile yet unyielding threshold. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted from within him, akin to a stampede of horses or the thunderous roar of lightning. A formidable force exploded instantaneously, enveloping his body in a dazzling brilliance. That radiance illuminated the entire room and even streamed through the window, casting light upon a small patch of the sky outside. "I did it, I've broken through to the innate realm," Yang Yu exclaimed with exhilaration, his eyes shimmering with joy and pride. He felt the powerful energy within him, an unprecedented sensation, as if he had forged a new connection with the universe. The atmosphere around him became clearer, his senses sharper, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Yang Yu's attributes panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16. Realm, innate first level, strength 8. 00000 gene, speed 10,000 meters second, qualification, top-tier genius techniques, mysterious level techniques, great perfection, star technique, great success, 9 suns divine art, great success, greenwood technique, great success, purple flame technique, great success. Ling bow step, minor success, frost technique, entry level, martial skills, breaking wind fist, great perfection, 9 suns fiery palm, minor success. Flowing cloud sword technique, minor success, greenwood palm, minor success, phantom blade technique, entry level. Thunder fist technique, entry level, chapter 56. Attention from all sides. The news of Yang Yu's breakthrough to the innate realm swept through Weishui County like a ferocious tempest, whether among the common folk in the streets or the influential elites in their opulent estates. Everyone fervently discussed this astonishing revelation. Within a grand and luxurious mansion in Weishui County, an elderly man clad in a brocade robe sat in conference with the patriarchs of several clans. Deliberating this unforeseen upheaval, the hall was permeated with a tense and oppressive atmosphere, each face marked with profound concern. Yang Yu of the Yang family has unexpectedly broken through to the innate realm. Such an achievement at such a young age is indeed alarming, one patriarch voiced anxiously, his voice trembling slightly, beads of sweat visibly dotting his forehead, his eyes reflecting uncertainty and fear for the future. The elderly man furrowed his brow, the deep lines on his weathered face etched with deeper furrows. This child possesses extraordinary talent, and his rate of progress is astonishing. If we allow the Yang family to develop unchecked, they will surely become a significant threat in the future. The weight of his words hung heavily in the air, each syllable imbued with gravity, his gaze deep and troubled, as if he foresaw the formidable threat posed by the Yang family's rise. Another patriarch, his expression grave, clenched his fists and said, "What should we do then? Should we ally with them or suppress them? It is a difficult choice." His gaze swept across the faces of the others, hoping for a clear answer, yet each one was lost in contemplation. The elderly man pondered for a moment, the hall descending into silence, save for the sound of his fingers lightly tapping on the table. The rhythmic sound echoed sharply in the stillness, amplifying the anxious hearts of those present as if counting down to an impending decision. "Let us observe for a while and see the Yang family's movements. Acting rashly now may lead to unnecessary complications." The voice of the elder shattered the silence. His decision, albeit conservative, appeared to be the most prudent choice given the current circumstances. After all, in the face of a newly risen formidable force, impulsive actions could yield unforeseen consequences. Meanwhile, within the Lin family of Changlin County, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and furious. How infuriating that Yang Yu has actually advanced to the innate realm. I had truly underestimated him. The head of the Lin family slammed his hand on the table in anger, his complexion ashen, with flames of fury igniting in his eyes. The sturdy table emitted a dull thud under his palm, with fine cracks spreading from the point of impact, as if it were bearing the brunt of the head's uncontrollable wrath. Beside him, an elder wore a grim expression, his brows tightly knitted, forming a deep furrow. "Head, we cannot remain idle. We must find a way to curb the rise of the Yang family, otherwise our Lin family's position in Weishui County will be severely threatened." The elder's voice was laced with urgency and concern. Fully aware of the immense challenge that Yang Yu's breakthrough posed to the Lin family, a glint of ferocity flashed in the head's eyes, as if his gaze could kill. He paced the room, each step radiating unwavering determination. "Send someone to investigate Yang Yu's situation thoroughly and seek out his weaknesses. I refuse to believe that a mere young pup can turn the tide." His voice was resolute, a determination to halt the Yang family's ascent at any cost. Simultaneously, the name Yang Yu reached the ears of certain mysterious forces. In a mist-shrouded deep mountain, a clandestine organization convened to discuss Yang Yu. The headquarters of this organization lay hidden among the peaks, surrounded by intricate traps and powerful formations, making it nearly inaccessible to outsiders. "This Yang Yu may be an individual we need to keep an eye on. Send someone to observe him discreetly, said a masked figure. His voice was deep and hoarse, rendering his age and gender indiscernible. He sat shrouded in shadows, his form cloaked in darkness, with only a pair of glimmering eyes revealing his keen interest. Others nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with curiosity and vigilance. This organization had long operated in the shadows, orchestrating numerous undisclosed affairs, and Yang Yu's emergence instilled in them a sense of potential threat. Under the scrutiny of so many watchful eyes, Yang Yu remained undeterred, diligently honing his skills within Yang Family Village. In the Yang family's martial arts arena, Yang Yu's figure moved like a flash of lightning. Swift and fierce. One day, while practicing martial techniques in the arena, his movements flowed seamlessly, each strike imbued with power and grace. Sweat drenched his garments, yet he showed no signs of ceasing. His gaze was focused and resolute. As if the world had narrowed down to just him and his training, his cousin, Yang Shuat, rushed over, her face alight with excitement and anxiety. Your brother, many strangers have arrived outside, claiming they wish to visit you, she said, her breath coming in quick gasps, clearly having sprinted over, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, and her cheeks flushed from exertion. Yang Yu paused his movements, wiping his brow, the sweat sparkling in the sunlight like scattered diamonds. Let us first ascertain their intentions, he replied, his voice calm and steadfast, devoid of any hint of panic, as if he had anticipated such a situation. Upon entering the reception hall, he was met with several unfamiliar faces seated there. Their eyes brimmed with curiosity and anticipation, continuously appraising the arrival of Yang Yu. Young Master Yang, I have long heard of your esteemed name. I have come today to pay my respects. A middle-aged man rose and spoke. A flattering smile adorned his face, yet his eyes concealed a glimmer of scrutiny. Clad in an opulent robe adorned with a costly jade pendant at his waist, his gestures exuded an air of affluence. Yang Yu clasped his hands together. May I inquire who you are? His gaze remained steady upon the middle-aged man, attempting to decipher his intentions through his expressions and actions. His eyes were clear and profound, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. The middle-aged man smiled. I am a steward from the Chen family of the neighboring county. I have come to forge a friendship with young Master Yang. His smile widened, attempting to bridge the gap between them. As he spoke, he produced a gift from his bosom and extended it to Yang Yu. Yang Yu slightly turned aside, not accepting the gift, and replied, Your kindness is appreciated, but might I inquire if your visit is solely for the purpose of friendship? His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, yet it carried an unspoken pressure. The middle-aged man awkwardly retracting the gift. Young Master Yang, you are indeed straightforward. To be candid, my Chen family seeks to collaborate with you in exploring some business ventures. Yang Yu's interest was piqued, yet he maintained an air of composure. Perhaps you could elaborate further, Mr. Chen. The middle-aged man, sensing Yang Yu's curiosity, promptly began to elaborate. Subsequently, several others expressed their intentions in succession. Some were from nearby families seeking to recruit Yang Yu to serve their clans. Others were sent by various factions to probe the Yang family's strengths and weaknesses. Yang Yu responded with an inscrutable demeanor, revealing neither excessive information nor offending anyone. He consistently maintained politeness and a smile, though his words bore an undeniable firmness. Ultimately, Yang Yu bid farewell to these visitors. Standing at the door, he watched their departing figures, thoughtful reflection swirling in his mind. It seems my breakthrough has stirred quite a ripple. I must exert even greater effort to enhance my strength in order to face the challenges ahead. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16 years. Realm, innate first level. Strength, 10. 00000. Gene, speed, 12,000 ms. Talent, top-tier genius. Cultivation techniques, profound level techniques, great perfection, star technique, major achievement, 9 Yang divine technique, major achievement, greenwood technique, major achievement, purple flame technique, major achievement. Wave step, intermediate achievement, frost technique, minor achievement, martial skills, wind-breaking fist, great perfection, 9 Yang blaze palm, minor achievement, flowing cloud sword technique, minor achievement, greenwood palm, minor achievement, phantom blade technique, entry level. Thunder fist technique, entry level, wind god leg technique, entry level. Chapter 57, the Lu family of Anqi Prefecture. Yang Yu's reputation in Weishui County soared, as he immersed himself daily in cultivation, persistently exploring higher realms of martial arts. On one such day, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows in his study. Yang Yu sat at his desk, intensely studying a new cultivation technique. The characters on the technique manual seemed imbued with mysterious power, captivating his full attention and causing him to forget all else around him. Suddenly, the tranquility was disrupted by hurried footsteps. An unfamiliar messenger arrived at the Yang residence, clad in a long black robe. With a blue sash at his waist, his demeanor respectful, his steps were steady and purposeful, each stride seemingly carrying a mission. "Young Master Yang, my master requests your presence," the messenger said respectfully, his voice was low and clear. Resonating in the quiet courtyard, breaking through an invisible shroud of silence, Yang Yu furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of confusion swelling within him. He raised his head, his penetrating gaze fixed on the messenger. As if his eyes could pierce directly into the messenger's soul. "Who is your master?" he inquired, his tone calm yet radiating an irresistible authority. Akin to an immovable mountain, the messenger presented an invitation letter. His hands trembling slightly, evidently feeling the weight of Yang Yu's presence, his fingers appeared stiff with tension, the invitation letter bearing an almost tangible heaviness. "One glance, and you shall know," the messenger replied, his voice tinged with reverence. Yang Yu opened the invitation, noting the exquisite texture of the paper, smooth and delicate, akin to silk. The calligraphy danced across the page, exuding power and grandeur, inscribed with the words, "The head of the Lu family of Anqi Prefecture. Lu Changfeng earnestly invites young Master Yang for a discussion." Upon seeing this name, Yang Yu's curiosity intensified. The Lu family held considerable influence in Anqi Prefecture. He wondered why they would suddenly extend an invitation to a mere offspring of the Yang family from Weishui County. At that moment, his father, Yang Jun, approached, concern etched across his face, his brows were tightly knit, deep furrows creasing his forehead, as if bearing the weight of countless worries. "The Lu family does not come with good intentions. You must exercise caution," Yang Jun advised, his voice filled with paternal concern, each word steeped in love. Yang Yu nodded, his gaze resolutely fixed on his father, his eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. "Father, do not worry, I will see what they want," he replied, his tone firm, brimming with confidence and courage, as if no obstacle could deter his path. Carrying the invitation, Yang Yu followed the messenger on the journey to Anqi Prefecture. The scenery en route was picturesque, with verdant mountains and flowing waters harmoniously intertwined. Under a blue sky dotted with white clouds, a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the fragrance of flowers and fields. Yet, Yang Yu's thoughts were entirely focused elsewhere. He pondered the Lu family's motives, striving to analyze the underlying reasons for this invitation from various angles. The trees lining the road swiftly receded, as if time itself were fleeting. The sound of hooves echoed on the tranquil path, shattering the serenity of the countryside. Yang Yu's gaze oscillated between depth and determination. He understood that this journey to Anqi Prefecture could potentially mark a significant turning point in his life. Finally, they arrived at Anqi Prefecture. The Lu family estate was magnificent, with a grand crimson gate towering imposingly, as if capable of warding off all evil and intrusion. The stone lions flanking the entrance appeared lifelike and formidable, each exuding an aura of life, embodying the Lu family's nobility and authority. The head of the Lu family, Lu Changfeng, personally stepped out to greet them, clad in a resplendent purple robe adorned with exquisite patterns that shimmered with threads of gold. At his waist hung a precious jade pendant, which refracted a captivating brilliance under the sunlight. His face bore a warm smile, as inviting as a gentle spring breeze, instilling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. "Young Master Yang, it is an honor to finally meet you," Lu Changfeng remarked with a beaming countenance. His voice resonated with a vibrant warmth, echoing through the air like the tolling of a great bell, evoking a sense of inexplicable camaraderie. As if they were long-standing friends, Yang Yu clasped his hands together in greeting. "Lu family head, may I inquire about the purpose of your invitation?" His gaze locked onto Lu Changfeng's. Displaying no signs of retreat or fear, his eyes were resolute and piercing, as if seeking to penetrate Lu Changfeng's heart to uncover the truth behind the matter. Lu Changfeng replied, "Young Master Yang, to speak candidly, our Lu family has recently come upon a lead regarding a mysterious relic, fraught with peril. It is said that you possess extraordinary strength and wisdom, hence I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us in the exploration." Lu Changfeng's eyes were filled with anticipation and sincerity, as though he had placed all his hopes upon Yang Yu. Yang Yu felt a stirring within him at the mention of the mysterious relic. This could very well be an opportunity to enhance his power, yet, he understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The Lu family's invitation must harbor deeper considerations. His mind began to race, contemplating various possibilities. "Lu family head, what makes this relic so special?" Yang Yu inquired, his tone steady as a placid lake, attempting to glean further information from Lu Changfeng's response, each word carefully deliberated. Lu Changfeng explained, "From what I know, this relic may harbor unparalleled techniques and rare treasures, but it is also guarded by formidable forces. These protective entities are enigmatic and elusive. Previous explorations conducted by our Lu family have met with failure. A flicker of helplessness and regret crossed Lu Chongfeng's face, his eyes revealing a yearning for the relic and a bitterness towards past failures. Yang Yu pondered for a moment, his mind racing through various possibilities and risks. His fingers lightly tapped against the hilt of the sword at his waist, producing a crisp sound. Lu family head, I require some time to contemplate this matter, he stated, his tone resolute yet tinged with caution. Lu Chongfeng replied, Young Master Yang, there is no rush, you may stay with the Lu family and take your time to consider. With a graceful wave of his hand, he signaled for someone to escort Yang Yu to his guest quarters. His movements were elegant and decisive, embodying the demeanor of a family patriarch. Once settled in the Lu residence, Yang Yu began to deliberate on whether to partake in this adventure. The room was tastefully adorned, with precious calligraphy and paintings gracing the walls, and exquisite porcelain arranged upon the table, yet he found little solace in appreciating the decor, for his mind was wholly consumed by thoughts of the relic. This could be a fortuitous opportunity, yet it was fraught with unknown dangers, he mused. As he paced the room, the carpet beneath his feet subtly shifted. He absent-mindedly fiddled with the jade pendant he had carried since childhood, its warm glow reflecting in his hands. At that moment, a beautiful young woman entered the courtyard. She wore a flowing pink gown, its hem dancing in the breeze like a celestial being descended from the heavens. The flowers embroidered upon her skirt seemed to bloom in the gentle wind. Her face radiated a sweet smile, her eyes bright and enchanting, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. Young Master Yang, I am Lu Yao. Upon hearing of your presence here, I came to pay my respects, she said with a warm smile. Her voice was melodious and clear, reminiscent of a mountain spring, instilling a sense of tranquility. Yang Yu regarded Lu Yao, unable to suppress his admiration for her beauty. Miss Lu, the pleasure is mine, he responded, a polite smile gracing his lips, his gaze reflecting appreciation. Lu Yao continued, regarding the matter of the relic, I believe it is worth the risk. Her eyes sparkled with hope and encouragement, as if she could envision the dawn of success. May I inquire as to your reasoning, Miss Lu? Yang Yu asked, his gaze fixed intently upon her, eager to draw further insights from her response, his expression laced with curiosity and intrigue. Lu Yao explained, the Lu family has previously dispatched individuals to investigate, though perilous. With your strength, young master, I am confident you would reap rewards. Moreover, the treasures and techniques within the relic could significantly enhance your prowess, proving immensely beneficial to your family as well. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, stirring something within Yang Yu. Gradually, Yang Yu's resolve began to solidify. Yang Yu's attribute panel, host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, NA first layer, strength 12 million gene, speed 15,000 ms, talent, top tier genius techniques, profound level techniques, great completion. Star Technique, Major Completion, 9 Young Divine Technique, Major Completion, Greenwood Technique, Major Completion, Purple Flame Technique, Major Completion, Wave Step, Medium Completion, Frosty Technique, Minor Completion, Sky Burning Technique, Entry Level, Martial Skills, Breaking Wind Fist, Great Completion. 9 Yang Blazing Palm, Minor Completion, Flowing Cloud Swordplay, Minor Completion, Greenwood Palm, Minor Completion, Phantom Blade Technique, Entry Level, Thunder Fist Technique, Entry Level, Wind God Leg Technique, Entry Level, Falling Flower Palm, Entry Level. Chapter 58, Perilous Endeavors. After careful contemplation, Yang Yu ultimately resolved to join the Lu family in their exploration of the mysterious relic. On the day of departure, the morning sun cast a gentle glow upon them, illuminating their determined figures. Yang Yu, Lu Chongfeng, and the others gathered in the Lu family's grand hall, the atmosphere heavy with gravity as they meticulously discussed every detail of their impending journey and the potential challenges they might face. Young Master Yang, this expedition to the relic is fraught with uncertainties. Everyone must exercise utmost caution, Lu Chongfeng remarked, his expression grave. His gaze swept over the assembly, revealing deep-seated concern and anxiety. The furrow in his brow seemed to narrate his apprehensions regarding the undertaking. Yang Yu nodded, his demeanor serious and resolute. His eyes were clear and focused, as if he had already prepared himself to confront any challenges that lay ahead. Rest assured, Lu family head, I shall proceed with caution, he affirmed, his voice steady and powerful, akin to a calming bell, offering a sense of reassurance to those around him. With a commanding presence, Yang Yu exuded an aura of trustworthiness. The group set forth towards the relic, the rhythmic sounds of hooves and footsteps intertwining, resonating upon the quiet path. The scenery along the way was picturesque, verdant mountains, flowing waters, and melodious birdsong, but their minds were solely preoccupied with anticipation and trepidation regarding the relic. Each face bore a taut expression, eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Upon reaching the entrance of the relic, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped them. It felt as if the essence of antiquity, steeped in the passage of time and boundless enigma. Wafted towards them, the stone walls at the entrance were etched with peculiar runes, twisting and curling like an ancient cipher, eluding comprehension. Exercise caution, there may be traps and mechanisms within this relic, Yang Yu warned. His voice echoing clearly in the expansive entrance, his vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, muscles taut and ready to respond to any impending danger. The group proceeded with utmost care into the relic. An oppressive atmosphere permeating the dimly lit passage, infused with the scent of dust and decay. Silence reigned, punctuated only by their subdued breaths and the soft sound of footsteps. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows shot forth from the walls, piercing the stillness with a cacophony of whistling projectiles. Be careful, Yang Yu shouted, his form darting forward like a specter to shield the others. He executed the wave step, his movements fluid and agile, as if he had transformed into a fleeting shadow, skillfully evading the arrows. Every motion was executed with precision, showcasing his mastery of martial arts. Simultaneously, he gathered his internal energy, forming an invisible shield that shimmered with light. Deflecting the onslaught of arrows, the projectiles clashed against the shield, producing a clanging sound, sparks flying and illuminating the dim corridor. That was close, Lu Yao exclaimed, her hand pressed against her chest, still trembling from the shock. Her complexion had paled, fear lingering in her eyes, her breaths rapid and uneven, clearly shaken by the recent ordeal. Yang Yu urged, everyone, stay close behind me and do not stray. His voice resonated through the passage, providing a sense of security to his companions. His gaze was unwavering, a beacon of hope amid the darkness, guiding them forward. Continuing onward, they arrived at a vast stone chamber. The walls of the chamber were embedded with peculiar gemstones, emitting a faint glow. These multicolored gems created a dreamlike ambience, enhancing the chamber's mystique. In the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested an ancient tome. The cover of the tome had yellowed with age, exuding an aura of mystery, as if narrating tales of its antiquity and value. This could be a precious technique, Lu Changfeng remarked, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He was eager to approach the tome, but Yang Yu interposed himself. Yang Yu's arm barred Lu Changfeng's path, his eyes filled with caution. Just then, a swarm of guardian automatons surged forth from all directions. These automatons, crafted entirely from metal, glimmered menacingly at their joints, emanating a formidable presence. Their movements were synchronized, each step resonating heavily upon the ground. Those are Blood Exchange Realm automatons, someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with fear and anxiety. The speaker's face drained of color as panic set in. Without hesitation, Yang Yu charged forward, declaring, I shall confront them. His voice was resolute and fearless, as if no danger could hinder his advance. Yang Yu's figure shot forth like a bolt of lightning, plunging into the midst of the automatons. He unleashed the Nine Suns' divine art, his internal energy blazing like an inferno, each punch imbued with searing power. His figure danced amidst the throng of puppets, the wind from his strikes howling, generating waves of heat. His fists collided with the metallic bodies of the puppets, producing a dull thud as sparks flew. Bang! Yang Yu's fist struck one puppet, sending it staggering back several paces, a deep imprint left upon its metallic form. The metal around the imprint began to glow red, as if seared by intense heat. Other puppets surged forward to attack, yet Yang Yu moved with the grace of a dragon, weaving effortlessly through their ranks. He deftly evaded their strikes while continuously launching his own, each maneuver precise and forceful. His gaze was focused and calm, undeterred by the dangers surrounding him. Crack! One puppet was shattered by Yang Yu's blow, parts scattering across the ground. The remnants of the puppet crashed to the floor with a heavy thud. The others began to unleash their own martial techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the puppets. In that moment, the stone chamber was alive with the tumult of internal energy, flashes of light, and the thunderous cries of combat. Each individual fought with all their might, battling for survival and treasure. After a grueling struggle, they finally vanquished all the puppets. Breathing heavily, each bore the marks of their exertions, their clothes drenched in sweat, hair disheveled, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Yang Yu approached the stone platform, picked up the ancient tome, and upon opening it, discovered it was a mysterious technique known as the Chaos Art. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. The text within was archaic and enigmatic. Seemingly imbued with boundless power, this technique appeared formidable, filling Yang Yu's heart with delight. His heartbeat quickened, as if he could already envision the enhancement of his capabilities. Just then, the stone chamber began to tremble violently, a massive stone sphere appearing at the apex, crashing down towards them. The sphere, imbued with tremendous force, seemed capable of crushing everything in its path. Its surface was rough, bearing the marks of time, akin to a calamity descending from the heavens. Get out of the way, Yang Yu shouted, his voice laced with urgency and tension. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. The others scattered to evade the impending disaster. The stone sphere struck the ground with a deafening roar, creating a deep crater and sending dust swirling. The entire chamber quaked, as if on the verge of collapse. Yang Yu's attributes panel read: Host, Yang Yu, age, 16, realm, innate first layer, strength, 15. 00000 gene, speed, 18,000 ms, talent, top-tier genius techniques, profound level techniques, great perfection, star art, great accomplishment, 9 suns divine art, great accomplishment, greenwood art, great accomplishment, purple flame technique, great accomplishment, wave step, medium accomplishment. Frosty technique, minor accomplishment, heaven burning technique, entry, chaos art, untrained, martial skills, wind breaking fist, great perfection, 9 suns blazing palm, minor accomplishment, flowing cloud sword technique, minor accomplishment, greenwood palm, minor accomplishment. Phantom blade technique, entry, thunder fist technique, entry, wind god leg, entry, falling flower palm, entry. Chapter 59, a breakthrough. Once more Yang Yu and his companions faced the assault of the stone sphere within the ruins. Having narrowly escaped disaster, fatigue and vigilance etched upon their faces, their breaths were slightly hurried, eyes betraying a fear and unease towards the unknown dangers that lurked within these ruins. Who knows how many more perils lie hidden here? Lu Yao remarked, her brow furrowed. A note of concern tinged her voice, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anxiety. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, cascading down her fair cheeks, her attire slightly disheveled, yet she remained a portrait of grace and resilience. Yang Yu's expression was resolute, his gaze ablaze like a roaring flame. Regardless, we must proceed with caution, he declared, his voice steady and powerful, instilling a measure of courage and confidence in the group. His eyes were sharp and unwavering, as if capable of piercing through all darkness and dread. His posture stood tall, like an unyielding mountain. They traversed a narrow passage, the walls on either side pulsating with an otherworldly glow, the lights flickering like mysterious eyes observing their every move. The illumination cast shadows upon their faces, rendering their expressions tumultuous. Everyone, be cautious, something feels amiss here, Yang Yu warned, his voice echoing through the corridor, tinged with tension and alertness. His heart raced, every nerve taut and poised for the dangers that could strike at any moment. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful aura surged forth from ahead. The presence washed over them like a tumultuous wave, nearly suffocating them. A colossal figure gradually materialized, the air around it distorting as if it were the guardian of the ruins. The guardian exuded a terrifying pressure, each step causing the ground to tremble. Its realm had reached the innate third layer, the overwhelming force rendering the air thick with dread, towering like a mountain. Its muscles bulged, seemingly harboring an inexhaustible strength. This is bad, it's a powerhouse at the innate third layer, Lu Changfeng exclaimed, his voice steeped in terror and despair, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. Tremors coursed through Lu Changfeng's legs, rendering him nearly unable to stand, his heart weighed down by the specter of death. Yang Yu took a deep breath, a flicker of resolve igniting in his gaze. Fear not, we shall confront it together. His voice resonated like a war drum, rallying the spirits of his comrades. Though trepidation lingered within him, it was eclipsed by an insatiable thirst for victory and an unwavering spirit to confront the challenge. With that declaration, Yang Yu charged forward, invoking the 9 suns divine art. His internal energy blazed within him like a roaring fire, surging from his fists towards the guardian. His figure was akin to an arrow loosed from its bow. Propelled by an unstoppable momentum, Yang Yu's eyes shone with determination, each movement resonating with strength and resolve. The guardian scoffed, a chilling laugh emanating as though from the depths of hell, instilling a sense of dread. A mere wave of its arm effortlessly deflected Yang Yu's assault. That seemingly casual gesture concealed an unfathomable might, rendering Yang Yu's strike no more than a gentle breeze. Yang Yu felt a tremendous force rebound upon him, propelling his body backward uncontrollably. So powerful, Yang Yu's heart quaked, sensing the vast chasm of strength between them, yet his gaze remained unflinching, bolstered by an even greater determination. Yang Yu adjusted his posture midair, landing firmly on the ground before charging once more. Lu Changfeng and the others unleashed their martial skills and techniques in unison, and for a moment, radiant flashes and surging internal energies filled the air, yet their assaults barely scratched the guardian, akin to gnats buzzing against an elephant. Lu Changfeng's sword sliced through the air with a whistling sound, leaving only shallow marks upon the guardian's form. The other's internal energy attacks dissipated as if dropped into an ocean, eliciting no reaction from the guardian whatsoever. Continuing like this is futile, Yang Yu mused amidst the fray, his mind racing as sweat dripped down his face, splattering onto the ground. His breath quickened, yet his thoughts sharpened. Suddenly, he recalled the chaos art he had recently acquired. A dead horse is better than a live one. I'll give it a try. Yang Yu resolved to take a risk, his heart brimmed with hope and determination, even if there was but a slender chance. He would not relent. Yang Yu closed his eyes, concentrating as he endeavored to summon that mysterious chaotic energy within him. He focused intently, blocking out distractions, and commenced the operation of the chaos art. A surge of enigmatic power flowed from him, akin to the dawn breaking through darkness, both unfamiliar and exhilarating. The space around him seemed to warp, the light refracting in peculiar ways. A faint luminescence enveloped Yang Yu. His aura beginning to transform. The Guardian, sensing this power, revealed a look of astonishment. For the first time, a flicker of wariness crossed its gaze, as if it perceived a threat. The Guardian's expression grew grave. Now regarding Yang Yu with increased seriousness, seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu launched his attack, merging the chaotic force with the internal energy of the Nine Suns' divine art, forging an unprecedented might. This power surged forth like a tempest. Sweeping towards the Guardian, Yang Yu's fist, brimming with the intent to obliterate, charged at the Guardian. Boom! The strike landed heavily upon the Guardian, forcing it to stagger back a few steps. The ground was indented deeply, and a fissure appeared on the Guardian's body. Yang Yu's blow ignited a flicker of hope among his comrades, reigniting their fighting spirit. The Guardian roared in fury, its voice echoing ominously. It unleashed a more ferocious onslaught, akin to a tempest descending upon Yang Yu. Each punch from the Guardian hurled through the air, carrying lethal force. Yang Yu gritted his teeth, striving to withstand the barrage. Each attack felt as though it could rend him asunder. Yet his will remained as steadfast as a boulder. Yang Yu endured the relentless assault of the Guardian, never faltering, his gaze resolute. Yang Yu, you can do it, Lu Yao called out from the side, her voice filled with concern and anticipation, embodying her trust and support for him. Her words rang clear amidst the chaos, inspiring Yang Yu immensely. His latent potential surged forth, as if a volcano within him was on the verge of eruption. Signs of a breakthrough emerged, his internal energy surging violently through his meridians, battering every acupoint. Yang Yu's body trembled, sensing a formidable force coalescing within him. Break for me, Yang Yu bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the ruins. The internal energy erupted instantaneously, akin to a flood breaching its dam. Yang Yu's aura surged, successfully breaking through to the innate second layer. He had achieved a breakthrough to the innate second layer. In that fleeting moment, his breath surged dramatically, causing the very air around him to tremble under the weight of his power. Yang Yu emanated an overwhelming presence that left onlookers in awe. With his newfound strength, he once again engaged in a fierce battle with the Guardian. This time, his strikes were more ferocious, each movement infused with formidable force and momentum. His figure danced like a specter, rendering the Guardian's attempts to apprehend him futile. Both his speed and strength had been significantly enhanced, and his assaults began to weigh heavily on the Guardian. After a grueling struggle, Yang Yu finally discerned a flaw in the Guardian's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a decisive blow, vanquishing the Guardian in a single strike. This final attack, fueled by all his might and resolve, proved insurmountable for the Guardian. The Guardian's form collapsed with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into a radiant glow that vanished from sight. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as they succumbed to exhaustion, their faces adorned with expressions of contentment. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16. Realm, innate second layer, strength, 20. 000000 Gene, speed, 22,000 ms, qualification, top-tier genius cultivation techniques, profound level technique, great perfection, star technique, major achievement, Nine Suns divine technique, major achievement, greenwood technique, major achievement, purple flame technique, major achievement. Lingbo step, medium achievement, frost technique, minor achievement, heaven burning technique, entry, chaos technique, minor achievement, martial arts, wind breaking fist, great perfection, Nine Suns fiery palm, minor achievement, flowing cloud sword technique, minor achievement. Greenwood palm, minor achievement, phantom blade technique, entry, thunder fist technique, entry, wind godleg, entry, falling flower palm, entry. Chapter 60. A bounty of spoils. After defeating the Guardian, Yang Yu and his companions continued their exploration of the ruins. Now they tread with greater caution, each step taken with meticulous care, acutely aware of the potential dangers that lay ahead. Their footsteps echoed in the silent passageway, infused with a sense of vigilance and anticipation. Yang Yu, we owe you a great debt, otherwise, we would have been at a loss. Lu Changfeng expressed gratefully, his eyes brimmed with sincerity and admiration, his tone imbued with heartfelt earnestness, despite the fatigue etched on his face from the recent battle. His gaze radiated profound gratitude towards Yang Yu. Yang Yu offered a modest smile, one that reflected humility and composure. Master Lu, you flatter me. Together, we have navigated these trials and will surely reap the rewards. His voice was gentle yet resolute, imparting a reassuring strength. Yang Yu's eyes, clear and profound, seemed to peer through the mist ahead. They gradually arrived at a spacious hall, its lofty ceilings seemingly brushing the heavens. The walls were adorned with gemstones that emitted a mysterious glow, illuminating the entire space with an enchanting brilliance. These gems sparkled like stars, transporting one into an ethereal dreamscape. Surrounding the hall were various treasures and manuals of cultivation, each radiating a captivating light. Some glimmered softly like moonlight, while others blazed like the sun. The covers of the manuals shimmered with strange runes, as if whispering ancient secrets. "Wow, so many treasures," Lu Yao exclaimed excitedly. Dashing forward, her eyes sparkling with astonishment and longing, her steps light as a jubilant bird. A flushed exhilaration graced Lu Yao's face, her gaze fixated on the treasures, eager to touch and claim them. Yang Yu, however, did not rush forward. He remained rooted in place, carefully surveying his surroundings. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, missing no minute detail. Yang Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his instincts on high alert as he perceived the potential dangers lurking behind this seemingly delightful scene. "Everyone, be cautious and refrain from acting recklessly," Yang Yu cautioned. His voice was steady and grave, instilling a sense of unease among the group. At the moment his words echoed through the hall, the previously exuberant crowd fell silent. Their excitement dampened. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, initially faint but gradually intensifying, as if a colossal beast writhed beneath the surface. Mysterious runes appeared on the walls, pulsating with an eerie light that sent shivers down their spines. The tremors escalated, causing their bodies to sway. "This is bad. There might be a mechanism," Yang Yu thought, a chill of apprehension creeping upon him as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. His heart raced, and his mind raced to devise a countermeasure. Indeed, several massive stone statues began to descend slowly from the ceiling of the hall, towering several meters high. They were intricately carved, their visages exuding an air of majesty and solemnity. While their armor and weapons radiated a chilling aura, each statue emanated a formidable presence, as if poised to come to life at any moment. The weight of each statue felt as if it bore the burden of countless ages and immense power. "What are these things?" someone gasped in terror, their voice trembling with fear. The speaker's legs began to weaken, threatening to buckle beneath them. "Everyone, do not panic. Let us assess the situation," Yang Yu replied, his tone calm. Though his heart was also racing with vigilance, his gaze remained fixed upon the statues, his body tense and ready to respond to any impending attack. Suddenly, the eyes of the statues gleamed with light, illuminating the entire hall like a flash of lightning. In an instant, they sprang into motion, their heavy footsteps resonating ominously as they advanced towards the group. Though their movements were sluggish, each step bore immeasurable force, creating an overwhelming pressure. Undeterred, Yang Yu unleashed the recently enhanced chaos technique. His inner energy transformed into chaotic force, enveloping him in a faint luminous shield. He charged towards the statues like a cannonball, preparing to engage head on. In a blink, Yang Yu's figure vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage behind. Bang! He collided with one of the statues, the tremendous impact sending shockwaves through the air. The sound of the collision reverberated like thunder, as if threatening to bring the entire hall crashing down. Yang Yu felt a powerful recoil surge through him, causing his arm to tingle, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat. 9 Sun's fiery palm. Yang Yu roared, flames erupting from his palm, swirling like a dragon as they lunged towards the statue. The flames struck the statue's surface, instantly turning it a fiery red. The blaze crackled and roared, enveloping the statue in a thick plume of smoke. Although cracks appeared on the statue, it persisted in its assault, swinging its massive fists towards Yang Yu. The fists whistled through the air, as if intent on crushing him to a pulp. Lu Changfeng and the others also unleashed their respective skills, the dazzling array of martial techniques illuminating the hall as they engaged in a fierce battle with the statues. Lu Changfeng's sword struck with the ferocity of a tempest, each thrust imbued with his profound inner strength. Others displayed their unique talents, some with powerful strikes, others with swift and precise movements. Crack! One statue finally shattered under the combined onslaught, its fragments scattering across the ground like dust. A weary yet exhilarated smile spread across the faces of the group. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu charged towards another statue, employing the flowing cloud sword technique. The sword's shadow flickered like flowing light, manifesting into countless beams directed at the statue. The statue's arm was severed, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Yang Yu's swordplay flowed seamlessly, each strike precise and lethal. After an arduous battle, all the statues were destroyed. The group, panting heavily, their clothes soaked with sweat, felt utterly drained, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Only then did they exhale in relief, beginning to gather the treasures and manuals within the hall. Their faces radiated excitement and satisfaction, as if all their exhaustion had melted away in that singular moment. Yang Yu discovered a manual titled Ethereal Technique, instantly captivated by its aura, sensing the immense power and profound mysteries it contained. His heart raced, and he glimpsed the possibility of further enhancing his strength. He sat cross-legged on the ground, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, which surged into him like a torrent, his body transformed into a vortex. Attracting the essence of the surrounding energy, his aura steadily climbed, the breakthrough of his cultivation technique looming on the horizon. Surrounded by spiraling spiritual energy, he formed a resplendent halo. "I break for me." Yang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Unleashing a surge of powerful energy from within, this force erupted like a tempest, sweeping through the entire hall. His gaze was filled with determination and confidence, while his aura deepened and strengthened. His chaos technique reached the medium achievement, and the flowing cloud sword technique attained the pinnacle of minor achievement. Yang Yu's attribute panel: Host, Yang Yu. Age, 16 Realm, Innate Second Layer, Strength, 25 million. Gene, Speed, 25,000 ms, Qualification, Top Tier Genius. Cultivation Techniques, Profound Level Technique, Great Perfection. Star Technique, Major Achievement. 9 Suns. Divine Technique, Major Achievement. Greenwood Technique, Major Achievement. Purple Flame Technique, Major Achievement. Lingbo Step, Medium Achievement. Frost Technique, Minor Achievement. Heaven Burning Technique, Entry. Chaos Technique, Medium Achievement. Ethereal Technique, Entry. Martial Arts, Wind Breaking Fist, Great Perfection. 9 Suns. Fiery Palm, Minor Achievement. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, Pinnacle of Minor Achievement. Greenwood Palm, Minor Achievement. Phantom Blade Technique, Entry. Thunder Fist Technique, Entry. Wind God Leg, Entry. Falling Flower Palm, Entry. Chapter 61, Rising Fame. Having reaped considerable rewards within the ruins, Yang Yu and his companions embarked on their journey home. The scenery along the way was picturesque, with verdant hills and crystal-clear waters resembling a poetic painting, as a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of wildflowers and the freshness of grass. Yet the hearts of the multitude remained ensconced in the thrills and treasures of the ruins, each fleeting moment of life and death, each perilous encounter, indelibly etched in their memories. Lu Changfeng and Yang Yu rode side by side, the expressions on their faces suffused with emotion and reverence. Lu Changfeng's gaze frequently lingered upon Yang Yu, as if he were re-evaluating this young yet immensely powerful companion. "Brother Yang Yu," he remarked earnestly, "if not for you during this expedition to the ruins, I fear we might not have emerged unscathed." His eyes brimmed with sincerity, each word resonated from the depths of his heart, imbued with gratitude that flowed like a relentless river. Yang Yu responded with a warm smile, his countenance akin to the gentle spring breeze, comforting and reassuring. "You flatter me, Master Lu. It was our collective effort that led to this outcome." His voice was calm and gentle, suggesting that all of this was merely a matter of course, devoid of any trace of arrogance. Yang Yu's eyes sparkled with clarity and resolve as he gazed into the distance, seemingly contemplating the path ahead. Upon returning to Anqi Prefecture, tales of Yang Yu's valiant deeds within the ruins spread like the spring breeze. In every street and alley, people spoke of this young hero, his name resonating through their lips like a brilliant star illuminating the night sky. Whether in teahouses where storytellers spun their tales or among children playing in the streets, Yang Yu's exploits were met with enthusiasm. His feats became a popular topic of conversation, each detail savored and repeated. Steeped in legendary allure, his fame burgeoned, sweeping across Anqi like a tempest. In Yangjia village, Yang Yu's family and kin learned of his achievements, feeling both pride and concern. Yang Jun sat in the family hall, his brow furrowed with worry. His gaze fell upon the family tree on the wall, yet his thoughts had already drifted far away. Haru has truly made a name for himself this time, but I fear what troubles may come of it, he remarked, his voice laden with deep apprehension, each word heavy with gravity, fearing that Yang Yu's accomplishments might incite jealousy and malice from others. He worried that the family might be drawn into unnecessary conflicts. Wang Ning, nearby, offered words of comfort. Haru possesses great talent, he will surely navigate this. Her eyes shone with unwavering determination, like the brightest star in the night sky, filled with faith in her son. Yet, her hands fidgeted with the hem of her garment, revealing that her concerns could not be entirely dispelled. At that moment, Yang Yu was alone in his room, cultivating and assimilating the wisdom gleaned from the ruins. The silence enveloped him, broken only by the sound of his steady breathing. He sat there like a statue, his aura calm and profound. As he practiced the ethereal technique, his internal energy flowed through his meridians, emanating a soft glow around him. This light resembled the gentle mist of dawn, tender and mysterious, gradually shrouding his form. This ethereal technique is indeed wondrous. It has brought such clarity to my mind. Yang Yu mused inwardly. He felt an unparalleled tranquility enveloping his heart, as if he were becoming one with the universe. With every breath and every circulation of energy, his understanding of this technique deepened. Suddenly, a cacophony shattered the stillness. The noise pierced the tranquility like a sharp blade, jarring and discordant. Is Yang Yu present? "We seek to challenge you," came an unfamiliar voice from outside, the tone brimmed with provocation and arrogance, eliciting a sense of aversion. The voice reverberated in the air, thick with the scent of confrontation. Yang Yu slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Rising to his feet, he stepped outside with a steady and assured gait, each stride infused with resolute determination, as if he were prepared to face any challenge with composure. Before him stood a group of martial artists at the entrance of the Yang residence, all wearing serious expressions, their eyes filled with the spirit of challenge. At the forefront was a burly young man. His arms robust and muscles rippling, exuding an aura of boundless strength. His gaze radiated arrogance and disdain, sweeping dismissively over the Yang family's threshold, as if everything here were insignificant. "Are you Yang Yu? I wish to test my skills against you," he taunted, his voice booming like a resounding bell, as if he sought to ensure everyone heard his challenge. His chest puffed out, head held high, embodying an air of superiority. Yang Yu regarded him calmly, his eyes clear and resolute. "May I ask why you wish to challenge me?" he inquired, his tone neither deferential nor confrontational, tinged with a hint of curiosity. Yang Yu's gaze resembled a deep pool. Concealing the thoughts within, the young man scoffed, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. "Your name is renowned. I wish to see if you truly deserve your reputation," he replied, his tone laced with jealousy and defiance. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles cracking ominously. Yang Yu smiled faintly, exuding confidence and composure. "If that is the case, then let us proceed," he stated succinctly, devoid of any hint of retreat. The two ventured to a clearing outside the village. Encircled by eager spectators, whispers filled the air, discussions rife with anticipation for this riveting confrontation. Some placed their faith in Yang Yu, while others held expectations for the young challenger, creating an atmosphere charged with excitement and tension. The young man launched the first assault, executing a fierce set of punches. His fists struck like a sudden tempest, the wind howling with power. Each blow sliced through the air, threatening to rend it apart. Yang Yu remained unperturbed, employing the flowing cloud sword technique. The flickering sword lights, akin to a myriad of stars, effortlessly countered his opponent's onslaught. His movements flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of a graceful dance, both elegant and powerful. The clash of sword and fist rang out with a metallic resonance, the surge of internal energy kicking up clouds of dust around them. Observing this, the challenger intensified his assault, unleashing a torrent of energy. Veins bulged on his forehead, clearly exerting all his strength. His breathing grew labored, eyes betraying a hint of madness, yet Yang Yu responded with unwavering composure, his gaze focused and serene, seizing the opportune moment. He employed the Nine Suns flame palm, enveloping the young man in a searing blaze. The flames blazed fiercely, as if intent on incinerating everything in their path. The fiery glow illuminated Yang Yu's resolute features, rendering him akin to a war deity. The challenger recoiled in shock, retreating hastily, a look of terror etched upon his face. Clearly unprepared for the potency of Yang Yu's onslaught, his footing faltered, nearly tumbling to the ground. "Is this all you are capable of?" Yang Yu remarked, a hint of mockery in his voice yet devoid of derision. He regarded the young man with a calm demeanor, awaiting his next move. Enraged and humiliated, the young man charged at him once more, his eyes ablaze with fury and indignation. Resembling a beast driven mad, his attacks turned wild and reckless, nearly venting his pent-up rage. Yang Yu executed the ripple step, his figure vanishing and reappearing behind the challenger in an instant. With a gentle palm strike that appeared soft yet concealed immense power, he sent the young man sprawling backward. Yang Yu's movements were ghostly. Evading capture, the challenger fell to the ground, face flushed with shame. He looked up at Yang Yu, the previous arrogance and provocation extinguished from his gaze. His lips trembled as if to speak, yet no words emerged. "I concede," Yang Yu said, bowing respectfully. His voice was gentle and courteous, showcasing his magnanimity and grace. In the sunlight, Yang Yu's figure appeared particularly imposing, garnering admiration from all of this encounter further elevated Yang Yu's renown. Deepening the respect held for him, Yang Yu's attribute panel read, Host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, and 8 second level, strength, 30 million gene, speed, 30,000 ms, talent, top-tier genius techniques, mystic level technique, great perfection. Star Technique, Major Achievement, Nine Suns Divine Technique, Major Achievement, Greenwood Technique, Major Achievement, Purple Flame Technique, Major Achievement, Ripple Step, Intermediate Achievement, Frost Technique, Minor Achievement, Sky Burning Technique, Entry, Chaos Technique, Intermediate Achievement, Ethereal Technique, Minor Achievement, Martial Skills, Wind Breaking Fist, Great Perfection. Nine Suns Flame Palm, Minor Achievement, Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, Minor Achievement Peak, Greenwood Palm, Minor Achievement, Phantom Blade Technique, Entry, Thunder Fist Technique, Entry, Wind God Leg, Entry, Falling Blossom Palm, Entry. Chapter 62, Gathering of Warriors. After Yang Yu triumphed over his challenger, Life returned to a brief semblance of tranquility. Each morning, sunlight bathed the courtyard of the Yang residence, akin to draping the earth in a golden satin. Yang Yu would promptly appear there, diligently honing his skills. His stature stood tall like a green pine, straight and resilient, seemingly capable of reaching the heavens. Internal energy swirled around him like flames, the searing aura distorting the air, creating visible ripples with each breath. He exhaled like a mighty dragon, deep and powerful. Each movement melded seamlessly with the cosmos, fluid and natural. You have received a letter, came the gentle and affectionate voice of his mother, Wang Ning. Akin to a soft breeze in spring, she approached, holding a white envelope, her steps light yet tinged with urgency, her eyes brimming with maternal concern. Yang Yu retracted his energy, the fiery aura enveloping him retracting into his body like a weary bird returning to its nest. Without a trace of hesitation, he exhaled softly, the breath transforming into a wisp of white mist, lingering briefly in the air before dissipating. Upon opening the letter, a look of puzzlement crossed his face. His brow furrowed slightly, resembling a small hill, as his gaze focused intently on the words inscribed on the paper, reading with great care, "Mother, this letter is rather peculiar. It is an invitation, beckoning me to attend a mysterious gathering." Yang Yu remarked, his voice tinged with uncertainty and caution. His gaze remained fixated on the letter, as he endeavored to unearth further clues hidden within its lines. Wang Ning expressed her concern. Could it be a trap? Given your growing reputation, it is inevitable that some may harbor ill intentions." Her eyes brimmed with worry and care, her brow furrowed as if it could crush a fly. Gently, Wang Ning placed her hand on Yang Yu's shoulder, seemingly wishing to convey strength and comfort to her son through this gesture. Yang Yu pondered for a moment, his fingers delicately caressing the paper. Feeling its texture as if he could touch the writer's thoughts, the letter's sincere words mentioned experiences only he had encountered within the ruins, which seemed too authentic to be false, yet caution must prevail. His eyes gleamed with resolve, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, as a decision took root in his heart. Within him, two inner voices clashed, one urging him to march forward bravely, the other advising caution and prudence. Ultimately, the thirst for the unknown and the pursuit of strength triumphed. Yang Yu resolved to investigate further. He donned a flowing azure robe reminiscent of lake waters, shimmering softly under the sunlight. A white belt cinched his waist, and at his side hung a sword, its hilt adorned with jewels, while exquisite patterns graced the scabbard. He embarked on the journey to the location mentioned in the letter. It led him to a tranquil manor nestled amidst the mountainous woods beyond the city, surrounded by verdant trees, resembling an emerald sea, towering and majestic. The trees interlaced their branches, forming a natural green canopy. A crystal-clear brook meandered nearby, its gentle babbling harmonizing with the serene atmosphere. The water was so transparent that the sand and darting fish could be seen beneath its surface. Upon entering the manor, an elderly gentleman approached, clad in a gray robe that, though somewhat worn, remained clean and tidy. His hair was flecked with white, yet his gaze was profound and piercing, exuding an extraordinary aura as if he could perceive all. "Young friend Yang Yu, it is an honor to finally meet you." The elder smiled, the wrinkles on his face unfurling with his smile, akin to the ravines of time. His voice was warm and rich, enveloping listeners in a gentle embrace. Yang Yu clasped his hands in respect and inquired, "May I ask who you are, esteemed elder?" His eyes radiated curiosity and reverence, as clear and pure as morning dew. Devoid of any impurities, the elder chuckled heartily, his laughter resonant like thunder on a clear day. "I am the master of this place. I have invited you here to discuss matters of great importance." As he spoke, he gestured invitingly, leading Yang Yu further into the manor. The elder's movements were graceful and natural, akin to a solemn ritual. Inside, Yang Yu noticed several unfamiliar faces. Some were adorned in splendid brocade garments, their flowing sleeves embroidered with intricate patterns, glimmering like rays of sunlight. Others were clad in modest warrior attire, marked by the passage of time, yet each emanated an extraordinary presence, their eyes betraying a seasoned composure and sharpness. Their gazes swept over Yang Yu, imbued with scrutiny and intrigue. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Yang Yu," the elder announced, his voice echoing in the room like the chime of a bell. One individual scrutinized Yang Yu from head to toe, his expression a blend of astonishment and appraisal. So young, yet with such accomplishments, remarkable indeed. His voice was deep and magnetic, as if capable of penetrating the soul. Yang Yu smiled in response. "You honor me with your words." His demeanor was humble and courteous, untouched by a hint of pride despite the compliments. His smile radiated warmth, akin to sunlight, fostering a sense of familiarity and ease. The elder continued, "The purpose of this gathering is to reveal a mysterious realm that is about to open. It is said to harbor unparalleled opportunities, though fraught with peril. I wish to invite you all to join me in its exploration." His tone bore a mix of anticipation and gravity, as if recounting a decision laden with life and death significance. The room fell into contemplation, a profound silence enveloping them, broken only by the gentle rustling of the curtains and the breeze outside, as soft as a whisper from a sprite. Yang Yu mused inwardly, this could be an excellent opportunity for personal advancement. Yet, it is also fraught with unknown risks. His heartbeat quickened, a surge of excitement intertwining with trepidation coursed through him. What makes this realm so special? Yang Yu inquired, shattering the silence that had settled over the room. His gaze fixed intently on the elder, eager for further enlightenment, his eyes brimmed with desire and anticipation. Much like a starving individual gazing upon a lavish feast, the elder replied slowly, according to ancient texts. This realm may contain treasures capable of breaking through the innate realm's bottlenecks, as well as lost, powerful techniques. These treasures and techniques present an immense temptation for us martial artists. However, the realm is also rife with various unknown dangers, including formidable guardian beasts and intricate traps. The elder's voice was low and measured, as if recounting an ancient and mysterious tale. Each word carried heavy weight, imparting an invisible pressure. Yang Yu felt a stirring within. He understood that to advance in martial arts, he must continually seek opportunities and challenges. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to inhale all hesitation and fear, transforming them into unwavering resolve. Esteemed elder, I have decided to join. His voice was resolute and powerful, brimming with determination. A steadfast light flickered in Yang Yu's gaze, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating the path ahead. In the subsequent period of preparation, Yang Yu dedicated himself even more fervently to his training. He secluded himself within his family's secret chamber, where a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, akin to a dense fog that obscured the surroundings. Seated in meditation, he simultaneously practiced various techniques. His internal energy surged like a tidal wave, crashing against his meridians and acupoints. Each impact felt like ocean waves battering against rocks, sending jolts of pain through him. Yet Yang Yu gritted his teeth, silently enduring. Chaos technique, grant me a breakthrough, Yang Yu exclaimed, his voice reverberating within the chamber, as if attempting to shatter its very foundation. His internal energy erupted suddenly, a force so potent it caused cracks to appear in the surrounding stone walls, with fragments cascading down. At last, the chaos technique reached its pinnacle. Yang Yu opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within, illuminating the entire chamber like a lightning bolt. He sensed a qualitative enhancement in his strength, his body brimming with power, as if he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. Yang Yu's attributes panel read, Host, Yang Yu age, 16 realm, and 8 second layer, strength 35. 00000 gene, speed 35,000 meters second, talent, top-tier genius techniques, profound level techniques, great perfection, star technique, great accomplishment, 9 suns divine technique, great accomplishment, greenwood technique, great accomplishment, purple flame technique, great accomplishment, wave step technique, medium accomplishment, frost technique, minor accomplishment, skyfire technique, entry level, chaos technique, great accomplishment, ethereal technique, minor accomplishment, martial skills, wine shattering fist, great perfection, 9 suns blazing palm, minor accomplishment, flowing cloud sword technique, minor peak, greenwood palm, minor accomplishment, phantom blade technique, entry level, thunder fist technique, entry level, wind god leg technique, entry level, falling flower palm, entry level. Chapter 63, Trial Invitation. During Yang Yu's days in Anxi Prefecture, his strength steadily advanced, and under his leadership, the family thrived. Each morning, he was the first to appear in the courtyard for training, standing tall like a pine tree, as his internal energy flowed, seemingly stirring the air around him into a gentle whirlpool. The sunlight bathed him, casting a glow upon his resolute visage, each line etched upon it a testament to his dedication and pursuit of martial arts. As dawn broke, a gentle breeze caressed him, and clad in white training attire, the edges of his garments fluttered in the wind. He closed his eyes, his hands gradually rising, as internal energy flowed like a babbling brook through his meridians. With each breath, he could feel the spiritual essence of the world being drawn into his body, becoming part of his strength. Beads of sweat trickled from his forehead, falling to the ground, evaporating instantaneously under the influence of his internal energy. On this particular day, while Yang Yu was training in the courtyard, the sunlight streamed down like golden threads, enveloping him. His internal energy circulated, his breath steady and powerful, each inhalation resonating with the essence of the universe. His body seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, becoming one with the world. Young master, you have received a letter. A servant rushed in, his steps hurried, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, tightly clutching an exquisitely crafted envelope as if it were a priceless treasure. The servant hurried along, his breath quickened, his expression a blend of urgency and excitement. Yang Yu halted his training, his movements fluid and natural, as though he were part of the environment, his hands gently lowered. and his internal energy instantly receded, causing the swirling air to dissipate as well. He opened his eyes, clear and bright, fixing his gaze on the approaching servant. He accepted the letter and opened it. His brow furrowing slightly as a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. The seal on the letter was unique and mysterious, provoking a sense of wariness within him. Who was the letter from? Yang Jun had approached, his steps firm and powerful, concern etched across his face as his gaze fell upon the letter in Yang Yu's hand. Yang Jun's imposing figure radiated authority, his eyes reflecting both concern for his son and curiosity regarding the unknown correspondence. Yang Yu replied gravely, "Father, this is an invitation from a mysterious place, summoning me to participate in a trial." His voice was low yet firm, revealing the contemplation within his heart. Yang Yu's fingers gently caressed the parchment of the letter. Savoring the subtle texture beneath his touch, Yang Jun, filled with concern, inquired, "A mysterious place? Could there be danger?" His brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting deep worry for his son, and a hint of unease laced his voice. Yang Jun's expression grew grave. He was acutely aware of the perils within the world, understanding that every unknown invitation could conceal immense risks. Yang Yu smiled reassuringly, his demeanor exuding confidence and composure. "Father, there is no need for concern. I shall exercise prudence. This may be a rare opportunity." His gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon, as though he had already glimpsed the forthcoming challenges and prospects. Excitement sparkled in his eyes, longing to test his abilities in a broader realm. Upon returning to his chamber, Yang Yu meticulously examined the invitation, the fine quality of the paper and the ornate calligraphy emanating an aura of mystery. Seated at his desk, he lightly tapped the surface with his fingers, deep in contemplation. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by his breaths and the rhythmic tapping of his fingers. This invitation arrives under peculiar circumstances. Yet with my current strength, I harbor no fears, he mused. His gaze was focused and profound, as if he sought to unveil the truth hidden behind the letter. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, fluttering the pages of the books on the desk, yet it could not disrupt Yang Yu's thoughts. That evening, the family gathered together, the warm glow of the lights illuminating the entire room. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast. Yet everyone's thoughts were consumed by the letter. Under the soft illumination, each person's expression was vividly clear, some war worry, others anticipation, and a sense of trust hung in the air. Be careful, Yang Xiao cautioned. Her eyes brimming with concern, her voice soft and warm, she gripped her chopsticks tightly, her appetite seemingly vanished. Yang Yu nodded. "Sister, rest assured, I shall tread carefully." A smile adorned his face, an attempt to reassure his family. His smile was like a gentle spring breeze, warm and comforting. The elder Yang Di intoned, his voice grave and serious. "If you have resolved to go, you must exercise utmost caution. The family awaits your safe return." His eyes gleamed with expectation and trust, reflecting his unwavering belief in Yang Yu. Yang Yu replied solemnly, "Grandfather, I understand." His gaze was resolute, and his tone sincere, instilling a sense of determination in all present. Gratitude for his family and anticipation for the future shone in Yang Yu's eyes. The day of departure arrived swiftly. Yang Yu bid farewell to his family and embarked on a new journey. With his belongings slung over his shoulder, he stepped out of the door with a firm stride. The morning sun bathed him in its golden rays, casting a long shadow behind him. His family's eyes followed his figure until he vanished at the end of the road. Yang Jun stood at the threshold, gazing in the direction of his son's departure, reluctant to leave. After several days of travel, Yang Yu arrived at the location specified in the invitation. Before him loomed an ancient mountain range. Undulating and shrouded in mist, exuding an air of mystery, the peaks towered into the clouds, seemingly touching the heavens, while the verdant trees in the valleys whispered secrets, occasionally interrupted by the calls of birds and the roars of beasts. Adding to the atmosphere of intrigue and danger, standing at the mountain's base, Yang Yu looked up, his heart swelling with reverence and anticipation. As he ventured into the mountains, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. It felt as if an invisible weight bore down upon him, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. His steps faltered slightly, his brow furrowing. "This place is indeed extraordinary," he thought, his instincts on high alert. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his state, allowing his internal energy to flow steadily within him to counter the suppressive force. Yang Yu's gaze sharpened. He understood that the true challenges were only just beginning. Suddenly, a figure darted from the nearby thicket, launching a surprise attack on Yang Yu like a wraith. The speed was so swift that it was almost beyond reaction. The figure, akin to a flash of lightning, appeared before Yang Yu in an instant. With the agility of a panther, he sidestepped, evading the strike effortlessly. His gaze turned fierce, fixating intently on the assailant. Yang Yu crouched slightly, preparing to retaliate at a moment's notice. "Who dares to ambush?" he bellowed, his voice echoing through the valley, resonating with anger and authority. His voice boomed like thunder, causing the leaves to tremble in response. The assailant, a man clad in black, concealed his features beneath a dark mask, revealing only his cold, menacing eyes. Their realms were equal. Both were at the second level of innate cultivation. The black-clad man's gaze gleamed with cruelty and malice. Those who arrive here are all adversaries, he retorted coldly, his voice harsh and grating, as if it originated from the depths of hell. The sinister aura surrounding him sent chills down Yang Yu's spine. A chill flickered in Yang Yu's eyes. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ungracious. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he was already in motion. In an instant, Yang Yu vanished from sight, becoming a fleeting shadow charging toward the black-clad man. Without hesitation, Yang Yu unleashed the Nine Suns' divine art, his internal energy blazing forth like flames from his palms, surging toward the assailant. The surrounding air became searing, as if ignited by the inferno. Yang Yu's internal energy surged like a tidal wave toward the black-clad man. Unyielding, the man summoned a peculiar technique, enveloping himself in a shroud of dark mist, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Yang Yu. The clash of the black mist and Yang Yu's fiery energy produced a sizzling sound. With a resounding boom, their energies collided, creating a shockwave that shattered nearby trees, sending splinters flying. The force of the impact cracked the ground beneath them, while the brilliance of the collision shone like the sun, blinding the onlookers. With each strike, Yang Yu grew more fervent, his punches powerful and relentless, as if capable of splitting mountains. He weaved through the trees with the swiftness of lightning, his fists like a tempest, overwhelming the black-clad man who struggled to defend himself. Gradually, the man began to falter, his movements grew erratic, and his breath became labored. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and fear flickered in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu landed a decisive blow to the man's chest, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. The might of Yang Yu's punch rendered the black-clad man utterly defenseless. Is that all you've got? Yang Yu scoffed, his eyes gleaming with triumph and disdain for his opponent. He stood tall, exuding an aura akin to that of a war god, having dispatched the black-clad man. Yang Yu pressed onward. Yang Yu's attributes panel: host, Yang Yu age, 17 realm, second level innate, strength, 40 million gene, speed, 40,000 ms, talent, top-tier genius techniques, profound level techniques, great mastery. Star Technique, Mastery, Nine Suns Divine Art, Mastery, Greenwood Technique, Mastery, Purple Flame Technique, Mastery, Wave Step, Intermediate Mastery, Frost Technique, Minor Mastery, Sky Burning Technique, Entry Level, Chaos Technique, Mastery, Ethereal Technique, Minor Mastery, Martial Skills, Wind Breaking Fist, Great Mastery. Nine Suns Fiery Palm, Minor Mastery, Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, Minor Mastery Peak, Greenwood Palm, Minor Mastery, Phantom Blade Technique, Entry Level, Thunder Fist Technique, Entry Level, Wind God Leg Technique, Entry Level, Falling Flower Palm, Entry Level. Chapter 64, Battle in the Valley. After overcoming the challenges posed by the mysterious invitation, Yang Yu continued to forge ahead on the path of martial arts. He trained diligently each day, his internal energy deepening and his martial skills becoming increasingly refined. One day, he practiced his techniques in the courtyard, his form agile, the sound of his fists slicing through the air causing leaves to cascade down around him. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting patches of light upon him. Yang Yu's movements flowed like water, each stance infused with power and rhythm. His punches were thunderous, his kicks light and nimble, akin to a tempest. Sweat trickled down his forehead, splashing onto the ground, only to be evaporated instantly by his formidable internal energy. At that moment, an old friend hurriedly arrived, excitement evident on his face as he bore astonishing news. A mysterious relic had been discovered in a remote location, rumored to conceal endless treasures and powerful techniques. The old friend panted heavily, his face flushed with exhilaration. Upon hearing this news, Yang Yu's heart stirred. In that instant, he envisioned himself gaining immense power within the relic, bringing glory to his family. A flicker of excitement and anticipation flashed in his eyes, and his blood began to boil. He understood that such an opportunity was rare, and thus resolved to investigate further. This relic is fraught with uncertainty. You must exercise caution, Yang Jun warned, concern etched across his features as he grasped Yang Yu's shoulders tightly. His brow furrowed deeper, the lines on his face more pronounced. Yang Yu smiled. Father, you needn't worry. I will proceed with caution. His gaze was resolute, brimming with confidence, offering Yang Jun a modicum of reassurance. Yang Yu's smile was warm as spring, providing a flicker of comfort to Yang Jun. Accompanied by his cousin Yang Ming and several skilled members of the family, Yang Yu set forth on the journey to the relic. The scenery along the way was picturesque, with verdant mountains and flowing waters reminiscent of a dream. A gentle breeze rustled through the fields, the golden waves of grain rolling softly and whispering, the distant mountains undulated, harmonizing beautifully with the blue sky and white clouds. Yet, they had no time to admire the view, each face etched with seriousness and tension. Yang Yu pondered the possible scenarios they might encounter, occasionally discussing strategies with the group, while at other times lost in solitary thought. His gaze was profound, as if he could pierce through the mist ahead. After days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the valley where the relic was said to be located. A thin veil of mist hung in the air, swirling like gossamer, imparting an aura of mystery and foreboding. The trees stood tall and twisted, resembling ancient sentinels quietly observing their arrival. Their interlaced branches formed a complex network, seemingly obstructing the entrance for outsiders. "Everyone, be cautious. The atmosphere here is unsettling," Yang Yu cautioned. His voice was low and grave, instantly heightening the vigilance of the group. Yang Yu's watchful gaze swept the surroundings, his body slightly leaning forward, prepared to confront any lurking danger. The group cautiously ventured into the valley, the grass beneath their feet slick and treacherous, each step fraught with unknown peril. Dewdrops clung to the blades of grass, dampening their shoes and pant hems. A chilling sensation creeping up from their soles. Before them loomed an ancient stone gate, intricately carved with peculiar patterns that seemed to narrate ancient tales. These patterns resembled enigmatic symbols, glimmering with a faint luminescence. "Brother Yu, this stone gate appears to be extraordinary," Yang Ming remarked, his voice tinged with a mix of tension and curiosity. His eyes fixated on the gate, attempting to decipher its secrets. Yang Yu stepped forward, scrutinizing the engravings on the stone gate. The intricate designs hinted at some underlying order. He extended his hand, gently brushing against the stone, feeling its cold, rough texture as he sought to uncover the means of unlocking it. His brow furrowed, lost in profound contemplation. Just then, a group of uninvited guests emerged. "Haha, Yang Yu, what a surprise to encounter you here," declared a man clad in a black robe, his eyes glinting with malevolence. A cold smirk playing on his lips, his voice echoed through the valley, sharp and jarring. Yang Yu frowned. "So it is you, Li Mo of the Black Wind Gang." His tone was frigid, brimming with hostility. A flicker of disdain crossed Yang Yu's eyes as he instinctively clenched his fists. Limo sneered, "The treasures of this relic cannot be monopolized by the Young family." Behind him, a throng of disciples from the Black Wind Gang displayed menacing expressions. Eager for confrontation, their eyes sparkled with greed and desire, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing their prey. "Then let us see who prevails," Yang Yu declared, his tone resolute and unwavering. His voice resonated with strength, embodying determination and courage. The atmosphere crackled with tension, both sides poised for conflict, as if the very air had solidified, leaving only the heavy sounds of their breaths and heartbeats. Every nerve was taut, and a fierce battle loomed on the horizon. Limo struck first, unleashing a dark attribute technique. Instantly, the surrounding air seemed to darken, an ominous aura spreading forth. The forces of darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, exuding an oppressive pressure. Unfazed, Yang Yu activated the Nine Suns' divine art, his inner energy igniting like a searing flame. A blazing inferno enveloped his form, charging towards Limo's onslaught. The brilliant flames illuminated the surrounding darkness, starkly contrasting with the encroaching shadows. Boom! The collision of their energies created a formidable shockwave, rippling outward and shattering nearby rocks, sending debris flying. The thunderous sound reverberated through the valley, akin to an earth-shattering quake. "What immense power!" Yang Ming and the others gasped in astonishment, instinctively retreating to avoid being caught in the tumult. Their expressions reflected awe and trepidation, overwhelmed by the sheer might displayed. Though Yang Yu's realm was comparable to Limo's, his techniques were far more refined. His inner energy surged like relentless tides, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Each of Yang Yu's strikes bore tremendous force and precise control, gradually forcing Limo into a defensive stance. "Nine Suns' blazing palm," Yang Yu shouted, flames erupting from his palm in a fiery torrent. The flames roared like a fire dragon as they surged towards Limo. The heat radiating from the flames was so intense it seemed capable of turning all to ashes. Limo's expression changed dramatically as he hastily evaded, his figure weaving through the flames in a somewhat frantic manner. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, his breath quickening. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Yang Yu darted forward, pursuing with blinding speed, resembling a streak of lightning racing through the valley. In an instant, Yang Yu vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage. The two engaged in an intense chase within the valley, their footsteps and the clash of energies echoing throughout. The wind howled, leaves scattered, as if the entire valley trembled in response to their battle. Yang Yu, closing in on Limo, suddenly found himself confronted by a powerful dark force. Dark Storm, Limo unleashed a devastating attack. A formidable torrent of darkness swept towards him, resembling a black tornado, exuding a sense of annihilation. The dark tempest howled, engulfing everything in its path, yet Yang Yu remained unperturbed. Employing the chaotic technique, a veil of chaotic energy enveloped him, neutralizing the dark force. The chaotic energy swirled like a vortex, devouring the encroaching darkness. The clash of chaotic energy and dark power produced crackling sounds. Liamo, prepare to meet your end. Yang Yu seized the moment to launch his final assault. All his inner energy coalesced into a massive energy sphere within his palm, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. The potent energy surged forth like a torrent towards Liamo, who found himself unable to resist. Sent hurtling away, his body crashed heavily against the mountainside, sliding down as blood spilled from his mouth, leaving a deep imprint of his form on the stone. Overestimating yourself, Yang Yu remarked disdainfully, gazing at the fallen Liamo, pride radiating from his victorious demeanor. Under the sunlight, Yang Yu's figure appeared towering, his aura powerful and steady. Having dealt with Liamo and his gang, Yang Yu finally discovered the means to unlock the stone gate. He followed the patterns inscribed on the gate, channeling his inner energy, and the gate creaked open slowly. As it swung ajar, an ancient and mysterious aura wafted forth. Stepping into the relic, they found themselves enveloped in an antiquated atmosphere. Faint glimmers flickered on the walls, and the ground was carpeted with thick layers of dust. Yang Yu treaded cautiously forward, his heart brimming with anticipation. Yang Yu's attribute panel: Host, Yang Yu, age, 17, realm, innate second layer, strength 45. 00000 gene, speed 45,000 ms, qualification, top-tier genius techniques, profound level techniques, great perfection, star technique, major achievement, 9 Suns divine art, major achievement, Qingmu technique, major achievement, purple flame technique, major achievement, Ling bow step, medium achievement, frost technique, minor achievement, heaven burning technique, entry, chaotic technique, major achievement, ethereal technique, minor achievement, phantom technique, entry, martial skills, gale punch, great perfection, 9 Suns blazing palm, minor achievement, flowing cloud sword technique, minor achievement, peak, Chengmu palm, minor achievement, phantom blade technique, entry, thunder fist technique, entry, wind god leg technique, entry, falling flower palm, entry, dark destruction fist, entry, chapter 65, annihilation of the scaled beast. After successfully entering the relic, Yang Yu and the others discovered a labyrinthine network of passages, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura that instilled an invisible pressure. Everyone, be cautious. There are likely numerous mechanisms and traps within, Yang Yu warned, his voice resonating solemnly through the vast corridor. Yang Ming trailed closely beside him, anxiety etched upon his face, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Brother Yu, this place feels eerie, sending chills down my spine, he said, his voice quivering as he instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon. Yang Yu patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring glance. Fear not, I am here. Yang Yu's steadfast and composed gaze provided Yang Ming with a modicum of comfort. They proceeded cautiously along the corridor, the flickering torches on the walls casting wavering shadows of the group, resembling ghostly apparitions that heightened the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a low, rumbling growl resonated from ahead, akin to a sound emanating from the depths of hell. Filled with boundless rage and ferocity, not good, there's trouble. Yang Yu halted, his gaze sharply focused on the direction of the sound, his body tensed, inner energy circulating within him in preparation for battle. Emerging from the darkness was a colossal beast, its massive form reminiscent of a small mountain. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity, as if capable of devouring souls. The scales adorning its body shimmered ominously, each one sharp as a blade. That is the scaled beast. Judging by its aura, it is at least at the late stage of the innate 9th layer, Yang Yu thought, a heavy weight settling in his heart. He understood that this would be an extraordinarily challenging battle. Yang Ming and the others gasped, their faces paling instantly. Even their strongest member was merely at the innate 2nd layer, and before such a formidable beast, they were engulfed by trepidation. Brother Yu, what should we do? Yang Ming asked, his voice trembling, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. Yang Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Everyone, do not panic. I will handle it. His voice was resolute and powerful, instilling a glimmer of hope in the group. With that, Yang Yu activated his inner energy, channeling the 9 Suns divine art. Instantly, a scorching aura radiated from him, akin to a blazing sun illuminating the dark passage. Sensing the threat, the scaled beast lunged at Yang Yu with immense speed. Creating a tempestuous wind, Yang Yu deftly sidestepped, his movements as agile as a cat. He evaded the beast's attack while delivering a punch to its side. Boom! The creature merely swayed slightly, while Yang Yu was jolted back a few steps by the recoil. His arm tingled, and he marveled at the beast's incredible strength. This creature has tough skin and flesh. It won't be easy to deal with, Yang Yu mused internally. Yet, rather than retreating, he felt an even stronger surge of fighting spirit. He no longer held back, unleashing the recently mastered illusion technique. His form instantaneously became ethereal, swirling around the armored beast like a ghost, launching rapid assaults. Bang, bang, bang. A series of strikes landed upon the armored beast, producing a dull thud. While these blows did not inflict fatal damage, they nonetheless incited the beast's fury. The armored beast opened its cavernous maw, exhaling a plume of black smoke, the smoke laden with a pungent odor swiftly spread throughout the area. Yang Yu hurriedly enveloped himself in internal energy while employing the wave step to retreat. Everyone, step back, Yang Yu shouted. His voice echoed somewhat indistinctly within the smoke, yet the group complied with his command. Hastily retreating. As the smoke dissipated, the armored beast lunged at Yang Yu once more, its speed heightened and strength augmented, as if intent on tearing him apart. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Yang Yu's eyes. Nine Suns blazing palm. Flames erupted fiercely from his palm, scorching hot, as if capable of incinerating all in their path. He struck fiercely at the armored beast, colliding head-on. Boom! This blow finally inflicted injury upon the armored beast, which howled in agony. The flames blazed upon its body, causing its scales to sizzle. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu unleashed a barrage of more intense attacks, alternating between fist techniques, palm strikes, and swordplay. His figure resembled a phantom, dazzling to behold. Each move contained immense internal force, every strike imbued with lethal determination. Crack! Yang Yu's sword pierced the beast's side, eliciting a harrowing scream. The armored beast writhed frantically, attempting to escape Yang Yu's onslaught. Ultimately, through Yang Yu's relentless efforts, the armored beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, its body hitting the ground with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Brother Yu, you are incredible. Yang Ming and the others rushed over, their faces alight with admiration and joy. Yang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing heavily. Do not celebrate too soon. We are still unaware of the myriad dangers within this ruin. His voice, the weary, remained vigilant. They pressed onward, arriving at a spacious hall. The hall's ceiling soared high above, and the walls were etched with enigmatic runes. In the center stood a stone platform, upon which rested an ancient tome radiating a mysterious glow. The light shimmered with dreamlike colors, captivating everyone's gaze. Could this be the fabled mysterious inheritance? Yang Yu's heart stirred, his pulse quickened uncontrollably, excitement flickering in his eyes, just as he prepared to approach the tome. Several figures suddenly emerged from the shadows. Yang Yu, that inheritance belongs to us. The leader, a man with a cold visage, spoke with a gaze filled with greed and dominance. Yang Yu furrowed his brow. Who are you? His voice was frigid, laced with hostility. We are from the Black Fiend gang, and all treasures within this ruin are ours, the man declared, his lackeys revealing menacing smiles behind him. Yang Yu scoffed derisively. You think you can claim it just because of your presence? His tone dripped with disdain. Enough nonsense. Attack! The man gestured, and his followers lunged at Yang Yu. Unfazed, Yang Yu met the oncoming threat, his form flickered like lightning, intertwining with his adversaries in an intense battle. Yang Yu's attribute panel. Host, Yang Yu. Age, 17. Realm, innate second layer, strength 50 million. Gene, speed 50,000 ms, talent, top-tier genius techniques, profound level techniques, perfection. Star technique, great success. Nine Suns divine technique, great success. Greenwood technique, great success. Purple flame technique, great success. Wave step, medium success. Frost technique, minor success. Sky burning technique, entry. Chaos technique, great success. Ethereal technique, minor success. Illusion technique, minor success. Martial skills, Gale punch, perfection. Nine Suns blazing palm, minor success. Flowing cloud sword technique, minor success. Peak, Greenwood palm, minor success. Illusion blade technique, entry. Thunder fist technique, entry. Wind god leg technique, entry. Falling flower palm, entry. Dark breaker fist, entry. Chapter 66, Ancient Techniques. Yang Yu stood at odds with the members of the Black Fiend gang, the atmosphere in the hall reaching a breaking point. As if the very air had solidified, each person's breath grew heavy and rapid, their gazes fraught with vigilance and enmity. Yang Yu, if you know what's good for you, leave quickly, this inheritance is beyond your reach. The leader of the Black Fiend gang spat venomously, his eyes bulged with fury, revealing a fierce and avaricious intent. As if Yang Yu were an obstacle he must eradicate, Yang Yu's gaze was icy, reminiscent of winter's frost, sending chills through the air. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, a smirk of disdain gracing his features. You think you can monopolize this inheritance? Dream on. Yang Yu's voice was resolute and powerful, brimming with confidence and contempt. As he stood tall, like an unyielding mountain, the members of the Black Fiend gang exchanged glances, each seeing determination and ruthlessness reflected in the other's eyes. In an instant, They launched their assault upon Yang Yu, executing various martial techniques, their internal energies surging, creating a howling whine through the air.ina heartbeat. The brilliance of their internal forces flickered, fists and palms weaving a lethal net that descended upon Yang Yu. With a swift motion, he evaded their initial onslaught, employing the wave step, his form evanescent like a wraith, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage. That's all you've got, Yang Yu taunted, his voice resonating through the hall. Steeped in profound disdain. As he dodged, Yang Yu began to prepare his counterattack. He formed seals with his hands, channeling the internal energy of the Nine Suns' divine technique into a blazing sphere of flame. The flames roared to life, as if intent on consuming everything in their vicinity. Nine Suns' blazing palm, Yang Yu bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. The fiery palm prince surged toward the members of the Black Fiend gang. Imbued with boundless heat and formidable power, warping the air in its wake, the gang members hastily banded together to resist, their internal forces clashing with a thunderous explosion, a deafening roar that shook the very walls of the hall, causing fissures to appear and debris to rain down, stirring clouds of dust. How can Yang Yu be so powerful? One member of the Black Fiend gang exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling with fear of Yang Yu's might. The leader gritted his teeth, urging, "Don't be afraid, he is just one person." Veins bulged on his forehead, yet his eyes remained resolute and defiant. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu drew the sword from his waist. Executing the flowing cloud sword technique, the sword's silhouette flickered like a stream of light, darting toward his foes. As the blade sliced through the air, it left behind brilliant trails of light, breathtaking yet laden with lethal menace. One member of the Black Fiend gang failed to evade and was struck in the shoulder by Yang Yu's sword, blood gushing forth. He stumbled backward, wailing in agony. "Damn it," the leader barked, unleashing a dark attribute technique that seemed to devour the surrounding light. Darkness engulfed the area, enveloping Yang Yu in a chilling, sinister aura. A shiver ran down Yang Yu's spine. This technique was indeed peculiar, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward, his gaze resolute, undaunted by the unknown challenge. Chaos Technique. Yang Yu invoked the Chaos Technique, his internal energy transforming into chaotic power, colliding with the Dark Technique. The two potent forces clashed, erupting in a soul-shattering roar. Boom! The tremendous shockwave caused the entire hall to tremble. Deep cracks appearing in the floor resembling a spider's web. Stones from the ceiling plummeted, as if the very structure of the hall were on the brink of collapse. The members of the Black Fiend gang staggered back from the impact, many sustaining internal injuries, their faces turned pale, blood trickling from their lips, their breathing erratic. "Yang Yu is an absolute monster," someone murmured, their voice quaking, knees buckling as they nearly collapsed. Yet, Yang Yu offered no respite. Launching another assault, his figure darted like lightning, weaving through the ranks of the Black Fiend gang. "Today, none of you shall escape." Yang Yu's voice was filled with murderous intent, cold and resolute. Every move he executed was imbued with lethal determination, leaving no opportunity for his foes to flee. After an intense exchange, the members of the Black Fiend gang could no longer endure, collapsing in defeat. Some lay unconscious, while others groaned in pain, their previous arrogance utterly extinguished. "Yang Yu, wait, the Black Fiend gang will not let you go," the leader spat defiantly before succumbing to unconsciousness. His eyes brimmed with resentment and unwillingness, yet he was powerless to resist further. Yang Yu snorted coldly. "Bring it on if you can." His voice was chilling, laced with contempt for the Black Fiend gang's threats. With the Black Fiend gang subdued, Yang Yu approached the stone platform, his gaze fixated on the mysterious tome. Anticipation and curiosity filled his eyes, his heart racing uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he slowly extended his hand. The moment he touched the ancient text, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, akin to a tidal wave sweeping through his limbs and bones. Yang Yu felt darkness enveloping him as he lost consciousness, his body collapsing into an abyss of endless blackness. When he awoke once more, he found himself in a mysterious realm. Surrounding him was a haze of ethereal light, devoid of boundaries or direction, instilling a profound sense of confusion and insignificance. "Where is this place?" Yang Yu wondered, his voice echoing in the void, met with silence. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in his ear. "Young one, your arrival here proves your qualification to receive this inheritance." The voice seemed to emanate from antiquity. Imbued with unfathomable gravitas and mystery, Yang Yu respectfully replied, "Thank you, esteemed elder." His voice was imbued with awe and gratitude. This inheritance was an unparalleled technique from ancient times, known as the Qin Kuan Zhao Huaju. Mastering this art would allow one to transcend the confines of heaven and earth, defying the natural order. However, the path of cultivation was exceedingly arduous. "You must contemplate this carefully," the ancient voice intoned. Carrying a hint of challenge and warning, without hesitation, Yang Yu replied, "Senior, I fear no hardship and am willing to accept the inheritance." His gaze was resolute, devoid of any doubt or retreat. "Very well, let us commence." Waves of light surged into Yang Yu's mind, inundating him with countless pieces of information and cultivation techniques that threatened to overwhelm him. The brilliance sliced through his consciousness like sharp blades. While the torrent of knowledge crashed against his thoughts like turbulent waves, yet, bolstered by his indomitable will, Yang Yu gritted his teeth and persevered. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his body trembled slightly. But his eyes remained steadfast, harboring not a flicker of surrender. Time lost all meaning until, at last, Yang Yu completed the acceptance of the inheritance. Slowly he opened his eyes, and the aura surrounding him underwent a seismic transformation. It was powerful and enigmatic, as if it contained boundless strength. Yang Yu's attribute panel read, Host, Yang Yu, age, 17 realm, innate second layer, strength, 60 million gene, speed, 60,000 meters second, aptitude, top-tier genius techniques, Xian level technique, great perfection. Star technique, major achievement, 9 suns divine technique, major achievement, greenwood technique, major achievement, purple flame technique, major achievement, ling bow step, intermediate achievement, frosty technique, minor achievement, burning heaven technique, entry, chaos technique, major achievement. Ethereal technique, minor achievement, phantom technique, minor achievement, Shen Koan Zao Huaju, entry, martial skills, wind break fist, great perfection, 9 suns fiery palm, minor achievement, flowing cloud sword technique, minor achievement peak. Greenwood palm, minor achievement, phantom blade technique, entry, thunder fist technique, entry, wind god leg, entry, falling flower palm, entry, dark destruction fist, entry, chapter 67, innate third layer. After acquiring the Qian Koan Zao Huaju's inheritance from the mysterious space, Yang Yu gradually opened his eyes. His gaze shimmered with a profound and mysterious brilliance, as if harboring infinite wisdom and strength. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly powerful and enigmatic, akin to surging waves, expanding outward in successive torrents, astonishing and delighting those nearby, including Yang Ming. Brother Yu, you have finally awakened. This inheritance seems extraordinary, Yang Ming exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise and curiosity, unable to resist stepping closer to experience that formidable aura. Yang Yu smiled gently, his expression reminiscent of the warm and confident sunlight of spring. Indeed, the gains are substantial, but we must hasten our departure to avoid further complications. His voice resonated with a steady force that instilled a sense of reassurance. The group nodded in agreement and swiftly left the ruins alongside Yang Yu. Throughout their journey, their spirits soared with excitement as they discussed their remarkable encounter. Upon returning to the family estate, Yang Yu immediately entered seclusion to begin cultivating the enigmatic Qian Koan Zao Hua Jui. In the secret chamber, he sat cross-legged on the ground as spiritual energy surged toward him with fervor. The energy seemed irresistibly drawn to him, forming visible whirlpools that rushed into his body. His mind immersed in the technique, his internal power coursed through a unique meridian pathway, with each circulation of energy. It felt as if a mighty river was surging, relentless and overwhelming. The depth of the Qian Koan Zao Huaju was indeed profound, and with every cycle, he sensed a growth in his internal power. Yang Yu felt a surge of delight within. He could distinctly perceive his strength escalating, each meridian being nourished and fortified by the potent energy. However, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. The immense power of the technique placed tremendous strain on Yang Yu's meridians, as if they might burst under the pressure. Large droplets of sweat cascaded from his forehead, his complexion fluctuating between pale and flushed, his body trembling slightly. I cannot yield, I must break through. Yang Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. His lips bled from the pressure of his bite, yet his eyes burned with unwavering determination, as if ignited by 2 defiant flames. In that moment, Yang Yu's point allocation system activated, a mysterious force aiding him in soothing his meridians and accelerating the flow of internal energy. This enigmatic power flowed through his scorching and aching channels like a refreshing spring, bringing solace and hope. After several days of arduous cultivation, Yang Yu finally succeeded in reaching the minor achievement stage of the Qian Koan Zao Huaju. Yang Yu exhaled deeply, his eyes flashing with brilliance. That gleam illuminated the entire chamber like a bolt of lightning. Rising to his feet, his aura erupted like a tempest, causing nearby objects to topple over. His strength had significantly increased, and his attribute panel reflected this transformation. Host, Yang Yu, age, 17 realm, innate third layer, strength, 80. 00000 gene, speed, 80,000 meters second, aptitude, top-tier genius techniques, Xian level technique, Great Perfection, Star Technique, Major Achievement, Nine Suns Divine Technique, Major Achievement, Greenwood Technique, Major Achievement, Purple Flame Technique, Major Achievement. Lingbo Step, Intermediate Achievement, Frosty Technique, Minor Achievement, Burning Heaven Technique, Entry, Chaos Technique, Major Achievement, Ethereal Technique, Minor Achievement, Phantom Technique, Minor Achievement, Shen Koen Zeo Huaju, Minor Achievement, Martial Skills, Windbreak Fist, Great Perfection. Nine Suns Fiery Palm, Minor Achievement, Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, Minor Achievement Peak, Greenwood Palm, Minor Achievement, Phantom Blade Technique, Entry, Thunder Fist Technique, Entry, Wind God Leg, Entry, Falling Flower Palm, Entry, Dark Destruction Fist, Entry. Just as Yang Yu reveled in the joy of his newfound strength, an uninvited guest arrived at the family estate. To is Yang Yu present, a resounding voice echoed through the Yang family courtyard. The voice boomed like thunder, causing dust to rain down from the beams of the building. Yang Jun stepped outside and beheld a man clad in extravagant attire, accompanied by several attendants. The man's garments were adorned with exquisite patterns. Made from fine materials, unmistakably indicative of his distinguished identity, his expression was haughty, and a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. "Who might you be?" Yang Jun inquired, a mixture of confusion and caution gracing his features. Sensing the visitor's ill intent, the man sneered, "I am Li Feng of the Li family. Having heard that Yang Yu acquired a mysterious inheritance in the ruins, I have come to seek enlightenment." His voice brimmed with provocation and jealousy. Yang Jun's countenance shifted. "My son is in seclusion and cannot receive guests." His tone grew serious and frigid, attempting to avert an unnecessary conflict. Li Feng, however, was relentless. "Yang family head, if you do not allow Yang Yu to emerge today, do not blame me for being impolite." His tone was firm and laden with threats. At this moment, Yang Yu, alerted by the commotion, exited the secret chamber. His steps were resolute and powerful, his gaze calm and composed. "I see it as a member of the Li family. May I inquire what brings you here?" Yang Yu's tone was tranquil, yet his eyes radiated a chilling aura. Though his voice was soft, it carried an invisible pressure. Li Feng assessed Yang Yu from head to toe. "I have heard you possess a formidable inheritance. I am curious to see what you are capable of." His eyes brimmed with jealousy and skepticism, seemingly unable to accept Yang Yu's strength. Yang Yu smiled slightly. "Then I welcome your guidance." His smile exuded confidence and composure. As if he held Li Feng in no regard, the two proceeded to the family's training grounds, where numerous members of the Yang family had gathered. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating the outcome of this confrontation. Li Feng struck first, unleashing a fierce martial art, the wind from his punches howling. His figure darted like a specter, appearing before Yang Yu in an instant, his fist aimed squarely at Yang Yu's face. Unperturbed, Yang Yu invoked the Qian Koan Zeo Huaju, his internal energy forming a protective shield that effortlessly deflected Li Feng's assault. The shield shimmered like transparent crystal, glowing with mysterious light. Li Feng's fist met it, creating only the faintest ripple. "Is this all you've got?" Yang Yu taunted, a hint of disdain lacing his words, further darkening Li Feng's expression. Enraged, Li Feng intensified his attacks, his martial skills becoming increasingly ferocious. His internal energy surging, causing cracks to appear in the ground. Each punch bore immense power, as if intent on obliterating Yang Yu. Yang Yu deftly evaded the onslaught, counterattacking with fluid grace. Nine Suns Fiery Palm. The scorching energy surged toward Li Feng, enveloping him in flames that radiated intense heat and power. Li Feng, caught off guard, was struck by the force and staggered backward, a portion of his clothing singed. Pain etched on his face. "Impossible. How can your strength be so formidable?" Li Feng exclaimed, astonished. He could hardly fathom his own vulnerability before Yang Yu. Yang Yu coldly replied, "What other techniques do you possess? Feel free to unleash them." His voice was as frigid as ice, sending a shiver down Li Feng's spine. Clenching his teeth, Li Feng charged forward once more, his eyes filled with despair and madness. Attempting a final struggle, the two engaged in a fierce battle, the training ground alive with surging internal energy and echoing roars. Each collision resonated like thunder, each attack breathtakingly intense. Ultimately, Yang Yu triumphed with a single strike from the Flowing Cloud Sword technique, his sword slicing through Li Feng's defenses with the speed of a meteor streaking across the night sky, leaving Li Feng utterly defenseless. "Thank you for the lesson," Yang Yu stated, his tone calm and unruffled, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. Li Feng's complexion paled, and he departed in disarray, accompanied by his attendants, his back a picture of defeat and despondency. Yang Yu gazed at the figure receding into the distance, fully aware that this was merely the beginning, and that greater challenges awaited him in the future. However, he remained undaunted, for he possessed the strength and confidence to confront anything that lay ahead. Chapter 68, The Unwelcome Visitor. After vanquishing Li Feng of the Li family, Yang Yu's reputation grew increasingly illustrious in the local community. Whispers of his heroic exploits echoed through the streets, and his name had seemingly become synonymous with strength and valor. Yet, this newfound fame also attracted a plethora of troubles. One day, as Yang Yu was engaged in a discussion regarding family matters with his father, Yang Jun, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating their serious expressions. Suddenly a servant hurried in with news. Master, young master, there is a man outside claiming to be an elder from the Qingfeng sect requesting an audience. Yang Jun and Yang Yu exchanged glances, both filled with uncertainty. Yang Jun's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes, while Yang Yu's gaze deepened, lost in thought. The Qingfeng sect, we have had no prior dealings with them, so we are unaware of their intentions for this visit, Yang Jun remarked, his voice laced with confusion and unease. The Qingfeng sect held considerable renown in the martial world, and their unexpected arrival left Yang Jun perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu replied, Father, regardless of the situation, let us meet with them first. His tone was resolute, embodying an air of calm assurance. Upon entering the parlor, they beheld an elderly man clad in a blue robe. His piercing gaze fixed upon them, the elder emanated a formidable aura, akin to an invisible mountain that instilled a sense of trepidation. His face, lined with wrinkles, bore the marks of authority, each crease seemingly narrating tales of his extensive experiences in the martial realm. I am Yang Jun. I apologize for not welcoming you properly upon your arrival, esteemed elder, Yang Jun said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, his posture slightly bent in deference to the elder. The elder nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Yang Yu. You must be Yang Yu. His voice was deep and resonant, as if it could penetrate the very soul. Yang Yu responded with neither arrogance nor timidity. Indeed, I am the young one. His unwavering gaze met that of the elder, exuding extraordinary courage and confidence. The elder continued, I have heard of your acquisition of a mysterious legacy within the ruins, which has greatly enhanced your powers, and that you have defeated a member of the Li family. His eyes scrutinized Yang Yu, as though attempting to see through him. Yang Yu felt a tightening in his chest. Uncertain of the elder's true intentions, he cautiously replied, it was merely a stroke of fortune. His expression remained composed, though his mind raced with strategies to navigate the encounter. The elder then declared, the Qingfeng sect has always cherished talent, and we wish to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks. His tone was tinged with pride and assurance, as if believing this to be an immense favor bestowed upon Yang Yu. Upon hearing this, Yang Jun's face lit up with delight, exclaiming, this is splendid news. His eyes sparkled with excitement, fully aware of the Qingfeng sect's power and influence, considering this to be an extraordinary opportunity for Yang Yu. Yet Yang Yu furrowed his brow slightly and replied, esteemed elder, I am grateful for your kind offer, but I am not inclined to join any sect at this moment. I wish to explore the path of martial arts through my own efforts. His voice was firm and clear, revealing a yearning for freedom and independence. The elder's expression darkened. Young man, do not be foolish. By joining the Qingfeng sect, you would gain access to abundant training resources and profound techniques. There are numerous masters within the sect who could guide your cultivation. This is an opportunity many would covet. The elder's tone grew stern, his gaze filled with veiled threats. Yang Yu steadfastly replied, esteemed elder, I appreciate your goodwill, but I have my own aspirations and plans. I believe that through my diligence and experiences, I can achieve success. I hope for your understanding. His tone was resolute, showing no signs of wavering. The elder scoffed, then you must consider your decision carefully. The consequences of rejecting the Qingfeng sect are not something you can bear. With that, he swept away in a flurry of indignation, leaving behind a chilling breeze. Yang Jun looked at Yang Yu with concern. Could this offend the Qingfeng sect? They are a formidable faction. His brow was furrowed, worry etched across his face. Yang Yu reassured him, Father, there is no need for alarm. As long as we continue to enhance our own strength, we need not fear any threats. Moreover, I believe that justice and strength will speak for us. His eyes shone with determination and confidence, and his words acted as a soothing balm, dispelling the shadows of worry from Yang Jun's heart.